Chapter 1. Sun Wukong has been dead for 7 years. This is the Majin Buu Saga. Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing the Dragon Ball universe. Calculating time point. Ding. Calculation successful. Current time. Year 749 of the Age of Gods. September 1. Main quest released. Become a close friend of Sun Wukong and join the teams searching for the Dragon Balls. Completion reward. Beginner's Divine Power Training Method. Gazing at the transparent frame displaying the quest details and its rewards, one might feel a surge of excitement if they were unaware of the current circumstances. After all, to traverse into the Dragon Ball world, where stars explode at a whim and activate a system, though not reincarnated as a scion with innate advantages, one could still acquire immense power as long as one avoids self-sabotage. Moreover, the system offers a promising start. Becoming friends with Sun Wukong and embarking on a quest for the Dragon Balls would lead to acquiring a top-tier divine power. Training method. Later in the storyline, the system is indeed generous. The task is straightforward, and the rewards are bountiful. However, Ming felt no joy, for the system indicated that it was the 1st of September, year 749 of the Age of Gods, a time when the original plot was unfolding. Yet, it was evidently March 1st, year 774. His awareness of this was ignited by the promotional photos of Satan he had seen. Furthermore, he had traversed to Satan's city. As a fervent fan of the Dragon Ball narrative, Ming knew precisely what this entailed. After casually questioning 2 passers-by, he confirmed the current time. How was he able to comprehend the language and script of the Dragon Ball universe? That was the system's doing. It was evident that 7 years had elapsed since the turmoil caused by Android Cell, meaning they were now at the onset of the Majin Buu Saga. Sun Wukong had been deceased for 7 years. Did the system not realize this? Ming felt utterly disheartened. His initial fervor dissipated, leaving him chilled to the bone, trembling in despair. What he thought was a grand beginning turned out to be such a cruel twist of fate. If given a choice, Ming would have unequivocally opted out of this traversal. How could he navigate this late stage? Recalling the moments before his journey, he had been engrossed in the sword-come animation, pondering when he might find his own Ning Yao, while eagerly anticipating updates on the Dragon Ball Saga. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into a deep slumber, awakening not only to find himself traversed, but also struck by the system. He had envisioned a life of ascendance, a triumphant reversal of fortune. The harsh reality imparted to Ming a crucial lesson. What one assumes is merely that, an assumption. Year 774 of the Age of Gods. Year 774 of the Age of Gods. What the heck? He muttered incessantly, eventually exclaiming in frustration that life's swift oscillations left him emotionally unbalanced. The once reliable system now felt utterly useless. After much effort to calm himself, he was still ensnared by the main quest. Where would he find Sun Wukong to forge a friendship and embark on a search for Dragon Balls? What could he possibly achieve in this era? In a time where power levels exceeding 1 million rendered one insignificant, where even ordinary super science became commonplace. Even if he were to receive the highest tier divine power training method at the outset, it would be impossible to amass formidable strength in a short span. Having missed the opportunity, even catching up to the most lackluster Yamcha seemed a mere dream. He found it somewhat amusing, unconsciously using Yamcha as a benchmark. Everyone mocked Yamcha, yet his existence was unfathomable. Arriving in the Dragon Ball world, one would realize they lacked even the qualifications to be Yamcha. System, you claim it's year 774 of the Age of Gods, with Majin Buu about to emerge. Are you certain it's year 749? If so, please elucidate why Cell has already been vanquished and why Satan has become Earth's savior. Can't you graciously admit an error and recalibrate the time? Ming engaged in a profound dialogue with the system in his mind. Ding. Please refrain from insulting the system's intelligence or doubting its capabilities. The time point has been accurately surveyed, and there will be no discrepancies. Current time, year 749 of the Age of Gods. Please proceed to fulfill the main quest and embark on your path to ascendance. The system's response rendered Ming momentarily speechless. An overwhelming urge to cleave open his mind and physically confront the system surged within him. Who is truly insulting whose intelligence? Ming's ire escalated uncontrollably. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has adapted to the current era and has clarified the goal of becoming the world's strongest. The initial traversal package has been dispatched. Congratulations, host. You have received Beginner's Chi Training Method, a set of basic martial arts, and a set of basic movement techniques. Huh. Su Ming was taken aback, his mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Adapted to the current era? Clarified the ambition of becoming the world's strongest? Before he could even begin to scoff, the system's notification chimed again. Su Ming found himself at a loss for words, his mind occupied solely with the thought that the system was utterly nonsensical. Fortunately, there was no punishment, implying that failing to complete these tasks was inconsequential. That a sigh escaped his lips. With no other recourse, Su Ming resigned himself to his fate. Wait that I in the next moment, Su Ming jolted back to reality. System, can I return? Return to my original world? Ding. Currently, the host cannot actively be transported back to the original world. The host may continuously fulfill main quests, trigger hidden achievements to gain rewards, and upon acquiring a traversal card, may utilize it for interdimensional travel. A traversal card. The system's response ignited a flicker of excitement within Su Ming, though it quickly dimmed. All right, this system appears impressive, but that is only contingent upon his ability to complete the tasks. Sigh. Another sigh escaped him that he now found himself trapped in this realm, and all he could do was devise a means to survive. Not to mention, he recalled that in the not-so-distant future, the Earth would be obliterated by Majin Buu. Would he perish then? What would it feel like to be utterly disintegrated? As that thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down Su Ming's spine that a gust of wind swept through, amplifying the chill coursing through him. Fortunately, his traversal occurred in October. The weather had begun to cool, so he was clad in long pants and a sweatshirt. Otherwise, he would surely suffer from the cold. In the Dragon Ball world, March 1st marked the commencement of warmer weather, so the temperature difference in Satan City was not significant. Now that I have a general understanding of the situation, what should I do next? Su Ming murmured to himself. Forget about gaining strength. He was as impoverished as they come. How could an ordinary person navigate this world? Wait. Suddenly, his thoughts returned, and Su Ming once again communicated with the system. System, what about the traversal package earlier? Did you consume it? Ding. After the system rewards are dispensed, they will automatically be stored in the system's storage space. The host can open the storage space to view and utilize them. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Ming hurriedly accessed the storage space. He beheld the Beginner's Chi Training Method, the basic martial arts set, and the basic movement techniques, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 2. The transformation begins, a millionfold disparity at long last. The system proved somewhat useful, providing him with genuinely valuable resources. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to survive in this unfamiliar environment. Although he was an adult, capable, and resourceful, securing employment in an unknown place within a short time frame was an arduous task, especially when one needed accommodation and meals included. If only he were a martial artist with even a modicum of strength, the situation would be vastly different. He hoped it would not disappoint him. Gazing at the 3 blank skill manuals within the storage compartment, Su Ming took a deep breath and focused his mind to access them. His greatest concern was that the outcome might not align with his expectations. Using the basic Chi Cultivation Technique, with a flicker of thought, he heard a chime. The attempt was successful. The basic Chi Cultivation Technique vanished from his inventory, no longer existent. In an instant, a wave of pressure surged through his head, inundating him with a torrent of information, while an intangible force flowed through his limbs, something he could distinctly perceive. At that moment, had there not been a wall beside him, he might have collapsed from the sudden, excruciating pain. Chi. That sensation coursing through his body was the very essence of Chi, a fundamental aspect possessed by every individual in the Dragon Ball universe. No, he was not truly a part of that world, yet he possessed Chi. Thus, the presence of Chi is inherent to all forms of life. The throbbing pain gradually subsided, replaced by an extraordinary feeling as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. An inexhaustible energy surged within him, making it seem as though he could shatter the wall before him with a single punch. This newfound confidence was not merely a blind result of sensing Chi. He was, at the very least, tenfold stronger than before. By utilizing the system's reward of the basic Chi cultivation technique, he not only mastered the foundational practices of Chi, but also grasped the essential application methods. Most critically, he experienced a profound transformation, elevating him from the ranks of ordinary individuals to a paragon among humanity on Earth. Even if I am still weak, I should be more than just a mere novice, Ming mused to himself. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully shedding the title of weakling and taking the first step towards strength. The system detects a strong desire to know your combat power. The combat power detection function has been activated. You can now focus your attention to gauge the combat power of others, as well as discern your own combat power. Though he did not possess an overwhelming urge to know his combat power, the system provided immediate feedback. While the timing of the calculations might have been flawed, other aspects appeared satisfactory. Although this auxiliary feature seemed rather superfluous in this era, it nonetheless offered him insights into both his own strength and the disparities with others. Focusing intently, in the blink of an eye, Ming discerned his combat power value. A solid 10 points. In the world of Dragon Ball, a power level of 10 is indeed a formidable strength at the outset of the narrative. Take for instance Goku who, when he first embarked on his journey to seek the Dragon Balls, possessed a power level of merely 10. Thus, one might ponder, was this all meticulously calculated by the system? The initial bestowal of a rudimentary key cultivation technique enabled me to join the quest for the Dragon Balls, allowing me to forge a friendship with Goku and swiftly ascend in prowess. I'm used internally. Even if the system acted inadvertently, this notion now consumed me. If at the beginning I relied solely on this power level of 10, despite being unable to surpass Goku in battle, I would still be considered a skilled fighter, thriving quite well in my endeavors. If I wielded this strength astutely, not only could I befriend Goku, but I might also capture the heart of Bulma. Who could resist the charms of the young Bulma? However, in this era, drawing upon my past life's knowledge of the power levels during the Majin Buu Saga, I realized that my current strength paled in comparison to Goku, who resided on King Kai's planet, with a disparity of at least 1 billion times. Even considering Goku's base form, Majin Buu, after all, was an unequivocal supervillain with power levels exceeding hundreds of billions. Calming myself, I redirected my gaze to the items in my inventory, the basic introductory martial arts technique and foundational movement technique. At present, I possess strength without the knowledge of how to combat effectively. Though my abilities vastly surpassed those of an ordinary person, my fighting style was limited to brute force. Surely, I could not resort to the brawling tactics of a street thug. Utilize basic introductory martial arts technique. Utilize basic introductory movement technique. As I employed these techniques consecutively, a sensation of pressure enveloped my mind once more. However, unlike the suffocating agony experienced when absorbing the key cultivation method, this was merely a burgeoning awareness. It seemed that after absorbing the key training method, my body had undergone preliminary enhancement, thus augmenting my capacity to endure. Remarkable. This sensation was truly what a martial arts master ought to embody. I was astounded. The basic martial arts technique and foundational movement technique, once practiced, felt as though I had honed them through countless trials, establishing a solid foundation and yielding an astonishing increase in strength. If I were to return to my original world now, I would navigate modern society with ease, effortlessly overcoming renowned muscle-bound fighters from abroad. Battle Power Index, 15 points. No longer was my power level at 10, I had ascended to 15 points. This underscored the significance of diversifying one's martial arts training, as the enhancement to one's strength was undeniably substantial, with the system's gifted techniques providing an inherent proficiency boost. I found myself suddenly moved. Perhaps the system was not as ineffectual as I had envisioned. At least now, this reincarnation package had bestowed upon me a life of extraordinary advantage. The only misalignment was the temporal context I found myself in. Yet, I wonder, with my current strength, if I were to be shot, would I sustain injuries? This audacious thought flickered in my mind, only to be swiftly quelled. He would never foolishly confront firearms. Even if his combat power were to double, it would make no difference. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong was shot but emerged relatively unscathed, merely experiencing pain. This was due to his unique nature as a scion, whose physical resilience far exceeds that of an ordinary earthling. If Krillin and Yamcha were to face such an assault, even if they survived, they would certainly sustain injuries. It was only when their combat power significantly increased that they could truly disregard the barrage of gunfire. Conversely, Consider notable Earthlings of the current era, such as Satan and Videl. Though their combat powers may not surpass 100, they stand out among their peers. Surely, they must possess some degree of combat prowess. Even if only in the tens. Ming distinctly recalls the palpable fear that Satan and Videl exhibited towards firearms. After all, lacking the ability to cultivate qi, even with commendable physical strength and skill, they remain vulnerable to modern weaponry. Chapter 3. Satan's Martial Arts Dojo. After gaining strength, a sense of eagerness to find a worthy opponent arose within him, a desire to showcase his abilities. Yet, having just arrived in this unfamiliar world, he could not bring himself to randomly confront passers-by to satiate his fighting spirit. Prior to his transmigration, he was not the type to seek conflict or provoke others unnecessarily. He was, in essence, an utterly ordinary individual. As his thoughts meandered, an unexpected wave of hunger surged within Ming, catching him off guard. Perhaps due to his enhanced abilities, his senses had become remarkably acute, making the sensation of hunger more intense than he had ever experienced. What could he do? Not only would Huaxia currency be worthless in this realm, but he had also left his phone behind, though even if he had brought it, it would serve no purpose. Arriving with nothing but the items left on his desk, the only valuable possession he had was his brand new watch worth several hundred yuan. However, in this world, it would likely hold little value. In the earlier chapters, he might have been able to sell it for its novelty, but during the period of Majin Buu, Earth's technological advancements had outpaced those of Ming's original world. Simply put, it was quite frustrating indeed. Before his transmigration, he had fantasized about the experience and critiqued various narratives. Yet, when faced with the reality of it, he found himself utterly at a loss. As he walked along the sidewalk, Ming continuously organized his thoughts, pondering a singular question: what means could he employ to earn a significant sum of money? With his current capabilities, he might not yet dominate the urban landscape, but he could easily handle a few dozen ordinary individuals without difficulty. As he traversed the bustling streets, he endured his hunger while marveling at the prosperity of Satan City. Although the original work did not delve deeply into its depiction, it nonetheless hinted at the city's thriving nature. What I beheld was even more astonishing, truly at the caliber of a first-tier city. While I marveled at the sights, I eventually found myself drawn to a second-hand goods shop after wandering for a considerable time. Faced with a temporary lack of options, I decided to ascertain the potential selling price of my watch. In the realm of Dragon Ball, watches too exhibit brand disparities, and the brand of my watch is non-existent in this world, leading it to be immediately regarded as a counterfeit. Fortunately, a similar model did exist. Its craftsmanship and appearance were quite commendable and stylish, prompting the owner of the second-hand shop to offer me 5,000 berries in exchange. Though this sum is modest, approximately equivalent to 500 Chinese yuan in my understanding, individuals in the Dragon Ball world are not naive. They are well aware of the correlation between quality and price. I had purchased this watch for around 700 or 800, so receiving 500 in return was quite satisfactory. Without hesitation, I sold it to the proprietor. With these 5,000 berries in hand, I could manage my expenses for a couple of days. Upon exiting the second-hand shop, I sought out a nearby noodle shop, where a bowl of beef noodles cost 300 berries. I spent another 300 berries to add extra noodles, finally alleviating my hunger. How did it taste? I found little distinction. The differences between the two worlds were not particularly pronounced. My hunger had reached a peak, rendering anything palatable and making the flavors difficult to distinguish. The basic needs often overshadow more complex thoughts. As I picked my teeth with a toothpick, I strolled along the bustling streets. When one is famished, the only concern is how to fill the belly. Once satiated, myriad thoughts emerge. Initially devoid of ideas, I suddenly found myself brimming with them, each requiring a step-by-step approach to realization. Before I knew it, I had arrived near the commercial building close to the city center. This area boasted a large outdoor plaza and upscale shopping centers. My presence here was prompted by the throngs of people converging in this direction, with the flow increasing as I approached. The imposing structure of the Satan Martial Arts Academy caught my eye. My goodness, this was quite a spectacle. Just from the transparent glass exterior, the expansive interior was astonishing. In this moment, it was evident that Satan was truly affluent. Not only wealthy, but he also held an irreplaceable status, revered by many. Otherwise, the city would not have adopted the name Satan City in his honor. However, those training within appeared robust. Yet their combat power metrics were disappointingly low, merely 3 or 4 points, with the highest barely reaching 7. A considerable crowd had gathered. Spurred by the commencement of the Academy's new enrollment period, those who registered had the chance to earn the title of a disciple of Satan. The vast majority would face insurmountable obstacles, as the criteria for admission were exceedingly stringent, with ordinary individuals struggling to surpass even the initial hurdle. Satan is indeed a remarkable individual. In pursuit of his own notoriety, he selectively recruits only the most formidable disciples. This strategy inherently amplifies his influence and power. Additionally, he possesses the acumen to discern potential. For instance, he undoubtedly welcomes scions from affluent families, as their connections can yield immense benefits, creating a global network of relationships at his disposal. In summary, Satan's ambitions are vast, a fact that is vividly portrayed in the original narrative. However, a band of deceivers remains a band of deceivers. No matter how formidable they may appear, they cannot rival the omnipotent Capsule Corporation or certain super conglomerates. It is evident that some individuals are drawn to Satan's daughter, Biddy rather than to him. With a whispered murmur, Su Ming hastily retreated, choosing not to linger any longer. The fervor among the crowd was overwhelming, with many attending solely to catch a glimpse of Biddy. Reflecting on the original text, it is indeed true that during this period, Biddy eclipsed her father in fame. As the daughter of the Savior, her pursuits revolve around upholding justice and punishing wrongdoers. In the narrative, her exceptional strength and unique status enable her to frequently assist the police in capturing thieves and saving lives, establishing her as a singular force in maintaining peace in Satan's city, ultimately earning her the title of a superhero. I must admit, reminiscing about the early plot involving Majin Buu is quite captivating, particularly the scenes depicting Son Gohan's school life. Su Ming suddenly came to a halt. Having previously been preoccupied with thoughts of earning money and finding temporary stability in Satan City, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Son Gohan attended Orange Star High School on March 28, 774 of the age. Though seemingly unrelated to his mission, aligning himself with such a prominent figure could potentially shield him from future peril. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing this impractical notion. A man in his 20s attending high school? Ridiculous. Moreover, he lacked the financial means to pursue an education. Chapter 4. Is it too much to aspire to be a physical education teacher? Orange Star High School, renowned in Satan City and across the globe, is not an institution that just anyone can enter. From what Su Ming gathered, the original text mentions 2 schools in detail, aside from Orange Star High School, which Son Gohan attends. There is also Bulma's High School, both of which rank among the world's elite educational establishments. Following the grand tour of the Granola Arc, the grown-up Trunks, Goten, and Mai were enrolled in this school under Bulma's guidance. To be candid, Su Ming had always been curious about how Son Gohan, despite not hailing from an ordinary family, managed to attend such an affluent academy as Orange Star High School. It was only after realizing that Trunks and Goten also entered Bulma's high school that he grasped the situation was not merely a result of Son Gohan's stellar academic performance, but also due to Bulma's influence. As for the reason why he did not directly attend Bruhar High School, it is likely because the distance from the western city to Baozi Mountain is considerably greater. In contrast to Bruhar High School, Satan City's Orange Star High School seems far more suitable. Of course, this analysis is based on the later developments in the plot, much of which is merely Su Ming's own conjecture. As his thoughts meandered, Su Ming began to ponder deeply. To secure sufficient safety in the upcoming narrative and to forge a friendship with Son Gohan undoubtedly serves as a shortcut to infiltrating the Z Fighters. After all, upon entering Orange Star High School, Son Gohan was initially regarded as just a country bumpkin, leading to a lack of acceptance from many. It was only after he demonstrated his extraordinary abilities, such as his remarkable athletic prowess, that he gradually began to gain acceptance. If Su Ming could approach him during this initial phase of his enrollment, he would likely earn a significant amount of goodwill from Gohan. No one would pass up the opportunity to befriend the strongest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, even if he is currently known as Goku's son. Forging a friendship with him would undoubtedly lead to transformative changes in one's future. An undeniable ally indeed. As for the notion of leveraging the system to attain greater power, it is certainly a topic worthy of further exploration. However, the thought of rapidly rising to Z fighter levels at this stage is something Su Ming dares not entertain. Calculating the days, May 7th of the year 774 in the age marks the date of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. With his current combat power barely at 15, he doubts that within the span of 2 months he could even break 1,000, let alone 10,000. The main quest to befriend son Goku may hinge entirely on waiting for Goku's return from the underworld, leveraging his relationship with Gohan to fulfill it. However, he wonders whether requesting Goku to take him along in search of the Dragon Balls would count towards completing the quest requirements. Enough of this. I can't dwell on it any longer, considering the future serves no purpose when the present is so uncertain. With his mind tangled in confusion, Ming shook his head vigorously. Returning to the question of how to enter Orange Star High School, he sought out a quiet, unoccupied public bench to sit down. Lost in thought, time slipped away unnoticed. In truth, must I necessarily become a student? He mused aloud. His preoccupation with son Gohan's enrollment had led him to consider that the best way to become friends with Gohan was to be classmates. In reality, he could very well apply for a job instead. Given my abilities, I may not rival the Z fighters, but becoming a physical education teacher seems reasonable. With his imagination ignited, Ming deemed it essential to visit Orange Star High School. Only by inquiring could he ascertain what opportunities might be available to him. With a newfound goal in mind, Ming resolved not to waste any time, especially as the clock had already struck 3 in the afternoon. He stood up and sought directions from 2 individuals regarding the whereabouts of Orange Star High School, then proceeded along the eastern road. As the sun began to set, Ming hoped to achieve some resolution before darkness fell. After wandering around and inquiring with a couple of strangers walking their dogs, he finally arrived at the entrance of Orange Star High School. The institution was indeed grand, living up to its reputation as one of the premier academies. Ming approached the 2 elderly gentlemen stationed at the gate, engaging them in light conversation to glean information about the school. Naturally, he offered them cigarettes to facilitate the dialogue. Upon learning that Ming was seeking a position as a physical education teacher, the 2 men exhibited knowing smiles, as if they understood more than he did. Confused and uncertain, Ming was enlightened by their explanation. Orange Star High School, a haven for the affluent, often attracted individuals hoping to strike their luck. Some even sought to infiltrate the institution by becoming teachers. Among these positions, the role of a physical education instructor had the lowest barriers to entry. Possessing strength and a unique skill set could suffice for acceptance. Although the salary in such roles was generally modest, it still surpassed that of ordinary jobs. However, the position was fraught with peril. Should a teacher be reported by students or become the target of malicious intent, the consequences could be dire. The 2 gentlemen recounted an incident from 2 months prior, where an inexperienced young physical education teacher faced repercussions for reprimanding several male students too harshly, only to be subsequently marginalized by those students of notable backgrounds. While the outcome remained uncertain, it was clear that the teacher's fate was not a favorable one, as he had been dismissed from the school and had not been seen since. Ming, arriving from another world, felt a jolt of shock but quickly reconciled his thoughts, realizing that the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe was not as peaceful and idyllic as it appeared on the surface. They were indeed in need of 2 new physical education teachers, but given his slender frame, the odds seemed against him. In the past 3 days, many applicants had come forth, yet only one had passed the test, an individual from the Satan Martial Arts Academy, said to be a disciple of the world champion Satan himself. Listening to the old men's words, Ming remained undaunted by their skepticism. There was still one position available, signifying that he indeed had a chance to become a physical education teacher. As for the disciple from Satan's Academy, judging by the abilities of those he had observed there, they likely did not possess extraordinary talent. Gentlemen, one should not judge a book by its cover. My physique may appear unassuming, but beneath my ordinary exterior lies years of martial arts training and considerable strength, Ming remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the 2 elderly men waved their hands dismissively, clearly unconvinced. They had heard such platitudes too often to take them seriously. Recognizing their disbelief, Ming understood the necessity of demonstrating his abilities. Otherwise, this endeavor would be in vain. The 2 gentlemen wielded a degree of influence, as their conversation revealed an intimate knowledge of the school's affairs. Even as mere security guards, the elderly gentlemen still commanded respect. After some contemplation, Ming's gaze fell upon a row of stone blocks at the school entrance, and an idea sparked in his mind. He inquired, "Gentlemen, how much do you reckon one of those stone blocks weighs?" The 2 elders, not lacking in wit, exchanged glances before one replied, "It seems to be around 100 kilograms. Why, do you intend to lift it in front of us?" The other elder chimed in, "Many have managed to lift it, after all." Chapter 5. Introduction and Testing. Lifting it isn't particularly challenging. I propose to raise the stone block with one hand. Surely, few can accomplish that. Su Ming remarked with a smile. The audacity of lifting 100 kilograms with one hand would be unfathomable without the enhancement of his body through the cultivation of qi, along with the foundational techniques of martial arts. After all, for an ordinary individual, merely shifting a weight of 100 kilograms would pose an immense challenge. In his previous state, Su Ming could handle a 50-kilogram sack of rice without issue. Lifting it might have been feasible, but sustaining that effort for more than a few seconds would have been impossible. He had once managed to lift 100 pounds of rice, but only for a fleeting moment. Now faced with a 200-kilogram stone block, even seasoned weightlifters would hesitate to claim they could lift such a burden. Unlike a barbell, a stone block presents its own unique challenges. While the elders claimed others had managed it, Su Ming harbored doubts about their veracity. He was certain that even the elite, those whose combat prowess reached 5 points, would struggle to lift it. Thus, he intended to demonstrate his strength through this act, particularly using one hand, to convey to the two gentlemen that he was not fabricating his abilities. "Young man, perhaps it would be better to reconsider. It could lead to serious injury," one elder cautioned. "Indeed, if you do manage to lift it, we would have to contact the headmaster for a proper assessment." The jesting aside, the elders were reluctant to provoke any potential calamity, as they too would bear responsibility in the event of an incident. "Rest assured, I will assume full responsibility for any consequences," Su Ming replied earnestly, misinterpreting their concern as a fear of damage. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached one of the stone blocks, firmly establishing his stance. With one hand gripping the base and the other securing a side, he effortlessly lifted the stone block overhead. This astonishing display left the two gentlemen speechless, urging him to set the stone block down. Witnessing such an effortless lift of a 100-kilogram stone block was an experience they had never encountered before. Nevertheless, Su Ming pressed on, for he had committed to lifting it with one hand, and he intended to fulfill that promise. Most importantly, he felt as if the stone block bore no weight at all in his grasp. Undoubtedly, it was not that the stone pillar had become lighter, rather, it was his own strength that had undergone a remarkable enhancement, reaching a level beyond his own imagination. Su Ming felt confident that he could effortlessly lift one of those stone pillars with a single hand, even if it weighed 200 kilograms, without feeling much strain. After showcasing his abilities before the two elderly gentlemen, Su Ming was subsequently recommended to the school administration. Upon receiving the details, the head of the department greeted Su Ming with enthusiasm. Little did he know that after his arrival at the school, the two gentlemen had lingered over the stone pillar for quite some time, even attempting to lift it themselves, almost succumbing to their own exertion. In the reception room, Su Ming felt somewhat apprehensive. The head of the department, a woman in her 30s, possessed cascading golden waves of hair and a figure that was both slender and curvaceous, exuding beauty, maturity, and charm. However, Su Ming was not easily swayed. "So, you have trained in martial arts since childhood, yet have not joined any clubs or martial arts academies." The head of the department, Aisha, regarded Su Ming as if he were an exotic creature. "Your attire does not suggest you hail from a remote area, and you seem to be no older than 25. What profession do you currently pursue?" Faced with such probing inquiries, Su Ming felt a sense of numbness. He struggled to respond to any of her questions, ultimately resorting to deception. "Having lived with my grandfather in a secluded mountainous region, I recently ventured out after his passing and came to Satan's City out of curiosity." He hastily recounted his background, summarizing that he was alone and had yet to find suitable employment. By chance, he learned that the school was seeking a physical education teacher and believed he was entirely capable of fulfilling the role. Indeed, the school was in need of a physical education instructor. However, Aisha noted that his qualifications were inadequate, as he was not a graduate of a prestigious institution. Despite his impressive strength, it merely garnered attention. His proficiency in other areas remained uncertain. Before she could elaborate further, a phone call interrupted their conversation. "I apologize. I must take this call," Aisha said, offering her apologies to Su Ming before answering the phone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Aisha ended the call with a cheerful smile, appearing to be in good spirits. "As you may have seen, another candidate was just recommended. If you are willing, You could undergo a test. The school has its own standards. Mere strength is insufficient for this teaching position. As she spoke, Aisha pondered for a moment before adding, "Here is a list you may review. It encompasses various categories: athletics, team sports, gymnastics, aquatic and winter sports, martial arts, and emerging sports. Only by meeting the qualifications in 3 of these categories can one be considered for employment." Ming listened intently to Aisha's explanation and took the materials to peruse them diligently. The ultimate conclusion drawn is that, aside from being somewhat of a novice in the realm of baseball and football regulations, he is indeed knowledgeable about the majority of categories. The only ambiguity lies in the standards of this world, specifically what constitutes a benchmark. For instance, in athletics, how many seconds are deemed acceptable for a 100-meter dash? There is no issue with this. However, may I undergo the assessment now? Due to the urgency of my arrival, I am eager to commence my employment. To be frank, I have yet to secure accommodation, Ming stated, somewhat awkwardly. There is no need for concealment. The rules are quite transparent, and Aisha has extended an opportunity to him, thus eliminating any possibility of underhanded dealings. Should he pass the assessment, the school has a probationary period of 1 month, during which the salary is halved. Nonetheless, once employed, the school provides lodging and 3 meals a day, Aisha explained. Very well, Ming nodded. Aisha was quite pleased with Ming's decisive response and immediately made another phone call, seemingly contacting another physical education instructor. Exiting the office, Ming followed closely behind Aisha, thus familiarizing himself with the vast teaching building in advance. Upon arriving at the expansive playground, Ming observed several individuals clad in sports attire, one of whom appeared somewhat familiar. After considerable contemplation, he gradually recalled. This individual was none other than the sports teacher humorously dubbed Master Lu, who had been startled by Sun Wukong. Although he did not know the name, he was indeed notable for a memorable scene in the animation. Chapter 6, 10 seconds for 100 meters, 8 seconds and 88 hundredths. Under the introduction of Director Aisha, Ming was briefly acquainted with the 3 physical education teachers present. Particularly, he finally learned the name of the teacher featured in the original work, Freddy. The other 2 were named Rick and Sharp, with Sharp hailing from the Satan Martial Arts Combat Academy. It must be said that Ming was greatly astonished, for Sharp's combat power was rated at 6 points. It is worth noting that the individuals he previously encountered at the Satan Martial Arts Combat Academy had a maximum combat power of only 7 points. With a physique entirely composed of muscle, it was evident that he was not merely a facade of strength. He possessed considerable physical prowess, as evidenced by his combat power rating. No wonder he was accepted as a named disciple of Satan. In contrast, Rick had the lowest combat power, at only 3 points. Though his robust physique suggested he was dedicated to fitness, pursuing a perfect physique. Lastly, Freddy, with a commendable combat power of 4 points. Ming observed the 3, while they, in turn, scrutinized him. For the trio, having encountered numerous individuals over the past few days, the vast majority being merely opportunists, the appearance of Ming indeed astonished them. This was not only due to his youth, but also because he did not present himself as a particularly adept athlete. The individual indeed possesses considerable height, likely exceeding 1.8 meters. However, upon closer inspection, their physique appears rather frail, suggesting a lack of physical stamina. It is quite surprising that such a person would aspire to be a physical education teacher. Unaware of Ming's true identity, the 3 individuals refrained from speaking too candidly. After all, those who come to Orange Star High School for an interview are either driven by specific motives or possess concealed identities. Otherwise, with such a physique, one might wonder if they are merely seeking an uninteresting endeavor. As Aisha did not provide any background information, the trio was completely oblivious to the fact that Ming had effortlessly lifted a 100-kilogram stone. In reality, for Rick and Freddy, lifting the stone would not pose a significant challenge. The impracticality lies in the act of raising it. Sharp, however, seemed capable of accomplishing the feat, given his imposing stature exceeding 2 meters, indicating considerable strength. Very well, the assessment may commence. Freddy, you will oversee the process, adhering strictly to the standards set by the school. With Aisha's directive, Freddy nodded in understanding. The 2 exchanged glances, and it appeared Freddy had already discerned that Ming was merely an ordinary individual, not someone placed there by another party. Otherwise, Aisha's words would have implied a different meaning, such as, "There's no need to take it too seriously, just go through the motions." Rick and Sharp, on the other hand, were rather indifferent. Having witnessed such events numerous times, they regarded this as mere amusement. In truth, whether Su Ming became a colleague or not would have little impact. Each person would focus on their own responsibilities, and aside from necessary interactions, they would not delve into matters of personal gain or loss. Regarding competition among physical education teachers at Orange Star High School, it was non-existent, as everyone was assigned to their respective areas of expertise, teaching different disciplines: track and field, basketball, and martial arts. According to school regulations, one only needed to meet the standards in 3 areas to be accepted. Freddy was not at all surprised by Su Ming's choice of basketball, nor was he particularly astonished when Su Ming opted for track and field. However, martial arts left Freddy somewhat perplexed. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Given your physique, I can surmise your capabilities. In terms of strength, you may struggle to meet the requirements, and should you choose martial arts, you will need to demonstrate genuine skill before us. Mere flashy performances will not suffice. As he spoke, Freddy shot Su Ming a knowing glance. Su Ming understood his implication, smiled, and replied, "I appreciate your concern. Let us begin now." Upon hearing Su Ming's response, Freddy felt there was little more to be said and reluctantly nodded in agreement. We shall commence with the 100-meter test. According to the unified standard, you must complete it in under 10 seconds to pass. Under 10 seconds for the 100 meters? This would only be feasible in the Dragon Ball universe. In my world, how many could achieve such a feat? The legendary Su God had once clocked in at 9.83 seconds, setting an Asian record. No wonder so many individuals fell by the wayside, leaving only Sharp to remain. It is inconceivable that an ordinary athlete, lacking in exceptional prowess, could achieve such remarkable results. Fortunately, given his current level of ability, he can accomplish this with ease. Otherwise, aspiring to be a physical education teacher would merely be a dream. Under the watchful gaze of a few, Su Ming stepped onto the track, ultimately recording a time of 8.88 seconds. A fortuitous number. He deliberately restrained his speed to avoid inciting envy. Otherwise, he could have undoubtedly run under 8 seconds. As for approaching the 7-second mark, Su Ming felt he had yet to attain such prowess. At the beginning of the original narrative, Master Roshi tested little Goku and little Krillin, who at that time recorded times of merely 8.5 seconds and 10.4 seconds, respectively. I recall that little Krillin later broke his limits due to being pursued by the blonde-haired Lan Chi, achieving a time of 8.8 seconds. Thus, to run below 8 seconds, Su Ming could manage it with his adult physique. However, dipping below 7 seconds remained a distant dream. Master Roshi could casually clock a time of 5.6 seconds, a testament to his combat prowess exceeding 100, a concept entirely different in nature. Given the absurdity of these figures, after a collaborative discussion involving Freddy, Rick, and Sharp, with Aisha voicing her opinion, Su Ming was prompted to run once more. With a different stopwatch, he still managed to clock in under 9 seconds. While not as visually impressive as 8.88, he achieved a time of 8.93. Since he maintained similar control, the speed differential was minimal. During the run, Su Ming was also mentally timing himself, as failing to break the 10-second barrier would have been quite embarrassing. The achievement of 8.88 seconds is indeed remarkable, coming perilously close to the world record of 8.58 seconds for the 100 meters. None of the 3 of us could possibly match that. The fastest record at our school, set 3 years prior, was merely 9.28 seconds, Freddy remarked in awe. His admiration was evident in his expression, as such a feat is not something just anyone could accomplish. One might say it has shattered records. Rick and Sharp's perceptions of Su Ming underwent a significant transformation. Originally, they viewed him as lacking in flair, but now they recognized their error. At the very least, they dared not compare themselves in this regard. Fortunately, as they ventured into different fields, even if they did not excel as Su Ming did in this area, they were stronger in others. Little did they know, once an individual's capabilities become sufficiently robust, they can achieve excellence in any domain. Even if unfamiliar, proficiency can be attained through learning, enabling one to break records in the shortest possible time. Chapter 7. Employment and First Training. Thus, after a series of tests in athletics, basketball, and martial arts, Su Ming successfully secured a position as a physical education teacher at Orange Star High School. It must be said that when one possesses exceptional talent, they inevitably become highly sought after. Initially, the attitudes of fellow physical education teachers Freddy, Rick, and Sharp towards Su Ming shifted dramatically. Even the gaze of the head of the department, Aisha, towards him grew increasingly fervent. Upon returning to the office of the academic director, Ming, accompanied by 3 physical education teachers, signed the probationary contract. The contract bore few restrictions, merely stating that during the probationary period, Ming's salary would be half that of a regular physical education teacher, akin to the probationary contract he had signed with Sharp. After departing from the director's office, Ming completed his onboarding process and, under the guidance of the 3 teachers, gained a general understanding of the school's layout and subsequent arrangements. To his surprise, being a physical education teacher at Orange Star High School proved to be far more liberating than he had anticipated. Eventually, they arrived at the teacher's dormitory building located behind the student dormitories. Entering the assigned suite, Ming found it to be vastly different from what he had envisioned. He had expected a simple room, yet he was met with a remarkably luxurious suite. It was clear that this was indeed an elite institution. The suite, though seemingly modest in size, was the finest accommodation Ming had ever experienced. With an open-plan kitchen, elegantly modern decor, a living room complete with a balcony, and fully furnished, it was a comfortable abode. Although the suite contained only 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom, it sufficed for his solitary living needs. Now I understand why the hiring standards are so stringent. The benefits are truly enticing, Ming remarked. Indeed, once you secure your position, you will realize how exceptional the perks are. We are a prestigious academy, distinct from ordinary schools. Otherwise, why would so many vie for a spot here? Freddie replied, seated on the sofa, addressing Ming. After escorting him to the dormitory, Freddie, as a seasoned member, did not take his leave immediately. Instead, he shared numerous important tips. Rick had a date, while Sharp was preoccupied with pressing matters, so both merely accompanied him downstairs before departing, suggesting they would reconnect with Ming when time permitted. Typically, upon starting a new position, one would be expected to host a meal to foster relationships. However, Ming found himself financially constrained. Although Aisha had agreed to advance him his probationary salary, that would not be possible until the following day, as he currently lacked both a phone and a bank card. The school was unable to provide cash directly, and Ming also needed to register his identity at the police station. This process, though seemingly tedious, was unavoidable in both worlds. After exchanging a few more words with Freddie, Ming bid him farewell, having arranged to treat him to dinner the next day. He did not harbor any disdain for Freddie, a character who appeared as a minor role in the animation. On the contrary, he found Freddie to be quite amiable, genuinely caring for the newcomer without ulterior motives. As a seasoned individual portrayed through a beloved character archetype, Freddie embodied the type of warm-hearted person who was eager to assist. Before he knew it, the clock struck 5:30 in the evening. Ming stood on the balcony, gazing at the scenic expanse of the school. The setting sun evoked a wave of melancholy within him. Although he had secured a place to stay, the lingering sense of homelessness was profoundly unsettling. Here, this place will merely serve as a temporary refuge. What lies ahead remains to be seen. Once I have amassed sufficient strength and wealth, I shall then venture to acquire a home that truly belongs to me. Fortunately, I have been accustomed to solitude, having lived alone for quite some time. Now is the opportune moment for me to explore the cultivation of my energy, redirecting my focus. Ming regained his composure and settled cross-legged on the bed in his room. It was an inexplicable sentiment, but it felt as though this was the proper way to engage in cultivation. Without overthinking it, he closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. He began to perceive, guide, control, and cultivate his energy, meticulously following the steps laid out in the elementary energy cultivation method. The initial task was to sense the energy, a simple endeavor for Ming, who could effortlessly accomplish it. This could be considered a benefit bestowed by the system. Having acquired the energy cultivation method, he possessed a certain level of proficiency, allowing him to clearly perceive his own energy as well as that of those around him. With this newfound clarity, Ming gradually opened his eyes and gently extended his right hand. He sought to guide the energy, condensing the breath within him before releasing it. This method bore resemblance to the way Sun Wukong taught Biddy Li to cultivate energy in the original narrative, though it was more refined and straightforward. In mere seconds, a warm golden glow materialized above Ming's palm, a manifestation of energy. If its intensity reached a specific threshold, it could become a projectile of energy. Having achieved this, he opened his left hand, and soon, another golden light illuminated it. The 2 beams of light persisted for a considerable duration before Ming, with his control, drew them back into his body. At his current strength, this was the limit. After all, his combat power was merely 15 points. He pondered when he might reach the stage of flying through the energy. It seems that Biddy's strength must far exceed a mere 15 points of combat power. Otherwise, I would be able to levitate with my energy right now, he mused, continuing to sense the energy within him as he closed his eyes once more. The true cultivation of energy was just beginning. Following the principles of the elementary energy cultivation method, there were certain similarities to the internal martial arts practices Ming had learned. The distinction lay in the absence of mantras and peculiar movements. All that was required was simple breath control to facilitate the cultivation. While it may be rudimentary, this was, after all, an introductory method and represented Ming's sole reliance at present. Time passed, minute by minute, and before long, over an hour had elapsed. Upon completing a preliminary session of energy cultivation, Ming felt invigorated, as if he had undergone a rebirth. The energy within him seemed slightly more abundant. Utilizing the combat power detection ability granted by the system, he assessed his combat power value. The outcome was somewhat disheartening, as his combat power remained at a mere 15 points, without any improvement. He realized he had been rather fanciful in his aspirations. How could he possibly compare himself to those formidable monsters? He was, after all, merely an ordinary individual with only average talents. Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. Having a clear understanding of one's own position is certainly preferable to blind self-confidence. Only the Z warriors could experience an enhancement in strength after just a few training sessions. Ding! The host has successfully completed the first training session and gained a clear understanding of his talents, thereby unlocking the training module. Chapter 8, Multiplicative Enhancement, Challenge Mechanism, Baozi Mountain. The voice of the system echoed in his ears, causing Ming's mind to momentarily stall. Completing the first training session had revealed just how weak his talents truly were. And now he had unlocked the training module. Although the system's initial reliability was questionable, calculating the timeline to the year 749 of the Aiki era and presenting him with tasks he could not possibly accomplish, there was little to critique beyond that. From receiving the package for his transmigration to activating the combat power detection function, and now to the emergence of the training module. If he had indeed traversed to the beginning of the Dragon Ball storyline, he could undoubtedly rise to the forefront in a remarkably short time, securing his position as the strongest on Earth at least until the vast universe era of Dragon Ball Z commenced. What exactly are the functionalities of this training module? Ming inquired eagerly of the system. At this juncture, any newly introduced feature by the system was of immense value to him. Even if it were of limited utility, it was still better than having nothing at all. Ding! The training module has been activated. The current level of the training module is level 1. The host may enjoy the multiplicative enhancement feature. Please review the function overview for specific rules. The system responded. Ming paused momentarily. Multiplicative enhancement? He wondered if it would yield the results he envisioned. Without a hint of hesitation, he used his will to prompt the system to open the training module. Before him, a semi-transparent interface materialized, clear and organized, resembling a menu from a game. The title bar at the top displayed the current level of the training module, and the first entry in the list revealed the multiplicative enhancement feature. But that was not all. In addition to the multiplicative enhancement feature, there were other functionalities listed below. Though his current level was insufficient to unlock more options, he sensed that the system was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Upon selecting the multiplicative enhancement feature, another transparent frame swiftly appeared before him. This training interface depicted a chibi version of himself, and astonishingly, any movement he made was mirrored by the miniature figure as if it were another version of himself. Remarkable and unbelievable. Above this little figure, a line of bold text read, Current Training Multiplicative Enhancement, 2x. In other words, if I engage in cultivation now, will the effects be double that of my previous efforts? Ming was astounded. If that were the case, it would indeed compensate for the shortcomings of his inadequate talent. While it remained impossible to compare himself to those prodigious figures, he would at least escape the predicament of slow progress in his cultivation. Unable to contain his eagerness to try, he held back the impulse to commence training immediately, opting instead to thoroughly peruse the additional details regarding the rules. Upon gaining a comprehensive understanding of this function's intricacies, a surge of excitement erupted within Ming. As he had surmised, the multiplier effect in cultivation could indeed be enhanced. By undertaking multiplier challenges, one could elevate the multiplier by defeating opponents simulated by the system. For instance, he could currently select from the following challenges. Normal level challenge. Defeat the debuting Sun Wukong, elevating the cultivation multiplier to 3 times. Hard level challenge. Defeat the aged Sun Wukong, raising the multiplier to 10 times. Hell level challenge. Defeat the debuting Master Roshi, amplifying the multiplier to 100 times. The increments range from a minimum of 3 times to a maximum of 100 times. If he possessed sufficient strength, he could directly opt to confront Master Roshi. At that point, with 100-fold cultivation speed, even if his innate talent were lacking, he would surely be transformed into a genius. However, while the imagination was delightful, reality remained harsh. What strength did Su Ming possess that could allow him to triumph over Master Roshi? Even the debuting Master Roshi had a combat power rating of 139, and that was without the explosive muscle state. As for the aged Sun Wukong, he was similarly beyond Su Ming's reach. His battle power was significantly higher, especially considering that he had returned from the afterlife, no longer hindered by physical limitations, and had once engaged in combat with Sun Wukong, who had defeated Tao Pai Pai. Even though he ultimately lost, his power undoubtedly exceeded 100. Thus, the only challenge available to him was the debuting Sun Wukong. He sighed inwardly. Another external advantage had presented itself, yet given the current circumstances, he would still need to tread carefully. It was indeed time to ascertain how his present abilities measured against the debuting Sun Wukong. Steadying his emotions, Su Ming selected the normal difficulty challenge. Ding. Initiating multiplier challenge. Difficulty, normal level, opponent, debuting Sun Wukong. Upon completion, the current cultivation multiplier will elevate to 3 times. As the system's voice echoed, the environment around Su Ming underwent a dramatic transformation. He found himself no longer within the confines of his room, but rather atop a secluded mountain slope in an ancient forest. The surroundings were utterly unfamiliar. Gazing around, it felt as though he had entered an entirely new world. Eventually, his gaze settled ahead, where he first spotted the young Sun Wukong in the distance, followed by the familiar architecture behind him. This place was Baozi Mountain. Goodness. The abrupt transition caught Su Ming off guard, prompting him to utter a curse. Had he not been aware that he was engaged in a multiplier challenge, he might have suspected he had traversed into another realm. Is this world truly real, or merely a facade crafted by the system? Su Ming pondered quietly. If this were indeed a new world, then perhaps his mission held a glimmer of hope for completion. So, are you challenging me? Bring it on. I shall show no mercy, he thought with a mischievous grin, reminiscent of the playful yet earnest demeanor of the Little Monkey King, which stirred memories long buried. The innocent and carefree Little Monkey King had captivated countless hearts in the past, and now, standing before him, evoked profound nostalgia. Is this all part of the design? Numerous questions flooded Su Ming's mind, yet the Little Monkey King wasted no time and launched an immediate assault. Such disregard for martial ethics. Fortunately, after acquiring the foundational techniques of chi cultivation, basic boxing, and rudimentary movement, Su Ming's combat power surged to 15 points, rendering his physical attributes adequate. He adeptly evaded the Monkey King's sudden onslaught, swiftly creating distance between them. Fixing his gaze upon the Little Monkey King, he discovered that the combat power detection feature was indeed effective, revealing the Monkey King's combat power to be a mere 10 points. The reality felt palpable. He could even sense the wind. As he moved, he felt the gentle caress of nature's breeze, distinct from the resistance of his own motion. Don't run, the Little Monkey King exclaimed, pursuing him relentlessly with remarkable speed. Despite his diminutive stature, those tiny arms and legs unleashed an astonishing force. Momentarily stunned by the overwhelming presence, Su Ming was fortunate that the basic techniques he had ingrained were instinctual, allowing him to evade with fluid grace. However, he soon found himself cornered against a massive wooden post, with no retreat left, facing the Monkey King's fists. Gritting his teeth, he raised his fists to engage in combat. Lacking any real combat experience, despite having learned the foundational boxing and movement techniques, he could barely hold his own, relying solely on his superior combat power of 5 points over the Monkey King. Yet, even as he attempted to strike, the Monkey King's short stature rendered his efforts somewhat ineffective. In terms of speed, he was not inferior to the Monkey King, but when it came to agility, the little warrior far surpassed him, resembling a lively little monkey. It must be said that the initial portrayal of the Little Monkey King was indeed formidable. and Su Ming genuinely felt the pressure emanating from him. He had assumed that with a combat power of 15 points, he could effortlessly triumph over this newly introduced little monkey king. However, he realized too late that his confidence was misplaced. To conquer the monkey king, he would have to pay a hefty price. At this moment, given his unrefined combat techniques, it was not he who dominated the fight, but rather the little monkey king who relentlessly pressed the attack. It was evident that a scion was indeed a scion, possessing a terrifying physical prowess. In the early stages, neither Krillin nor Yamcha could ever hope to compare with the little monkey king. To comprehend, one must acknowledge that not only does he possess superior combat prowess, but he also embodies the physique of an adult. The game of rock, paper, scissors ensued. Despite a series of relentless strikes, Xiao Wukong found himself unable to subdue Su Ming, which only intensified his urgency. With a resounding shout, the gestures of rock, paper, scissors seamlessly melded into his combat techniques. Had Su Ming not been familiar with the original narrative, he might have struggled to react in time. He certainly wished to avoid the dismal fate of Yamcha, who had not only been struck in the eye by scissors, but also sent flying by a slap of paper. With a nascent understanding of Xiao Wukong's attacking patterns, Su Ming diligently absorbed knowledge and improved during their skirmish. The fundamentals of energy cultivation were not learned in vain, at least. Xiao Wukong was presently incapable of utilizing his energy for offense or defense. Chapter 9. The Fierce Battle with Xiao Wukong, Triple Training. Rock. Bang. Both Xiao Wukong and Su Ming's fists collided simultaneously, neither yielding an inch. Scissors. Following the clash of fists, Xiao Wukong unexpectedly launched a surprise attack, with his other hand forming scissors. Su Ming had anticipated this move. With a swift motion, he ducked away from the assault. Clearly taken aback by Su Ming's foresight, Xiao Wukong quickly retaliated. Paper. With this exclamation, Xiao Wukong transformed his fist into paper, aiming directly for Su Ming's face. No longer willing to indulge Xiao Wukong, Su Ming bellowed, seizing Xiao Wukong's wrist and thwarting the attack. In terms of strength, Su Ming now surpassed Xiao Wukong considerably. It was time to conclude this. With a decisive grip, Su Ming hoisted Xiao Wukong into the air while raising his other fist. Bang! The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as Su Ming's fist struck Xiao Wukong squarely in the abdomen. This blow was delivered without restraint, utilizing his full force. Xiao Wukong emitted a pained whimper, soon collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach in distress. Astonished by the power of his own strike, Su Ming was taken aback. A full-force punch was sufficient to bring Xiao Wukong to his knees. Although Xiao Wukong's combat power was merely 10, he was still the legendary Monkey King. One could not deny the profound sense of accomplishment that surged within him. He had never imagined that one day he would engage in combat with Xiao Wukong and emerge victorious. Thus, it became evident that a combat power of 15 could indeed effortlessly triumph over an opponent with a power of 10. Had it not been for his lack of combat experience, Su Ming mused, he could have defeated Xiao Wukong at the very first encounter. Suddenly, a new idea blossomed in Su Ming's mind. If this challenge mechanism were employed judiciously, it could serve as a dungeon for accruing combat experience. Although opportunities for challenge were limited to 3 per day, they would refresh the following day, which was not insignificant. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of tackling high-difficulty dungeons, albeit with the inevitable pain that would ensue. As his thoughts drifted away, Su Ming was oblivious to the fact that little Wukong had gradually risen. Adapting to his pain, he charged forward with a sudden, forceful collision that left Su Ming disoriented, nearly causing him to faint from the impact. Drawing a deep breath, Su Ming managed to regain his composure, only to find little Wukong grinning triumphantly at him. It became clear to Su Ming that he had underestimated the situation. The battle was far from over. His earlier assumption that the fight had concluded was misguided, as the system had not signaled the successful completion of the challenge. Little Wukong had imparted a crucial lesson, reminding him that one must never be reckless or complacent, for until a definitive victor is determined, it is unwise to revel in self-satisfaction. Otherwise, one may face dire consequences. The duel resumed, yet this time it was markedly different. In the midst of the combat, Su Ming learned to execute the most effective attacks, to harmonize his boxing techniques and agility, and to discover a rhythm that suited him. Little Wukong proved elusive, slipping away just as Su Ming was about to land a hit. In truth, Su Ming felt fortunate that little Wukong had not wielded the Rui Jingu Bang. Had he done so, the outcome might have been uncertain. During the confrontation, Su Ming noticed the Rui Jingu Bang leaning against the wall, and he and little Wukong maneuvered toward that very spot. Thus, it was confirmed that this area was genuine, and the Rui Jingu Bang was indeed real. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the initial appearance of Sun Wukong at a normal difficulty level. The current training multiplier has increased to 3 times. With the system's notification resonating in his ears, Su Ming finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. This battle with little Wukong had utterly drained him. At that moment, little Wukong also collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Therefore, for the challenge to be deemed successful, one must completely incapacitate the opponent or eliminate the challenger. 10 seconds until the host will automatically return, an electronic countdown echoed, jolting Su Ming into awareness. Indeed, he had truly severed his ties with the original world and entered this unique space. As he contemplated the implications, his gaze shifted from the unconscious little Wukong to the Rui Jingu Bang resting against the wall. Could he take it with him? Just as this thought emerged, he noticed the countdown had dwindled to 3 seconds. Without time for deeper reflection, he dashed toward the Rui Jingu Bang like a hunting cheetah. Unfortunately, his reaction was still too slow. Mere moments before he could grasp the Rui Jingu Bang, he was whisked away. Within the room, an invisible wave surged, and Su Ming found himself back on his bed. So close, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration towards the system. Could it not have given him a warning that he would be automatically transported back in 10 seconds? Although the Rui Jingu Bang was somewhat inconsequential in the later stages of Dragon Ball, as a traveler from another world, he still regarded it as a rare treasure. In the early days of Dragon Ball, aside from the Rui Jingu Bang, there was also the Nimbus Cloud. The system remained unresponsive, and Su Ming recognized the futility of further inquiry. He turned his attention once more to the multiplier enhancement feature of his cultivation. At that moment, the adorable avatar above him displayed a multiplier of 3. As for challenges, he could continue, albeit only at the hard or held difficulty levels, as the ordinary difficulty challenge had already been marked as successful and would refresh the following day. He lamented the missed opportunity. Although he was uncertain if he could bring anything out, the mere thought was regrettable. Contemplating further was pointless now. Regarding the continuation of challenges, he could only pursue the harder difficulties or await the refresh of opponents. Wait, has my body fully recovered? Redirecting his focus, Su Ming realized that the injuries he sustained during his battle with the Little Monkey King had healed. This indicated that within such instances, even severe injuries could revert upon return. As the night deepened, Su Ming opted against undertaking a more challenging endeavor and instead engaged in a second round of Qi cultivation. Utilizing the elementary Qi cultivation method and benefiting from a 3-fold enhancement, the results were far superior to his initial attempt. What had previously offered a mere slight boost now provided a substantial tripling. After over an hour of practice, Su Ming sensed a marked improvement in his strength. Upon closer inspection, his combat power had risen from 15 to 16 points. Although it was only a single-point increase, it nonetheless represented progress, ensuring that this path could be pursued long-term. The 3-fold enhancement was astonishing. If it were 10-fold or even 100-fold, could one not gain several points or even dozens of combat power with a single session of cultivation? The thought left Su Ming astounded. He had no doubt that he could achieve such heights, as his strength was capable of continuous enhancement, thereby allowing him to face increasingly formidable opponents. As a transmigrant, his perspective should not be so limited. If he could upgrade to 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold, perhaps he could indeed attain extraordinary power in a short span of time, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball universe, where one could cultivate with a myriad of enhancements. The prospect of his strength continually augmenting invigorated Su Ming's motivation for cultivation. However, at that moment, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. It was no surprise. Having arrived in this world and consumed 4 bowls of beef noodles, he had yet to eat dinner at this late hour. Initially, he had focused on settling into a new environment, eager to begin his cultivation, thinking he would eat afterward. As fate would have it, the system triggered a new feature, leading him to excitedly engage in an enhanced cultivation session. Fortunately, it was still relatively early. According to Freddy's earlier remarks, directly across from Orange Star High was a grand shopping mall, flanked by several vibrant food streets. Grabbing his keys, Su Ming prepared to descend from the 15th floor via the elevator. During this period, he encountered 2 charming female teachers in the elevator, exchanging greetings and introductions. Su Ming, The newly appointed physical education teacher possessed an appealing appearance and a youthful exuberance, naturally garnering positive impressions. His confidence, stemming from his abilities, further enhanced his charisma, allowing him to attract the attention of the opposite sex. After bidding farewell to the two teachers, Ming departed from the dormitory building, heading straight toward the campus exit. He soon encountered the two elderly gatekeepers, who congratulated him on passing the entrance exam to become a physical education teacher. Ming, mindful of their recommendation, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, albeit limited to verbal acknowledgments due to his current financial constraints. He planned to purchase a pack of cigarettes to show his appreciation once he received his salary the following day. Despite arriving in this world with a system and newfound strength, he understood the importance of nurturing interpersonal relationships, especially since he would undoubtedly cross paths with these individuals frequently in the near future. Upon exiting the school gates, Ming made his way to the local food plaza. He was not picky about food, especially when hunger struck. He casually selected a fried rice shop, astonishing the owner and patrons by devouring 3 large portions of fried meat rice in one sitting. Typically, even those with a hearty appetite would find 2 servings commendable. Yet Ming's consumption was nothing short of extraordinary. He himself was taken aback by his newfound capacity for eating. The only plausible explanation lay in his escalating strength and enhanced physical condition. His body required a substantial intake of nourishment to stave off hunger. Chapter 10. Robbery? A swift suppression. Having spent 900 berries, Ming was left with only 2,500 berries. During the day, he had spent 300 berries on beef noodles, followed by another 300 berries for 3 additional servings. To foster goodwill with the elderly gentleman at the school gate, he purchased 2 packs of cigarettes for 1,000 berries. It was hard not to lament how quickly money could be spent. However, considering the 10-to-1 exchange rate, he found solace in the realization that it was merely 500 berries. With 2,500 berries remaining, Ming knew he had to be prudent. He needed to buy some daily necessities and provisions for unforeseen circumstances. He could only hope that the prices in the Dragon Ball world would not be exorbitant. Otherwise, he might find himself unable to afford even a change of clothes or, worse yet, a simple pair of underwear. Leaving the fried rice shop, Ming quickly located a large supermarket in the shopping plaza. Even at this hour, the foot traffic was considerable, comprising some teachers and staff from Orange Star High School, as well as boarding students. Additionally, there were local residents and visitors drawn to the area. As he selected his purchases, Ming meticulously managed his spending. Simple toiletries such as towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and cups were selected solely based on their affordability, costing a total of 650 belly. Following that, he purchased shampoo and body wash products, along with a bath towel and undergarments, disregarding brand names entirely, which summed up to 1380 belly. Ultimately, with less than 500 belly remaining, Ming acquired some packaged instant noodles, a few snacks, and 5 bottles of mineral water. As he exited the supermarket, he found himself burdened with 2 large bags. A lollipop nestled between his lips, while his pockets were utterly devoid of funds. It was nearly time to return, as it was already 9:30. With no inclination to linger, considering there would be ample opportunities in the future, Ming resolved to head back, properly organize his belongings, and dedicate more energy to the system. His primary concern was the enhancement of his training multiplier function. Though it was quite late, with over 2 hours still available, he felt compelled to swiftly tackle the remaining 2 challenging tasks. Even if he faced dire defeat, or even death, according to the system's rules, it would not be a true demise. Each night after midnight, the system would refresh automatically, granting new opportunities for 3 challenges. As he walked back, leaving the shopping plaza behind, he still had a stretch of dimly lit road to traverse before crossing the street to return to the school. It was peculiar that in such a bustling area, the streetlights were so far apart, casting an eerie shadow over the pathway. Ming paid little mind to this as he walked, engaged in audacious thoughts. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly emerged, clasping his shoulder, while a sharp blade pressed against his waist. This was an encounter unlike any Ming had ever faced. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, barely a day had passed before he found himself in a robbery. His negligence had been excessively careless, allowing even an ordinary person to successfully ambush him. Memories of criminal incidents from the original narrative flooded back to him. Despite being in the Dragon Ball world of this era, particularly in Satan City, the residence of the world champion, it was still susceptible to rampant criminal activity, including theft and robbery. Kid, I advise you to be sensible and not move. I don't want to stab you. Hand over all your money, and I might let you go. The crude voice of the man behind him carried an unpleasant odor. Su Ming's brows furrowed, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Were it not for the system's rewards, had he remained an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to this fate. However, to attempt to rob him now was a fool's errand. Su Ming abruptly dropped the shopping bags, executing a swift maneuver as he turned, his right hand seizing the assailant's wrist with terrifying speed that would leave an ordinary person unable to react. The brawny man who had originally pressed a knife against Su Ming felt a sudden blur before his eyes. By the time he comprehended the situation, his wrist was firmly grasped by Su Ming, rendering it immobile. You little rascal. The muscular man spat out a foul curse. He attempted to exert force to reclaim control. Yet this seemingly frail youth possessed an unexpected strength that not only prevented him from withdrawing his hand, but also made him feel as if his wrist might be crushed. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he clenched his teeth. With his other hand, he managed to seize Su Ming's hoodie collar, but before he could apply any force, Su Ming had already swung a punch into his abdomen. With a resounding thud, the muscular man's eyes widened in agony, his mouth spilling saliva mixed with streaks of blood. Pain, discomfort, and existential dread flooded his mind, accompanied by a torrent of regrets. After squatting in wait for so long, he finally spotted a lone young man carrying shopping bags, appearing foolish and easy to subdue. Little did he know that this seemingly ordinary lad was a skilled practitioner. Despite his own regular fitness regimen and imposing physique, he found himself powerless against this unassuming individual. You've torn my only hoodie. What do you intend to do about it? Su Ming was not inclined to show leniency toward this rough-looking man with a scruffy beard. Had he not possessed sufficient strength, his fate today would have been nothing less than being thoroughly robbed, even though he had not a single cent to his name. Moreover, had it not been for his quick reflexes, his hoodie would have been irrevocably torn. Standing before the kneeling giant, Su Ming's gaze was laced with coldness, though a flicker of exhilaration stirred within him. In his past self, he would have never imagined being able to topple someone nearly 2 meters tall and so brawny. Merely avoiding being knocked down by a single hand had been a stroke of luck. Steady, steady. I must not let myself become complacent, Su Ming continually reassured himself. After all, while his strength was indeed formidable compared to ordinary individuals, in the presence of true experts, he was nothing, not to mention the Z warriors. Even the hidden masters of martial arts far surpassed him. He was certain he would not stand a chance against the likes of Satan and Bidalai. No, brother. Oh, please spare me, big brother. No, sir. You are my esteemed elder. This money is but a small token of my respect for you. Accompanied by the muscular man's pleas for mercy, Su Ming administered a complete treatment for his injuries. Eventually, it was the brawny man who voluntarily surrendered the money from his pockets as an apology, prompting Su Ming to reluctantly let him go. Upon counting, he found a total of 35,000 berries. After pocketing the cash, Su Ming suddenly realized he had stumbled upon a lucrative venture. Remember to bring more money next time you come to find me. With that, Su Ming picked up the shopping bags from the ground and prepared to head towards the school. Meanwhile, the voice of the system suddenly resonated, leaving Su Ming somewhat astonished. Can such a thing trigger a reward? Chapter 11. Reward Extraction. Challenge the aged Sun Gohan Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first achievement of punishing evil and promoting good. A random basic martial arts technique extraction is granted, encompassing all foundational cultivation methods, moves, and skills from the Dragon Ball universe. Would the host like to proceed with the extraction? Extract. Such a fortunate occurrence was triggered by a mere background character. This act of punishing evil and promoting good, may it happen to him many more times. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the foundational technique 8 Hands Fist, now stored in the system's storage space, available for the host's use at any time. 8 Hands Fist. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. It felt both familiar and elusive. After pondering for quite some time, Su Ming finally accessed the system's storage space to learn the 8 Hands Fist and recalled that this was indeed the renowned technique of the ostentatious Chai Ba Wang from the early parts of the original story. As expected, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Among so many foundational skills, he ended up with the most lackluster one. However, having something is better than nothing. At least his strength had been augmented, and he had acquired another means. Watching Su Ming depart, the burly man was left in silent despair, feeling utterly helpless. Having robbed students countless times, this was the first instance of failure. The 35,000 belly had been extorted from another student. Little did he know the immense benefit his robbery had inadvertently conferred upon Su Ming. Upon returning to school, Su Ming exchanged a few words with the gatekeeper before heading toward the faculty dormitory building at the rear of the school. It was already quite late. The lights in the teaching building were nearly extinguished, save for the corridors, and the playground and pathways were devoid of any lingering figures. The parking lot, once filled to capacity, now harbored only a few scattered vehicles. Clearly, many teachers and students resided on campus, yet far more had departed, carrying the items he had purchased. Su Ming soon returned to the suite he had arranged for himself. After unloading his belongings onto the dining table and tidying up a bit, he settled onto the sofa in the living room and reopened the system to enter the Cultivation Multiplier Enhancement feature once again. Ding! Initiating Multiplier Enhancement Challenge. Difficulty: Hard. Opponent: the aged Son Gohan. Complete the challenge. Current cultivation multiplier increased to 10 times. Although both challenging the aged Son Gohan and the initially appearing Master Roshi would ultimately lead to defeat, Su Ming reasoned that it would be better to confront the stronger Master Roshi directly than to engage the weaker Son Gohan. Nevertheless, he chose to challenge both. Without experiencing it firsthand, he could not fathom the magnitude of the rewards, and he felt it essential to face different opponents to avoid any lingering regrets. As the system's announcement faded, the surrounding environment swiftly transformed, reminiscent of his first encounter when challenging the initial appearance of Son Goku. Once more, he found himself atop the Baozi Mountain. At this moment on Baozi Mountain, with the sun setting in the west, the opponent before him was not the youthful Goku, but rather the aged and stooped Gohan. Was this yet another challenge in a new dungeon space? Or perhaps the dungeon remained unchanged, with only the individuals within it transformed? His gaze sharpened as the battle power detection feature allowed Su Ming to observe Gohan's combat strength, a mere 50 points. Thus, this was the extent of the power wielded by the elderly Gohan. It was no wonder he had been trampled by the giant ape transformation of young Goku. The notion that he refrained from striking hard simply because Goku was his grandson was misguided. In truth, it was due to his advanced age that his strength had significantly diminished, leaving him devoid of the ability to resist. According to the original narrative, young Goku's transformation into a giant ape had occurred more than once. Otherwise, Gohan would not have admonished him to never gaze upon the full moon. In previous instances, he had managed to cope, primarily because young Goku's base strength was relatively low. Even after the tenfold increase from the transformation, his power initially only reached a few dozen points, and at that time, Gohan had not yet aged to the point of being half a step in the grave. The Gohan who returned from the underworld was the embodiment of his true strength. It was inevitable to feel a sense of lamentation. Su Ming now comprehended the implications of the difficult classification attributed to this elderly figure. Were it not for his age, Gohan would undoubtedly be on par with the likes of Master Roshi at the hellish level. The young man's prowess was commendable, yet even in his old age, Gohan perceived that Su Ming was not yet his match. The elderly Gohan exuded a gentle demeanor, appearing as a frail old man, yet still emanating an aura that suggested he could take a life at any moment. For a fleeting moment, Su Ming was struck by the illusion of whether the inhabitants of this dungeon world were real or mere figments. If they were indeed real, it was utterly astonishing. If not, then the system's simulation capabilities were indeed formidable. Out of courtesy, Su Ming felt it necessary to treat him as a real person. I know I am not your match, as you are one of the great pillars of the martial arts world on Earth, yet I must challenge you. For I must grow stronger. I humbly seek your guidance. In the presence of the elderly Gohan, Su Ming awkwardly performed a gesture of respect, a customary greeting from his own world, fortunate that this world mirrored his own, lest it appear out of place. The aged Gohan continued to smile, nodding slowly as he lowered his arms from their folded position behind his back. To Su Ming's astonishment, instead of launching an immediate attack, Gohan began to perform gymnastics, presumably to warm up. Apologies. In my old age, failing to engage in some activity before a match could lead to injury, the elderly Gohan explained. Su Ming was certainly not bothered. Although Gohan's movements were quite ordinary, he was a martial artist of considerable skill, and there was much to learn from his example. As the aged Son Gohan completed his pre-battle preparations, An abrupt transformation in his aura instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Su Ming, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. Despite his advanced years, Son Gohan, bolstered by a combat power of 50, wielded an immense strength that Su Ming was utterly incapable of confronting. The disparity was insurmountable, not merely in terms of the overwhelming aura, but also in the crushing difference in realms. A pervasive sense of anguish enveloped Su Ming, akin to insects gnawing at his very bones, rendering him powerless. "Come at me, young man." Recognizing Su Ming's predicament, Son Gohan refrained from striking and instead afforded Su Ming the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. The nature of the opponent significantly influences the dynamics of battle. For instance, when faced with young Goku earlier, Su Ming had scarcely uttered a word before Goku eagerly launched his attack. "All right." With a resolute affirmation, Su Ming endeavored to elevate his energy, taking several deep breaths before positioning his fists in preparation for his assault. Son Gohan remained motionless, observing him intently. The sensation of having an open gateway before him suggested that no matter how he struck, he could effortlessly send Son Gohan flying. Yet, Su Ming was acutely aware of the impossibility of such an outcome. Chapter 12. A Crushing Defeat. "One strike to annihilation, take this." A shout of encouragement echoed from Su Ming. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful thrust from his legs, propelling himself forward like a cheetah. His fists aimed at Son Gohan. Briefly casting aside his fear, he exhibited no mercy, for the chasm in their strengths was undeniable. Su Ming unleashed every conceivable attack he could muster, drawing upon the foundational techniques he had gleaned from his encounter with young Goku. Although his battle experience remained woefully scant, it was markedly superior to what it had been prior to facing Goku. Moreover, having acquired a basic martial art, the Eight Hands Fist, Su Ming's combat power had risen by 1 point, reaching 17. His repertoire of offensive maneuvers had expanded significantly compared to his previous confrontation with Goku. Nevertheless, Son Gohan remained effortlessly composed. He required no exaggerated evasive maneuvers. A mere shift of his feet or a slight lean of his body sufficed to evade all assaults with ease. This exemplified the stark difference between a combat power of 17 and 50. Even as Su Ming found himself teetering on the brink of defeat, he gleaned no advantage. So close. Just a bit more. Curse it. Su Ming's stamina was rapidly depleting, and the force and velocity of his strikes diminished correspondingly. The rhythm of the battle became increasingly disordered. As time wore on, Su Ming found himself gasping for breath. Son Gohan had done little more than observe, and already Su Ming was nearing his limit. Each of his attacks was deftly sidestepped, as if Son Gohan had foreseen every one of his moves before they even materialized. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Sun Wukong effortlessly shattered the eight-handed fist wielded by Su Ming. That aged hand, seemingly fragile enough to break with a mere twist, exuded an unimaginable power. "Young man, your techniques have become repetitive. A martial artist must never fall prey to the folly of using the same moves over and over," Sun Wukong remarked, as Su Ming observed his other hand moving towards his chest. In the next instant, a thunderous boom echoed. An invisible force pierced through Su Ming's body, rendering him breathless, his mind blank, and soon darkness enveloped him, leaving him unaware of the passage of time. Ding! Challenge failed. Host has returned. A pained scream erupted from Su Ming's lips. Abruptly, he awoke, clutching his chest with both hands. While he felt no tangible pain, the searing sensation seemed etched into his very soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure. "Am I back?" At that moment, Su Ming was drenched in cold sweat, his hair and clothes clinging to him. After a prolonged period, he finally emerged from his dazed state. The physical injuries he sustained would completely heal due to the system's intervention, and his expended energy would be restored, as if he had never fought at all. However, the psychological scars remained, requiring him to adapt and gradually recover. Reflecting on his duel with the elderly Sun Wukong, the sensation he experienced was truly unfathomable. Although his journey to strength had been brief, it was the first time he felt the overwhelming disparity in power. This was merely the might of the aged Sun Wukong, whose combat prowess stood at a mere 50 points. Feeling uncomfortable due to the sticky sweat, Su Ming rose and entered the bathroom for a shower. After some time, he donned his clothes again and returned to the living room, onward with the challenge. Despite the bitter defeat, he recognized that he had indeed improved in combat. In real life, Wishing to battle formidable martial artists often hinged on luck and their mood. Many would refuse outright, seeing no need to engage. Much like how Ming, in reality, would be dismissed if he attempted to challenge Master Roshi or the Z fighters. They would merely chuckle, regarding him as insignificant. Thus, the system's challenges represented a valuable opportunity for him to grow stronger. 3 times a day, he could not afford to miss them. Ding. Initiating multiplicative challenge. Difficulty. Hell level. Opponent. Master Roshi's debut. Challenge completed. Current training multiplicative enhancement increased to 100 times. The mechanical notification of the system resounded, and Ming held his breath, focusing intently as the surrounding space transformed. First, he felt a gust of wind sweep through, and then he realized he had arrived on a beach, where a bald old man with a turtle shell on his back stood before him. This was none other than Master Roshi. Without hesitation, Ming activated his combat power detection function, revealing a combat strength of 139 points before his eyes. Indeed, Master Roshi is truly Master Roshi. His combat power of 139 points is undeniably authentic. Initially, Ming speculated that the debut of Master Roshi might not reflect such a formidable score, considering his prolonged absence from training, which would naturally lead to a decline in strength, much like Gohan, whose prowess diminishes with age. Although the original work stipulates a combat power of 139 points, this value was established after he took on disciples like Goku and Krillin. Witnessing the rapid ascension of his students, Master Roshi had secretly resumed his training. In a gesture of respect, Ming performed a fist salute towards Master Roshi, displaying his reverence. Contrary to the amiable demeanor of the elderly Gohan, Master Roshi exuded a more mischievous aura, even urging Ming to hasten his attack. The implication was clear: finish quickly, for he wished to return to watching women's fitness programs, having little time to indulge in playful sparring. Ming was taken aback, feeling as if he were genuinely facing a real person. In combat with Master Roshi, Ming truly grasped the insignificance of a mere 50 points of combat power. If the aged Gohan represented an insurmountable mountain for Ming, then the experience with Master Roshi conveyed an absolute impossibility of surpassing him. Despite being effortlessly defeated in a single blow, Master Roshi treated him as a mere toy, easily disregarding his attacks and casually interrupting him while jesting. After this challenge ended in failure, Ming returned to the primary world. Awakening once more, he was drenched in cold sweat and proceeded to take a shower. His current attire was rendered unwearable, and regrettably, he had no funds to purchase a change of clothes. Had he foreseen this, he would have seized the opportunity to rob the burly man of his 35,000 berries to buy several outfits from the plaza. Alas, it was now too late, for the shops had undoubtedly closed. Peering out from the balcony, he observed the distant plaza still ablaze with lights, predominantly from nightclubs, bars, and KTV establishments. The nightlife in the Dragon Ball world was indeed vibrant. In a previous time, Ming might have been intrigued to explore and compare the two worlds, but now he was far more concerned with how to expedite the enhancement of his own strength. With just over an hour remaining until the midnight reset, he resolved to endure until then, eager to discover the identity of the new challengers that would emerge and, if possible, to secure victory before embarking on a series of high-difficulty challenges. He earnestly implored the esteemed readers to collect and follow his work, as this new book period was crucial for data, expressing his gratitude. Chapter 13, Midnight Refresh, Reset, available year 774 of the Age of the Gods, March 2nd, 0001. Ming underwent another session of chi cultivation, significantly enhancing his energy in a short time. His combat power surged from 17 to 18 points, and he could distinctly feel his connection to chi becoming more profound, with greater mastery over it. Under the tripled training enhancement, each session seemed to elevate his combat power by 1 point. Ming was uncertain if it was always the same. Yet he was certain that both recent training sessions had enhanced his combat power by 1 point, which was intrinsically linked to the battle experience and insights he had gained. In particular, his encounters with the aged Son Gohan and the debuting Master Roshi, although resulting in his dismal defeat, yielded significant rewards. As the time approached, Ming's gaze remained fixed on the interface for challenging opponents to amplify training multipliers. For ordinary challenges, defeating the debuting Yamcha would elevate the training multiplier to 4 times. For difficult challenges, defeating the aged Son Gohan would enhance the training multiplier to 10 times, resettable. 4 hellish challenges. Vanquishing the debuting Master Roshi would increase the training multiplier to 100 times, resettable. Much like the debuting Son Goku from the previous day. The ordinary difficulty challenge meant that each successful attempt would augment the training multiplier by 1. Though it appeared minimal, even the smallest ant is still meat. However, unlike yesterday, the aged Son Gohan and debuting Master Roshi in the difficult and hellish challenges had not been directly refreshed. Rather, an option to reset had been added. I initially anticipated a direct refresh. It seems I can now manually refresh. If I choose not to refresh, I can continue to face Gohan and Roshi. This was favorable news for Ming. Who wouldn't he prefer to confront a familiar opponent at the outset? Continuous changes would only diminish his chances of success. Yet within the resettable rules, Ming noticed another stipulation. Opponents he had not yet defeated would only remain available for a month. If he failed to conquer them within that time frame, new challengers would automatically be generated. This was reasonable and acceptable to Ming, equating to the necessity of defeating Gohan and Roshi within the next month, or else forfeiting the opportunity to engage with them again, unless the reset yielded the same opponents. However, did a loophole exist within the training multiplier? Ming suddenly recognized a critical issue. Prior to his unchallenged bout with Goku, his multiplier had risen to 3 times. Now, with the increase to 4 times, there seemed to be no significant problem. Yet, while the ordinary challenges continued to rise, the multipliers for difficult and hellish challenges remained unchanged. If, in a few days, he exceeded a 10-fold increase through ordinary challenges, wouldn't he defeating Gohan then render the multiplier reward ineffective? Or could it be that the system possessed additional rules? Communicating with the system through his thoughts, Ming swiftly obtained the answers he sought. The current unreset opponents were categorized based on the host's prior strength. When the host's training multiplier surpasses the reward multiplier of that difficulty, the system would randomly increase the multiplier within a specified range. In simpler terms, if he achieved a 10-fold multiplier and then successfully challenged Gohan, the reward multiplier would randomly range from 1 to 10 times. Furthermore, the difficulty level is akin to that of Hell. Should one achieve the reward multiplier in advance, it may range from 1 to 100 times. Without concerns, one is unburdened by distracting thoughts. At least according to this principle, there is no need to hastily reset the opponent. Given a month's time, Ming does not believe he can surpass the Turtle Sage, yet based on the current pace, it is not inconceivable to exceed the battle power of the aging Son Gohan within a week. At the very least, the ordinary difficulty level appears to be a mere gift to him. With the continuous increase in training multipliers, the efficacy of cultivation also escalates, thus amplifying his strength at a rapid rate. Of course, if this pace persists, there should be no significant issues. However, should the strength grow stronger while the difficulty rises, a slowing of power enhancement may occur. This is something Ming remains uncertain about, only to be revealed through personal experience. No longer dwelling on these thoughts, Ming quickly donned his dry clothes, disregarding the odor of sweat, and prepared to challenge once more. Ding! Multiplication challenge initiated. Difficulty, ordinary level, opponent, initial appearance of Yamcha. Challenge complete. Current training multiplier increased to 4 times. As the system's voice echoed, the environment around Ming rapidly transformed. Golden sands engulfed the landscape under a blazing sun. The first sensation was an unbearable heat. Indeed, it feels remarkably real. Ming mused internally, quietly lamenting. The legendary wolf wilderness appeared even more striking than the scenes depicted in the original work. The endless desert, under the scorching temperature, rendered his vision somewhat blurred. Those unaccustomed to such a locale would undoubtedly find it intolerable. A common person would quickly suffer from dry mouth, difficulty in breathing, dehydration, and fainting in this environment. Upon entering his domain, one must pay the toll, otherwise, death awaits. Facing him was none other than Yamcha, the simulation mirroring his early portrayal. Who would have thought such a desert bandit would eventually walk the righteous path and stand to protect Earth? Although admittedly, it is somewhat underwhelming. Upon closer inspection, Yamcha's battle power appeared before him, a striking 9 points. Initially, Ming had underestimated Yamcha's capabilities, believing him to possess merely 5 or 6 points. No wonder he could send the famished little Goku flying with a single wolf fang fist. If he truly had only 5 or 6 points, it would have been impossible to gain any advantage. With my current strength, if you wish to take my life, you must weigh whether you possess the capability. Su Ming did not regard Yamcha with the same demeanor as he did with Son Gohan and the Turtle Sage. There are times when, even when confronting a false persona, one should maintain a respectful distance. Yamcha initiated the encounter with bravado, aligning with the early character setting of the original work. Yet it was impossible for Su Ming to grant him a favorable countenance. Seeking his own demise, Yamcha unsheathed the curved blade from his waist, charging forth like a ravenous wolf. His speed was astonishing, his presence formidable, evoking a chilling sensation within Su Ming. How peculiar it is that I feel a twinge of trepidation. Could this be the aura of murderous intent? Su Ming's heart raced as he sensed the chilling glint of the blade, prompting him to swiftly retreat. Yet, Yamcha did not relent. Launching a series of relentless slashes towards Su Ming, he evaded continuously, narrowly escaping a strike that ultimately tore through his garment. Unarmed, regardless of his martial prowess. One cannot underestimate the lethality of a weapon. Su Ming came to understand the significant advantage a weapon can confer when one's own strength is meager. It is no wonder that weapons are so vital in the early stages of combat. After all, little Wukong rarely parts with his Rui Bang outside of formal matches. Chapter 14. Murder. Yamcha's blade. After enduring a wave of pressure from Yamcha, Su Ming resolved to abandon his caution and take the initiative. Transforming from a passive stance to an aggressive one, he showcased his true capabilities. Employing the combat techniques he had mastered to seize the large blade from Yamcha and send it flying with a powerful kick. Indeed, the enhancement provided by a weapon can dramatically elevate one's strength, particularly when one possesses an understanding of sword techniques. Had Su Ming not engaged in previous battles against little Wukong, Son Gohan, and Master Roshi, his combat power would still languish at a mere 15 points, making it nearly impossible to turn the tide. However, the current Su Ming was a transformed individual, with his combat power now reaching 18 points. Coupled with an increase in battle experience, he swiftly detected vulnerabilities even when confronting a weapon-wielding expert for the first time. Ultimately, the disparity in strength between the two was quite pronounced, whether in speed or might. The initial disadvantage he faced stemmed merely from a lack of awareness. The presence of a weapon was one factor. The other was the palpable aura of menace emanating from Yamcha. While the original narrative paints his character quite comprehensively, it fails to fully reveal that, as a desert bandit, Yamcha has lived by robbing others for years, undoubtedly carrying a certain aura of death. Even if he has never directly slain anyone, he has surely caused death indirectly. Of course, this remains Su Ming's conjecture, as he is not Yamcha and cannot perceive the true depths of his past. Another possibility is that Yamcha's murderous aura stems from hunting wild beasts. Let us see what other techniques you possess, such as your renowned signature move. Fixating his gaze on Yamcha, Su Ming spoke with a tone of provocation. Since Yamcha was intent on taking his life, Su Ming felt no obligation to show mercy. After all, this was merely a simulated challenge orchestrated by the system. Seeking death? Allow me to demonstrate my wolf-fang fist. Yamcha, undeterred by the loss of his weapon, became even more ferocious. As he assumed the stance for the wolf-fang fist, Su Ming concentrated his attention, meticulously observing his movements and the flow of his energy. Having learned the rudimentary techniques of chi cultivation, albeit in a simplistic form, he could distinctly sense the fluctuations in Yamcha's aura. Here he comes. With a sudden intensity in his expression, Su Ming felt as though the figure of Yamcha had transformed into a ferocious wolf. Charging towards him with incredible speed and explosive force, each strike aiming for his life. The potency of this assault undoubtedly exceeded a combat power of 10. Su Ming evaded repeatedly, grateful for the substantial disparity in their strengths. Otherwise, he would surely have sustained injuries from such a relentless barrage. As Yamcha completed his flurry of attacks, astonished that Su Ming had managed to evade them entirely, he prepared to retreat in search of another opportunity, only to find Su Ming's grip firmly clasping his wrist. How did you manage that? Yamcha gasped in shock. Though his attacks were swift and fierce, the gap in their abilities was too vast, allowing Su Ming's keen perception to see through it all. It ends here. The cold, resolute voice rang out as Su Ming wielded his large blade and brought it down decisively. Upon witnessing this, Yamcha's face turned ashen, and he quickly implored, "Wait, wait. Spare my life." The blade halted mere centimeters from Yamcha's throat. A murderous intent surged within Su Ming. Despite his lack of experience in taking a life, he had undergone numerous trials that had fortified his strength, rendering previous taboos inconsequential. Abruptly pausing, Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he struck downwards. Emotions governed his actions, and he felt no desire to show mercy to Yamcha, who had previously sought to kill him. Even though he would not truly perish in the challenge space, this act would serve as a fitting retaliation. Moreover, he sheathed his blade, yet Yamcha attempted some underhanded maneuver right before his eyes. Having been ambushed by the little monkey once, he would not allow himself to be caught off guard again. Thus, Su Ming wielded his blade without mercy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the ordinary-level Yamcha upon his debut. The current cultivation multiplier has increased to 4 times. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. The system's notification echoed as Su Ming stood motionless, observing the swiftly disappearing form of Yamcha. Rather than experiencing the typical aftermath of taking a life, he felt an unusual calm. The moment he struck had indeed exhilarated him, yet it imparted a profound realization. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, if others wish you dead and you choose to show mercy, you are courting your own demise. A villain remains a villain. Devoid of the transformative arc from the original narrative, the debuting Yamcha was inherently arrogant, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Otherwise, he would not so casually utter threats of seeking death. After 10 seconds, the scene before Su Ming transformed, and in the next instant, he found himself back in the living room of his suite. Glancing around, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar weight in his hand, and upon inspection, he discovered it was Yamcha's treasured blade. I can bring it out. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. This indicated that items acquired within the simulation space could indeed be retained. He quickly organized his thoughts, having completely set aside the act of slaying Yamcha. Due to this authentic experience, Su Ming pinpointed the key aspects to inquire about the system. The system promptly provided a response. As he had anticipated, everything within the challenge space was merely a simulated fabrication by the system. Yet, once these illusory creations were touched by the host, they could be extracted from the challenge space and materialized, provided the challenge was completed successfully, with the sole exception of life itself. This is akin to completing a dungeon in a game. Upon success, not only is the ultimate quest reward obtained, but equipment and items may also be acquired. In retrospect, it seems I have truly missed the proverbial magic stick. What a pity. Su Ming felt a pang of regret for not having been swifter. Just a second's delay. And had he managed to retrieve it, its significance would have been extraordinary. Even as a mere collectible, it would be an unparalleled treasure. He wondered if this blade could be stored within the system's storage space. Coming to his senses, Su Ming murmured to himself, then opened the system's storage space, attempting to place the exquisite blade inside. Su Ming had previously discovered that ordinary items could not be stored in the system's storage. Otherwise, he could simply collect everything without needing to purchase items. With a swift motion, the blade of Yamcha was absorbed into the system's storage space, occupying a slot in the item bar. Items retrieved from the system's space could indeed be stored. However, he pondered what level of items from this world was required for storage. He had inquired about this with the system, which merely indicated that only items of a certain level could be stored. Chapter 15. Officially settling in the Dragon Ball world, time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 9 a.m. the following day. After challenging Yamcha at midnight the previous day, his training multiplier had increased to 4 times, significantly enhancing his training efficacy. Not only was the effect stronger, but Su Ming also noticed that the increase in the training multiplier indirectly accelerated his training speed. After enduring over 3 hours of rigorous training, he elevated his combat power to 20 points. Subsequently, he tortuously challenged the aged Son Gohan and the debuting Master Roshi. The scene remained unchanged, the characters unchanged, yet the dialogue shifted to acknowledge his repeated challenges, lamenting that his strength still fell short. After freshening up and consuming a modest amount of rations, Su Ming donned his sweat-soaked attire. Today, he needed to process his identification information, purchase a mobile phone, and establish a bank account. Otherwise, he would be unable to advance his salary for the month. Coincidentally, as he had signed the contract on March 1st, he was eligible to receive a full month's salary during the probation period. Of course, the compensation during this trial phase was halved, which was inconsequential for the school, as they could afford a day or two's delay. Upon leaving the school, Su Ming encountered several teachers and students on campus and spotted Rick conducting a physical education class with a group of students. exchanging nods of acknowledgement across the playground. Indeed, one cannot help but marvel at the world of Dragon Ball. Even at a mere 9 o'clock in the morning, physical education classes have already commenced. However, it is noteworthy that the physical education curriculum at Orange Star High School diverges significantly from that of Su Ming's previous world. Rather than being confined to monotonous exercises such as running, this institution primarily focuses on specialized sports aimed at honing the students' diverse athletic abilities. Upon arriving at the school gate, Su Ming once again encountered the two elderly gentlemen. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed from the school and made his way to the shopping plaza. He first treated himself to a new outfit, then proceeded to a mobile phone store to acquire a device suited to this world. Unlike the plethora of brands in his former realm, the mobile phones here, while varied, are limited in choice. Following the sales assistant's recommendation, Su Ming selected a model at random, installed a SIM card, and downloaded some essential applications. His finances, however, dwindled rapidly. From an initial sum of 35,000 belly, only 11,000 remained. The clothing cost 4,000 belly, and a standard quality phone set him back 20,000 belly. Equipped with a mobile phone, although the applications were unfamiliar, Su Ming gleaned their functionalities through brief descriptions. Among them was a map, which would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors moving forward. As he fiddled with his phone, he utilized the navigation feature to locate the city service center of Satan City. Fortunately, the hour was still early. Had it been past 11, he would have faced a wait until 1 o'clock to attend to his business. This aspect mirrored his previous world, where lunchtime also entailed a break and operations ceased on weekends. With the assistance of the staff, Su Ming filled out a plethora of forms, followed by a series of photographs, registrations, verifications, and the eventual issuance of his identification. The efficiency of the process was commendable, likely expedited by his recent acceptance into Orange Star High School. Henceforth, he would officially be a member of the Dragon Ball universe. Upon exiting the city service center, he found himself adjacent to a vast square. Rather than heading directly to the bank, he opted to indulge in a hearty meal at a nearby establishment. This time, he relished roasted meat instead of the usual noodles or fried rice, a celebration of his newfound pathway, contrasting starkly with the confusion he felt only yesterday. This newfound fortune was thanks to the generous giant from the previous night who had gifted him 35,000 belly. Otherwise, today would have been fraught with difficulty. Even with the trial salary provided by the school, he would have had to budget meticulously. Though the salary was relatively higher than what teachers earned in his former world, the cost of living in this realm was considerably elevated. The ratio of 10 to 1 was, in reality, an understatement. After finishing his meal, Su Ming gazed ruefully at the remaining 5,000 belly in his hand, sighing deeply. Since embarking on his training journey, his appetite had burgeoned significantly. He now consumed portions sufficient for 3 to 5 people, for otherwise, how could he possibly devour 6,000 belly worth of food? The flavors were undeniably delightful, affirming his belief that the culinary offerings of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe were indeed deserving of their reputation. It is no wonder that deities of destruction and angels would be drawn to linger as regular guests. As time progressed, Su Ming visited a bank to acquire a bank card, and the process proved to be far less convoluted than in his previous world. After completing the transaction, he hurried back to school, arriving past 2 o'clock. With the advent of mobile phones, many tasks became remarkably easier. Su Ming sought out the director of education, Aisha, and under her guidance, arrived at the school's finance department. After a brief introduction to a few individuals, he received his wages for the month-long probation period, totaling 75,000 berry. Once the probation was over, the salary would rise to 150,000 berry a month, amounting to 1.8 million berry per year. Was that all? Such was the salary structure, as only teachers with over 2 years of experience would see an increase, primarily contingent upon the school's revenue, given that it was a private institution for the elite. In truth, compared to educators in ordinary schools, this remuneration was quite generous. Furthermore, at the end of each year, various bonuses would be distributed, and with additional benefits, one would essentially ascend to the ranks of a junior white-collar worker. The school also provided various insurances for newly hired teachers, akin to the social insurance system of Su Ming's previous world. In summary, despite the impending confinement to the school from Monday to Friday to teach students, it was, in all honesty, quite liberating and did not hinder his training. Currently, He found himself lacking in both strength and funds, and he would need to cultivate a good rapport with Son Gohan. Once he amassed sufficient power, he could pursue different avenues. Upon being informed that formal classes would commence the next day, Ming was not taken aback. For the initial 2 or 3 days, Freddy would guide him in acclimatizing to the environment, primarily focusing on class assignments and ensuring that there were no conflicts while fostering the student's abilities comprehensively. To Aisha, Ming was still a young man. Despite his remarkable abilities, it was his first time as a teacher, hence the decision for Freddy to lead the classes, allowing Ming to familiarize himself more thoroughly. Bidding farewell to Aisha, Ming exited the school gates once more. Now that he had financial means, many aspects of his life required enhancement, such as purchasing additional outfits for rotation and acquiring more essential household items. For instance, laundering clothes could not simply be done with water. He would require detergent and a basin, among other necessities. Naturally, he did not forget to buy a pack of cigarettes for the 2 elderly gentlemen at the gate. In this world, cigarettes were sold in packs of 10, and he opted for the same brand, priced at 500 berry per pack and 4,000 berry for a carton. The 2 gentlemen expressed their heartfelt gratitude, leaving an even more favorable impression of Ming. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Although this period seemed brief, it was sufficient to instigate significant change. Chapter 16. 3 days later, a first encounter with by Dilly year 774 of the Age of Aegis, March 5th. After 3 days of adjustment, Ming finally acclimated to life in the Dragon Ball world. Without delving into trivialities, his integration into this new environment was remarkably seamless. Even with the advantages bestowed by the system, he remained approachable and did not consider himself superior to others. Once he began teaching his students, he fully embraced the role of a physical education teacher. With Freddy's assistance, he became familiar with the class he was to lead. The majority of the students expressed satisfaction with him as their teacher, particularly the girls, who found Ming to be sunny, handsome, and quite charming in conversation. Thus, eagerly sought to establish a closer rapport with him. Naturally, some rebellious students resented his popularity, as a newcomer overshadowing everyone else. However, Ming was unfazed. Unlike previous physical education instructors, he did not rely on flattery or ingratiating himself with authority figures to survive. As long as no one provoked him, there would be peace during his tenure, and he would refrain from calling out any names. Yet, should anyone seek to antagonize him or engage in covert sabotage, they would have only themselves to blame. While he would not resort to violence, he would certainly ensure that those harboring malicious intentions would face consequences. With his current strength, ordinary firearms posed no threat, unless he confronted explosives. After 3 days, his combat power reached 46 points. After defeating Yamcha, Ming completed his tasks during the day and treated Freddy, Rick, and Sharp to dinner that evening. He then returned to his dormitory to train until midnight. At that point, his combat power had increased from 20 to 25 points. Although the progress was not as extraordinary as he had hoped, at least it was consistently on the rise. That night, he engaged in a standard-level challenge against Krillin, who had trained for a month under Master Roshi. Compared to the initial appearances of Goku and Yamcha, Krillin was significantly stronger, boasting a combat power of 22 points, nearly matching Ming. Particularly, Krillin's battle experience, combat skills, and cunning far exceeded Ming's own tactics. Ultimately, he relied on his physical advantages, exerting considerable effort to secure victory. After defeating Krillin, his training multiplier increased to 5 times. He then sought another challenge against Gohan and Master Roshi, only to be thoroughly overwhelmed once more. Fortunately, battling them significantly enhanced his combat experience and adaptability. Otherwise, the challenges would have been futile. It is worth noting that the nature of the opponents also played a role. Ming faced off against Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin, who were all quick to engage, unlike Gohan and Master Roshi, who would only strike after Ming had exhausted all his efforts. This exemplified the prowess of martial arts masters, even when simulated by the system. They were not comparable to ordinary individuals. That night, Ming chose not to train further and went straight to bed. The previous day had left him with little rest, and with classes commencing the following day, time for cultivation was scarce. At 7 in the morning, Ming arrived at the office of their physical education teacher, who had a designated space. The schedule ran from 8 to 11 in the morning and from 1 to 4 in the afternoon. This constituted the working hours. Even when not teaching, one was required to remain in the office, ready at all times. Of course, should one have pressing matters, prior notification was acceptable. Aside from attending classes, whenever Su Ming found a moment, he would close his eyes to cultivate his energy until after school, when he returned to his dormitory to engage in further training. Aside from visiting the cafeteria for meals, he devoted himself to rigorous practice, and by midnight, his combat power surged from 25 to 34. During this round of ordinary-level challenges, he encountered a new opponent, a character familiar to him and one of the earliest figures introduced in the original narrative, Nam, who had participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and wielded the Sky Cross Fist, which indeed imposed considerable pressure on Su Ming. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, elevating his cultivation multiplier to 6 times. After defeating Nam, Su Ming continued his challenges against Goku's son Gohan and Master Roshi. As his strength incrementally improved, he perceived a distinct narrowing of the gap between himself and Gohan, though the disparity with Master Roshi remained vast and unchanged. Following a night devoid of training, Su Ming resumed his routine the next day. He attended classes with Freddy, seizing any opportunity to cultivate, and in the evening, he dedicated himself to enhancing his strength, raising his combat power from 34 to 46. Then, he awaited the reset at midnight to challenge new opponents. It is worth noting that as his cultivation multiplier reached 7 times, Su Ming indirectly sensed a continuous enhancement in his training effectiveness. Yet, with his growing strength, merely meditating and cultivating energy seemed to yield diminishing returns. It felt as if he had hit a certain plateau, unless his cultivation multiplier increased significantly. He was unable to experience a substantial boost in power. Regrettably, even with a combat power of 46, he could only force Gohan to defend against his attacks, still unable to defeat him. While his combat metrics were nearly adequate, his realm of strength remained too low. At this moment, it was midday. Su Ming, along with Freddy, Rick, and Sharp, ventured to the cafeteria for a meal. The 4 engaged in lively conversation, recounting the events of the morning. After spending a few days together, Su Ming had already come to regard them as friends. Though their bond was of the most ordinary kind, it was further strengthened by their collegial relationship. Amidst their exchange, Su Ming's gaze was drawn to 3 striking figures. It was not their beauty or exceptional aura that captivated him, but rather the combat power value of one of the girls, which astonished him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this girl was none other than the daughter of Satan, Biddy. It was his first encounter with her since arriving at the school. Indeed, Biddy is present in his class. However, for some peculiar reasons, she is absent during every physical education lesson. Her combat power index stands at 45 points, merely 1 point lower than her current capabilities. Nevertheless, this figure falls well within Su Ming's predictions. According to the information provided in the original narrative, although the later chapters do not disclose the combat power of all characters, one can approximate their strength through various dialogues and comparisons. Su Ming initially calculated that Biddy's combat power upon her introduction would not be less than 20 or 30 points, and it would not exceed that of Krillin and Yamcha from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Even if she could be compared to them, she would certainly pale in comparison to Chi-Chi, whose combat power soared to 130 points during the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament. After all, in the early stages, Biddy was unable to even harness her energy. Regardless of her talent, it would be implausible for her to reach an extraordinary level. It was only through Gohan's guidance in energy cultivation and the art of flight that she experienced a tremendous surge in power just before the tournament, acquiring strength comparable to Chi-Chi, and even engaging in a fierce battle with Spopovich, who had been enhanced by Babidi. Her performance in that battle was remarkably impressive, earning her the unanimous admiration of the warriors and filling Gohan with pride. For those who have read this far, please be advised that this character will not make many appearances in the future. Additionally, regarding the establishment of Biddy's combat power, I previously said it somewhat higher, with some estimates exceeding 100 and nearing 100. However, after discussions with several readers in recent days, I have deliberated extensively and have temporarily settled on 45 points. This figure is already quite substantial. Should it be set any higher, it might cause discomfort for readers, and her strength will be more reasonably enhanced once she learns energy cultivation later on. Chapter 17, Biddy. This is the new physical education teacher. Su Ming carefully observed Biddy, who sat not far away, his thoughts drifting. His distraction became quite apparent, prompting Freddy, seated opposite him, to tease, "What are you gazing at so intently?" As he spoke, Freddy turned to glance behind him, following Su Ming's gaze, and beheld Bidali, Eliza, and Lilith. With just one look, he quickly averted his eyes. Coincidentally, Rick and Sharp also spotted the trio, exchanging knowing glances with Su Ming. Although you excel, dear brother, I must candidly advise you not to let beauty cloud your judgment. Do not harbor any delusions. Be cautious not to provoke those you ought not to, Rick cautioned, patting Su Ming's shoulder meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Su Ming snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You're overthinking it, he retorted. He had merely glanced at them a few extra times. And yet these three had begun to lecture him. Well, as ordinary individuals, despite their relative excellence, they remained mere commoners compared to the nobility. In essence, no matter how remarkable one may be, one's social standing dictates an insurmountable barrier. A wealthy young lady has an abundance of admirable suitors, all of whom are the epitome of desirability. It is highly improbable that she would ever cast her gaze upon them. Perhaps, by a stroke of fortune, she might take notice and develop a fleeting fondness, but that would be the extent of it. The tales of impoverished youths and affluent heiresses uniting are but ephemeral fantasies to be dismissed. It is understood, even by myself, as a recognized disciple of my master, that I lack the privilege to approach someone of her stature. Alas, the thought of this brings me sorrow. Sharp wore an expression of melancholy, his broad face resembling that of one in mourning. Freddy, bemused, felt somewhat helpless in his attempts to console Sharp. Upon deeper acquaintance, it became apparent that despite Sharp's imposing physique and masculine demeanor, he possessed a fragile heart, prone to bouts of sensitivity. In contrast, Su Ming, though slender and youthful, exuded a maturity and composure that set him apart. After a few days of substitute teaching, it was evident that Su Ming would garner far greater admiration than the rest of them. He exhibited discernment, an understanding of social dynamics, and the ability to navigate interactions with grace. Were it not for the knowledge of his humble origins from a remote area, one might easily mistake him for a graduate of a prestigious institution, seasoned by years of experience in the world. Following their lunch, the group departed from the school cafeteria, continuing their conversation. Does anyone have plans for tonight? I heard there's a newly open-made cafe next door, Sharp inquired. Forget it. I have no classes this afternoon and have arranged to watch a movie with a lovely lady. I might not return tonight, Rick replied, his excitement palpable. Well done. You've secured another date so quickly, Freddy exclaimed, astonished. You should think about your future. Being perpetually single is not an option, Rick teased with a playful wink. What about you, Su Ming? Do you have plans for the evening? Sharp turned his gaze towards Su Ming. I'm free, but I'll pass on the barbecue. My stomach hasn't been feeling well these past few days, Su Ming responded. All right, take care of yourself, then come along with me, boss. Sure. I have no particular engagements. As Su Ming and the three others left, the previously engaged trio, Biddy Li, Eli Sha, and Li Li Si, began to whisper among themselves. Is that the new physical education teacher? He seems quite young, Biddy Li remarked, maintaining her calm demeanor, accustomed to being the center of attention, and undisturbed by it unless it became excessive. Indeed, what do you think? Quite handsome, Isn't. He will be teaching our classes physical education. I heard he completed the entrance test with a 100-meter sprint in 88 seconds and excels at basketball, Eli Sha noted to Biddy Li. Basic information is readily available, so a little curiosity suffices to discover such details. I've heard that teacher Su Ming hails from a remote area and is skilled in martial arts, though I've yet to witness his prowess firsthand. According to the other three physical education teachers, he seems to possess impressive abilities, Li Li Si added, following Eli Sha's commentary. The young woman, drawn to strength, found herself intrigued by Su Ming, who was not only exceptionally talented but also new, providing an air of novelty. Is that so? I must admit, I find him quite interesting, she remarked. As for Sharp, I am aware he has spent several years in my father's martial arts dojo. Though his skills are rather average, he is still a recognized disciple of my father, and now he has taken up the role of a physical education teacher. Is he truly considered average compared to Dilida? You are far too formidable, Elisa commented. Indeed, she is truly our heroine, the daughter of the savior, Lord Satan, Lilith chimed in with a cheerful compliment. This flattery caused Dilida to blush, prompting her to break the atmosphere. If you two continue to jest in such a manner, we shall no longer be friends, and I will cease to bring you gifts. Observing Dilida's slight annoyance, Elisa and Lilith quickly halted their teasing, adopting a more conciliatory demeanor. Meanwhile, Back in the teacher's office, Rick took a brief respite before receiving a phone call that compelled him to leave the school. Sharp and Freddy engaged in conversation while organizing the lessons for the afternoon. Ming also had a class scheduled later, but he had long considered how to approach it. After all, today's lesson was primarily led by Freddy, and he merely needed to provide support. Starting next week, he would be responsible for leading the students himself. Interestingly, his arrival in this world coincided with March 1st, which fell on a Monday. With the upcoming weekend off, he would have the opportunity to engage in other pursuits. For Ming, this meant advancing his training. He was determined to exert every ounce of effort to enhance his strength and ultimately defeat Sun Wukong. His previous attempts had ended in failure due to insufficient combat power and experience, as his opponent was a martial arts master with a peak combat strength exceeding 100. However, according to Ming's calculations, if he could elevate his combat power to nearly 60 points, or even surpass it, victory might not be out of reach. With over an hour remaining in the midday break, Ming feigned a brief nap, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy. He remained undisturbed, as no one would seek out the physical education teacher during the lunch hour. Freddy and Sharp had become familiar with his routine over the past few days. Recognizing that Ming preferred to rest during this time and would not be disturbed unless something significant arose. Indeed, the effects of cultivation are insufficient. Energy cultivation necessitates extended periods to refine and strengthen. Merely an hour is far less effective than other forms of training, Ming mused inwardly. His combat power had indeed increased by 1 point, but achieving a 7-fold increase only resulted in a mere single point of enhancement, which felt disappointingly minimal. During the process of cultivating qi, the energy of qi continuously refines the body, thereby enhancing its strength. Chapter 18. How to acquire more techniques aside from the rudimentary cultivation methods. The only skills I currently possess are the most basic introductory boxing and body techniques, along with the 8-handed fist, which, though commendable, proves ineffective against formidable opponents. This technique is merely suitable for dealing with adversaries of mediocre strength. Even as I constantly gain experience through combat to compensate for my shortcomings, it remains arduous to forge my own unique martial arts in a short span of time. I must acquire a wider array of combat techniques, be it through cultivation methods, moves, or skills. On the playground, Ming is burdened with thoughts. It is currently class time, and since he is not in charge, he has ample opportunity to ponder his own matters. This particular lesson coincides with the physical education class of Class A1, where the agenda includes timed sprints and high jump assessments. Once completed, other activities such as basketball and baseball can ensue. Freddy, as an experienced teacher, conducts the class with exceptional proficiency, ensuring that no time is squandered during the students' free activities. He manages to complete all assessments in less than 15 minutes. Afterward, there is little left for Freddy and Ming to do. Naturally, one may choose to engage in sports with the students or rest until class concludes, as long as the safety of the students is assured. In recent days, Ming has also observed that the teaching process primarily revolves around self-directed learning. The teachers impart fundamental knowledge, leaving most of the practice to the students themselves. This is lauded as a diversified approach, granting students greater autonomy in their choices. Ultimately, it reflects a general apathy towards physical education achievements, where a teacher's insistence on students learning various skills may come off as rather unwelcome. In the realm of Dragon Ball, individuals possess remarkable physical abilities, with very few exhibiting signs of malnourishment or stunted growth. Thus, the majority manage to pass basic assessments. From Ming's perspective, he rather appreciates this model, as it significantly reduces his workload as a physical education teacher, granting him more time to pursue his own interests. As for whether the school administration will address this phenomenon, according to Freddy, it is tacitly accepted. Freddy's most frequent advice to Ming is to refrain from taking things too seriously and to avoid provoking those who should not be disturbed. By adhering to this principle, he can minimize conflicts and sustain his position over the years. In summary, the status of teachers within this school is rather mediocre. Those who thrive do so by maintaining good relationships, while those who do not are often avoided. Only professors command a modicum of respect from the students. Ming is aware that most students at Orange Star High School come from affluent backgrounds, merely seeking to enhance their credentials with prestigious diplomas. Certainly, there are no shortage of diligent students, yet having 3 or 5 exemplary ones within a class is already commendable. On the playground, while classmates engaged in a game of baseball, Su Ming found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the increasingly arduous nature of his training, and he could not help but sigh. Beside him, Freddy misconstrued Su Ming's silence as a critique of the teaching model and remarked, "There's plenty of time ahead. Acclimating early will serve you well. Especially in Class A1, which is far more intricate than the B2 class I previously mentioned. Take Beidili, the daughter of our savior, Satan. Whatever she chooses to do in the future, you must refrain from intervening. And as for the others, particularly Sharple, do not dare to contradict him. His father is a renowned financial mogul." Listening to Freddy's admonitions, Su Ming felt overwhelmed. The challenges of his training were already burdensome enough without having to navigate the dynamics with this group of ordinary individuals. To be frank, Su Ming was not one to instigate trouble, yet many situations proved to be rather convoluted, and often, even if one sought to avoid conflict, others might provoke it unbidden. Having experienced unforeseen calamities, Su Ming was acutely aware of their unpredictability. "Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint," having finally settled. "I have no desire for my life to be upheaved again," Su Ming replied. "If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do let me know. While I may not have the courage to speak out elsewhere, I still possess some influence within the school," Freddy said, giving Su Ming a reassuring pat on the shoulder before rising to stretch. "Shall we head out? Let us play some basketball together. It's essential to maintain friendships with your peers, and I genuinely admire your skills." Under Freddy's enthusiastic insistence, Su Ming nodded, which helped to shift his focus. As they integrated into the basketball game, Su Ming and Freddy found themselves on opposing teams. It was not unusual for teachers to join in, but Su Ming refrained from going all out. He merely engaged in light exercise, for if he were to truly apply himself, he could easily outplay everyone single-handedly. Unbeknownst to him, his presence on the court had drawn considerable attention from several female students, including Beidili, Eliza, and Lilith. Notably, Beidili regarded Su Ming with a discerning gaze, assessing whether this new physical education teacher possessed any martial arts prowess. In her eyes, someone with a martial arts background would inevitably reveal their skills through movement, regardless of how adeptly they concealed their abilities in daily life. However, after observing for some time, Beidili failed to discern anything particularly extraordinary about Su Ming. He was merely agile and possessed commendable physical fitness, with no apparent foundation in martial arts. Another slam dunk. "Impressive, isn't it? Su Ming is quite remarkable. Wouldn't you say, Beidili?" Eliza nudged Beidili with her elbow, eager for her opinion. "He's decent, I suppose. Many could achieve the same feat." "I could do it with ease," Beidili replied, exhibiting her competitive spirit, even when comparing against males. "Oh dear, Beidili, please do not be so serious. After spending several days outside disciplining wrongdoers, it's high time for you to relax a little," Lilith urged, pulling Beidili gently, encouraging her to ease up and refrain from constantly comparing herself to men. The three young women continued their light-hearted conversation. Before long, the class came to an end. Following an intense match, Freddy found himself utterly in awe of Su Ming's basketball prowess. This admiration was entirely justified, with Su Ming's current capabilities. Playing basketball was a mere trifle, especially considering he had been quite skilled even before arriving in the Dragon Ball universe. Once class concluded, aside from a few students on duty who assisted in returning the sports equipment to its rightful place, the majority swiftly returned to the classroom. After exchanging words with Freddy, Su Ming made his way back to the teacher's office alone, as Freddy had another class to attend in the afternoon. While walking back, Su Ming contemplated how to acquire more techniques in the days to come. Just as he turned a corner, he was unexpectedly halted by a figure, none other than Beidili herself. "Teacher Su Ming," she greeted. "Classmate Beidili," he replied, momentarily taken aback. They stood face to face, and Su Ming felt a slight jolt of surprise. They say love can be found around every corner, but this was hardly the time for such sentiments. If he had been any more distracted, he might have been frightened into illness. It seemed the original character, Son Gohan, had also been startled by Beidili on more than one occasion. "Is there something you need?" "Classmate Beidili?" Su Ming finally managed to ask, regaining his composure. "Not particularly. I merely heard high praises from our classmates regarding you. And I also learned that you are a martial artist, so I came to verify," she stated plainly. Su Ming was at a loss for words in response. "Oh, I see. You may be disappointed. While I possess some basic martial arts skills, I cannot truly be considered a martial artist." In an effort to avoid complications, Su Ming decided to conceal his true abilities. He preferred to keep his distance from Beidili, as any entanglement could lead to future inconveniences. Although Bidalai was indeed more enchanting than he had initially imagined, stirring feelings within him, Su Ming still wished to remain unnoticed by her. From the way you played basketball earlier, I could already see your solid foundation. However, I believe if you could train regularly at my father's martial arts dojo, you would undoubtedly hone your skills to an even greater level. Bidalai's words left Su Ming momentarily stunned. Was she attempting to drum up business for her father? Furthermore, the confidence in her statement was almost confrontational. Her attitude mirrors that of the original character's initial haughty demeanor. She will need to undergo some trials and tribulations before transforming into the future devoted partner, Su Ming mused inwardly. In truth, Bidalai's recognition of his potential revealed her keen insight into his extraordinary nature. However, her understanding of martial arts was quite superficial, even less profound than that of the current Su Ming. With such limited insight, it was only natural that she could not perceive Su Ming's true capabilities. Should the opportunity arise, I would indeed like to engage in some training, and at that time, I would need to trouble classmate Bidalai for a bit of assistance. Su Ming remarked politely. Well then, teacher Su Ming, you carry on with your tasks. I must return to the classroom. Bidalai acknowledged with a nod and gracefully departed. Her arrival had been abrupt, and her departure equally so, leaving Su Ming with a peculiar sense of bewilderment. Nevertheless, it mattered little, regardless of Bidalai's thoughts towards him. He needed only to focus on improving himself. Speaking of which, would engaging in righteous endeavors still yield rewards in terms of acquiring techniques? If so, perhaps I could vie with Bidalai for some opportunities, Su Ming pondered whimsically. In the original narrative, Bidalai maintained order in Satan City, having dealt with numerous criminals, who, in comparison to the burly man who had robbed him, were undoubtedly more malevolent. Even though the original plot had yet to commence, numerous crimes occurred daily in Satan City. Otherwise, Bidalai would not be so occupied. Lost in thought, Su Ming returned to his office, where he found Sharp idly lifting dumbbells. Su Ming had previously chided Sharp about his penchant for exercise, to which Sharp had replied that since he had nothing else to occupy his time, it was more practical to hone his physical fitness. Indeed, he was a sincere individual, embodying the mindset of one on the path to strength, always striving for improvement. Unable to remain idle, just like Su Ming, who now possessed a goal and yearned for more time to cultivate. He longed to find the time chamber of the gods and immerse himself in training for a decade or more. Even though the Lord dictated that one could only remain inside for 2 years, with sufficient strength, it was possible to transcend dimensional barriers. Alas, he lacked that opportunity. At least for now, it remained a fanciful dream. Could the resources of the Z fighters be accessible to an ordinary person? Some minor resources were indeed unrestricted, but to utilize the time chamber, one would need to establish a significant rapport and gain the fighter's approval. Much like in Dragon Ball, one would require consent to use it openly in the presence of the fighters. Otherwise, one would have to resort to secrecy to avoid detection. In essence, typical wishes could be fulfilled, especially since one had sought the Dragon Balls through their own efforts. However, should one's aspirations veer into the realm of the absurd, such as seeking immortality or acquiring outlandish powers, the situation would be entirely different. Of course, without first-hand experience, Su Ming could only indulge in his own fanciful musings. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the end of the school day. After returning to his office and briefly organizing some materials, Su Ming commenced his training. He remained engrossed in his practice until Freddy's class concluded and Sharp returned from his third period, both of whom began to worry that Su Ming might be unwell, suggesting he should visit a hospital for a checkup. In the course of cultivating his energy, Su Ming had kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep. This prolonged slumber raised concerns for anyone. His explanation was merely that he was unaccustomed to the environment, and after a brief rest, he bid farewell to the 2 companions and returned to his dormitory. He had no intention of venturing out. For today, he must devote himself entirely to achieving a combat power of 60 points. Otherwise, he would have to join Sharp and Freddy at the maid cafe. Only by reaching this standard could he hope to surpass Sun Wukong and exponentially increase his training multiplier to 10-fold. With such an enhancement, Su Ming was confident that his strength would surge, and he was eager to explore alternative training methods. While cultivating energy alone yielded rapid improvements, his body required extreme physical exertion to complement this. Thus, he needed to acquire some weighted training equipment. Remaining in his room, he continued his meditation until 6 o'clock. at which point he satisfactorily concluded this round of training. The 2 hours spent in the afternoon, combined with another 2 hours post-class, bore significant fruit. His energy had expanded by nearly 1/3 since noon, and his combat power had finally surpassed 50 points, reaching 52 points. Once exceeding 50 points, he felt a remarkable transformation within himself. Not only did his strength increase, but the world around him became strikingly clearer. Ming marveled at this elevation of perception, as he could now sense others' energy and his surroundings with much greater clarity, no longer requiring deliberate effort to discern them. Rising to his feet, Ming practiced simple punches and kicks in the living room, executing some basic martial techniques. The sound of his strikes echoed with a bass-like resonance. His explosive power and speed had markedly improved compared to before. He finally understood why he had previously been no match for Sun Wukong. With his present strength, he could easily dominate his former self, he mused. Although the increase in combat power was not akin to an outrageous cheat, with thousands of points gained in an instant, the gradual enhancement of strength felt profoundly real to Ming. Chapter 20. Sky Dance Technique. Inch Fist. With the intensity of energy I currently possess, it seems I can fully envelop my body and achieve levitation. Speaking to himself, Ming could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of flying. Now, as his strength advanced, that dream was becoming a reality. Recalling the original storyline, there was explicit instruction on the sky dance technique, particularly the simplified version taught by Sun Wukong to Bidalai, which served as an excellent reference. Additionally, the foundational energy cultivation methods included basic applications of energy control in this regard. The sky dance technique. This was a skill that must be mastered. In battles between powerful adversaries, especially once a certain level of strength is attained, the confines of the ground no longer apply. Just as he was about to attempt it, a protest from his stomach halted Ming, reminding him that he had neglected to consider the time for nourishment. As the hour approached for the canteen to close, Ming swiftly departed from the faculty dormitory, smartphone in hand, making his way to the school's dining hall. Along the way, he encountered several strikingly beautiful female teachers, filling the cramped elevator with an enchanting fragrance. It must be said, the female educators at Qingxing High School were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessed figures that could rival one another. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with these teachers, Ming managed to extricate himself from their playful banter and reach the canteen. Most of the teachers residing at the school were single, akin to their male counterparts. Women too are quick to gather intelligence on newly arrived males, particularly those of exceptional caliber. In a certain sense, women can be even more predatory than men. Ming, youthful, athletic, and possessing an appealing demeanor, naturally attracted the favor of the opposite sex. Arriving a bit later than usual, he found the canteen nearly devoid of patrons, save for a few on-duty teachers still dining. His later arrival was a deliberate choice to avoid the bustling crowds, thus sparing himself from the inconvenience of queuing. Not one to be particular, Ming quickly served himself a simple meal, consuming it with haste before returning to his dormitory. Humanity has an innate desire to ascend, and even when one is aware that their efforts may only render them as mere fodder in the unfolding narrative, the reluctance to be reduced to insignificance persists. He devoted more time to his training, striving to strengthen himself as much as possible. Though he could venture outdoors, he preferred to first hone his abilities at home, for the capacity to levitate did not equate to the ability to fly. The extent of one's levitation and the speed of flight are intricately linked to the potency of one's energy. At the very least, Ming was confident that his current ability to levitate was commendable. However, to achieve true freedom in flight would require not only rigorous training, but also a substantial enhancement of his innate power, surpassing the 100 mark. It is worth noting that the original technique of levitation first made an appearance during the 22nd martial arts tournament, executed by Tian Xinhan. In the original narrative, it was a unique secret art of the Crane School, limited to Master Rashi himself. Tian Xinhan acquired this skill, and while Kairatsu seemed to possess it as well, his levitation leaned more towards a supernatural ability. The fact that Tian Xinhan was able to perform it and subsequently teach it to other Z-fighters underscores the stringent requirements for mastering such a technique. It is important to remember that even someone like Tao Pai Pai was unable to learn it. Standing in the living room, Ming positioned himself centrally, focusing intently on his energy, guiding and controlling it. He had already become quite adept at the three fundamental elements of the basics. This proficiency was in part thanks to the system. Any rewards from the system came with a certain level of inherent mastery. As his energy gradually emanated from within, Su Ming made a concerted effort to relax his mind, allowing the energy to fully attach to the exterior, forming an invisible membrane. This can be regarded as a form of self-preservation. This invisible aura serves to shield against external assaults, impenetrable to the average person. Having reached this stage, Su Ming began to regulate his breath, lifting himself from the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until after several moments, a peculiar sensation washed over him. As if he had grasped the secret, an unseen wave of energy surged forth, akin to a gust of wind beneath his feet, and he gradually floated upwards, completely leaving the ground. Success! His initial attempt at cultivation had triumphed, filling Su Ming with exhilaration. He had anticipated numerous trials, but it seemed he had succeeded on the first try, rivaling even the Z fighters. Su Ming neglected to consider the system's multiplicative enhancement during cultivation. Regardless of the technique practiced, it resulted in exponential growth. In his moment of elation, a sudden sharp pain struck his head. Undoubtedly, in his hubris, he had collided with the ceiling. Fortunately, he had not exerted too much force, or else the ceiling would have surely been breached. Such an occurrence would have been quite embarrassing, especially since he remembered that a stunning beauty resided above him. Upon returning to the ground, the sensation of solid earth beneath his feet felt distinctly different from before. This feeling stirred something profound within Su Ming, as if his comprehension of energy had deepened. Beep. Congratulations, host, on mastering the art of flight without a teacher. Your martial prowess has ascended to new heights. You have earned a random draw for a foundational technique, encompassing all basic cultivation methods, moves, and skills from the Dragon Ball universe. Would you like to proceed with the draw? The system's voice suddenly resonated in his ears, leaving Su Ming momentarily stunned. In the next instant, his emotions surged even higher. This meant that not only could he earn rewards through righteous deeds, but by discovering skills from the original narrative through his own efforts, he could also trigger rewards. If he were to create a technique of his own, would the rewards be even greater? Draw. Without hesitation, Su Ming opted to proceed with the draw. For his first reward, although he only received the 8-handed fist, it nonetheless represented a significant enhancement to his abilities. Adopting the mindset that even the smallest ant is still meat, he considered any reward to be beneficial. Beep. Draw complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the foundational technique of the inch punch, now stored in the system's inventory for your use at any time. The inch punch. Such a technique exists in the Dragon Ball universe? Upon hearing the reward, Su Ming felt a twinge of disbelief. Although he had previously been unversed in martial arts, he had heard of various styles. Yet, upon further reflection, he found peace with it. After all, the overarching narrative of the first Dragon Ball series drew heavily from the rich tapestry of Chinese martial arts culture, where an array of techniques abound, making the emergence of an inch punch entirely plausible. It is worth noting that while the original work did not explicitly mention the names of various martial arts styles, their essence was inherently woven into the fluidity of combat. Techniques like Baguazhang and Xingyi were subtly integrated into the movements. Opening the system's inventory, Su Ming located the inch punch and began to practice it. Empowered by the innate proficiency of the system and his current prowess, Su Ming felt a significant enhancement in his capabilities. Not to mention other aspects, the mastery of power control through the technique of inch fist illuminated his understanding. Previously, he relied solely on brute force, aware that finesse was necessary, yet struggled to achieve it effortlessly. Now, with the introduction of this inch fist, his command over strength became markedly more precise. Chapter 21. The Bull Demon King, a rematch with Sun Wukong. Battle power, 54 points. Indeed, as he acquired more knowledge, his strength augmented, leading to an increase in combat power. It was an elevation in ability that resulted in enhanced battle prowess, rather than the reverse. The battle power metrics merely served as a standard for assessing one's strength. Eagerly, he sought to put his newfound skills into practice. Su Ming relished the exhilarating sensation that accompanied his ascendant strength, striving to delve deeper into the martial arts mastery afforded by the system. This experience bore a resemblance to an epiphany. Before he knew it, an hour had slipped by. Within the confines of his room, he practiced his punches and kicks, the limited space proving somewhat adequate. However, To further his training, a more expansive area would be essential. After a vigorous session, Su Ming emerged drenched in sweat, yet invigorated. This sensation was alien to the self he once was before his transmigration. He entered the bathroom for a refreshing shower, took a brief respite, and then resumed his cultivation of qi. The insights gained from mastering the void technique deepened his understanding of qi, rendering his current practice remarkably efficient and fruitful. As time swiftly passed, it struck midnight. After several hours of training, the qi within him swelled, and his body became increasingly fortified through its refinement. His battle power escalated from 54 to 60 points, barely meeting his own expectations. The character challenge refreshed, and to his astonishment, his opponent was none other than the newly introduced Bull Demon King. This revelation instilled considerable pressure upon Su Ming. He had not anticipated that the Bull Demon King would possess a battle power of 60, matching his own. Coupled with his size advantage, Su Ming found himself at a distinct disadvantage initially. It was through a prolonged tug-of-war that he gradually discerned the Bull Demon King's vulnerabilities. While his massive frame granted him unmatched strength, it also constrained his mobility, rendering him far slower than Su Ming. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming managed to triumph over him, despite sustaining severe injuries. Ultimately, the initial appearance of the Bull Demon King, though formidable, was hindered by years of neglect in martial arts. He was no longer at his peak. Otherwise, how could Su Ming have emerged victorious? Much like the aged Sun Wukong, had he not been advanced in years. Teetering on the brink of death, his battle power would surely not have been a mere 50 points. After vanquishing the Ox Demon King, Su Ming experienced an extraordinary enhancement in his cultivation speed, which surged to an impressive 8-fold increase. Additionally, he gained a wealth of combat experience. In future encounters with opponents akin to the Ox Demon King, he would no longer be subjected to the same relentless suppression. In truth, Su Ming yearned for a chance to battle the Ox Demon King at his peak. However, he pondered whether he would have the opportunity once his own strength had ascended. Given his current trajectory of improvement, he observed daily fluctuations, an apparent increase of approximately 10 points each day. Yet, the disparity of 10 points in combat power was substantial, particularly at this stage of his development. It was time. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, Su Ming eagerly prepared to challenge Son Gohan once more. This time, he was resolute in his determination to triumph. After days of rigorous training and challenges, he had consistently progressed. And now with a combat power exceeding the aging Son Gohan by 10 points, he believed victory was within his grasp. Once again, he found himself at the familiar Baozi Mountain, amidst the well-known silhouette. "You are back," they both spoke simultaneously, an echo of their previous encounters. The elderly Son Gohan scrutinized Su Ming, his eyes reflecting admiration. Su Ming, unfazed by Son Gohan's words, boldly declared, "This time, it shall be different. I will undoubtedly surpass this hurdle." "Excellent. Confidence is commendable, yet you must also demonstrate your abilities," Son Gohan replied with a smile. Loosening his arms behind his back and gradually rolling up his sleeves, adopting a martial arts stance. "Please, enlighten me." Without hesitation, Su Ming unleashed a roar, his toes striking the ground as he surged forward. Following his recent power enhancement and the harrowing battle with the Ox Demon King, he felt no need for warm-up exercises. His assault was sharper than ever, initiating with a flurry of 8-handed fist strikes, catching Son Gohan off guard. Son Gohan, astonished, quickly reacted with a series of blocks, retreating rapidly. As Su Ming's offensive intensified, Son Gohan's withdrawal accelerated. Once the barrage of 8-handed fist concluded, Su Ming, undeterred, unleashed a powerful short punch that sent Son Gohan hurtling backward. Although Son Gohan fell to the ground, Su Ming remained vigilant. He did not possess the confidence that a single punch would secure his victory over Son Gohan. With each battle, he had encountered numerous surprises, despite his advanced age. Son Gohan's strength remained stable at 50 points. Before long, under Su Ming's watchful gaze, Son Gohan rose to his feet. Though he appeared to be in considerable pain, he was, in fact, only mildly injured. That punch carried significant force. You have progressed further in your martial arts. However, your short punch seems to lack a deeper layer of power. While its explosive strength is commendable, it lacks the undercurrent of hidden energy. If you were to incorporate that, even the old man would struggle to rise, Son Gohan remarked, leaving Su Ming astounded. Having endured a punch, Son Gohan had already gleaned insight into Su Ming's mastery of the short punch. I never anticipated an easy victory over you. So let us continue. Please impart more knowledge of martial arts to me. Su Ming's gaze was grave as he continued to strike. The battle with Sun Wukong persisted for an extended duration. After exhausting all his skills, Su Ming barely managed to emerge victorious. It would be more accurate to say that he did not truly defeat him, but rather, through the vitality of youth, he outlasted the aging Sun Wukong. Upon exiting the challenge space, Su Ming felt somewhat unsatisfied. This confrontation clearly revealed his significant shortcomings and also unveiled an alternative method for cultivation and enhancement. He realized he could not confine himself solely to the cultivation of qi. He must further refine his physical combat skills. Relying merely on the limited proficiency granted by the system was insufficient. An enhancement could not be achieved through just a few battles. It required sustained and persistent training over an extended period. The multiplier for his cultivation had reached tenfold. He pondered the extent of his training effects. Having experienced a sevenfold enhancement, reaching tenfold marked a considerable advancement. Instead of immediately engaging in training, Su Ming observed the challenge interface, noting that the challenge against Sun Wukong had been tagged as successful, with a reset button available. Without hesitation, he chose to reset. In an instant, another message regarding Sun Wukong appeared. Difficulty level challenge. Defeat the Sun Wukong who has returned from the underworld, with a cultivation multiplier increased to 20-fold. Chapter 22. Tenfold cultivation increase once again. It was Sun Wukong. Moreover, it was the Sun Wukong returned from the underworld. Transitioning from tenfold to 20-fold represented yet another significant leap. Murmuring to himself, Su Ming calculated in his mind. It seemed that the ordinary difficulty level increased by a factor of 1, while the difficult level escalated by tens. The hellish level undoubtedly offered a 100-fold enhancement. What appeared to be an easy transition was, in actuality, a formidable challenge. Achieving success in such a short time frame was nearly impossible. Previously, he had idly mused about engaging in another match with Sun Wukong to glean further knowledge, and it turned out to be the peak version of Sun Wukong. With one more challenge opportunity remaining, Su Ming contemplated for a moment and decided to forego the challenge against Master Roshi. Intending instead to spar with the Sun Wukong returned from the underworld. He wondered whether this Sun Wukong was the same one he had fought previously. If so, it would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to his subsequent strength enhancement. However, he resolved not to challenge him just yet. He still had a day, and even if he could not achieve a monumental breakthrough within that time, he would at least attempt to harness the benefits of the tenfold cultivation increase. Preparing himself to face the challenge with greater strength. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 9 in the morning. Su Ming awoke from his qi meditation, his eyes shimmering with an invisible aura of intimidation. After a night of arduous training, within a mere 8 hours, his combat power surged from 60 to 75 points. This breakthrough in strength was remarkably swifter than his previous day's training. One can only say that the terrifying tenfold cultivation speed is remarkable. If he continues at such a pace, his other training endeavors will also yield extraordinary results. Feeling the immense aura surging within him, Su Ming truly experiences a profound transformation. When he faced Sun Wukong last night, he believed himself sufficiently powerful. Now, if he were to confront his former self, he could effortlessly subdue and defeat him. It is no exaggeration to assert that he could vanquish his past self, who possessed a combat power of 60 with just one hand. However, while his strength has undeniably increased, it is primarily the intensity of his aura that has grown. Although his body has undergone another enhancement due to the strengthening of his aura, the improvements are rather limited, and he has made no advancements in other combat techniques. Martial prowess must not be neglected, otherwise his combat capability will suffer. He must venture out shortly in search of a suitable place to train. Muttering to himself, Su Ming rose and made his way to the kitchen to prepare 3 packets of instant noodles. The hour was late, and the school dining hall was closed for the weekend. He casually consumed something to satiate his hunger, seizing the opportunity to clear his mind and contemplate his forthcoming plans. There is no rush regarding the challenge against Sun Wukong. He will continue to train, striving to enhance himself as much as possible before attempting the challenge again in the evening. Perhaps, with the current rate of cultivation, by nightfall, his combat power could reach 90 points, or even 100. The speed of his ascension is accelerating, and Su Ming no longer feels as he did just days prior. He has cultivated a greater sense of confidence. Despite the formidable strength of the Z warriors in this era, which he cannot hope to match, he believes that, given time, he can become increasingly powerful, even if he cannot complete the main storyline tasks of the system. After finishing his noodles, Ming chose not to leave the school. Instead, he whimsically made his way to the rooftop of the dormitory building. This notion was inspired by recollections of the original storyline. After all, in the original narrative, Sun Wukong often used the rooftop as a landing spot before heading to school, thanks to the concealment of his outfit. As he had imagined, the space here is ample and well kept, likely due to regular cleaning. Along one side of the railing, there is an abundance of planted greenery, cultivated by some individuals who frequent this spot. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, gazing out over the school, he found himself inexplicably conjuring some rather inappropriate images, likely a result of consuming too much animated content. Shaking his head to dispel those chaotic thoughts, Ming adopted a serious demeanor. From this vantage point, he could behold the entire school and its surroundings. The dormitory building consists of 17 stories. While it may pale in comparison to towering skyscrapers, it is still quite tall. It must be noted that on weekends, the school remains lively, perhaps even more so than usual, as there are no classes, allowing students to engage in various club activities on the playground. The youth are vibrant and free from the burdens of life. Regaining his composure, Ming calmed his mind. This place was indeed a sanctuary, though he pondered whether it might be disturbed by others. However, it mattered little. As long as he remained attuned to the fluctuations of his aura during his cultivation, he could sense any approaching presence beforehand. This ability, once mastered, became effortless. With ample space at his disposal, Ming hesitated no longer and commenced his training. He began with warm-up exercises, utilizing fundamental boxing techniques and footwork to swiftly invigorate his body, followed by rigorous drills to achieve the true essence of cultivation. As his strength grew, he mastered the foundational boxing and footwork to their utmost limits. Next came the advanced application of the eight-handed fist and the mastery of the inch punch. In truth, Ming had long surpassed the realm of 8 hands. Ultimately, the execution of the eight-handed fist relied on sheer speed, creating the illusion of 8 hands striking simultaneously. Now, Ming was capable of manifesting 10, 12, or even more arms in an instant, his velocity rendering him nearly imperceptible. With sufficient swiftness, he could transcend even greater extremes. Then came the inch punch. Following Gohan's guidance, he combined inch strength with hidden force, employing double or even triple the weight for a more formidable effect. Ming was no fool. As a transmigrator from an era of information explosion, he possessed a wealth of ideas, yet actualizing them proved to be a formidable challenge. If it were otherwise, martial arts masters would effortlessly create new techniques at will. In the blink of an eye, the sun had traversed from east to west. Throughout his training, Ming had not paused, tirelessly addressing his shortcomings and refining his combat techniques. After several hours, although his combat prowess had not markedly improved, he keenly felt his understanding of combat strategies and advancements in boxing techniques, coupled with a tenfold enhancement from his cultivation. This was the profound effect of his training. Every endeavor reaped tenfold rewards. Concluding his practice of striking techniques, Ming shifted his focus to the cultivation of his aura. At this moment, his body was in an optimal state. Despite a hint of fatigue, the results were paradoxically more pronounced. This was a realization he had come to after his previous sessions of cultivation. Following the exertion of physical training, the cultivation of aura not only facilitated recovery, but also greatly refined his physique. Chapter 23. The true pressure of over 100 combat power. The cultivation of aura and the practice of void techniques continued for several hours, until dusk enveloped the sky. Ming eventually concluded his session, for he sensed the arrival of others on the rooftop. Although he recognized the two instructors, a man and a woman, he courteously greeted them before departing. As for their purpose in coming, he had little curiosity. Upon reviewing the combat strength data, it has impressively reached a score of 81 points. While it appears to be a mere increment of 6 points, this enhancement is indeed substantial. Although his battle experience has yet to catch up, Ming is now able to wield this power with complete control. In less than a day, he has transitioned from 60 to 81 points, a leap that leaves him immensely satisfied. However, this is not Ming's most significant achievement. He has also attained a certain level of proficiency in the art of aerial movement, allowing him to effortlessly hover and fly through the skies. Though his speed may not be remarkable, it undeniably represents a significant advancement. Ultimately, his hesitation stems from a lingering fear, preventing him from flying swiftly. He is acutely aware that should his strength wane, he would plummet to the ground. Given his current physical condition, a fall from several stories would not be fatal, nor would it result in severe injury, yet the fear remains palpable. This fear of heights will need to be conquered through further training and enhanced strength in the future. Upon returning to his room, Ming quickly took a shower and changed his clothes before stepping out, leaving the confines of the school. By nature, he is rather reclusive, and due to his dedication to training, he seldom ventures out unless necessary. This outing was merely to enjoy a meal and to unwind a little. Striking a balance between work and rest, Ming recognized the tension that had built up within him from relentless training. He had never truly relaxed. Although his strength had been steadily increasing, it had also imposed considerable pressure upon him. After dining, Ming strolled through the mall and procured some supplies he required before returning to his dormitory. He encountered no further incidents of robbery, which left him somewhat disappointed. Having experienced a fortunate encounter previously, he had harbored a slight hope of stumbling upon another unexpected opportunity, perhaps a chance to draw from the system again. As night fell, around 11 o'clock, Ming resumed his cultivation practice. It was only now that he resolved to undertake another challenge, for the opportunity would soon refresh. Ding. Multiplicative challenge initiated. Difficulty: hard. Opponent: Son Gohan from the underworld. Complete the challenge to increase current cultivation multiplier to 20 times. The system's voice resonated in his ears, and Ming held his breath as the environment around him transformed completely. He found himself in the domain of the fortune teller. After enduring challenges from various opponents, Ming had begun to grasp the nature of the adversaries the system arranged and the corresponding locations it selected. "We meet again, young man," said Son Gohan, adorned with a luminous halo above his head, initiating the conversation before Ming could utter a word. Ming was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression brightened with delight. There was no need for further elaboration. He recognized that this Son Gohan was indeed the same as before. The system was formidable, seemingly crafting opponents in accordance with his desires. Acknowledging Son Gohan with a nod, Ming focused intently and observed his combat strength value, 120 points. Indeed, the return of Sun Wukong from the underworld is entirely in accordance with Ming's initial predictions. Sun Wukong did not take the initiative to strike, yet his imposing aura was unmistakably present. Unlike the sensation brought forth by Master Roshi, the pressure emanating from Sun Wukong was far more direct. For the first time, Ming experienced the overwhelming force of a combat power exceeding 100. Given his current prowess, he felt the weight of this pressure acutely. Had he attempted to challenge it with a mere 60 points of combat power, he would have been utterly paralyzed by fear of retaliation. Even now, Ming found himself in a precarious position. After several hours of evening training, his combat power had reached 84 points. If he did not make a move, the elder would not hesitate to act. As Sun Wukong's voice resonated, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing and reappearing mere meters away from Ming. How swift! Ming gasped, his instincts kicking in as he instinctively retreated. However, Sun Wukong offered no opportunity for escape, propelling himself forward with a swift kick that resulted in a thunderous impact. Ming felt an overwhelming force envelop him, rendering his body uncontrollable as he was sent flying. It was only after soaring nearly 10 meters that he managed to regain some semblance of control, executing 3 backflips to dissipate the force. Barely stabilizing himself for a second, his vision blurred, and Sun Wukong was suddenly within arm's reach. Without hesitation, Ming unleashed a rapid punch, infused with a formidable explosive force and veiled in a layer of hidden energy, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Yet, in the next moment, he felt no tangible connection. The figure of Sun Wukong morphed into a mere afterimage, gradually fading away. This was the afterimage fist. The sound reverberated from behind him. Before he could react, a searing pain struck his cheek, sending his mind into disarray. His body uncontrollably hurtled several meters away, skidding across the ground for several more. Doubts about his own existence plagued him. The disbelief was overwhelming. Not only was he incapable of countering, but he could not even discern the movements of Sun Wukong. Was this the true pressure that came with combat power exceeding 100? Ming comprehended fully. No wonder Master Roshi had treated him like a mere toy. Should he wish to eliminate him, it would be child's play. The ferocity with which Sun Wukong attacked stemmed from the fact that Su Ming was no longer the novice he once was, nor was he in that frail state. In truth, this was the kind of battle Su Ming required, rather than the tentative skirmishes of the past where others were obliged to grant him opportunities. Gradually rising from the ground, Su Ming gritted his teeth against the pain. He pressed on. With a determined resolve, he surged forth with a ferocious energy, akin to a wild beast. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, effortlessly parrying Su Ming's assault, and with a flurry of punches and kicks, once again sent Su Ming sprawling to the ground. The sense of achievement he had felt when challenging the elderly Sun Wukong was now replaced by an overwhelming despair. Ding! Challenge failed. Host returned. As Su Ming gradually regained consciousness in the room, the negative emotions birthed from the battle were not easily dispelled. The excruciating pain remained etched in his memory. Undoubtedly, a sense of unwillingness lingered, yet this was the harsh reality he must accept in order to advance further. His methods were too simplistic. He had yet to master even a single profound skill. Until now, he had relied solely on his strength and youthful vigor to overcome the elderly Son Gohan. Su Ming continued to take deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Chapter 24. Transformation. By self-learning the skills that appeared in the original work, there existed a possibility to trigger system rewards. Engaging in virtuous deeds and vanquishing evil could potentially grant him opportunities to draw upon magical techniques in a short span of time. Between these two paths, Su Ming naturally favored the latter. After all, replicating and learning through memory was exceedingly arduous. Even if achievable, it would demand years of diligent practice. As for the sky dance technique, his rapid acquisition was not solely due to the amplified cultivation multiplier, but also because the basic chi cultivation method contained certain records, complemented by the straightforward training methods presented in the original storyline. With a resolution in mind, Su Ming refrained from hastily putting it into action, for it was already midnight, and he needed rest. He lay quietly on his bed, awaiting the system's character refresh after midnight. The resurrected Son Gohan from the underworld was formidable, and Master Roshi was undoubtedly beyond his reach. Yet challenges of a regular level might be manageable, without the possibility of a giant leap forward. He could only strive for gradual improvement. As time passed, Su Ming succumbed to slumber during this waiting period. Having not slept the previous night, despite meditating and cultivating, he had depleted his energy, compounded by the rigorous training during the day and his battle with Son Gohan, leaving him utterly exhausted. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window and kissed his face, Su Ming awoke. In a deep sleep, it felt as though he had merely closed and opened his eyes. And suddenly, day had dawned. The restorative effect was unexpectedly profound. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease, a feeling he hadn't experienced in ages. If one were to draw a metaphor, it was akin to being under anesthesia, his body entirely numb, deprived of even dreams. Rising, he first stretched his body before accessing the system's character challenge interface. Regular level challenge. Defeat Yamcha from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Cultivation multiplier increased to 11 times. Another Yamcha. Moreover, it was the Yamcha from the tournament era. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. According to the original work, Yamcha's performance in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament appeared lackluster, yet his strength was far from weak. Had it not been for the encounter with the character played by Master Roshi, Chung Long, at the very outset, he could have at least engaged in an arm wrestling contest with Krillin, or even compelled young Goku to showcase a modicum of his true prowess. Given the opponents refreshed according to his current strength, it is evident that Yamcha's combat power would not fall below 70 or 80 points. Indeed, if one lacked even this level of strength during their inaugural participation in the martial arts tournament, how could they possibly elevate their abilities to contend with Tien Shinhan, whose battle power is a formidable 180 points, by the time of the 22nd tournament? With these calculations in mind, Su Ming refrained from immediately challenging anyone. He first attended to his personal hygiene and prepared a modest breakfast to sate his hunger. Even after completing these tasks, he still hesitated to confront Yamcha. The 3 daily opportunities for challenges are exceedingly precious. Failing a challenge against a foe of ordinary difficulty would squander one such chance. It is not that Su Ming holds Yamcha in high regard, but rather that he is exercising greater caution, just in case. After all, time is ample. As the refresh occurs only past midnight, there is no need for haste. Equipped with his mobile phone and wallet, Su Ming departed from the school. Taking advantage of the weekend, he planned to follow the thoughts he had entertained the previous day, hoping to test his luck in Satan City while gaining a more intricate understanding of this urban landscape. He could not remain confined to the small realm of the school indefinitely. Sooner or later, he must take this step beyond. Acting on impulse has become a habit of Su Ming's, as it helps him avoid the regret that often accompanies hesitation. As he strolled down the street, Su Ming found himself quite familiar with the area, naturally weaving through the throngs of people heading eastward. He faintly recalled that it was along this very path that he had first traversed upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, ultimately guided by passers-by to Orange Star High School. In the blink of an eye, today marks the 7th day since his arrival in this new realm, and he has begun to establish his footing here. The wide thoroughfare was bustling with traffic, and Su Ming noticed a multitude of hovering vehicles traversing the streets. Were he to acquire one and return to his original world, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Towering skyscrapers flanked the streets, with a myriad of diverse shops lining the sidewalks, showcasing an array of goods. He even spotted a high-rise emblazoned with the emblem of the Capsule Corporation. Through the transparent glass, he observed a significant throng in the lobby of the first and second floors, likely drawn by the launch of new products. Continuing onward, Su Ming utilized his mobile map to further familiarize himself with Satan City. Before long, he found himself back at the second-hand goods store he had stumbled upon aimlessly during his initial days in this world. The watch he had sold still rested on the counter, evidently overlooked due to its obscure brand, relegated to a corner by the shopkeeper. After some negotiation, Su Ming repurchased the watch, compensating with an additional 500 berries. In truth, he could have easily overawed the shopkeeper into selling it back at its original price, given his current prowess. However, having arrived in this world, he felt a certain indebtedness to the shopkeeper, who had aided him during a time when he would have been utterly helpless, even if starvation was not an immediate threat. Once again donning the watch, Su Ming departed from the area, retracing his steps to the point of his arrival in this realm. Although merely a week had passed, it felt like an eternity to him. People truly do change. If I could return to the day of my arrival, or even in the days preceding it, I would unhesitatingly choose to go home, he mused, overwhelmed with emotion. He had embarked on the path of becoming stronger, one from which there was no turning back. The sense of achievement accompanying his growing power was unparalleled, eclipsing any satisfaction derived from other pursuits. In other words, he was no longer the person he had been at the onset of his journey. Even if he were to be informed of the answers now, no amount of effort could allow him to compare with the Z warriors of the original tale. Yet, he could at least command superhuman strength, accomplishing feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In essence, his previous world held no peril. A mundane existence would suffice for a peaceful life. However, that monotony was no longer his aspiration. While this world was undoubtedly fraught with dangers, and the earth would likely face more than one cataclysm, he had grown formidable enough to navigate it with greater ease. Just like Yamcha, who led a rather tragic existence in the original narrative, his life on Earth was, in reality, quite delightful, something the Z warriors simply failed to understand. Chapter 25. The sudden emergence of a massive aura lost in thought. Su Ming was abruptly jolted as an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth from the distant horizon. To him, this sudden sensation was akin to a mouse encountering a cat, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. What an immense presence! Who could it be? Su Ming was astounded, focusing intently to stabilize his own aura. Had this energy been directed at him, he feared he might have been paralyzed with fear. His spirit felt as though it had sunk into the depths of the ocean. No, he was like a mere grain of sand, while this aura resembled a celestial body hurtling past him. Su Ming realized that aside from the Z warriors, no one else could possess such power. Yet, he was utterly perplexed as to the identity of this aura. It was neither Krillin nor Yamcha, for he had encountered their energies during his training and would not forget them, having finally glimpsed the broader world beyond his previous confines. The confidence he had recently cultivated was abruptly extinguished. In the sky above, two figures, one large and one small, were racing towards him. The adult was performing aerial maneuvers, while the child sat atop a resplendent cloud, unmistakably riding the Nimbus. The child seated on the Nimbus was none other than Goten, bearing an uncanny resemblance to young Goku, with not a single distinguishing feature between them. Soaring through the skies was Son Gohan. In his youthful state, he appeared exceedingly handsome. "Brother, When you go to school in the future, will I still be able to see you every day? Son Goten asked, resting on the nimbus cloud while gazing at his elder brother. Lacking the tumultuous experiences of Gohan's childhood, Goten was particularly innocent and carefree. Don't worry, Goten. Even if I have to attend school, I can still return home every day, Gohan reassured with a smile. He had already devised a plan. After starting high school, he would set off earlier each day. Although he needed to avoid being discovered and could not frequently use the instant transmission technique, the Nimbus Cloud was still a viable option, and its speed was quite adequate. Hearing his brother's words, Goten's face brightened. That's wonderful. I thought we would have to part ways. Gohan chuckled heartily, playfully teasing his younger brother before noticing the sprawling metropolis ahead. We have arrived in Satan City. Let us descend. We cannot fly within the city limits. While I find it inconsequential, we must heed the words of Mother and Bulma Auntie. Goten, you must also be cautious when riding the Nimbus to avoid being seen, understood? Yes, I understand, brother. Nodding at his brother's response, Gohan led the way to a secluded corner on the outskirts of the city. The Nimbus, possessing a degree of intelligence, followed closely behind him. Upon their descent, the Nimbus gracefully retreated to the heavens, awaiting its next summons. But brother, wouldn't it be more convenient to go directly to West City to buy gifts? Goten scratched his head, still perplexed. A child raised without worries could not compare in maturity to one who had endured various trials, especially since Gohan was already an adult. We are visiting Bulma Auntie's home, and it is only proper to bring some local specialties. Otherwise, it would seem rather dismissive. I recall Bulma Auntie mentioning a particularly unique pastry shop in Satan City. I have a general idea of its location, and I thought to bring back a couple of treats. Although Gohan was not particularly well-versed in social niceties, he was indeed the only one from the Sun family who took the initiative, requiring no reminders from others. This was precisely why all the characters in the original story held Gohan in such high regard. Intelligent, polite, discerning, and sweet-tongued, he embodied all the virtues. Stepping out of the alleyway, Gohan led Goten onto the bustling street. They were greeted by the imposing sign of Satan City, emblazoned with a promotional image of Satan himself. Goten, unaware of the underlying sentiments, could not fathom the complexities that Gohan understood all too well. Had it not been for the admonitions of their mother and Bulma Auntie, who insisted that individuals like them should remain unrecognized by the world, Gohan would have undoubtedly taken action back in the day. Though he did not crave the title of a savior nor sought fame and fortune, the credit for defeating the android cell had been unjustly appropriated by Satan. At that time, the public had been quite indignant, especially since their father had paid the ultimate price. Due to Bulma's counsel regarding the theory of crisis, everyone chose to acquiesce. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals. It could be said that it was for the sake of peace, not wishing for any further calamities to occur. As long as the devil did not provoke them, it was of little consequence. Bulma and her companions had endured numerous tribulations in the past, particularly aware that the might of the warriors could incite global panic. Thus, they endeavored to conceal the warriors. She believed that such actions would prevent crises from arising on Earth, yet ultimately, the incident with Majin Buu transpired. Following this event, she ceased to concern herself with the potential for exposure, allowing things to unfold naturally, which ironically led to a sense of ease. Of course, the most pivotal factor remained that Son Goku had survived, dispelling the looming shadows. Let us go, Goten. Turning to his younger brother, Son Gohan took the initiative to stride forward. After a moment of observing a photograph of Satan, Son Goten followed closely behind. Meanwhile, across the street, the Sun brothers were oblivious to the fact that a pair of wide eyes was fixed upon them. Undoubtedly, it was Ming. He never anticipated that by some twist of fate, he would return to the very point of his journey, coincidentally encountering Son Gohan and Son Goten in Satan City. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, yet his body remained immobilized, finding it difficult to move even a single step. If it were merely a matter of contemplation, Ming would have countless ideas, but faced with reality, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He took deep breaths, striving to stabilize his emotions. As he watched the two brothers gradually distance themselves, he cast aside all hesitation and hastily crossed the street, trailing after them. Simultaneously, he began to communicate with the system mentally. System, reveal yourself. Tell me, who are these two individuals? If this is indeed the year 749 of the AD era, how could Son Gohan and Son Goten possibly be here, and at such an age? This was an inquiry, despite knowing the system was merely a semi-intelligent entity. Ding. Current time. AD. 749 ding. System detects temporal anomalies, initiating correction. Ding. Correction successful. Time point calculated. AD. 749. Ding. Please complete the main quest promptly and take the first step in your journey. Ding. Magnetic. The system's voice erupted into a cacophony of noise, causing Su Ming to experience a sudden pang of anxiety. However, the voice soon returned to normalcy. Chapter 26. Reassessment. New main quest. Ding. Host detected at a temporal distortion node. Recalculating time point. Recalculation successful. Confirmed host is currently situated in AD 774, March 7th. System main quest modification in progress. Ding. The modification failed. The main quest that has been published cannot be altered. The host is advised to continue with the main quest and embark on the path of ascension. A new main quest has been issued. Become a close friend of Son Gohan and join the Z Fighters, securing the approval of at least 3 warriors. The rewards for completing this task include a supreme Chi cultivation technique, a chance to randomly draw an advanced skill, and a time travel card. After a brief pause, Su Ming stood dumbfounded, only to be soon overcome with ecstatic joy. Although the system had seemingly faltered, nearly collapsing, it had acknowledged that the present year was indeed 774 in the age of AI. Furthermore, despite the inability to modify the original main quest, a new one had been initiated. This indicated that 2 main quests could proceed concurrently without conflict, akin to activating a dual system, rendering the calculations from the year 749 irrelevant. Become a close friend of Son Gohan and join the Z Fighters, requiring the recognition of at least 3 warriors. Su Ming murmured to himself. Although this quest still appeared daunting, it differed greatly from before. At least now he had the opportunity to attempt it. A supreme Chi cultivation technique. For him, even the fundamentals of the basic Chi cultivation technique were astonishing. It was difficult to fathom the effects of mastering a supreme technique under multiplied enhancement. A chance to draw an advanced skill. Advanced cultivation methods, techniques, and skills undoubtedly belong to the realm of ultimate abilities. Yet, the most significant reward was the time travel card. This card allowed for a targeted or random traversal between worlds, complete with a return ticket. Utilizing the time travel card would enable him to return to his original world and then use the return ticket to come back. However, targeted travel could only lead him to worlds he had previously visited. Venturing into the unknown required a random traversal, akin to drawing a skill. This was an uncharted territory, implying that his future would not be confined to the Dragon Ball universe. A thought suddenly emerged in Su Ming's mind, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. From the initial despair upon his arrival to gradually strategizing and adapting, he now finally had a new glimmer of hope, no longer bound to a singular path, but rather looking forward with optimism. Calming himself, Su Ming observed as Son Gohan and Son Goten were about to vanish at the end of the road ahead, and he hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. Every beginning is difficult. Although he was uncertain how to establish a friendly relationship with Son Gohan and Son Goten, even becoming familiar faces would suffice for now. Trailing behind, Su Ming maintained a composed demeanor, concealing his emotional exuberance and suppressing his aura, despite the excitement bubbling within him. He wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Should he be perceived as a stalker or someone approaching with ulterior motives, gaining trust thereafter would prove exceedingly challenging. Having navigated the complexities of society for many years and being a time traveler, Su Ming was acutely aware of how sensitive the current iteration of Son Gohan was. Furthermore, every endeavor required a methodical approach. Impatience would inevitably yield counterproductive outcomes. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming trailed behind Son Gohan and Son Goten until they reached a bustling plaza in the city center. The throngs of people were considerable, yet Su Ming had honed his sensitivity to the atmosphere to a remarkable degree. Otherwise, he might have lost track of them. Concealed within the crowd, he continuously pondered, mentally simulating various scenarios to initiate a casual acquaintance. Each hypothetical proposition was met with vigorous rebuttals, leading him back to square one. Ultimately, he concluded that without any unexpected occurrences, it was exceedingly difficult to approach someone who did not require assistance. Such an endeavor necessitated both opportunity and timing. A bold thought suddenly flickered in Su Ming's mind. What if he were to reveal his identity as a time traveler, possessing foreknowledge of all future developments in this world? To Son Gohan, However, just as swiftly as the notion appeared, he dismissed it with a mental shove. He was no fool to divulge his secrets to Son Gohan. Had he possessed a time travel card and sufficient strength, revealing his true nature might have been feasible. As it stood, being a mere weakling devoid of self-defense, claiming to have traversed from another realm and informing the Z fighters that they were mere figments of imagination was a thought too perilous to entertain. Ultimately, this inclination stemmed from the plethora of fan fiction he had consumed, where protagonists often transported to various worlds would divulge plot details to the main characters. A concept that seemed exhilarating in theory. Yet, reality proved far more intricate. The Z fighters, while depicted as benevolent individuals in the original narrative, were not to be underestimated. The depths of this world ran deeper than surface appearances suggested. Acknowledging the uniqueness of his existence, how could those in power possibly overlook him? Not to mention the formidable beings lurking in the shadows, such as the god of destruction, angels, and the Grand Minister alongside the Omni King. Just the thought sent a shiver down Su Ming's spine. Perhaps, once he gained some strength in the future, subtly disclosing bits of information would carry minimal consequences, but he must never prematurely expose his identity unless the time for a revelation was truly upon him. A sudden sense of urgency enveloped him. Years hence, when the god of destruction and angels descended, would they not instantly discern his true nature? After all, even a soul bound by destiny could not conceal itself, let alone someone who was not a native of this realm. Otherwise, Su Ming would not have initially sought to attach himself to Son Gohan with such purpose, hoping that when Earth faced its cataclysm, he could escape to the Kai's realm alongside Son Gohan and the East Kaishin, thereby evading the impending disaster. Otherwise, the Earth may explode, and the life on this planet could find its way to the underworld. However, he is not a being of this world, even in death. He may not necessarily descend to the nether realm, and ultimately, the divine dragon might not be able to resurrect him. Teacher Su Ming, is that truly you? I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Have you come here to visit your father's martial arts dojo? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Turning around, Su Ming was greeted by the sight of Bidalai. What a coincidence! It dawned on Su Ming that he was indeed near the location of the Satan martial arts dojo. As the narrative unfolds, the pace will gradually quicken, intertwining thrilling moments with profound revelations. Chapter 27. The first encounter, a new beginning having fortuitously arrived in this vicinity. Su Ming casually remarked, Bidalai, have you just finished your training? His gaze continued to wander toward the location of Son Gohan. Due to Bidalai's interruption, the silhouettes of Son Gohan and Son Goten were obscured by the crowd, fading from sight. Although he was aware they were just ahead, they had become invisible to him. Yes, I come here to train every weekend, and I have just wrapped up, Bidalai responded, soon noticing that Su Ming's attention was not on her. She felt somewhat slighted by his apparent rudeness. What is Teacher Su Ming looking at? Feeling neglected, Bidalai followed his gaze, yet she discerned nothing extraordinary. Detecting the shift in her tone, Su Ming's heart sank, and he turned back to her, saying, It's nothing, I just thought I saw an acquaintance. But I must have been mistaken. Is that so? Bidalai replied softly. Her tone carried a hint of suspicion, likely due to her frequent encounters with criminals. Desiring to change the subject and avoid further entanglement, Su Ming feigned checking his watch and nonchalantly said, Well, Bidalai, I have other matters to attend to. Next time, I shall make it a point to visit the dojo. I must take my leave now. With that, Su Ming swiftly bypassed her, striding forward. Bidalai clearly felt displeased. After all, he was merely a newly appointed physical education teacher, and despite her efforts to approach him, he seemed dismissive. While she could sense his evasion, their relationship was limited to that of teacher and student, leaving her unable to voice her frustration. Just as she was about to leave in a huff, her wristwatch unexpectedly emitted a notification sound. Glancing at it, she quickly answered the call. It was evidently a distress signal from the police, informing her of a situation requiring her assistance. Having evaded Bidalai, Su Ming maneuvered through the crowd, hastening toward the vicinity of Son Gohan and Son Goten. Yet, it felt as though an invisible force was repelling him. Every time he attempted to draw closer, several individuals would unwittingly obstruct his path, causing him to miss the opportunity time and again. Upon arriving at the opulent pastry shop, Su Ming found himself face to face with Son Gohan, who was just exiting. Completely taken aback by the astonishing power levels of Son Gohan and Son Goten, he felt as if his breath had been stolen. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of their combat prowess, 40 million and 9 million points, respectively. Such figures were almost unfathomable, especially considering the original narrative indicated that Son Gohan had not trained over the past 7 years, resulting in a significant decline in his strength. However, if we were to consider this as his baseline power, one could only speculate how formidable his peak strength had been 7 years prior, perhaps exceeding 100 million? What an outrageous notion. The current power level of 40 million points, representing a mere 50-fold increase for a Super Saiyan at the first level, equates to a staggering 2 billion in combat power. And that is merely the ordinary Super Saiyan form. What if he were to unleash his full potential? Moreover, the second level of Super Saiyan is said to amplify power by over 100 times, which would elevate his 40 million combat power to an astounding 4 billion. Indeed, in this era, 4 billion might seem somewhat inadequate, particularly since Su Ming was vaguely aware that the fat Majin Buu possessed a foundational combat power in the thousands of billions. This was the extent of the strength currently held by Gohan. As for Son Goten, Su Ming was even more astounded. At just 7 years old, Goten's combat power was already nearing the million mark. What an extraordinary concept. To add to this, he had long since mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, granting him an impressive 450 million points post-transformation. No wonder the original story depicted such remarkable feats. Not only did he and Trunks collaborate to pose a significant challenge to Android 18 during the martial arts tournament, but their fusion unleashed an unfathomable force. If Goten had achieved such heights, one could only assume that Trunks, being even stronger in the original narrative, possessed a combat power exceeding 1 million. It is no surprise that Vegeta expressed such admiration and awe. With the old era behind them, a new epoch had commenced, elevating the tiers of power to unprecedented heights. The former cosmic tyrant, Frieza, with a combat power of 120 million, was now rendered utterly insignificant in this age, easily dispatched by mere children. In his astonishment, Su Ming did not yield his position, which prompted a curious reaction from Gohan and Goten, who were perplexed by his indifference. To avoid unnecessary complications, Gohan kindly took the initiative to pull Goten aside and politely said, "Excuse me, please go ahead." As Gohan's voice reached his ears, Su Ming finally snapped back to reality and took a deep breath. He remained motionless, while those behind him began to grow impatient. "Are you going in or not? If not, step aside," they exclaimed, expressing their annoyance at his obstruction. After enduring the wave of reprimands from passers-by, Su Ming felt a twinge of exasperation. Nonetheless, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he stepped aside and stood alongside Gohan and Goten. Clearly, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment due to the bystanders' veiled comments. They had indeed obstructed the way, regardless of the reasons behind it. Once the crowd had entered the store, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to take Sun Wutian and leave the pastry shop. However, they had barely taken a few steps when Su Ming called out to them. "Hold on a moment. You must be Sun Wukong, right? And this must be your brother, am I correct?" The meticulously prepared words had slipped his mind after the recent encounter, prompting Su Ming to quickly gather his thoughts and approach them in the most straightforward manner. He couldn't afford to let this golden opportunity pass him by. Otherwise, he would have to wait until Sun Wukong started school. While it might be impossible to complete the main quest in one fell swoop, he at least wanted to make Sun Wukong's acquaintance and subtly foster a connection. This way, once Sun Wukong enrolled in Orange Star High School, it would be much easier to win his favor. Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Sun Wukong halted, momentarily taken aback. Sun Wutian, with innocent curiosity, asked, "Brother, he knows you?" Sun Wukong nodded, looking intently at Su Ming. Unable to recall where he had seen him before, he asked, "Hello, I am Sun Wukong, and this is my brother, Sun Wutian. May I ask who you are?" Upon receiving a response, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, though it was evident that Sun Wukong remained vigilant. "I know you, but you do not know me. Rest assured, I am not here to cause you any trouble," Su Ming said with a smile, skillfully employing the knowledge he had acquired as a traveler. "Though you have matured significantly compared to 7 years ago, I still recognized you. However, I must credit your brother. He bears an uncanny resemblance to your father, who defeated the demon King Piccolo. In my eyes, you two truly embody the world's saviors." Chapter 28. Mutual testing. "Brother, this big brother even knows our dad," Sun Wutian exclaimed, his innocence shining through without a hint of malice. Ultimately, he was just a child, devoid of any significant wariness. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, remained on high alert, becoming increasingly serious. The sudden appearance of this stranger, who was familiar with them and seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of their lives, raised his suspicions. Not only did he proclaim them the true saviors of the world, but he also recounted the tale of their father's victory over the demon King Piccolo, a story of which even Sun Wukong had only a vague understanding. Through his perceptive senses, he discerned that this individual was no ordinary person. Although the intensity of his aura was moderate, it far surpassed that of an average human. Was he truly as he appeared, or did he conceal greater power? Sun Wukong could not ascertain. Indeed, his father had once defeated the demon King Piccolo, but that had occurred an eternity ago. As for the title of savior, it was still Mr. Satan who deserved it, for it was thanks to him that the earth had not been obliterated by the android cell. A remark from Sun Wukong left Su Ming quite taken aback. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's demeanor is portrayed as rather naive and honest. Yet this version is quite different. This Sun Wukong not only exhibits clear logical thinking, but also effortlessly shifts the focus, allowing Satan to take the blame. Su Ming understands that Sun Wukong is concealing his true self and his family, and he refrains from exposing him immediately. In essence, this behavior reflects a lack of trust. Their relationship is indeed merely that of strangers. Hypothetically, should Su Ming encounter someone on the street who recounts aspects of his past, he would likely dismiss it without delving deeper. As his thoughts shifted, Su Ming chose not to linger on the matter but instead surveyed his surroundings. Addressing the two brothers, "Allow me to treat you to some milk tea. This place is rather crowded and not conducive for a proper conversation." Sun Wukong was about to decline, but Sun Wutian exclaimed in delight upon hearing about the milk tea, his curiosity piqued and anticipation evident on his face. Seeing his brother's excitement, Sun Wukong could not refuse outright. He, too, wished to understand who Su Ming truly was. "My apologies, my brother is rather like this. It's really unnecessary," he began. "Not at all. Your brother is quite charming, reminiscent of your father in his youth." "Quite endearing," Su Ming replied with a smile. The mention of his father caused Sun Wukong to exhibit an expression of surprise once more. He speculated whether this individual had known his father for a long time. Yet he dismissed the notion, as Su Ming appeared relatively young, certainly not exceeding the age of 30. Considering the time spent in the room of spirit and time, his father would now be 37. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, in Sun Wukong's mind, he had already been categorized as nearly 30. Had he known, he would have surely jested about his perceived age. Under Su Ming's guidance, the trio made their way to a secluded corner at the edge of the plaza, where ample seating was available, ensuring their conversation would remain undisturbed. After inquiring about Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian's preferences, Su Ming procured milk tea along with a variety of snacks, also treating Sun Wutian to a large ice cream. "Don't be shy, indulge yourselves. If it's not enough, feel free to order more," Su Ming said generously. Although he himself had limited funds, treating the two brothers was well within his means. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it," Sun Wukong said politely as he accepted the milk tea. "Thank you, big brother," Sun Wutian added courteously before diving into the feast with gusto. There was no hesitation whatsoever. "By the way, I still don't know your name. From what you mentioned earlier, it seems you are quite familiar with our father. Were you friends with him?" Sun Wukong inquired cautiously. At this question, Su Ming smiled inwardly, glad that he was asked. "You may call me Su Ming. I currently serve as a physical education teacher at Orange Star High School," he revealed, intentionally sharing this information. After taking a sip of his milk tea, he continued, "You need not feel so apprehensive. As I mentioned, I know of you, but you do not know me." Upon hearing this, Sun Gohan's curiosity intensified. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to probe further. After all, the individual had graciously invited him for milk tea and a meal. A clear gesture of goodwill. To inquire too directly would be rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, being a diligent scholar, Sun Gohan swiftly organized his thoughts and inquired. "It is said that very few people remember the events concerning the Demon King Piccolo these days. My father once saved the earth. Yet it seems he has been quickly forgotten." "Indeed, but some will always remember, like me. I shall never forget that it was Son Goku who vanquished the Demon King Piccolo and saved our planet. It is a pity that I never had the chance to meet him. Otherwise, I am certain we would have become great friends," Su Ming replied with a smile. This was not mere boasting. Had he traversed to the year 749 of the Age of Heroes, he would undoubtedly have joined Son Goku on his quest for the Dragon Balls. With the passage of time, Son Gohan would surely have to address him as uncle. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan began to piece things together. Su Ming's familiarity with his father likely stemmed from having experienced the events involving the Demon King Piccolo, during which his father had saved him. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. My father is a hero, yet he tragically passed away 7 years ago. I witnessed the global broadcast 7 years ago, where I saw both your father and you, alongside those martial artists who showcased their formidable prowess at the World Martial Arts Tournament. You were all together, Su Ming cleverly interjected. Son Gohan, upon hearing this, found that his internal confusion was beginning to resolve. Through their exchange, he learned that Su Ming's knowledge stemmed from the live broadcast. Still, he found it hard to believe, as he and his father had transformed into Super Saiyans at the time, a stark contrast to their usual forms. After the defeat of Cell 7 years ago, Mr. Satan became the world's savior overnight. At that time, I thought it was absurd. The one who defeated Cell was you and your father, correct? No. It must have been you from 7 years ago, as you were the one who faced Cell in the end, even though I did not witness the conclusion. Su Ming said, deliberately adopting a mysterious tone to gauge Son Gohan's reaction. This statement caused Son Gohan to avert his gaze, momentarily unsure of how to respond. However, since Su Ming was already aware of the truth, he could only graciously acknowledge it. It seems you have uncovered my secret, but it would be best if this remained between us. Earth is currently thriving. If others were to discover our existence, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar. Son Gohan replied, his tone tinged with a hint of evasion, revealing the caution with which he had lived over the years. Chapter 29. If it were the year 749 of the Age of Heroes through their conversation, complemented by the delightful treat of milk tea and snacks. A friendly rapport between Su Ming, Son Gohan, and Son Goten began to take shape. Although this newfound connection was merely in Su Ming's perception, at the very least, they had made each other's acquaintance. As for the potential for deeper relationships, that would have to develop gradually over time. Standing still, Su Ming watched as Son Gohan and Son Goten departed before he settled back down. He found himself powerless to stop them. Through their conversation, he learned that their destination was West City, and their brief stop in Satan City was merely to procure pastries from a renowned bakery to bring to Bulma. The mention of Bulma stirred a pang of melancholy within Su Ming. He lamented the timing of his arrival in this world. Had it been the year 749 of the Age of the Dragon, had he joined the quest for the Dragon Balls from the very beginning, had he encountered Bulma first, what might have transpired differently? Such reflections were ultimately futile. No amount of contemplation could alter the present. As for Bulma, even the enchanting android 18 seemed unattainable now, unless, of course, the Dragon Ball universe he had traversed to diverge from the original timeline, resulting in a narrative that slightly differed from the canonical events. However, given the current circumstances, everything appeared to align closely with his prior knowledge, suggesting no unexpected occurrences would unfold. Yet, how could he discern the progression of his relationship with Son Gohan? What criteria defined a close friend? He did not depart immediately, instead pondering deeply while inquiring with the system. Ding. To assist the host in expediting their pursuit of their objectives, the hidden feature of the favorability interface has been activated. The host may now observe the relationship progress with various characters. Upon reaching certain levels, corresponding special rewards will be granted. The system's voice jolted Su Ming upright. Indeed, how else could he ascertain his current standing? If merely achieving friendship sufficed, it would be far simpler, requiring far less concern. Following the system's guidance, Su Ming accessed the favorability interface. In contrast to the training modules list, the favorability interface displayed an array of chibi characters, alongside Son Gohan and Son Goten. He also spotted Videl. Presently, only these 3 individuals were available for viewing. This implies that only significant characters are recognized by the system. Ordinary individuals do not factor into this. Ordinary, acquaintance, close friend, lifelong companion must reach the 3rd level. Current relationship status with Son Gohan, familiar stranger, does not meet the standard for ordinary friend. No rewards can be obtained. Current relationship status with Son Goten, familiar stranger, does not meet the standard for ordinary friend. No rewards can be obtained. Current relationship status with Videl, familiar stranger, does not meet the standard for ordinary friend. No rewards can be obtained. Oh, this is the adage. What one does not know can indeed be startling. I had fancifully believed I had reached the threshold of friendship, only to discover I am merely a familiar stranger. Su Ming could not help but let out a bitter laugh. The journey ahead was daunting. No wonder the system had not provided any notifications. He once thought the system sluggish, only to realize it was his own expectations that were misguided. This world was all too real, and he had mistakenly regarded himself as an authentic being while perceiving its inhabitants as mere figments. In truth, they were all the same. As a time traveler, he possessed a wealth of intelligence and had seized the initiative. If I were in his position, I too would hesitate to trust others or consider them friends, Su Ming mused to himself. Just then, a commotion nearby disrupted his thoughts. A blond man was rushing towards him, clutching a woman's handbag in his grasp. A stout, well-endowed matron was shouting from a distance, her voice filled with desperation. Is that a robbery in broad daylight? Su Ming shifted his focus. The purpose of his outing today was to ascertain whether acts of justice would still be rewarded. The blonde was running directly towards him, evidently aiming to escape down the path behind him. A task reward delivered right to his doorstep? He extended his foot, still sipping on his milk tea. This simple act caused the frantically running blonde to trip and tumble to the ground, landing in an undignified heap. How dare you? You little brat, I'll make you pay? The blonde groaned in pain but quickly regained his senses, scrambling to retaliate against Su Ming. Watch your mouth. Who do you think you are? Su Ming stepped forward, his demeanor shifting drastically. Although he had never truly engaged in physical conflict in the real world, the ferocity he had honed in the challenge space was no mere pretense. He had even taken lives before. The blonde's bravado faltered under Su Ming's intimidating presence. However, a thug is still a thug. He soon realized he could not linger and attempted to flee. Su Ming would not allow that to happen. He swiftly approached, pressing a hand firmly onto the blonde's shoulder. With a resounding thud, the blonde crumpled to his knees, utterly bewildered. Damn it! Enraged, the blonde struggled to rise but found himself immobilized, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. Moments later, the stout matron rushed over, her ample form jiggling as she caught her breath. She seized her handbag back and immediately slapped the blonde across the face. How dare you steal from me? I'll make you pay? When a woman like her unleashed her fury, she showed no mercy. Su Ming instinctively recoiled as onlookers began to gather around them. Before long, security personnel from the square arrived and escorted the blonde away. Thank you, handsome, for retrieving my handbag. If you have time, I'd like to treat you to a meal, the matron said, causing a shiver to run down Su Ming's spine. Especially as he caught the glimmer of flirtation in her eyes, he felt a tightening in his chest and hastily bid her farewell. If you don't have time for a meal, perhaps you could leave a contact number? The matron clearly was reluctant to let him slip away, but by then, Su Ming had already fled, leaving her behind in a flustered huff. Su Ming found himself bewildered by the wind, having gained nothing from the encounter, and narrowly escaped the clutches of such a woman. He couldn't fathom how thwarting a robber and returning a handbag did not qualify as an act of justice. Previously, Su Ming had indeed established contact with the system and confirmed that certain actions could trigger rewards. However, the system did not provide precise criteria, merely stating that evaluations would be based on its standards. Thus, the extent of justice enacted was deemed insufficient to warrant a reward. Reflecting on the incident involving the brawny man who had attempted to rob him, Su Ming felt a wave of confusion. Was it necessary to be robbed first before delivering a counterstrike to be considered as enacting justice? He surmised that it could not be that simple. Perhaps the presence of a knife in the brawny man's hand, which posed a threat to life, altered the nature of the evaluation. Chapter 30. Su Ming. Fearless against firearms. As Su Ming departed from the square, he remained lost in thought. Was his insufficient level the reason for not triggering a system reward? While walking along the street, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Shrieks and the sound of gunfire rang out, deafening in their intensity, accompanied by the shattering of glass. Su Ming's attention was drawn as he gazed forward. Upon closer inspection, he observed several fully armed robbers, brandishing firearms. Entering a bank, robbing a bank? The thought flickered through his mind. Such occurrences were typically confined to the world of Dragon Ball. In any more conventional reality, such brazen acts would be unheard of. With robbers running rampant, such absurdities frequently transpired in the bustling city center. Though intended to highlight Gohan's future role as a masked Saiyan superhero, the scene was undeniably chaotic. Theoretically, Satan City was the domain of the world's savior, and the robbers, fully aware of Satan's existence, seemed to have deliberately come here to assert their presence. Was prison cuisine more palatable? Or was the treatment within incarceration preferable to that of an ordinary life outside? Su Ming was indifferent to such inquiries. What truly mattered to him was that this presented a testing opportunity. The previous incident with the yellow-haired man, which had failed to trigger a system reward, could be attributed to the minor threat posed at his insufficient level. Now, however, these armed robbers, wielding firearms, clearly presented a greater danger than the brawny man who had attempted to rob him. It seemed unreasonable not to receive a reward for confronting them, unless one were to deliberately engage in acts of justice that the system did not acknowledge. With my current strength and physical resilience, even if I were to be hit, it would only result in a momentary sting, Su Ming mused silently, as if to bolster his own courage. Despite having attained his current level of power, he had yet to genuinely experience the potency of firearms, which left him somewhat apprehensive. While he was no longer afraid of handguns, the adversaries brandished high-caliber automatic rifles, along with potentially lethal explosives. To mitigate the risks he might encounter, he needed to act decisively to eliminate them. Gathering his resolve, Su Ming was poised to take action when he suddenly hesitated. Charging directly at these robbers seemed overly conspicuous. In the absence of necessity, it is prudent to veil one's identity. Otherwise, a myriad of troubles is sure to ensue in the impending days. Casting a glance around, Su Ming swiftly discovered a boutique selling trendy apparel. Fortunately, the recent bank robbery had not significantly affected this area. Although the patrons were glancing upwards in curiosity, none seemed inclined to flee in terror. This peculiar atmosphere imparted to Su Ming an odd sensation, as if the local populace had grown accustomed to such criminal events, regarding them as commonplace. Upon entering the store, Su Ming purchased several garments to serve as a disguise, notably selecting an inconspicuous black hoodie, which, with its attached hood, effectively obscured his hairstyle and appearance. He then proceeded to a nearby eyewear shop, where he acquired a pair of sunglasses that thoroughly concealed his face, followed by a trip to a retail outlet for a mask. Ultimately, he evaded the crowd and surveillance, retreating to a secluded corner to don his new attire. Clad in this makeshift armor, his true identity remained undisclosed, ensuring that no one would recognize him or attribute the impending chaos to his actions. At the entrance of the bank, two burly men donned in black masks wielded submachine guns, occasionally discharging warning shots that deterred any onlookers. One cannot help but remark upon the audacity of the citizens in the Dragon Ball realm. Instead of fleeing, they remained at a distance, voyeuristically observing the unfolding drama, oblivious to the peril of stray bullets. I've always wanted to do this. What Satan City? What utter nonsense. Only those ignorant fools would herald him as a savior. If he dares to show his face, I would turn him into a sieve. One of the robbers vented his inner turmoil. His words, though brash, contained a kernel of truth. Satan indeed would not dare to appear here. The former Satan might have wielded some power. Yet since his ascension to the role of savior after vanquishing the android cell, he had devolved into mere theatrics, forsaking earnest training. If not, his daughter, Biddy, would not have surpassed him. Enough, enough. Don't waste bullets. The police are on their way. Brothers, are we not ready yet? Another giant admonished his companion, then activated the walkie-talkie to inquire about their accomplices inside the bank. However, before he could receive a response, he was startled by an unexpected commotion. The glass door of the bank shattered violently, and a figure hurled itself out. One of their comrades, now crumpled on the ground, devoid of the capacity to resist. Immediately thereafter, two more agonized screams echoed from within the bank, as another pair of robbers were propelled out onto the street, their fates uncertain. What is happening? What is going on? The two men stood agape, their gazes returning to the bank's interior. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, one of them was momentarily blinded as a figure clad in black surged towards him. The newcomer was none other than Su Ming, who had infiltrated the bank through his own means and was now prepared to take action. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Ming struck a man with a powerful punch, sending him flying 10 meters away. Who are you, boss? The previously arrogant individual gasped in shock upon witnessing his leader collapse unconscious. He hastily raised his submachine gun. Observing this, a cold glint ignited in Su Ming's eyes behind his sunglasses, his aura radiating with intensity. The submachine gun unleashed a barrage of bullets, the speed so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. An ordinary person would have no chance to react under such a relentless onslaught. Yet Su Ming perceived the hail of bullets with clarity. I am now utterly fearless. He scoffed inwardly, his hands deftly waving in an arc. As the magazine emptied, the man stared at Su Ming in horror, frantically attempting to reload. However, Su Ming would not afford him such an opportunity. As he released his grip, dozens of deformed bullets clattered to the ground. With a sudden surge, Su Ming lunged forward, delivering a knee strike that sent the man hurtling backward. Blood spewed from his mouth as he collided violently with a sturdy stone pillar, nearly shattering the column at the bank's entrance. Is it over? No, not yet. From the corner of his eye, Su Ming noticed another figure seated in the driver's seat of the criminal's vehicle. This person, stunned and paralyzed with fear, immediately attempted to flee upon meeting Su Ming's gaze. But Su Ming was quicker. He leaped onto the hood of the rugged Jeep, shattering the windshield with a single punch and dragging the terrified individual out, tossing him to the ground. "Spare me. I was forced into this," the man pleaded, trembling with fear. "Take that up with the police," Su Ming replied coldly, casting a glance at the bank security. "Have you all resolved the situation? Get out here and help tie them up." Chapter 31. The Masked Hero, the Masked Superhero Ding. The host has successfully neutralized the rampant criminals, fulfilling the quest of punishing evil and promoting good. A random basic martial arts technique will be awarded, encompassing all foundational training methods, techniques, and skills from the Dragon Ball universe. Does the host wish to draw? A surge of excitement welled up in Su Ming's heart. It was evident that the prior yellow-haired adversary had not posed a sufficient challenge. Draw, ding. Draw completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the basic technique of Phantom Fist. Now stored in the system's inventory, available for use at any time. Phantom Fist. Had he acquired this technique at the outset, he might have dismissed it. However, after witnessing Son Gohan wield the Phantom Fist, Su Ming held it in high regard, even if the technique would eventually fade into obsolescence later in the narrative. Filled with satisfaction, Su Ming eagerly anticipated similar occurrences. He yearned to exhaust the foundational techniques of the Dragon Ball universe, mastering them all. He promptly selected the Phantom Fist, and with the system's transmission of proficiency, his command of the technique reached a commendable level. At that moment, Su Ming stood frozen in place, while the robbers were collectively bound by the efforts of the bank security. Despite the uncertainty surrounding their fates and the bloodshed that persisted, no one showed mercy towards those who threatened their lives. "Thank you for your assistance. The police should arrive shortly. Please, hero, reveal your name." The head of security respectfully bowed to Su Ming. He had no desire to stir up further trouble, although he intended to leave immediately. The system's alert had caused him to hesitate. He could indeed hear the sirens of the police vehicles approaching. "No need," he replied. With a swift motion, he invoked the sky dance technique and soared into the air. Fortunately, his mastery of energy manipulation had become increasingly proficient over the past few days, allowing him to achieve simple flight. He now understood why Son Gohan, in the original tale, needed to take to the skies after performing good deeds. Given the current circumstances, with a crowd encircling him, how else could he make a swift exit? As the onlookers witnessed Su Ming's flight, they stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The notion of a person soaring through the air was utterly fantastical in this era. While some might have entertained the idea during the martial arts renaissance over 2 decades ago, the advancement of technology had propelled humanity forward, yet conversely, it had bred a profound skepticism towards what was deemed impossible. By the time Su Ming had vacated the scene, the police arrived, belatedly piecing together the events that had transpired, apprehending the robbers one by one. Soon after, another individual appeared, Biddy Lee. She had learned of the situation through her own means and had anticipated showcasing her prowess after resolving a minor issue on the other side of the city, only to find that the bank heist had already been resolved. A masked hero? As Biddy Lee pondered this explanation, her hand rested thoughtfully on her chin. Her exquisite features were striking, and when she concentrated, an indescribable aura enveloped her. Unfortunately, her formidable presence often intimidated most men. "Miss Biddy Lee, the situation here has been temporarily resolved. We are preparing to withdraw," an experienced officer addressed her. Noticing her lingering indecision, he added, "In fact, having an additional masked superhero in Satan City could be quite beneficial. It would alleviate some of your burdens." "A superhero?" Biddy Lee questioned, her skepticism evident. Indeed, based on the intelligence gathered earlier, it was confirmed that the individual had flown away, possessing the ability to catch bullets fired from a submachine gun with his bare hands. "Isn't that a superhero?" the officer stated earnestly. "Flying?" Biddy Lee gasped in astonishment. While she was not surprised by the idea of catching bullets, having done so with a handgun herself. This revelation left her in disbelief. Despite never having been shot at by a submachine gun, she effortlessly dodged bullets when confronted by armed assailants. After conversing with the seasoned officer, Bidalai watched as the police apprehended the criminals, feeling somewhat bewildered. The notion of flight evoked distant memories, although she had never genuinely paid heed to it before. Her father often dismissed it as mere trickery. However, encountering it in reality was nothing short of revolutionary. She recalled the old videotapes left by her father, where those who had battled Shalu could soar through the air. After distancing himself from the scene, Su Ming landed in an unobserved area and swiftly removed his facial disguise, stowing it away in his storage space. It is worth noting that in recent days, Su Ming had been experimenting with what items could be stored in the system's storage space and which could not. Through continual trials, he discovered that the system possessed a unique detection mechanism. Once an item was recognized as belonging to the host, it could be stored. However, items not belonging to Su Ming could not be stored. Initially, when he traversed into this world, he attempted to operate within a supermarket, but was unable to store items due to their labels not being associated with him, regardless of whether he held them. The system was indeed remarkable, yet it came with such restrictions, which Su Ming found himself lamenting even now. As for unclaimed objects, the situation was quite different. For instance, a stone picked up casually from the roadside could indeed be tagged and stored in his space. Having learned the Phantom Fist, my strength has undeniably increased. Yet my combat power value remains unchanged. Regaining his focus, Su Ming redirected his attention to himself. Based on prior experiences, acquiring new techniques generally resulted in some enhancement. The only explanation was that as one's strength grew, each increment in combat power was no longer as straightforward as before. The Phantom Fist was impressive. Had he learned it with a combat strength of only 20 points, it would have likely augmented his power by 1 or 2 points. Time was of the essence. He sought more skills and techniques. Having identified a method, Su Ming returned to his quest. He now hoped for a few more bank robberies or kidnappings to occur that day, even if he could not trigger rewards each time. Securing one successful occurrence among several would suffice. Amassing sufficient means would expedite his growth and strength. After encountering Sun Wukong and Sun Goten, Su Ming's desire to grow stronger intensified. At this moment, he remained unaware that his virtuous deeds would soon propel his persona as a masked hero and vigilante into the spotlight, becoming the talk of the town in Satan City. Media outlets and various organizations would spare no expense in their pursuit to find him. Chapter 32. Continuous draws as night deepened. Within an alley in Satan City, a man clad in black held in his grasp a towering, bald figure exceeding 2 meters in height. The scene was nothing short of astonishing, an embodiment of the unbelievable. Although the man in black himself stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, the disparity between them was stark. Had the roles been reversed, it might have seemed more plausible. Behind the man in black lingered 2 young, strikingly beautiful women, their figures alluring and statuesque. They had become targets of the bald man during their nocturnal stroll, leading to an attempted robbery and assault, which fortunately was thwarted by Su Ming's timely intervention. Indeed, the man in black was none other than Su Ming himself. Having spent a considerable portion of the day in this endeavor, Su Ming had lost track of the multitude of actions he had undertaken. In truth, were these events to be documented, he would scarcely believe them himself. It is not every act of righteousness that garners a reward from the system. Thus far, Su Ming had only accumulated 4 opportunities for basic skill extractions. "Are you not leaving?" he queried. "Do you intend to remain here, with a knife pressed to your throat, subjected to further robbery?" Despite the undeniable beauty of the 2 women, their pale and frightened visages eliciting sympathy, Su Ming felt no inclination towards them. Women, in his view, merely served to hinder his efficiency in accomplishing tasks. Upon hearing Su Ming's stern words, the golden-haired woman quickly grasped the hand of her blue-haired companion, uttering a brief thank you before hastily departing the scene. Once they had fled, Su Ming redirected his focus. He sensed the bald man's struggles were waning, prompting him to release his grip, allowing the man to collapse to the ground. Although he had refrained from delivering physical blows, merely constricting his throat had nearly proven fatal. Despite the bald man's notable strength, boasting a combat capability of 6 points, he remained an ordinary human. No matter how robust his physique, prolonged deprivation of oxygen would inevitably threaten his life. Instinct for survival drove the bald man to cough violently, gasping for breath to alleviate the impending sensation of death. Su Ming stood in place for an extended moment, awaiting the system's notification, only to be met with silence, prompting a slight furrow of his brow and a resigned sigh. Has no system reward been triggered again? It seems that such levels of righteous deeds yield no benefit. Disappointment washed over him. Yet he recognized that inaction would only diminish his chances of triggering rewards further. Thus, taking action, albeit small, still held a glimmer of hope. Turning away from the alley, he disregarded the fate awaiting the bald man. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was nearing 9 p.m., signaling that it was time to return. Murmuring softly, Su Ming ascended into the air, soaring towards the direction of Orange Star High School. The day had proven fruitful, not only for encountering Sun Wukong and Sun Goten, which had prompted the system's repair, but also for the rewards gained through his virtuous actions. He spoke of his remarkable progress in controlling power, assessing strength, perceiving energy, and mastering aerial techniques. With a deft command of the art of flight, he soared freely through the skies. The more he practiced, the greater his proficiency became, and gradually, he overcame his initial fear of heights. Returning to the school dormitory had become simpler. He could effortlessly ascend to the rooftop and descend directly, saving considerable time. This skill was gleaned from his studies with Sun Wukong. Upon arriving at his dormitory, he performed a brief cleansing ritual and changed his attire. Seizing the moment, he accessed the system's storage space to draw from the elementary techniques. Since he had not immediately extracted the rewards, they were automatically stored, appearing as a green tome marked with a question mark, totaling 4. The host could extract them at any time or keep them stored. Using elementary technique extraction. Success. Congratulations, the host has acquired the elementary skill of Hard Qigong, now stored in the system's storage space for immediate use. Hard Qigong? He paused momentarily. Without hesitation, he utilized this technique. With the system's guidance, he attained a certain mastery over this skill and comprehended its essence. The so-called Hard Qigong was the very technique employed by Tian Xinhan during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament to enhance his body's resilience against blows. Tian Xinhan had fortified his body with Hard Qigong to withstand Yamcha's assaults. By employing a unique breathing method, he could mobilize his internal energy, thus tightening and reinforcing his entire physique. This not only significantly enhanced his resistance to impacts, but also greatly increased his endurance. It may seem somewhat trivial, he murmured to himself, yet it remains a remarkable technique. Continue extraction. Success. Congratulations, the host has obtained the foundational techniques of the Crane School's martial arts, now stored in the system's storage space for immediate use. The foundational techniques of the Crane School. He quickly opted to utilize them, believing that practical experience would clarify his grasp of power. After a brief period of reflection, he emerged from his contemplation. Indeed, it was not as impressive as he had envisioned. This set of foundational techniques comprised basic strikes and kicks rather than encompassing the entirety of the Crane School's arts. He whispered softly to himself before extracting once more. Success. Congratulations, the host has acquired the basic technique of the Solar Fist, now stored in the system's storage space for immediate use. Utilize, contemplate, evaluate. Then, he proceeded to extract one final time. Success. Congratulations. The host has acquired the basic skill of Finger Beam, now stored in the system's storage space for immediate use. A skill. For the first time, a skill was unleashed, causing a brief pause in Su Ming's breath. Without hesitation, he activated it. Soon, the method of utilizing the fingertip beam, along with the proficiency bestowed by the system, brought forth an expression of sheer ecstasy on Su Ming's face. The gathered energy was unleashed as a powerful penetrating beam from his fingertips. Although he had already mastered the use of energy to a certain extent and believed he could also condense energy orbs with effort, the fingertip beam offered him an unprecedented insight. In a sense, the skills associated with energy shared a certain similarity, suggesting that he could perhaps adapt the method of condensing the fingertip beam to slightly alter the direction and form of energy, thereby creating a unique technique of his own. Eager to test the power of this skill, Su Ming found himself confined within his room, unable to simply unleash it through the window. Chapter 33. Overwhelming pressure suppressing the impulse within, Su Ming calmed himself to assess his combat power value. It stood at 90 points. At last, he had ascended to a new level. However, considering that he had learned 4 skills consecutively, this increase was not particularly remarkable. In the following time, Su Ming chose not to challenge immediately, but instead focused on solidifying his strength through further training. By 11:30, he still had 2 hours available for practice. Perhaps after this session, he would experience significant improvement. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours slipped away. Although the results were not as remarkable as Su Ming had anticipated, there was indeed some enhancement. His combat power value had risen from 90 to 93 points. Just 7 points remained until he broke the 100 mark. Su Ming eagerly anticipated the sensation that would accompany surpassing this milestone. "It is time," he murmured, as he opened the interface for the Training Multiplier Challenge. Ding! Training Multiplier Challenge initiated. Difficulty: Normal. Opponent: Yamcha from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Challenge completed. Current training multiplier increased to 11 times. The system's voice resonated in his ears, and as the scene before him transformed, Su Ming held his breath, his expression serious. He was curious to ascertain whether this Yamcha was indeed the one he had vanquished. If so, the encounter would certainly take on a more profound significance, evolving into a genuine life-and-death battle. Upon discerning the environment of the challenge space, Su Ming inhaled sharply. The system's simulation encompassed not just the entirety of the martial arts tournament venue, but also included not merely one Yamcha, but a gathering of spectators. To his astonishment, he even spotted familiar faces among the crowd: Bulma, Oolong, and Puar. It felt as though he had stepped into an alternate reality. However, the atmosphere surrounding him was eerily silent, as if all the spectators outside the arena were entirely cut off, devoid of any noise. "Humph, have you finally arrived? Last time you fell by my hand. This time, it will not be so simple." Yamcha's sudden words jolted Su Ming back to the present. Upon closer inspection, Su Ming swiftly discerned the combat power value of Yamcha, 80 points. This aligned quite closely with his initial prediction. Indeed, it is you, after all. The system's capabilities are undeniably impressive. Su Ming could not help but commend the system before elevating his own aura and assuming a combat stance. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to face my challenge. Yamcha's assault arrived in an instant. Unlike their first encounter, when their strengths were relatively equal, the speed of this attack was remarkably swift. Despite possessing a combat power that surpassed Yamcha's by 13 points, Su Ming did not underestimate his opponent. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, engaging with Yamcha's strikes. In contrast to Yamcha's ferocious onslaught, Su Ming's movements appeared wide and unguarded, seemingly filled with openings and lacking in speed, yet he effortlessly deflected all of Yamcha's attacks. As the first round of confrontation concluded, Yamcha retreated rapidly, refraining from pursuing relentlessly. He displayed considerably more intelligence compared to their previous encounter. His heightened strength had rendered him increasingly cautious. Su Ming offered him a compliment. The real battle was just beginning. "Once more, face my technique, the Wolf-Fang Fist." The intensity of Yamcha's second assault was even more ferocious. Experiencing the might of the Wolf-Fang Fist for the second time, Su Ming realized that it had indeed grown exponentially stronger. In terms of speed, power, explosiveness, and the cunning of his attacks, it was akin to a frenzied wolf pouncing on its prey, capable of executing an array of actions with ferocity, not merely one wolf, but several. Su Ming strove to maintain his rhythm, yet ultimately found himself unable to completely evade the barrage. In a moment of crisis, he executed the Phantom Fist, deftly evading Yamcha's pursuit and maneuvering to his rear, gathering energy to exploit any openings in Yamcha's offense. This tactic was learned from Son Gohan. Yamcha, caught off guard by Su Ming's Phantom Fist, was bewildered when his punch met with no tangible resistance, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, he had improved and grown significantly stronger. "However, I have advanced even further and become even more formidable." With a hint of playful mockery in his tone, Su Ming launched his attack. With a resounding thud, Su Ming's foot connected forcefully with Yamcha's cheek. The impact sent Yamcha's entire body spiraling out of control, hurtling toward the wall beyond the ring. The battle was concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating Yamcha in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament at the ordinary difficulty level. Your cultivation multiplier has been elevated to 11 times. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. As the system's voice resonated, Su Ming remained motionless atop the arena, continuing to survey his surroundings. Once the 10-second countdown reached its conclusion, he found himself back in his room. He had initially contemplated rushing outside the arena to verify the reality of those present, but ultimately dismissed the thought. even if they were alive within the challenge space. What difference did it make? His time in the challenge space was, after all, limited. If he possessed sufficient strength, along with skills like instant teleportation, he might attempt to exploit the bugs in the game. For instance, within 10 seconds, he could teleport to Corinne Tower and procure some magic beans. Of course, this is merely a fanciful notion, as the existence of an air wall remains uncertain. Should it exist, it would imply that the simulated space is but a small fragment. Much like in games, where the scenery appears vast and magnificent, it is merely a facade of game graphics. After overcoming Yamcha, Ming took a deep breath, recalibrated his mindset, and proceeded to challenge Gohan, who had returned from the underworld. Compared to his previous challenge, Ming's prowess had significantly escalated today, and his techniques were far beyond yesterday's capabilities. Facing the resurrected Gohan, Ming was not as naive as when he confronted Yamcha. Through the battle, Ming gained deeper insights and recognized his own shortcomings, not only in combat skills, but also in levels of mastery. In a confrontation of equal strength, Ming felt he might not emerge victorious unless he resorted to cunning tactics or unexpected maneuvers. Otherwise, defeating this Gohan remained an uphill battle, especially since repeated moves would be swiftly countered by Gohan, revealing Ming's vulnerabilities. He recognized the necessity for more combat experience to hone his skills. It is worth mentioning that the technique of fingertip light proved exceptionally powerful. Even this Gohan nearly stumbled before it. Alas, it could not achieve an instantaneous kill, but could only severely injure the opponent, and using this technique would rapidly deplete Ming's energy. After challenging Gohan, he utilized his third opportunity to confront Master Roshi. After a 2-day interval, facing Master Roshi with his current strength, Ming felt the vast disparity in power. Although Master Roshi maintained a playful demeanor, Ming indeed felt a level of pressure from him that Gohan could not provide. Thus began the protagonist's ascent. Chapter 34. Is this common knowledge? Time swiftly passed to the early hours past midnight, and the characters for the Cultivation Multiplier Challenge were refreshed once more. Normal Level Challenge. Defeat Krillin from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament to elevate the Cultivation Multiplier to 12 times. As Ming predicted, following Yamcha, it was Krillin. Undoubtedly, his strength had been stuck at this threshold, preventing the system from introducing more formidable opponents, given that it was merely a normal level. Moreover, there were few entities with combat power around 80 to 90 points, not commonly found in the early stages of the original narrative. The only contender whose strength might match was the peak form of the Ox King. However, Ming believed the Ox King would not reappear, as with his current strength, he could undoubtedly surpass 100 points of combat power within a day's time. Indeed, the stronger one becomes, the more challenging the path of cultivation becomes. However, upon vanquishing Krillin, one could achieve a 12-fold increase in power. The previous effect of a 10-fold enhancement was already formidable, and now, with an additional 2-fold increase, it was conceivable that after a single day of training, one could attain nearly 110 points of combat power, if not surpassing the resurrected Gohan from the underworld. With no hesitation, Ming set his sights on challenging Krillin at the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Having already triumphed over Yamcha, the champion of the 21st tournament, Ming was confident he could secure victory, even though Krillin's capabilities were slightly superior to Yamcha's, boasting a combat power of 90 points, 10 points more than Yamcha. To overcome Krillin, Ming exerted considerable effort, aided by his previous encounters with Krillin and his understanding of the original storyline, which illuminated Krillin's weaknesses. Without this knowledge, achieving victory would have been exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, it was the strength of an adult's body that triumphed over that of a child. After defeating Krillin, Ming gained an insightful understanding of the foundational techniques of the Turtle School. Having learned the basics of the Crane School's martial arts, he recognized the essential differences yet numerous similarities between the two styles, both rooted in the teachings of Master Roshi. Regrettably, Krillin was unable to fully execute the foundational techniques of the Turtle School. Otherwise, he might have seized the opportunity to comprehend its martial arts. Perhaps, upon mastering it through self-study, he would trigger a system reward. One might argue that Gohan and Master Roshi could glean more from such techniques. Yet, the reality was that while Gohan's style bore traces of the Turtle School, it had evolved into a unique form of its own, entirely distinct. As for Master Roshi, he had never imparted any martial techniques to Gohan. Had he done so, Gohan would naturally have learned more through combat, as his strength increased. As time swiftly passed, the following morning arrived. Despite being a physical education teacher, Su Ming was required to report to the school's teaching building. It must be said, with the enhancement of his abilities, Su Ming felt a twinge of regret for his role as a teacher. Had he foreseen the current circumstances upon his arrival, or realized he could acquire wealth through righteous deeds, he would not have found himself ensnared within the confines of the school. Nevertheless, fate had brought him to this juncture. Perhaps for the best. One must see things through to completion, especially since Gohan would inevitably enroll in Orange Star High School in the future. Upon arriving at the teacher's office, Su Ming encountered Freddy and Sharp. After exchanging greetings, they engaged in light-hearted banter about Rick. Just then, Rick entered the office, yawning. "You are merely sour grapes because you cannot have what I possess," he lamented, clearly exhausted yet content, as he clutched his waist and sank into a chair. The expression on his face was one that any man would understand. Observing this, the others began to tease him. It is impossible for Freddy not to feel envy, particularly given his status as a middle-aged bachelor, harboring an intense longing for matters of the heart, yet he has yet to encounter the right person. Take it easy, or you'll inevitably meet your demise at the hands of a woman. How about I introduce you to someone? Rick suggested with a smirk. I recently connected with a woman who possesses ample curves and an extraordinarily captivating figure. Freddy's face flushed at Rick's words. How do you manage to attract so many women? He feigned a pushback, yet subtly leaned closer, casting a glance at Rick's phone. What do you think? Rick chuckled again. She is indeed quite impressive. Are you genuinely so benevolent? Freddy's eyes sparkled, though he hesitated momentarily. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange about introducing beautiful women, with Sharp, out of curiosity, joining the conversation, resulting in a trifecta of discussion. Su Ming, bemused, felt detached from such matters, after a few light-hearted jests. He earnestly turned his attention to the course schedule for the week. One class in the morning, another in the afternoon. This was the expected routine, appearing effortless yet proving to be rather cumbersome. In truth, the 4 physical education instructors divided the workload, with Su Ming and Sharp being the newcomers, only responsible for 5 classes each. Each class averaged 2 sessions per week. By the way, have you heard about the masked superhero? Rick's sudden remark piqued Su Ming's interest. I had almost forgotten. I intended to discuss it with you all, Freddy replied, feigning sudden recollection. Sharp, pondering with his chin in hand, remarked, I've heard that the masked hero is not only formidable, but can also fly. Many witnessed it, and several recorded videos. Who knows if it's true? It's utterly astonishing. I was near the bank during the robbery and actually saw the masked hero fly away. It left me utterly stunned, speechless, Rick recounted. According to online news, after the masked hero dealt with the bank robbers, he appeared in other parts of Satan City that same day, combating various nefarious criminals. Freddy, as he spoke, pulled out his phone, showcasing various news videos. Su Ming stood by, listening and observing, his thoughts consumed by the realization that he had become the masked hero, and the speed at which this information proliferated was astonishing. It was no wonder he had heard students discussing superhero-related matters earlier on his way to the office. At the time, he had paid little attention, but now, as the trio provided intricate details, it was unmistakably about him. What's the matter? Su Ming, are you unaware? Rick glanced at Su Ming, inquiring. Taken aback, Su Ming quickly responded with a smile. Of course, I am aware. I happened to be out and about yesterday and had the fortune of catching a glimpse from afar. It was indeed quite shocking. As he spoke, Su Ming made a concerted effort to suppress his emotions. Chapter 35. A 20-fold increase in combat power. The Great Demon King Piccolo. Upon discovering that he had been mistaken for a masked superhero, Su Ming found himself bewildered by the ensuing uproar. He never imagined that he would suddenly become a hero in the eyes of the public. Had it not been for the fervent discussions surrounding his feats, he would have found it hard to believe. Absurdly, some individuals even exaggeratedly promoted his exploits, leading to him being depicted as a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms within mere hours. It is no exaggeration to say that at least 10 different versions of his story circulated, reflecting on the original character of Son Gohan. It seemed implausible that any narrative could be so exaggerated. Perhaps viewing an animated series presents a limited perspective, but experiencing this world firsthand offers an entirely different concept. Throughout the day, Su Ming endeavored to maintain his composure, striving not to be swayed by the clamor surrounding him. It was only upon returning to his dormitory that the world quieted, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. Although he had ample time during the day, he could only engage in basic chi training, unable to concentrate effectively, resulting in minimal progress. In numerical terms, his combat power had only increased by 2 points, reaching a total of 95. His initial expectation was to approach a combat power of 100, ideally achieving 98 or 99. Reality, however, proved to be more complex than he had anticipated. Undoubtedly, without the distractions or the influence of the current situation, he could have achieved his goals. For now, he could only await the gradual fading of the commotion. As long as the masked superhero he portrayed did not make further appearances, the fervor would naturally dissipate. 2 hours had passed since Su Ming returned to his dormitory. He concluded his chi training, noting a slight enhancement in his strength. However, the quantity of chi did not exhibit significant growth, seemingly plateauing at a certain threshold that required external assistance for a breakthrough. To his surprise, his combat power had reached an impressive 99 points. It was no wonder he felt an overwhelming sensation of being obstructed, as if he could make no further progress. This numerical value conveyed the impression of having reached a limit. Without dwelling on these thoughts, Su Ming composed himself and descended to the dining hall for dinner. During the meal, he engaged in simple reflections and plans, opting not to return to his dormitory, but rather to ascend to the rooftop for training. The rooftop was deserted at this hour, allowing Su Ming to maximize his time by practicing martial arts and engaging in physical conditioning. He had ordered weighted training equipment online the previous day, but it had yet to arrive, requiring 2 to 3 days for delivery. He had visited a physical store, but found nothing suitable, with prices that were exorbitantly high. Ultimately, online shopping proved to be a more economical choice. In truth, Su Ming had no need for branded items or aesthetic appeal. He sought only effectiveness. Moreover, the tangible goods within the shop indeed fell short of Su Ming's minimum requirements. For instance, the weighted clothing had a mere limit of 50 pounds, whereas Su Ming's baseline demand exceeded 100 pounds. Throughout the course of the night, for several hours, fortune smiled upon Su Ming as, apart from an elderly teacher who briefly tended to the flowers, no one interrupted his endeavors. His combat power surpassed the century mark, reaching an astonishing 108 points. Under the influence of a 12-fold increase in training intensity, the speed of his progress left Su Ming in a state of disbelief. His strength grew increasingly formidable, and his skills sharpened with remarkable precision. It was not until 11:30 that he returned to his chamber, engaged in a brief cleansing ritual, and then, rejuvenated, prepared to once again challenge the resurrected Son Goku. It is noteworthy that surpassing a combat power of 100 truly signifies entry into a different realm. The transition from a power level of 50 to that beyond it represents a distinct elevation. In this confrontation, Su Ming emerged victorious, albeit through a fortunate utilization of his fingertips' light to outmaneuver Son Goku, despite being at a disadvantage during the battle. As his own strength reached the requisite threshold and his techniques expanded, Su Ming found himself equipped to contend with Son Goku. Youthful vigor in combat is paramount. Although Son Goku was deceased, his form retained the frailty of old age. Given their equivalent levels of power, Su Ming's strength proved slightly superior, thus allowing him to bridge the gap between their capabilities. Son Goku's mastery of combat techniques and his exquisite martial arts skills were beyond Su Ming's reach. Yet in the end, he could not withstand Su Ming's relentless determination. With each successive challenge, Su Ming gradually recognized the necessity of approaching every encounter with utmost seriousness rather than a frivolous mindset, particularly when facing formidable or even hellish challenges. Triumphing over Son Goku elevated his training multiplier to 20 times. Immediately thereafter, the challenge reset, and at last, he faced a new adversary, the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo. Defeating him would enhance the multiplier to 30 times. As Su Ming's own strength reached formidable heights, the difficulty began to escalate. No, it should be noted that such challenges were inherently designed to double in intensity. The first difficult level featured the aged Son Goku with a combat power of 50 points. The second involved the resurrected Son Goku with a power level of 120 points. Therefore, the current third difficult level, pitting him against the combatant with a strength of 260 points, Demon King Piccolo, was hardly surprising. In comparison, the hellish difficulty of Master Roshi now seemed trivial, as even in a state of heightened muscularity, he possessed only 180 combat points. Su Ming mused inwardly. This, he considered, was a boon from the system, granting him a month to tackle these challenges before the opponents would automatically refresh. Otherwise, if his adversaries were to refresh daily in tandem with his rising strength, it would indeed be a vexing predicament. Now, facing the difficult level of Demon King Piccolo, he pondered who would emerge as the hellish level contender after the reset, and what their power level might entail. In the opening, is it the formidable Piccolo or the battle-hardened Raditz with a power level of 1500? Regardless, with his current strength and the remarkable 20-fold training enhancement, surpassing Master Roshi in a short time is no longer a mere fantasy. Should he succeed in this challenge, an elevation of his training multiplier to 100 will certainly be within reach. With such a 100-fold augmentation, he firmly believes that his prowess will ascend even more swiftly. As the clock approaches midnight, Su Ming hastily opts to challenge the Demon King Piccolo, utilizing his final opportunity for the day. With the chance to confront the Demon King, it is only fitting to witness the terror embodied by this most formidable boss from the early chapters of the original tale. After all, he has crushed an era, instilling fear throughout the martial world of Earth for centuries. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Su Ming finds himself in a desolate wasteland. Before him stands the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo, restored to his youth through the dragon's wish. Scattered across the ground lie the petrified remains of the deceased dragon, and the Dragon Balls have long since turned to stone. If only they could restore themselves automatically. The thought flitted through Su Ming's mind as he gazed at the stony Dragon Balls. However, he quickly had no time to dwell on this notion, for the Demon King Piccolo burst into sinister laughter, emanating an overwhelmingly malevolent aura. Chapter 36. The pressure brought by the original Demon King confronting the Demon King Piccolo. Su Ming experiences fear for the first time. This sensation arises not only from the disparity in power, but also from an unfathomable, colossal killing intent. His perception of energy sharpens, rendering the essence of this malevolence all the more vivid. Although it is formless, to Su Ming, it appears as an invisible black mist swirling around the Demon King's body, threatening to engulf him. How infuriating! Am I so cowardly that I lack the courage to move? With a heavy heart, Su Ming clenched his fists. Undoubtedly, he is unwilling to submit. After an intense battle with Gohan, his power level has surged to 110, surpassing the previous limit of 108. Even though the Demon King possesses a staggering power level of 260, the gap feels insurmountable. A mere human ant stands before the Demon King. It is indeed a death wish. Very well. Let me use you as a test subject for the newfound power I have regained. Feel it thoroughly. Haha. The Demon King's grin is laced with bloodlust. In an instant, he transforms into a green flash, bridging the distance between them in a heartbeat. Su Ming gasps in shock, his heart racing frantically. Utilizing his keen eyesight and instinctive perception of energy, he discerns the trajectory of the Demon King's movements and instinctively crosses his arms, fists clenched, in front of him. This subconscious act of foreseeing danger is aimed at maximizing his safety. However, the Demon King had no intention of targeting his face. After a feint, Piccolo chuckled mockingly and launched a powerful kick. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The terrifying force was utterly beyond Su Ming's ability to withstand. With a single kick to the head, he fell into unconsciousness before he could even register the excruciating pain. His mind simply shut down, plunging him into darkness. When he finally regained consciousness, Su Ming found himself sprawled on the floor, drenched in sweat. Although his body remained unharmed, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Fortunately, he had been diligently honing his willpower during this period, fully aware that challenging Son Goku and Master Roshi would lead to his demise. Yet he was determined to confront them with all his might. In stark contrast, while Son Goku and Master Roshi aimed merely to defeat him, the ruthless Demon King Piccolo genuinely sought to end his life. How infuriating! Just wait. There will come a day when I shall return the favor and deliver a kick that will bring you down. Does Su Ming harbor grudges? Not at all. Yet, being so brutally defeated incited a fury within him that was hard to contain. Piccolo's strike ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. Rising to his feet, he reclined on the sofa for a moment. However, due to excessive cold sweat, he found himself parched and consumed 3 bottles of mineral water. The clock struck past midnight. Normal level challenge. Defeat Son Goku from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, and the training multiplier will increase to 21 times. The challenge character refreshed, and Su Ming took a deep breath. After Yamcha came Krillin, followed by Son Goku. Indeed, it was a continuous cycle. If his strength remained stagnant at this level, unable to advance swiftly, the foes he would face would likely be confined to the scope of the 22nd martial arts tournament. My current power is still too weak. I must become stronger at a faster pace. Clenching his teeth, Su Ming felt an even greater yearning for strength. At this moment, he was incapable of defeating even Son Goku from the 21st martial arts tournament. Thus, he needed to enhance his abilities more rapidly. What kind of effect would a 20-fold training multiplier yield? Previously, a mere 12-fold boost had allowed him to elevate his combat power from 95 to 108 points in a short span. He believed that the current enhancement would yield even better results. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative position to cultivate his energy. Having transcended a level and endured absolute oppression, his thirst for strength compelled him to forego rest. In truth, he felt no fatigue during the day. He had not expended much physical energy and had been diligently conserving his strength. Although he had engaged in rigorous training of punches and physical exercises throughout the first half of the night, the exertion was swiftly recoverable, leaving him invigorated rather than exhausted. Ultimately, this was the benefit of his increasingly formidable strength and the growing energy within him. In fact, he believed that even if he did nothing for 3 days and nights without sleep, he would bear little burden. As he continued his cultivation, in the blink of an eye, less than 3 hours had elapsed. When Su Ming opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashed within them, particularly piercing. If one were to lock eyes with another, it would undoubtedly instill an overwhelming sense of awe in the other party. Combat power, 130 points. Hiss. Su Ming couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. In such a brief span, the energy within him had circulated only a few times. Yet he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in its potency, far beyond his expectations. An increase of 10 points. If the effects of energy cultivation were so remarkable, what might the benefits of physical training yield? Without hesitation, Su Ming commenced his workout. Basic exercises, once performed in sufficient quantity, would yield substantial results. For instance, push-ups, pull-ups, and handstand push-ups. Previously, he would have scoffed at such endeavors, but after attempting them himself, he no longer held any doubts. Achieving the requisite number of repetitions made any training method beneficial. Regrettably, the weighted equipment had yet to arrive, and he lacked access to a gravity training chamber, a truly invaluable training tool. Had he possessed such a resource, it was likely that a day's training would have resulted in an increase of at least several dozen, if not hundreds, of combat points. Before long, it was already 7 in the morning. 4 hours of rigorous training had transformed him remarkably. Had he not experienced it firsthand, Su Ming would have found it unimaginable. For instance, after completing 1,000 push-ups, his combat power had risen by 1 point. Simply practicing a few rounds of boxing had also yielded an additional point. Su Ming's prowess had advanced with astonishing speed at this moment. His combat power had reached 145 points, an impressive increase of 25 points. Just 6 or 7 hours prior, he would not have stood a chance against the Sun Wukong of the 21st martial arts tournament. Yet now he had surpassed the combat power of that era's young Wukong. In fact, his current combat value had even eclipsed the typical levels of Master Roshi. Was he ready to issue a challenge? Su Ming was certainly not foolish. Though his abilities and combat power had escalated to this level, achieving a preliminary threshold did not equate to complete mastery. Furthermore, he needed to pass through this stage without encountering any unforeseen incidents. Relying solely on his current strength was still far from adequate. At this rate, within a day or two, I shall completely surpass Master Roshi. In a few days, even King Piccolo will undoubtedly be no match for me. Su Ming mused internally. However, he pondered how much more challenging it would become to elevate his strength to even greater heights. After contemplating for a while, Su Ming chose not to dwell further on it. He entered the bathroom for a refreshing shower, donned a new outfit, and departed his dormitory to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Chapter 37. Mastering the Technique. Weighted training throughout the day. Aside from his classes in the morning and afternoon, Su Ming did not engage in any training. Instead, he balanced work with relaxation, seizing the opportunity to unwind. A night of training coupled with confrontations had left him mentally strained. While continued training might still yield excellent results, Su Ming did not wish to exhaust his body. The journey ahead remains long, yet I have begun to grasp the methods and means of strengthening myself. The eagerness for immediate results may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. Initially, I felt that becoming a physical education teacher was somewhat of a waste of time. However, a new notion has suddenly emerged: immersing oneself in life. At times, after training, engaging in other activities can serve as a commendable transition. The schedule of 2 classes, each in the morning and afternoon, is rather cumbersome, so in a few days, I shall consult with Freddy and the others to exchange lessons. I could choose to attend only the afternoon classes or solely the morning ones. For me, the morning classes would be more advantageous, allowing me to pursue various endeavors in the afternoon without being tethered to the school. I am uncertain of Freddy, Rick, and Sharp's thoughts on this matter. If necessary, attending only the afternoon classes would suffice, enabling me to utilize the morning for other pursuits. The logistics and delivery speed in the Dragon Ball world exceeded my expectations. The weighted training equipment, which I had anticipated would take 2 or 3 days to arrive, has all been delivered today. Upon transporting these items back to my dormitory, the 2 gatekeepers initially offered to assist, but the weight of the items rendered them incapable of moving them at all. Naturally, inquiries arose, curious about what I had purchased. I did not conceal the truth, as these were not items to be ashamed of. Upon learning that they were exercise equipment, the gatekeepers did not pry further. They merely lamented the passage of time, reminiscing about their own youthful strength. There was a hint of vanity in their demeanor, yet I chose not to expose it. Once back in my dormitory, I promptly unpacked and inspected my purchases: weighted clothing, straps, belts, dumbbells, and heavy stones, among others. Although the quality was rather mediocre and the craftsmanship coarse, the weight was indeed substantial, and the affordability was commendable. I selected a design for the weighted clothing akin to the martial arts uniform of Sun Wukong. According to the shopkeeper, such a heavy weight necessitates multiple distinct items. A full set of clothing would require pure metal construction, rendering it impractical for wear. I could understand this reasoning. Thus I referenced the design of Gohan's weighted clothing. Holding the black weighted garment in my hands, I could feel that while it was not bulky, it certainly possessed a considerable thickness. It was incomparable to Sun Wukong's weighted attire, crafted by the divine Piccolo and Bobo. A feat beyond the reach of Earth's craftsmanship, even with today's technological advancements. Perhaps there are alternatives, but for now, I lack the financial means and am disinclined to seek out exorbitantly priced custom shops, unwilling to become a victim of overpricing. Wearing the 60-kilogram weight, I distinctly felt my movements severely restricted, as if a great stone pressed against my chest, rendering my breathing significantly heavier. Fortunately, this constraint did not inhibit my ability to move normally. It was merely the burden of the weight. The shopkeeper remarked that the internal filling of the weighted materials is a unique substance that exhibits irregular changes in response to bodily movements, which is indeed truthful. After donning 2 wrist weights of 10 kilograms each and a pair of martial arts shoes, Ming soon realized why the original Sun Wukong only wore weights up to this limit. While holding them, one might perceive 100 kilograms as merely substantial. However, once donned, the experience transforms entirely. After putting on the 100-kilogram weighted attire, Ming chose not to remove it. Some training methods provided in the original text undoubtedly possess significant efficacy for him at this moment. Thus he resolved to keep it on, save for bathing. As long as it remains inconspicuous, he could wear it throughout his daytime classes. With no major issues concerning the weighted clothing, Ming turned his attention to other equipment. Should he find the weight insufficient, additional weighted straps could be applied, with each strap adding 10 kilograms, while the weighted belt contributes 25 kilograms. There are also dumbbells ranging from 20 to 50 kilograms, particularly that ominous 1,000-kilogram stone, which Ming had invested the most in. Its design mirrors that which Whis had created for the training of Sun Wukong and Vegeta upon their arrival in the God of Destruction realm. Ming endeavored to lift it. Even with his current strength, the challenge was formidable while clad in weighted attire. However, after several attempts, he managed to grasp a few techniques and successfully lifted it. Roughly estimating, he believed his strength now exceeded several thousand pounds. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raise such a burden in this manner. Training under the constraints of weight significantly amplifies the difficulty compared to regular conditions. For instance, prior to donning weights, Ming could effortlessly perform 1,000 push-ups, only slightly winded before continuing. Now, executing 1,000 push-ups left him drenched in sweat, his arms aching and breaths heavy. Though fatigue set in, the results were remarkably outstanding. After 2 continuous hours of foundational training, Su Ming discerned a noticeable increase in his strength. As the pressure on his body intensified, the internal energy began to circulate autonomously, accelerating the refinement and enhancement of his physique. During this process, he also found himself naturally condensing more energy. The energy became increasingly dense, no longer resembling its original form, akin to water achieving a certain concentration, allowing him to effortlessly manifest energy-based attacks. Combat power, 153 points. In just over 2 hours of concentrated training, his combat power had surged by 8 points. This represents a 20-fold increase in training efficacy, a remarkable effect derived from exercising under weighted conditions. Indeed, this level of power may seem trivial in this era, and such an enhancement might not warrant significance. Yet, given the rapidity of his progress, Su Ming felt he had utterly surpassed the pace at which the Z warriors once gained strength. The sensation I just experienced must be accurate. Allow me to give it a try. Raising his hand, Su Ming took a deep breath to calm himself, diligently attempting to harness the energy of qi. His previous training had deepened his understanding of qi, and he wished to see if he could condense it into an energy orb. In truth, Su Ming had attempted this yesterday, but had not truly met the criteria for creating an energy orb. Now, with his strength reaching this level and the concentration of qi attaining a certain standard, coupled with the insights gained during his cultivation, Su Ming felt confident that he could succeed this time. As the qi continued to gather in his palm, a golden light emerged. Chapter 38. Indeed, she has transformed into a woman. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the fundamental skill of Qi Blast without a teacher. Your martial prowess has ascended to a new height, and you have earned a random selection of foundational techniques, encompassing all basic cultivation methods, moves, and skills from the Dragon Ball universe. Would the host like to proceed with the selection? As the system's voice resonated, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this counted. Though merely a basic Qi Blast, a breakthrough would trigger a reward from the system. Select. Ding. Selection complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the foundational skill of Transformation Technique, now stored in the system's storage space, available for the host's use at any time. Transformation Technique? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. The sudden appearance of such an unexpected skill was truly astonishing. Upon opening the system's storage space and reviewing the description of the transformation technique, he realized it was the same skill mastered by Oolong and Puar. In a certain sense, this transformation ability was a dream cherished by countless individuals, was it not? Even Su Ming had once fantasized that mastering such a skill would mean he could do anything he desired. Of course, that was the past, and this is the present. Just as he was about to learn it, he suddenly sensed the instability of the energy orb in his hand, prompting him to quickly refocus his attention. Fortunately, it did not explode. Otherwise, while he might have been able to preserve this temporary home, it would have sustained damage. Su Ming had no doubt about the orb's destructive power, for even the weakest attacks of qi in the original work were unimaginably potent. Moreover, the qi brewing within this orb was no less than what he had cultivated during his finger beam technique. Examining the energy orb in his hand, Su Ming exerted immense effort to maintain the balance of qi. Next, he needed to assimilate this energy. Condensing the energy orb was merely a means. Now, he aimed to transform and absorb the energy contained within, or, rather, to deconstruct it. Otherwise, he would have to detonate the orb. Maintaining control would mean a continuous drain on his qi. In such a scenario, no one could teach him. Su Ming had to rely solely on his own exploration and experimentation. The rudimentary methods of qi cultivation only encompassed how to cultivate qi, condense it, control it, and some basic applications. There were no detailed tutorials for condensing energy orbs, let alone for dissolving an already formed orb. Though the current combat power is merely 153 points, it appears that the rudimentary qi cultivation techniques have begun to fall short. Perhaps this is due to an expanded horizon. Su Ming firmly believes that higher-level cultivation methods must contain more intricate details. An involuntary flash of the system task crossed his mind. The ultimate qi cultivation technique should indeed be the complete version of qi cultivation. Attaining it seems a daunting challenge for now. At this moment, he can only rely on luck, hoping the system might offer a chance for a high-level extraction. Alternatively, he could endeavor to break through on his own, gradually refining his skills, perhaps even creating a more advanced cultivation method, transforming the rudimentary into the profound. The thought alone is exhilarating. It is certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Even the Z warriors have forged their paths through exploration and self-guidance. Just like now, the basic chi cultivation method lacks the means for a substantial attack through condensed energy, yet he has discovered a way. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind. After experimenting with various techniques, Ming gradually unearthed a method to dissolve energy blasts. He converted the substantial energy back into chi, absorbing it into his body. Although this process incurs significant energy expenditure, Ming suddenly realized that this method also serves as a superb means of honing his chi. Once the energy blast completely dissipated from his hand, he meditated on the experience. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes. Though there was no moment of epiphany or an instantaneous upgrade, he had indeed grasped some valuable insights. Redirecting his focus, Ming once again turned his attention to the transformation technique within his storage space. Use. The instant he learned the transformation technique, his mind was flooded with the method of application and a certain level of proficiency. A smile crept across his lips as he silently chanted, "Transform." Bang! A cloud of white smoke enveloped Ming's form, and in mere moments, he transformed into another person, Son Gohan. Not only did his appearance change, but even the attire he wore morphed into Son Gohan's clothing. How astonishing! There was no discernible difference. He approached the mirror, striking various poses. Having seen Son Gohan before, he could confirm there was no disparity. Of course, he could not ascertain what lay beneath the clothing, as he had not seen. Thus, he could only conclude that their appearances were identical. Moreover, one must admit that Son Gohan is indeed striking, and his physique is something Ming cannot hope to rival at present. Regrettably, his aura remained unchanged, allowing even the most skilled practitioners to recognize him at a glance. Furthermore, the transformation incurs a continuous drain on his chi, Ming mused to himself. Then, another idea flickered through his mind. Transform. Bang! Once again, a cloud of white smoke emerged, and when Ming reappeared, he had transformed into Super Saiyan Son Gohan. Though they have never met, one can enhance the imagined visage of a transformed self. Golden-haired and azure-eyed, a true Saiyan. Alas, I am merely clad in my own form. How I wish to embody a Saiyan instead. With a shake of his head, Ming dismissed the thought. He felt perfectly content as he was, and had no desire to inhabit another's memories. Even if the Saiyans exude unparalleled might, he remained steadfast in his identity, unless, perchance, he were granted the bloodline of a Saiyan to augment his current capabilities. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. Suddenly, with a shout of transform, a resounding boom echoed through the air. In that moment, Ming was no longer Gohan, but had become Biddy. Goodness, is her physique truly this remarkable? If memory serves me right, she is but 18 years of age. It's hard to fathom, as the original text concealed her form so thoroughly. This transformation technique certainly did not intend for him to take on such an appearance. With a swift motion, he felt below. Indeed, it was all gone. This transformation skill can genuinely transform one into a woman. A wicked thought sent a shiver down Ming's spine, prompting him to revert to his original self without hesitation. He preferred his true form. After examining himself, he steadied his mind. One must admit, the transformation technique is undeniably effective, but for him at this moment, it seemed of little utility. Meanwhile, in a certain location within Satan City, Biddy, who was valiantly combating criminals, suddenly sneezed several times in quick succession, feeling an uncontrollable urge to continue. Chapter 39. If only there were a cloning technique, seeking monthly support, such is the nature of the transformation technique. Perhaps in the future, while combating evil, he could disguise himself using this skill. Ming mused that it would be splendid to possess a cloning technique. Cloning? A flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Tianjin Han's four-way split fist. Wasn't he that akin to a cloning technique? Moreover, Piccolo's demon clones bore resemblance to such a skill. Oh, and Krillin also possesses a form of cloning, distinct from both Tianjin Han's and Piccolo's varieties. If he could master one of these techniques, wouldn't it allow him to accomplish the tasks of multiple individuals? Just imagine, one clone teaching students, another honing his energy at home, a third training outdoors, and one more, well, taking a well-deserved rest, perhaps? A balance of work and leisure. As these thoughts flourished, Ming found himself transported back to a time of possibility. Indeed, such an operation would be extraordinary. Most would struggle under the weight of such demands, but he was no ordinary individual. he possessed a system. If Naruto could utilize shadow clones for training, why couldn't he employ a cloning technique to amplify his efforts? Wait, with the mention of Naruto, another epiphany struck Su Ming. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the variety of skills and techniques is rather limited. With his current strength, he could easily explore the abilities of other worlds, merely substituting his energy with that of different realms. In this age of information explosion, his previous thoughts and ideas, which flourished before his journey, now feel constrained by the Dragon Ball universe. Arriving in this world, particularly with the existence of a system and a traversal card, implies that all the anime, novels, and cinematic worlds he is familiar with are indeed accessible. Thus, many cultivation methods from other realms can serve as valuable references. I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self? This phrase suddenly flashed in Su Ming's mind as he gazed into the mirror, lost in thought. Indeed, after his traversal, he had been excessively cautious and burdened by pressure. Now, as he gradually loosens his grip, he begins to rediscover the essence of who he once was. Though he knows he can never fully revert to that state, his thoughts become increasingly fluid, emboldening him further. As a traveler, he need not rely entirely on the system's powers. The memories stored within his mind are a treasure trove. With judicious application and appropriate transformation, he can reap unexpected rewards. In a blink, Su Ming found himself outside the school, seeking a meal. Due to a late workout, the cafeteria had already closed. However, this was of little concern. He had intended to venture out to see if he could seize opportunities for acquiring foundational techniques through acts of righteousness and justice. Although he had many new ideas, practical implementation required time, and simultaneously engaging in virtuous deeds to obtain system rewards would be beneficial. His endeavors yielded decent results. He encountered a brawl and a knife-wielding robbery, both triggering system rewards. He did not acquire any extraordinary techniques, but he did receive a set of basic martial arts, the foundational techniques of the Turtle School. Additionally, he obtained the Drunken Fist of Master Roshi. While the Drunken Fist possesses some intricacies, its efficacy at this level is limited, primarily effective against weaker opponents. When faced with equally skilled adversaries intent on lethal confrontation, employing such a technique would serve little purpose beyond trickery. As illustrated in the original work, even Master Roshi's use of it merely caused a fleeting annoyance for Goku before being swiftly countered. As night deepened, Su Ming utilized his flight technique, soaring away from Satan City. As his strength grew, so did his proficiency with this technique, allowing him to fly with increasing speed, even with a burden of 100 kilograms, without feeling uncontrollable. While he could not compare to the speed of jets, nor to the Z fighters or the Nimbus cloud, he was not particularly slow either. The vicinity of Satan City was enveloped by vast plains and mountains. He arrived at the renowned Longxi Mountains, seeking a secluded and uninhabited peak. The reason for arriving here is, of course, to pursue unrestrained cultivation. No longer must he exercise various forms of self-restraint. Even the control of a single energy sphere must be meticulous, preventing any premature detonation. Ultimately, the crux lies in testing its potency, and then, through the external world, he can explore new skills and strive to trigger system rewards as much as possible. As for challenging Sun Wukong and Master Roshi, Su Ming intends to bide his time. Though his current prowess, bolstered by mastering the foundational techniques of the Turtle School and Drunken Fist, has reached an impressive 155 points through deeper comprehension of energy, it remains insufficient to defeat Master Roshi. However, he finds himself more than capable of overcoming Sun Wukong from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Unless, of course, Sun Wukong undergoes the transformation into a colossal ape as depicted in the original narrative. Theoretically, if he can swiftly vanquish the young Wukong, such a transformation would be rendered impossible. Otherwise, the tenfold amplification of Sun Wukong's power in his giant ape form is alarmingly formidable, capable of crushing him effortlessly. After all, in the original tale, Master Roshi, fortunate enough not to wish harm upon Wukong, chose to obliterate the moon with a single technique. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled against the giant ape Wukong. Naturally, the power augmentation of a young Wukong in his giant form may not be as extreme, but one can only speculate. After all, a power level of 139 multiplied by 10 results in a staggering 390 points. Not to mention Master Roshi. Even Raditz would find himself on the receiving end of a few blows. Steadying his mind, Su Ming lifted his hand to condense an energy sphere. Although it was his second attempt, having undergone the process once before, he had grasped the method. Yet, achieving the level of effortless release akin to the Z fighters remained unattainable due to his lack of proficiency. This endeavor required immense control. After a considerable span of 20 to 30 seconds, Ming successfully formed the energy sphere. He once again assessed the intensity of its energy before shifting his gaze to the surroundings, selecting a boulder approximately 10 meters in size to throw. On his first attempt, he nearly failed to launch it. The sphere felt as though it were glued to his hand, intrinsically linked to his energy. Fortunately, he succeeded. The energy sphere shot forth, colliding directly with a massive rock. Boom! Bang! The consecutive explosions reverberated deafeningly. Ming was left astounded, utterly unprepared for the terrifying might of this energy sphere, which had not even been fully concentrated. The explosion unleashed a wave of scorching fire, scattering dust and debris in every direction, with some shards ricocheting against him, bringing a sharp sting. Though it did not break the skin, it was sufficiently painful, illustrating the incredible power of the explosion's aftermath. The fragments were akin to bullets. Were he to face such an onslaught head-on, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury, if not worse. It was only after the tempest of the explosion subsided that the boulder had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping crater. Chapter 40. Self-learning is the true path. Turtle School's Kamehameha. After a considerable time spent testing the potency of the energy sphere, Ming finally regained his senses. As he approached the gaping crater, the charred ground exuded a pungent scent of gunpowder, overwhelming to the senses. Ming could even feel the residual heat lingering in the atmosphere, a testament to the terrifying temperatures generated in the instant of the explosion. Reflecting on the original narrative, where those fearsome entities were obliterated by energy attacks, it no longer seemed far-fetched. Yet, the potency of such energy blasts was astonishing. One could only imagine the devastation if the concentration of energy conversion were to be amplified. Ming murmured to himself about the energy wave technique. Contemplating further, he recalled the original text's Master Roshi, who possessed a combat power of 139 points and obliterated the moon with a single Kamehameha wave. Comparing that to his own current combat power of 155 points, it appeared that such might was not particularly extraordinary. Perhaps, in the state of unleashing the Kamehameha, Master Roshi's power exceeded 139 points, but it likely aligned closely with his present combat index. This led him to ponder. If he were to master the Kamehameha and elevate his energy proficiency, could he too obliterate the moon? He instinctively lifted his gaze to the moon hanging in the sky. Though it was not full, its outline was discernible. Frankly, it seemed absurd. After all, the moon was situated at an immense distance from Earth. Ming marveled at the rapidity with which Master Roshi must have unleashed the Kamehameha to destroy the moon in such a brief span of time. Perhaps, initially, the moon was not so distant from Earth. He recalled the humorous scene from the original story, where Sun Wukong, after defeating the Rabbit Army, used his Rui Jingu Bang to send their leader to the moon. While that segment was interjected for comedic relief, it could be interpreted as a suggestion that in the first part of the Dragon Ball universe, the moon was relatively close to Earth. Following the incident of Master Roshi destroying the moon, did Kami Piccolo then reposition the moon to a further distance? As for Piccolo's later feat of obliterating the moon with a single wave, that now made sense, given his considerable strength post his battle with Raditz. With determination, Ming began to develop new skills. Since energy blasts could trigger system rewards, it stood to reason that the Kamehameha wave could do the same. Having learned to condense energy blasts for offensive purposes, the principles of the Kamehameha should be similarly applicable. After some contemplation, he set his intentions into action. With the amount of energy stored within his body, he could launch at least 5 more blasts of similar potency. Therefore, coalescing the Kamehameha wave should pose no significant challenge. Time trickled by, marked by incremental moments of practice and repeated failures, until after a grueling half-hour, Ming finally grasped the technique for unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Initially, he believed it to be akin to condensing energy blasts, yet in reality, the process was entirely distinct. Energy blasts involved forming a fixed shape that erupted instantaneously, while the Kamehameha required gathering a sufficient quantity of energy and then releasing it for a sustained assault. Upon successfully releasing the Kamehameha wave, the system's notification chime echoed once more. Much like the spontaneous mastery of the energy sphere after mastering the foundational skill of the Qigong wave, Su Ming was rewarded with an opportunity to extract a basic technique. He acquired a new martial art, the Chi Fist. This technique involves condensing and compressing one's breath to launch an attack with an invisible force. It bears some resemblance to the explosive release of energy. Yet, while the latter necessitates contact with the opponent, the Chi Fist enables one to strike from a distance, utilizing compressed power for an intangible assault. Upon executing this technique, Su Ming began to grasp its underlying principles. He realized that he could create such a skill himself. Given his current prowess, he could indeed achieve the effect of striking objects from afar by combining his breath with fist power. However, the proficiency granted by the system was not attained through mere repetition. It required mastery beyond just a few attempts. Now that he had fully grasped the basic energy sphere and Qigong wave, and received all the corresponding rewards, he was prepared to test whether he could manifest his understanding of this new technique. The Kamehameha wave has resonated throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative, serving as the ultimate technique for the protagonist's family from the beginning to the end. Reflecting on the original work, Su Ming recalled how Goku learned it merely by observing Master Roshi perform it once. He felt confident that with his current abilities, executing it should not pose much of a challenge, despite the fact that it was not solely Goku and Krillin who mastered the Kamehameha. Characters like Yamcha and Tien also achieved it through their own insights. Calibrating his breath, Su Ming adjusted his rhythm. Although he was not in peak condition, the energy within him was sufficient to execute the technique. With the foundational Kame-Sinin boxing style he had mastered, he began with a series of punches to find his rhythm. This not only allowed him to comprehend the flow of power, but also to keenly sense the changes in his breath that accompanied the movements. The reason the Kamehameha remained a staple for Goku until the very end was that, as the practitioner's strength grew, so too did the technique's potency. Naturally, a profound understanding of the technique was essential, along with impeccable control over one's energy. After completing a series of punches, Su Ming ignited a flicker of passionate fervor within himself, then took a deep breath and grounded his stance. With both hands drawing circles, he ultimately positioned them at his waist, directing the flow of energy through his intent into the palms of his hands. This sensation was extraordinarily unique, completely distinct from merely condensing a basic energy wave. It felt akin to gathering an energy sphere while simultaneously coalescing the Qigong wave, leaving Su Ming with the impression that his power had surged to its zenith, perhaps even surpassing its limits. As the energy continuously transformed into tangible force, Su Ming's hair and clothing began to flutter, and a subtle glow enveloped his body. With a brilliant blue energy sphere manifesting in his palms, the energy accelerated, converging, compressing, and ultimately crystallizing into form. As the energy reached its critical point, Su Ming infused all his essence into the energy sphere. The moment had arrived. Gritting his teeth, he strained to push the energy sphere forward, which suddenly expanded dramatically, enlarging 2- or 3-fold. In an instant, the energy was forcibly released, transforming into a beam of light that shot skyward, illuminating the entire night. It ultimately collided with a higher peak, and in that moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the mountains and sending flames soaring into the sky. The blinding white light momentarily overwhelmed Su Ming's eyes, prompting him to instinctively shield them with one hand. After a brief pause, as he beheld the scene before him, Su Ming gasped in astonishment. The entire mountaintop had been reduced to countless fragments, a sight both terrifying and magnificent. Chapter 41, Planet Destruction Sphere Ding. Congratulations, host, for mastering the advanced skill, Kamehameha Wave, through self-learning. Your martial arts prowess has ascended to a new level, and you are rewarded with a random advanced technique draw, encompassing all high-level cultivation methods, moves, and skills from the Dragon Ball universe. Would you like to draw? Before he could fully react, the system's voice resonated, filling Su Ming with elation. No longer was he confined to the prefix of rudimentary fundamentals. The triggered reward was no longer a basic technique draw, but an advanced one. Indeed, the system's rewards corresponded to one's efforts. The more one toiled, the greater the returns. Draw ding. Draw complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the advanced skill, Planet Destruction Sphere, now stored in the system's storage space for your immediate use. Upon seeing this name, Su Ming's heart tightened, and a chill ran down his spine as he muttered, "Incredible." Without hesitation, he accessed the system's storage space and examined the introduction to this advanced skill. The planet destruction sphere, also known as the death energy sphere or simply the star bomb, was a high-end skill mastered by the cosmic emperor Frisia. By concentrating energy with his index finger, one could form an immensely colossal energy sphere. Though its power did not rival that of a supernova, this technique had appeared several times in the original narrative. The first instance was when it killed Bardock, annihilating planet Vegeta. The second was during the Namek saga against Son Goku. So, this is the planet destruction sphere? This advanced level indeed encompasses such a skill? Su Ming felt that his previous notions had been fundamentally shattered. His worldview had been irrevocably altered. This was the planet destruction sphere, a skill unique to Frisia's lineage in the original tale, specifically designed for obliterating planets. When this technique first emerged, the sense of oppression it instilled was profoundly intense. It was only during the Android saga, as humans achieved Super Saiyan status, that such skills began to seem ostentatious. Nevertheless, their power remained formidable. With a silent invocation, Su Ming embraced the skill of the planet destruction sphere. Acquiring the proficiency bestowed by the system, Su Ming felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. It was not merely the mastery of this skill that thrilled him, but the profound insights gained from it that catalyzed significant breakthroughs in other areas of his life. It was as though the fog that had previously shrouded his path had suddenly lifted, revealing the way forward. With clarity, his understanding of energy deepened. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming swiftly assumed a meditative posture, commencing his practice of energy cultivation. At this juncture, he was already in a state of extreme depletion, having been drained by the Kamehameha wave. The process of comprehending, condensing, and cultivating energy differed markedly from his previous endeavors. This time, the energy he refined through his newfound skill was of a higher concentration, to meet the minimum requirements for executing the planet-destroying technique. The system's proficiency came with innate methods for condensing higher purity energy. He discovered a breakthrough in his energy cultivation methods, although he could not yet achieve advanced levels. He grazed the edge of a significant breakthrough, yielding results superior to those of basic energy cultivation techniques. In just over half an hour, Su Ming emerged from his meditation, his body suffused with a formidable energy. With every movement, he felt as if he could shatter mountains, exuding immense power. His combat strength surged to 188 points. This remarkable increase of 33 points was undoubtedly bolstered by the 20-fold enhancement from his training. With my current strength, I could likely handle Master Roshi. If not the mighty Demon King Piccolo, Su Ming mused inwardly. The confidence stemming from his enhanced abilities would not easily wane unless faced with another setback. The invigorating rush of adrenaline ignited within him an even greater desire to continue self-studying skills. The original work contained a plethora of abilities akin to the Kamehameha wave, and he could certainly emulate them to trigger further system rewards. As he mastered more techniques, the acceleration of his strength would only amplify. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the intensity of his energy would indirectly fortify his physical resilience. Gathering his thoughts, Su Ming first demonstrated the planet-destroying technique. It became evident that the maximum diameter he could condense was merely 2 meters, beyond which it could not expand further. Given his current capabilities, achieving such intensity was commendable. He was confident that a single execution would reduce the mountain beneath him to mere fragments. There was no need for further testing of its power, and he wished to avoid attracting undue attention. Seizing the opportunity, he skillfully transformed the condensed energy back into pure energy for absorption. Although this process consumed considerable energy, it posed no challenge for him at this stage. This technique would henceforth serve as his ultimate trump card, one not to be wielded lightly. In the realm of challenges, the situation remains unchanged. The consumption is simply too great. Given his current strength, conjuring such a vast energy sphere is a feat he could not possibly achieve more than once. After dispersing the planet-destroying orb, Su Ming took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, allowing himself to relax. With my current foundation, perhaps I could attempt to enhance the intensity of my fingertip beam to reach the standard of the whole wave. From the moment he acquired this fundamental skill, Su Ming had entertained such an idea. Not only the whole wave, but he even contemplated Frisia's infamous death beam. However, reaching the level of Frisia is a notion that Su Ming dares not entertain at present. The whole wave, as a unique technique of the Crane School, is described quite simply in the original work. Having mastered the basic martial arts of the Crane School, Su Ming is able to discern certain techniques for channeling energy, which facilitate the flow of his own ki. Much like the martial arts of the turtle school, Su Ming has also harnessed this understanding to learn the turtle's Kamehameha wave. Of course, it is not to be dismissed that upon reaching a certain level of strength, one can easily grasp the initial versions of most techniques. Subsequent improvements in technique level, however, require further cultivation. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the whole wave qualifies as an advanced skill. In the Earth Saga, it is indeed a formidable technique, capable of piercing through defenses, which the Kamehameha cannot withstand head-on. However, by the onset of Z, it fell out of use. Regardless, one must endeavor. If the whole wave is not deemed an advanced skill, then surely the death beam must be. In any case, enhancing the intensity of the fingertip beam is certainly within reach. Perhaps, by employing the condensation method of the planet-destroying orb, he could explore the possibility of forming a death beam, which would undoubtedly possess greater power. As time slipped away, it was soon 10 o'clock at night. With various attempts to develop the fingertip beam, Su Ming finally experienced a breakthrough and uncovered the secret to executing the whole wave. The fingertip beam is distinct from the whole wave, and had he not explored this himself, he might have been ensnared by his original misconceptions. Chapter 42, The Four-Body Fist. A duel with Master Roshi. Unfortunately, my strength remains insufficient. Otherwise, I could leverage the continually enhanced fingertip beam to achieve the potency of the death beam. Having self-taught the whole wave, he once again earned the opportunity to draw an advanced technique. Yet Su Ming remains entangled in the failures of condensing the death beam. He must maintain a long-term perspective. Although Su Ming is not a man lacking in contentment, being fully aware of the original plot and finding himself in the Majin Buu arc naturally cannot be compared to the beginning of Dragon Ball. Drawing an advanced technique. Ding. Draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced technique, the four-body fist, now stored in the system's storage space, available for the host's use at any time. It was as if a pillow had arrived just when he needed to rest. The very martial art Su Ming desired had been effortlessly drawn. However, it was truly unforeseen that the four-body fist actually belonged to the realm of advanced martial arts. Thus, had it not been for the opportunity to extract from advanced techniques, even if he activated numerous basic techniques, he would never have unlocked this elusive skill of duplication. Upon accessing the system's storage space for learning and utilization, the experience of the four-body fist was extraordinarily surreal. One must admit, it diverged significantly from Su Ming's understanding of duplication. Duplication is fundamentally based on the original body, creating individual entities from nothing, endowing them with a measure of strength and cognitive ability. While these duplicates can act independently, they remain mere reflections and cannot transcend into the original being. In stark contrast, the four-body fist embodies a true division of one into four. Su Ming simultaneously divides his strength and mental energy into four segments, controlling four individuals concurrently, each of whom is both a duplicate and the original. Even if one body is vanquished, as long as the remaining three do not perish simultaneously, he remains alive. In summary, this experience has once again revolutionized Su Ming's understanding of martial skills. After mastering the technique, it was only natural to test its prowess. Upon achieving the division into four, Su Ming distinctly felt the remarkable sensation of controlling four from one. All four entities are originals, and he can choose either the primary or secondary body. Even if the chosen primary body faces demise, his consciousness can swiftly transfer to the secondary body, allowing that form to assume the central role. No wonder, after Tien Shinhan executed this technique in the original story, Sun Wukong did not regard the four-body essence as mere ordinary duplication, nor did he specifically seek out Tien Shinhan's original form, instead opting to defeat all four Tien Shinhan simultaneously. Su Ming contemplated these details from the original narrative, recognizing Sun Wukong's brilliance in combat. Even though his realm was superior to Tien Shinhan's at that time, his perceptive abilities allowed him to discern the weaknesses of techniques within a short span. Regardless, this technique proved immensely advantageous for Su Ming, for had it been a mere ordinary duplication, the training might not yield significant results. However, this advanced form undeniably facilitates the transformation of one into four for training purposes. This means that he can now cultivate with all four bodies simultaneously, achieving an effect of 80-fold enhancement. Of course, such calculations are somewhat erroneous. It should rather be viewed as the cumulative enhancement of four instances of 20-fold. The equation of 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 indeed sums to 80. Yet, the essence of 80 is that it is inherently 80 from the outset. As Su Ming settled his thoughts, an intriguing notion emerged. He could challenge himself in combat. This alternate application of the four-body fist is certainly viable. After all, the best way to gauge one's own strength is to confront oneself. Who knows oneself better than oneself? Moreover, once divided into four, the distribution of power makes it difficult to ascertain individual strength merely by numerical values. For instance, after mastering the Dodon wave and the four-body fist, Su Ming's combat power reached an impressive 198 points. However, after the transformation into four entities, each of them possesses a combat power of 150 points. This implies that the total combat strength of 198 points, when divided into four, does not equate to a mere partition of its value. One must ponder. Had it been so, the esteemed Tian Xinhan would not have resorted to his four-body technique at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, only to render himself ineffectual. At that time, Tian Xinhan's combat power should have been comparable to that of the youthful Piccolo Daimyo. If the 260 points were indeed split into four, each clone would only wield a paltry 65 points of power, rendering them feeble. Thus, numerical values ultimately serve as a mere reflection and do not denote absolutes. Through a series of battles and exchanges, Su Ming has gained a profound understanding of the four-body technique. He ultimately decided not to sustain the four bodies, returning instead to his singular form. Following this, his focus shifted to recovery and preparing for character challenges that would enhance his training multiplier. First, he would confront Master Roshi to attain a 100-fold increase, then defeat Sun Wukong, allowing for an additional layer of enhancement. Otherwise, that single increment would be overshadowed by Master Roshi's 100-fold increment. To be candid, Su Ming still finds fault with the system for its excessive rigor. If the challenges resulted in a straightforward doubling for normal levels, a 10-fold increase for difficult levels, and a 100-fold for hell levels, it would be far more agreeable. The system has its own calculation methodology, which Su Ming must accept, as it is inherently part of this training module's enhancement. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was past 11 at night. Su Ming had restored himself to his peak condition, with his combat power soaring to 199 points. Just a step away from breaking the 200-point barrier. At such moments, it felt akin to his past struggle of surpassing 99 points to reach 100. As if something were obstructing his progress, causing it to slow. Su Ming required combat, or a high-pressure breakthrough. Beep. Initiating multiplier challenge. Difficulty. Hell level. Opponent. First appearance Master Roshi. Challenge completed. Current training multiplier increased to 100 times. Su Ming patiently awaited the stabilization of his surroundings. As usual, he felt a refreshing sea breeze. Standing on the beach not far ahead was Master Roshi. Utilizing his combat power detection ability, he noted Roshi's power at 139 points once more. For his former self, this figure would have seemed insurmountable, yet for his current self, it was trivial. With 199 points of combat power, Su Ming, while perhaps not surpassing Master Roshi in martial arts rank, undeniably eclipsed him in strength. Once again, we meet, young one, Master Roshi said, leaning on his cane, a smile gracing his face. This time, there was a notable shift in his tone, perhaps indicative of his recognition of Su Ming's extraordinary prowess. This time, I have come to defeat you. Su Ming treated Master Roshi as a genuine individual. Master Roshi nodded, remaining still while continuing to scrutinize Su Ming. Defeating me is not as simple as mere words. In Chapter 43, Master Roshi's guidance leads to a 100-fold enhancement. At Master Roshi's signal, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several meters, appearing before Master Roshi and delivering a powerful punch. Faced with Su Ming's frontal assault, Master Roshi was taken aback, his demeanor grave and motionless. Even as Su Ming's fist halted mere inches from him, Master Roshi maintained his composure, genuinely unfazed by the prospect of being knocked down. Why do you not evade? Su Ming inquired. This punch was merely a test of martial prowess, yet it seemed Master Roshi had seen through it. Regardless of whether Master Roshi chose to dodge or not, Su Ming intended to hold back, ensuring his fist would not make contact. However, Master Roshi's immobility contrasted sharply with the concept of evasion. His refusal to retreat indicated that he had discerned Su Ming's true intentions. Were he to move, it would signify that Su Ming had not only surpassed him in strength, but was also nearly equal in mastery. Master Roshi's silence only deepened Su Ming's seriousness. He felt akin to Tian Xinhan confronting Master Roshi for the first time in the original tale. It has been ages since I have truly exerted myself. My old bones could use some stretching, Master Roshi remarked as he began to move, disregarding whether Su Ming would strike. He planted his cane into the sand and removed the weighty turtle shell he had donned. The original narrative mentioned that Goku and Krillin trained under him while carrying a shell weighing 20 kilograms. Once accustomed, Master Roshi gifted them his shell, which weighed 40 kilograms. Although the limits of weight remained unknown, it was evident that Master Roshi had lived for years bearing a burden exceeding 40 kilograms. Would you care to shed your weighted clothing as well? Master Roshi asked after a moment of stretching, addressing Su Ming. Noticing Su Ming's weighted attire, Master Roshi was not surprised. After all, Su Ming's rough-crafted gear might fool an ordinary person but could not deceive a martial arts master. However, upon entering the challenge space, the effects of the weighted clothing remained unchanged, and Su Ming realized the system's prowess. No need, with my current strength. If I were to remove my weights and engage you, it would lose its challenge, Su Ming candidly replied. Master Roshi, not one to be overly sentimental, nodded in agreement. Then let us begin. With that, he removed his sunglasses and tossed them onto the tip of his cane, where they balanced perfectly without falling. This level of precision and control was something Su Ming aspired to learn. Moments ago, I merely tested the waters. Now, I invite you to make the first move. Su Ming assumed the stance of the Turtle School's martial arts. This elicited a glimmer of interest from Master Roshi. This young lad has already grasped the combat techniques of our esteemed Turtle School? Very well, let me see what you can do. With that, Master Roshi dashed forward like a fleeting shadow. The diverse offensive techniques of the Turtle School once again opened Su Ming's eyes wide. Although he had mastered the basics, the application in Master Roshi's hands was an entirely different realm. In comparison, Krillin was merely a novice, having only skimmed the surface of the art. Even for him, his abilities were quite ordinary. Master Roshi, indeed, could provide guidance akin to that of Gohan, elevating Su Ming's martial prowess. Seizing this opportunity to learn more, Su Ming recognized that such a chance would not arise again. As his strength reached this level, future adversaries would inevitably ascend to cosmic proportions, rendering Earth's elites inconsequential. The fierce hand-to-hand combat raged on. Despite engaging Master Roshi while burdened with 100 kilograms of weight, the disparity in their strengths was stark. Nevertheless, Su Ming deliberately controlled his power and speed. He learned through battle and advanced his skills. The tides of combat shifted continuously, with exchanges where he transitioned from parrying Master Roshi's attacks to applying pressure on him. Su Ming's prowess steadily grew, swiftly compensating for his shortcomings in practical combat. Having suffered once, he vowed never to falter in the same manner again. Master Roshi watched Su Ming's growth in astonishment, primarily filled with admiration. To him, it was akin to witnessing younger generations surpassing him in the original tale, bringing joy at the revival of martial arts and reaching new heights. With his proficiency in boxing and kicking confirmed, Master Roshi inquired, "How will you respond to this next move?" After executing a series of punches, he swiftly retreated and formed a circular gesture with his hands at his waist. Without hesitation, Su Ming gathered his energy. "At last, you shall experience my Kamehameha," he exclaimed, prompting a look of surprise from Master Roshi. However, that expression quickly transformed into a smile. The gathering of energy for the Kamehameha flowed seamlessly, and both released their blasts simultaneously, aiming at each other. Immersed in the exchange, Su Ming reveled in the experience, drawing upon Master Roshi's mastery of energy to enhance his own technique. Undoubtedly, he lacked the same level of mastery as Master Roshi, so he channeled significantly more power into his Kamehameha. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand Master Roshi's own. As the energy collided, an explosion ensued, resulting in mutual annihilation. Yet, the battle was far from over. The melee continued. Following the energy clash, both combatants experienced some fatigue, yet Su Ming retained ample stamina. As did Master Roshi, who, being seasoned, certainly planned for contingencies. Universal Surprise Palm. In the midst of battle, Master Roshi unleashed yet another of his signature techniques, astonishing Su Ming and demonstrating the formidable power of this move. Even he bore significant damage, momentarily incapacitated. Fortunately, the vast disparity in strength allowed Su Ming to utilize his hard qigong at this crucial moment. bolstering his defense through chi to withstand Master Roshi's sudden assault. After executing the earth-shattering palm, Master Roshi visibly relaxed for a moment, believing Su Ming to be immobilized and letting out a sigh of relief. However, Su Ming seized this opportunity to close the distance, delivering a flurry of 3 rapid strikes followed by a precise punch, knocking him to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the hell-level difficulty debut of Master Roshi. Current cultivation multiplier has increased to 100 times. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. The system's notification rang in his ears as Su Ming gazed at the fallen Master Roshi, a slight smile gracing his lips as he bowed in gratitude. Seizing the fleeting seconds before the countdown concluded, he leaped towards Master Roshi's heavy turtle shell and grasped it firmly in his hands, until the scene before him vanished completely. Su Ming found himself back atop the dark mountain peak. Chapter 44. Where's the joy in hard work? To his astonishment, everything had gone so smoothly. Back on the cliff, Su Ming murmured to himself. Frankly, he had not anticipated defeating Master Roshi with such ease. After all, Master Roshi's true combat prowess was rated at 180 points. What surprised Su Ming even more was that Master Roshi had no intention of truly unleashing his full potential. Perhaps he had come to acknowledge him. Having triumphed over Master Roshi, the cultivation multiplier surged to 100 times. Su Ming had yet to fathom the terrifying extent of this newfound cultivation effect. The system's notification chimed again, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the challenge achievement of clearing the first 3 levels of difficulty. Rewards: 1 high-level technique draw, 1 basic technique draw, and 5 celestial beans. Ding! The cultivation module level has been upgraded to level 2, successfully unlocking the second function, gravity multiplier increase. Current gravity multiplier increase, 10 times. He was elated, as if a new world had just opened before him. Having barely adjusted to his current circumstances, the system had bestowed upon him another boon. Hard work? Don't be absurd. How could effort compare to the thrill of a cheat? With a cheat, one becomes invincible. Who would still desire to toil? This system not only granted him a cheat, but also demanded his diligence, undoubtedly treating him as mere labor. 1 high-level technique draw, 1 basic technique draw, and most importantly, 5 celestial beans. This remarkable substance requires but a single pill to stave off hunger for a span of 10 days. While it may not rectify psychological wounds or physical ailments, as long as one draws breath, it can undoubtedly revive the living dead, restoring the body to its optimal condition. Subsequently, the second function of the cultivation module is activated, presenting him with a novel method of training. Gravity training, without a doubt, stands as the quintessential means of strengthening oneself in the early phases of the Dragon Ball universe. Following the initial Saiyan saga, nearly all Z fighters augmented their powers through gravity training. Particularly noteworthy is Son Goku, who, through a 100-fold gravity regimen, elevated his combat prowess to an astounding 90,000 points in a mere 6 days, a feat bordering on the miraculous. However, this may not be entirely extraordinary, for later, after recovering from a severe injury, Goku's strength skyrocketed from 90,000 to 3,000,000, truly unlocking a superlative advantage. This phenomenon is often termed the Saiyan's power significantly amplifies upon revival from near death. In essence, this relates to the accumulation of potential. With sufficient buildup, one can be indirectly guided toward enhanced capabilities. In other words, members of other races can also grow stronger through battle, albeit without the pronounced manifestation seen in Saiyans. As his thoughts swirled, Su Ming swiftly employed his will to manipulate the system. So this is the gravity training enhancement feature, which allows me to control the gravity that acts upon me with my thoughts. How convenient, Su Ming mused. In the next moment, tenfold gravity was instantaneously applied to his form, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. The shell of the turtle hermit slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, as his entire body felt as though it were being crushed beneath a colossal weight, rendering his breaths labored and heavy. After a brief struggle, Su Ming nearly lost his breath, fortunate enough to swiftly release the gravitational strain, gasping for air in relief. Unprepared for the challenge, he had assumed he could effortlessly withstand the pressure of tenfold gravity, only to find the experience utterly absurd. It was no wonder that upon arriving at King Kai's planet, Son Goku nearly stumbled. Su Ming's current strength paled considerably in comparison to Goku at the onset of Dragon Ball Z, especially clad in a weighted suit of 100 kilograms. Without such encumbrance, he would likely fare much better. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, Su Ming began to meticulously examine the rules. Unlike the method of enhancing cultivation multipliers, the escalation of gravitational intensity necessitates confronting increasingly formidable gravity levels. The modality bears resemblance to the 3 difficulty levels of character challenges. Normal challenge, sustain 10 minutes under 11-fold gravity to elevate to 11-fold. Hard challenge, sustain 10 minutes under 20-fold gravity to elevate to 20-fold. Hell challenge, sustain 10 minutes under 100-fold gravity to elevate to 100-fold. Thus, the pathway to enhancement hinges upon the realm of strength I can attain. Unlike challenging opponents, the breakthrough purely relies on endurance. However, Su Ming perceived the situation as far more complex. If he were to confront the hellish gravity of 100 times, he would struggle to endure even 10 seconds, let alone 10 minutes. In the original tale, Sun Wukong, whose combat strength surpassed tens of thousands, nearly met his demise when he unexpectedly activated the 100-fold gravity. Had it not been for the magical beans that restored his body, he would have certainly perished. To be crushed into a pulp by gravity? The mere thought was terrifying. A shiver ran through Su Ming, prompting him to swiftly shake his head and cast aside those bizarre thoughts. Refocusing his attention, he considered testing the enhancement of his training multiplier. However, now was not the opportune moment. He glanced at the weighted turtle shell that had fallen to the ground, picked it up, and assessed its weight. Confirming it to be around 40 to 50 kilograms, he expressed a few sentiments before storing it in his system's storage space. Perhaps it would prove useful later. He then accessed the challenge interface for the training multiplier enhancement function. At that moment, the hellish difficulty challenge against Master Roshi was marked as successful, and Su Ming proceeded to reset it, calmly observing the challengers that appeared thereafter. Hell level challenge. Defeat Vegeta, who has descended to Earth, to elevate the training multiplier to 200 times. Another gasp escaped him, as his mind briefly faltered. He had anticipated that after the emergence of Piccolo in the difficulty level, the refresh for the Hell level would yield a challenge surpassing 1,000 points. Either Raditz or an opponent of similar caliber. To his dismay, the worst outcome had materialized. Neither Raditz nor Nappa, but rather Vegeta, with a combat power of 18,000. Despite his rapidly increasing strength, and the training multiplier now being 5 times that of the previous 20-fold, the disparity was growing ever larger. Just as he had activated a new enhancement, another bucket of cold water was poured over him. In the realm of hellish difficulty, was Master Roshi truly comparable to Vegeta? One could only imagine how these characters would react if they were to learn of this predicament. Vegeta, you dare compare me, the Prince of the Science, to this old man? Master Roshi, I certainly do not measure up. Raditz, I am even less worthy. Thus, one might ponder whether this was a roundabout way of indicating that his strength was on the verge of soaring. Su Ming found solace in this bittersweet thought. It was all he could cling to, lest his mindset crumble. Chapter 45. The Arrogant Vegeta, Achieving Freedom Through Clones, Seeking Monthly Votes. I do not wish to exert myself. I merely desire to activate my enhancements. Su Ming felt a sense of despair, yet acceptance was his only recourse. Upon extracting a high-level technique, he acquired Yamcha's Spirit Ball. From the basic techniques, he obtained Yamcha's Wolf-Fang Fist. It felt as though he had stumbled into a den of wolves. Nevertheless, these 2 techniques were indeed quite commendable, further augmenting Su Ming's actual combat prowess, particularly in the utilization of the energy sphere. The mastery of energy control has granted Su Ming a newfound clarity in areas previously shrouded in mystery. His prowess has ascended to a remarkable level, with his combat strength reaching an impressive 205 points. This advancement was not merely a consequence of leveraging Yamcha's techniques. Rather, it was during his battle against Master Roshi that his power surged to 202 points, subsequently enhancing to 205 upon acquiring 2 new skills. Without hesitation, Su Ming pressed on to challenge the ordinary difficulty level, facing Son Goku from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Although ample time remained for him, the challenge was inevitable. After triumphing over this youthful Goku, he intended to utilize his final challenge opportunity of the day to confront Vegeta. Having established his capabilities, it would be a disservice to himself to engage in trivial disputes with Piccolo. What terror could an 18,000 point combat strength unleash? The true devastation of exploding stars, after all, began with Vegeta. As the surrounding environment transformed dramatically, Ming found himself once more upon the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Much like his encounters with Yamcha and Krillin, the sole distinction lay in his adversary being Son Goku, whose combat power stood at 139 points, exactly as his intelligence had indicated, with no alterations whatsoever. Confronted by this youthful Goku, Ming felt an unexpected reluctance to strike. However, Goku initiated the confrontation eagerly, reminiscent of his initial appearance, displaying an infectious enthusiasm for battle that alleviated Ming's hesitation. After exchanging blows with the young warrior, Ming effortlessly overpowered him. Ultimately, after experiencing his Kamehameha, Ming found the encounter lackluster and swiftly dispatched him. It must be said that following his power enhancement, his realm had also elevated, making the confrontation with Goku, who possessed a similar level of strength, feel akin to an adult effortlessly overpowering a 3-year-old child, devoid of any pressure. One wonders if Master Roshi had a similar sentiment in the original narrative, though he maintained a humble demeanor, choosing to engage playfully with his disciples. As for the Great Ape transformation, it remains unclear whether the simulation space does not support it or for other reasons. In any case, he bypassed it entirely. His cultivation multiplier has now escalated to 101 times. In comparison to the previous 100 times, this additional increment seems almost trivial. Exiting the ordinary challenge space, Ming gathered his thoughts before proceeding to confront Vegeta. Entering the Hell-level challenge arena, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of wasteland. At first glance, he spotted the diminutive figure of Vegeta, barely reaching 164 centimeters in height. In the past, while perusing the comics and animations, his appearance had not struck him as particularly jarring, but witnessing it firsthand was undeniably exaggerated. Vegeta's tight, yet oddly fashioned battle attire, especially with that peculiar skirt-like design in the groin area, resembled something primitive. Focused intently on Vegeta, Ming's scrutinizing gaze unwittingly displeased the Scion Prince. The mere natives of Earth, existing like insignificant ants, dare to stand before me. Their courage is commendable, yet profoundly foolish. Vegeta's criticism is stark, venomous, and laden with humiliation. Ming, his spirit taut, refrains from retorting or even daring to breathe deeply. In this moment, he can distinctly hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart, a manifestation of the immense pressure from his overwhelming tension. Is the intangible pressure from a combat power exceeding 10,000 truly this formidable? Compared to Piccolo, he barely qualifies as a minion. As this thought flickered through Ming's mind, he suddenly gasped in shock. For Vegeta had traversed the distance and appeared before him in an instant. He wished to retreat, yet his body betrayed him, refusing to obey. He witnessed Vegeta raise a hand, palm directed at his cheek. A suffocating sensation enveloped him, heralding the approach of death. Under Vegeta's menacing gaze, Ming was consumed by a terrifying energy, leading to a failed challenge and a return to the main world. Awakening atop the mountain, Ming's eyes flew open, and he began to gasp for breath. The sensation of death felt alarmingly real. Although not truly dead, the psychological impact was immensely profound. It stirred within him a contemplation. What if he were genuinely to perish? However, Ming did not dwell on such thoughts. It was precisely because of the system's existence that he could seize this opportunity for growth, to experience this feeling in advance, serving as a source of motivation. To avoid death, he must become increasingly powerful. To master his own fate, he must wield strength that no one can manipulate. It was time to return. Concluding his day, Ming utilized the sky dance technique to return to Satan City, passing through a bustling night market where he indulged in a late-night snack as a reward for his dedicated training. Arriving home, the clock had just struck past midnight. The ordinary challenge characters had refreshed, revealing the formidable Tien Shinhan from the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament. The difficulty levels of the hard and hellish challenges were indeed substantial, but the opponents from the ordinary level provided a means for him to vent his frustrations. Poor Tien Shinhan became the target of Ming's emotional release. Yet, Tien's prowess was undeniable, whether in combat ability or technique. Had Ming not possessed overwhelming strength, victory would have been elusive. Especially daunting was Tien's Kikaho, powerful enough to send shivers down the spine of Ming, whose combat power had surpassed 200 points. He narrowly avoided being countered by Tien Shinhan, who boasted a combat power of 180 points. A defeat would have been a tremendous embarrassment. Ultimately, Su Ming emerged victorious. As the arena of the martial arts tournament was destroyed, the battle transitioned into an aerial skirmish, where his mastery of the sky dance technique proved superior to Tien. This highlights the significance of perspective. In the early Dragon Ball narrative on Earth, the sky dance technique was merely developed as a means of flight, never elevated to the level of a combat strategy. After triumphing over the Tianjin meal, Su Ming's cultivation multiplier surged to an astonishing 102 times. Before he knew it, they had broken. Rather than continuing his training throughout the night, Su Ming engaged in a refreshing wash and enjoyed a rejuvenating slumber. With his embarkation on the path of cultivation, his physical constitution had significantly improved, and his strength and mental fortitude had intensified. Each night now offered him deep, restorative sleep, a stark departure from his previous detrimental habits. Energized, Su Ming executed the four-body fist, sending one of his incarnations to the teaching building to report for duty and instruct students, while he commenced his self-devised training regimen. The freedom granted by his avatars was indeed remarkable, especially when he could simultaneously control them, creating an extraordinary advantage. Chapter 46, Ascension of Qi in Progress. With 3 bodies engaged in simultaneous cultivation, the effects of the 100-fold enhancement were nothing short of terrifying. Initially possessing a combat power of 205 points. After a mere quarter of an hour, each of Su Ming's bodies exhibited a combat capability between 160 and 170 points. Remarkably, just a few hours of training in the morning had elevated the combat power of all 3 avatars beyond their previous levels. They now boasted an impressive 220 points of combat power, and should they merge into one, his strength would undoubtedly surpass 250 points. This assessment did not even account for the 4th body currently in the teaching building. Su Ming mused that if they were to unite, he would possess the power to rival the young Majin Buu. The enhancement of Qi was not merely quantitative, the quality was undergoing a transformation as well, with his body continually being fortified. Upon concluding his Qi cultivation, instead of merging, Su Ming transitioned to physical training. Initially, he had intended to ascend to the rooftop for this, but to avoid alarming anyone with 3 identical figures, he opted to train at home. The effects of training under 10-fold gravity, coupled with an additional burden of 100 kilograms, were extraordinarily remarkable. It is noteworthy that the essence of the 4-body fist was indeed absurd. After the transformation from 1 to 4, the weighted clothing he wore was replicated across each body, rather than being confined to just one. The underlying principle of this phenomenon eluded Su Ming for the time being. It seemed to touch upon a form of mimicry akin to shape-shifting, where not only his appearance transformed. Time flew by as Su Ming reveled in the process of cultivation. The rapid enhancement of his abilities felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. The visible growth was akin to possessing a cheat code for success. After only a few hours of simple physical exercises, enhanced by various buffs, Su Ming felt utterly exhausted, yet distinctly aware that regardless of which incarnation he inhabited, he now wielded the power to overwhelmingly surpass the young Majin Buu. Upon concluding his training, Su Ming guided his 3 bodies into a meditative state for recovery, awaiting the return of the 4th body from its teaching duties. By the time they reconvened, the combat power of the 3 bodies had escalated to between 340 and 360 points. At this moment, 4 bodies stood together, each possessing varying levels of power, particularly the 4th body, which had not undergone any cultivation, rendering it somewhat peculiar. Had it not been for personal experience, it would be difficult to fathom. Once unified, their combat strength could potentially exceed 400 points. Without hesitation, Su Ming began to control the essence of the 4-body fist for merging. As the 4 bodies coalesced into one, an instantaneous transformation occurred, altering Su Ming's entire aura. It became fierce and formidable. The breakthrough of a single breath pushed his martial arts realm to unprecedented heights. The aura surged wildly, and the gusts of wind wreaked havoc within the room. Combat strength, for 120 points. This prowess was already comparable to the early stages of Z, where Sun Wukong and Piccolo had yet to fully unleash their capabilities. Remarkably, this was achieved within a mere 8 hours, less than a single day of training, and crucially, it was accomplished under significant constraints within this household. From 205 points to 420 points, Su Ming was even confident that if he ventured out tonight to continue his rigorous training, surpassing 500 points of combat strength would be effortless. Such is the power I now possess. Su Ming was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling an uncontrollable urge to soar. To test his strength and to release this surge of energy, he resolutely undertook a challenging character battle, once more facing the formidable Piccolo. Upon his initial summoning, Su Ming had felt immense pressure, falling victim to a single devastating blow. Now, facing him again was an entirely different matter. The malevolent aura emanating from Piccolo, once filled with lethal intent, now seemed devoid of any threat in Su Ming's eyes. This exemplified the stark difference between combat strength of 420 points and 260 points. Should he desire, a single kick could easily vanquish him. Of course, he would not resort to such tactics, as he still required Piccolo to provide him with opportunities to further enhance his strength. The disparity in power was so vast that Su Ming could contemplate other matters while engaging him, even taking the time to examine the 7 Dragon Balls that had turned to stone during their battle. After attempting and failing to directly store them in his system's inventory, Su Ming confirmed that to take items away, the challenge must conclude. Thus, after testing Piccolo's ultimate attack, Su Ming decisively defeated him. In summary, this initial Demon King could easily be bested tenfold with Su Ming's current cultivation level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the hard-level difficulty rejuvenated Piccolo. Due to the host's current cultivation multiplier exceeding 30 times, a random enhancement of 8 times has been granted, bringing the current cultivation multiplier to 110 times. In 10 seconds, the host will automatically return. As stipulated by the rules, exceeding the reward multiplier threshold allows for a bonus ranging from 1 to 10 times. Seizing the final moments, Su Ming swiftly shed his outer garment to wrap the Dragon Balls that had turned to stone before vanishing from the challenge space. Returning to his chamber, Su Ming placed the Dragon Balls upon the table, scrutinizing them intently. Earth Dragon Balls, petrified state. Quantity, 7. Although they had transformed into stone, there remained a glimmer of hope that, given the right opportunity, he might acquire the ability to restore them. While the powers of the Earth Dragon Balls were limited, they still held the potential to grant wishes to a certain extent. In any case, possessing the Dragon Balls meant that, even if he could only make a single wish, it would still be a chance to fulfill a desire. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the Dragon Balls in the system's storage space and began to reset the challenge against a formidable opponent. Based on the system's typical patterns, Su Ming had already surmised who the adversary would be. Hard-level challenge. Defeat Raditz, who has descended upon Earth, with the training multiplier increased to 120 times. As anticipated, Su Ming murmured to himself. Previously, he had believed that the hellish difficulty would involve Raditz, only to find it was Vegeta instead. Thus, with his current rate of power enhancement, the hard-level opponent would undoubtedly be a formidable entity with power exceeding 1,000. As the first minor boss in the narrative of Z, Raditz was undoubtedly the most fitting adversary. Following Raditz, it would undoubtedly be Nappa. Beyond that, Su Ming could hardly conceive of another suitable opponent. Departing the dormitory, Su Ming first ventured to the school cafeteria for dinner. Afterward, he left the school to seek out a secluded corner, employing a transformation technique to slightly obscure his identity, and utilize the flight technique to soar towards the West River. In the evening hours, he intended to push his limits further, curious to see how far he could go. Due to his enhanced abilities, his flight speed had significantly increased. Su Ming no longer experienced the fear of heights that had once plagued him. Unlike before, he no longer worried about a lack of stamina leading to a fall. Now, such exertion was easily manageable for him. Chapter 47. 7 days later, power exceeds 10,000 reward as the night approached the stroke of midnight. Su Ming concluded his training and restored himself to peak condition. His battle power surged from 420 points to an impressive 1250 points. The exhilaration of surpassing 1,000 in battle power was unparalleled. With each passing moment, his strength escalated dramatically. In just 1 hour of training, he could increase his battle power by 100 to 150 points. Su Ming truly understood what it meant to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Unlike his previous modest gains, which felt more like child's play, he was now experiencing genuine progress. Due to his substantial advancement in strength, Su Ming confidently engaged Raditz in combat. The foe proved to be just as inept as depicted in the original narrative. Had Su Ming possessed a more profound mastery of his skills, he might have had a genuine chance to defeat him, although he ultimately fell short. This encounter provided Su Ming with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. In summary, With such considerable accumulation of power, Su Ming felt a renewed sense of ambition for the future. Even though Majin Buu is set to awaken in 2 months, the entity he will become will undoubtedly differ vastly from his current self. By that time, whether or not his combat prowess reaches 1 billion is uncertain, but he will possess considerable strength, enabling him to accomplish many things and evade peril. One must not become complacent. I too must strive diligently to enhance my abilities. For who knows if the amplification effects will remain as favorable thereafter. Regaining my focus, Su Ming organized his thoughts. After this transformative day, he established concrete plans and arrangements for the future. Time passes swiftly, and before long, it is already March 17th, 774 in the Age of the Gods. Since that fateful night 7 days ago, when his cultivation surged by over 1,000 points in combat power, Su Ming has soared to new heights, akin to riding a rocket. From March 11th onward, Su Ming has adeptly utilized the technique of 4 bodies fist, employing 1 body to traverse the city, another for the comprehension and cultivation of energy, a third for physical training, and a fourth for the research and development of skills. Each day, he reaps unexpected rewards, and his strength has escalated from just over 1,000 to nearly 10,000. The system's cultivation multiplier has reached an astounding 151 times. In the ordinary challenge tier, beginning with a combat power of 1,200, Su Ming has consistently triumphed over formidable foes such as Tien Shinhan and Piccolo from the Scion invasion era, as well as several minor antagonists that left a lasting impression on him. In the difficult challenge tier, after defeating Raditz on March 11th, he encountered Nappa, whom he overcame on the night of the 13th after exceeding 5,000 points in combat power. Following Nappa, he vanquished the formidable duo of the Rizalaka brothers, boasting a combat power of 7,600, and just today, he has triumphed over the legendary Scion Bardock, whose power stands at 10,000. As the challenge reset, his new adversary is Gohan, who has had his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder in the Namek Saga, possessing a combat power of 14,000. Given Su Ming's current strength, this foe presents a slight challenge, one that cannot be easily surmounted. However, it must be noted that with the enhancement of his abilities, he has shed the insecurities that once plagued him in the face of stronger opponents. He has consistently engaged in hellish challenges, deeply understanding that his growing strength remains insufficient. Indeed, he has been relentlessly battered by Vegeta, yet through continuous combat, Su Ming has garnered significant improvements. Combat capability and experience are honed through relentless practice in the heat of battle. On another note, as of today, the second function of Su Ming's training module, the gravity multiplier, has reached 60 times. This is the utmost limit he can currently endure. While it may seem merely 60 times, the pressure it exerts is substantial. Moreover, during his training, he not only dons weighted clothing, but also carries Master Roshi's turtle shell, which compels him to limit the gravity settings to a mere 30 to 40 times for the sake of endurance. Excessive exertion can indeed be endured by the body. However, the returns are often meager. After intense depletion, injuries may arise, necessitating an extensive recovery period. While Su Ming possesses heavenly beings, he is reluctant to squander them, as he only has 5, equivalent to 5 lives. Furthermore, Su Ming has consistently practiced the first transformation diligently. Seated in meditation atop the mountain, he absorbed all the gains from his battle with Bardock, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. At long last, he broke through from 9,980 points to 10,000 points. The exhilarating sensation of surpassing the 10,000 mark brought him immense satisfaction. Tirelessly honing his skills day and night, he finally reached his initial objective. Although achieving over 10,000 in combat power is merely a beginning, it signifies a formal advancement in his journey. At that moment, a sudden chime resonated in Su Ming's mind, announcing a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has reached 10,000 points, transcending planetary strength and officially stepping into the cosmic realm, thus completing your preliminary goal. Reward: 1 advanced technique extraction, 1 random combat power enhancement card, 5 heavenly beans, and a limited time crossing experience card. Note: treat yourself to a break. As the system's voice faded, Su Ming stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. It was only when a gust of wind swept past that he took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Has he finally endured to the other side? Though merely 17 days had passed since his arrival in this world, he had navigated a treacherous path, never daring to relax, fearful that any moment wasted would lead to future regret. How much effort had he invested to reach a combat power exceeding 10,000? In the end, it was indeed his system brother who understood him best, having observed everything closely. Although this system brother was somewhat half-baked and semi-intelligent, it was still concerned he might hesitate to use his rewards, gently suggesting he take a break. After a flood of reflections, Su Ming regained his composure. This limited-time crossing experience card offered a 7-day excursion to another realm, complete with a return journey. Once utilized, he could venture to any world, but he would be unable to return to his original one, effectively making it impossible for pinpointed travel. Understanding this, Su Ming turned his attention to the random combat power enhancement card, the most astonishing reward of this occasion. He vaguely recalled encountering such systems in fan fiction inspired by Dragon Ball. Could it be that his system brother had awakened as well? The potential to randomly increase the user's combat power was at play. With good fortune, one could become invincible in an instant, while misfortune might yield a mere 1-point increase. If luck were a factor, surely it favored him, given his extraordinary circumstance of traversing worlds. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to utilize it. Ding! Successfully used the random combat power enhancement card. Host combat power has been elevated. A plea for support in reading and monthly votes follows. Chapter 48, Advanced Cultivation Method, has commenced its countdown. Ding! Successfully utilizing the random power enhancement card has elevated the host combat strength by 1,500 points, bringing the current combat power index to 11,500 points. The system's prompt echoed in the air, and immediately, Su Ming felt an immense surge in his capabilities. This kind of leap is typically experienced only during significant breakthroughs. It is truly remarkable. Although the increase of 1,500 points is merely equivalent to the power of a Raditz. For Su Ming, it is quite commendable. At the very least, the enhancement is not a mere single-digit or even double-digit increase. Despite his extraordinary luck, Su Ming possesses a degree of self-awareness. In such moments, any rise exceeding 3 digits in combat power is considered a boon. Extracting Advanced Cultivation Method. Ding! Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete version of the Advanced Chi Cultivation Method, which has been stored in the system's storage space and is available for the host's immediate use. An exclamation escaped Su Ming's lips. He had never imagined that the cultivation method he had long anticipated would suddenly be extracted. The Advanced Chi Cultivation Method. Although his own Chi cultivation practice had evolved and improved alongside his growing strength, had never reached an advanced level. Now that he possesses it, this fortune surpasses even the increase of 1,500 points in combat power. To be frank, in recent days, Su Ming had invested considerable effort in developing skills that triggered similar level extraction methods. Techniques such as Chi Circular Slash, Death Beam, and High Energy Compressed Bomb had all reached the standard of advanced skills, and the rewards from high-level method extractions had yielded techniques like Heaven-Piercing Fist, Earth-Shattering Palm, and Telepathic Communication. Fortune flows in unimpeded. Is this truly the Advanced Chi Cultivation Method? It is undoubtedly beyond the Chi cultivation practices I currently possess. With the use of the Advanced Chi Cultivation Method, Su Ming felt an exhilarating thrill. Acquiring a higher-level cultivation method signifies a greater enhancement of his strength. Initially, as his combat power escalated, the progress in his cultivation realm had slowed compared to the beginning. Now, he can advance further in Chi cultivation, achieving superior results. At the very least, this suffices until he completes the task of befriending Son Gohan and becoming a member of the Z Fighters, after which he will obtain the top-tier Chi cultivation method. Basic, Advanced, Top Tier. There is even a Divine Power Cultivation Method, which implies that my current abilities can only reach this level. To trigger higher-level rewards, it seems nearly impossible without completing tasks. Su Ming contemplated deeply, engaging in further introspection. Thus far, all the skills he had created or extracted from his understanding had remained at the advanced level. What, then, might the top-tier level entail? As for the divine level, Su Ming had some ideas, such as the divine technique of free and unfettered mastery mentioned in the original text, along with the self-mastery techniques. The mind wandered uncontrollably, yet Su Ming soon regained his focus. His gaze fixated on the limited-time time travel experience card. According to the information displayed, it allowed for a 7-day journey into other worlds. For Su Ming, this represented an exhilarating adventure into the unknown. However, Upon noticing the small print at the bottom of the card and the countdown that had already commenced, he was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought that with this time travel card, even for a mere 7 days, he could seize the opportunity to evade the impending crisis posed by the Demon Buu. Alas, it seemed that the system offered him no loopholes. Before even embarking on the journey, the countdown had begun. Ming felt a sense of despair. The rights of explanation lay solely with the system. Even if he inquired, it would be futile. This implied that regardless of whether he chose to use the card or not, its validity was limited to 7 days, after which it would become void. To travel or not to travel? This was a deeply perplexing dilemma. Having experienced one journey, transitioning from his mundane world to the Dragon Ball universe, he had gained sufficient understanding of his current abilities. If he were to venture into worlds where the power dynamics were relatively low, or among ordinary people, he could undoubtedly dominate. Yet, if he were to traverse to worlds of higher caliber, the potential rewards might be greater. However, who could predict what would happen upon such an abrupt transition? The system was occasionally reliable, yet at times, it proved quite disappointing. Although it had only been 17 days since he obtained the system after his last journey, he had come to grasp its intricacies quite well. If only I could pinpoint my return to my own world, that would truly be a vacation for myself. Ming could vividly envision how carefree he would be upon his return. Unlike the urban environment of the Dragon Ball universe, his own world, albeit harboring unknown formidable forces, would at least allow him to maintain a certain level of dominance, even if he couldn't obliterate the Earth itself. System, could you enlighten me on the approximate power level of the strongest beings in the world I would traverse to? Rather than overthinking, it was better to directly inquire. Even if the system couldn't provide an accurate answer, it would be preferable to mere speculation. As the question was posed, the system's explanatory voice echoed in his ears. Indeed, the response indicated that everything was randomized. So, will the time experienced in the alternate world correspond proportionally to the time in the Dragon Ball universe? Or will it differ? Ming posed this critical question. It was essential to consider the repercussions of his potential 7-day absence. Returning abruptly might lead to chaos. Presently, his job was satisfactory, and Ming did not wish to abandon it lightly, as it was a stepping stone for his future. Regardless, he needed to solidify his relationship with Gohan before resigning, ideally around the time of the martial arts tournament. Ding! Due to the influence of the time travel card, the time ratio between the two worlds will now synchronize, and no further changes will occur. Once again, the system's prompt echoed in Ming's mind, and he understood the gravity of the situation. Departing for 7 days posed a significant challenge. However, with such a splendid opportunity before him, Ming was determined not to let it slip away. After all, he had cultivated his strength to this level. If he were to cower in the face of the unknown, what would that signify? With a resolute heart, he employed the art of void dancing to depart from the training grounds of Sichuan, making his way towards the school. At worst, he would simply request a leave of absence. Having cultivated a good rapport with the director, Aisha, in recent days, he was confident she would acquiesce. Upon arriving at the school, the time was just approaching noon. Ordinarily, it was Wednesday, and classes were scheduled for the morning. However, following discussions the previous Friday, Ming and Sharp had exchanged their schedules, allowing him to attend classes only in the afternoon, while Sharp took the morning sessions. It must be said, although Sharp appeared somewhat dim-witted, he was quite astute. What could one accomplish in the morning? After classes concluded at 11, the entire day was free for one's own arrangements. What a delightful prospect. Chapter 49, Well Prepared, Crossing into the Pirate Realm. Upon reaching the office in the teaching building, Ming concocted a plausible excuse, explaining that he needed to return to his hometown, allowing Freddy, Rick, and Sharp to make necessary arrangements. To his surprise, having known each other for merely a fortnight, these 3 individuals regarded him as a close friend. They not only inquired persistently about the pressing matters at hand and whether he required assistance, but also offered to transfer funds to help him. In his previous world, it would have been rare for colleagues to show such concern in times of trouble, let alone discuss finances, as it often strained relationships, especially after such a short acquaintance. After declining their generous offers, Ming finally approached Director Aisha. Given the short duration of his probationary period, she was understandably conflicted about granting him leave. Nonetheless, Ming's performance at the school, particularly his teaching abilities, had garnered recognition, leading Aisha to grant him a 7-day leave. However, she made her terms clear. While there was a foundation of goodwill, should Su Ming not return after a week. He would no longer be able to continue in his position, and he would be required to repay the salary paid during his probation. Additionally, his salary for the following month would be adjusted accordingly. Yet, this was a minor concern. To him, the sum of over 100,000 was inconsequential. Recently, he had engaged in numerous righteous endeavors, earning a substantial amount of wealth, and his account now boasted 1.8 million berries. One can imagine that for an ordinary young man, being able to casually produce 180,000 was no trifling matter. Returning to his dormitory, Su Ming tidied himself up slightly, ensuring he had forgotten nothing before departing from the school, exchanging pleasantries with the two gatekeepers. In the realm of interpersonal relationships, Su Ming has always placed great importance, which is a significant reason why others respect him and are willing to draw near. But has he traversed worlds? No. He must first procure certain essentials. After all, this journey transcends realms, extending far beyond a mere long-distance trip. One cannot predict what kind of world awaits him after the crossing. Hence, it is imperative to be thoroughly prepared in terms of supplies. Food, water, daily necessities, clothing, and more. These are indispensable. Fortunately, he has some funds at his disposal. Otherwise, with just his meager salary, what could he accomplish? Su Ming remains grateful to the burly man who once robbed him. Had it not been for that encounter, he might never have discovered this path to prosperity. For him, that man also stands as a pivotal turning point in his life. He spent a substantial sum of 100,000 at the supermarket, embarking on a grand shopping spree. Whatever caught his eye, regardless of its type, was immediately packed away. Following this, he enlisted the help of supermarket staff to deliver his purchases to a secluded corner. Once the coast was clear, Su Ming promptly stored the items in the system's storage space. He then proceeded to a clothing store to acquire a selection of changeable outfits, while also making sure to place large orders at various eateries. After the meals were prepared, each portion was meticulously packed and stored away. The system's storage space is characterized by a suspended state of time, a fact Su Ming confirmed through repeated trials. Thus, any food stored remains in its original state, regardless of how long it is kept. Once he completed all necessary arrangements, Su Ming carefully contemplated what items would be needed. If he were an ordinary person or possessed limited strength, weapons and a means of transportation would be essential. However, given his current capabilities, such items are entirely unnecessary. Su Ming harbors a tinge of regret for not acquiring the Rui Jingu Bang or the Nimbus Cloud within the challenge space, artifacts that would have proven somewhat useful. This abundance of resources should suffice. Even if I find myself in a desolate world, I could manage for a month or two. Should the new world be fraught with peril, my strength may not suffice for self-preservation, but I can always utilize the return card, he mused inwardly. Maneuvering through twists and turns until he arrived at an uninhabited area, he then opened the system's storage space. Using the limited-time traversal experience card, he silently intoned. And in an instant, the limited-time traversal experience card vanished without a trace, followed closely by Su Ming, as though he had never set foot in that place. This is the world of traversal. Here lies the realm of pirates, the Marine headquarters, Marine Fort. A cataclysmic war, one that will sway the fate of the entire world, is on the verge of erupting. The war's genesis can be traced back to the execution platform, where the infamous blood of Pirate King Joel D. Roger flows. Embodied in Port Gas D. Ace. Due to the failure of the mission to assassinate Teach, Ace was handed over to the Navy by Teach as a testament of loyalty, in exchange for the position of a warlord of the sea. After deliberation, the Navy and the world government resolved to publicly disclose Ace's identity as the son of Roger, broadcasting it globally, reminiscent of the execution of Pirate King Roger himself. The underlying goal of this act was to lure the most formidable man in the world, Whitebeard, thereby bringing an end to the reign of the old era. Although it appeared to be a sentence directed at Ace, it was, in fact, a calculated scheme aimed at Whitebeard. Currently, over 40 large pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates are anchored in the bay, with the flagship, the Moby Dick, having entered the harbor of Marineford. The Navy and the pirates stand in a tense standoff, with neither side taking action as they await commands from their respective leaders. The atmosphere is palpably unsettling, as Whitebeard launched an initial assault upon his arrival, utilizing the powers of the Tremor fruit to stir the seas, summoning colossal waves that threatened to engulf Marineford. To prevent the headquarters from being submerged, Admiral Kazan employed his ice fruit abilities to freeze the towering waves, and the surrounding waters. The biting cold winds howled, and shards of ice filled the air, causing the temperature in Marineford to plummet below freezing. For the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, their singular mission was to rescue Ace, regardless of the immense cost. If they could save Ace, they would emerge victorious in this conflict. Conversely, the pressure on the Navy was immense, particularly for its leaders. They were not only tasked with executing Ace, but also with confronting the legendary Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. In preparation for this war, the Navy had laid all its cards on the table, even mobilizing the warlords of the sea, authorized by the world government, to join the fight. Among them, 5 were stationed at the coast: Dracule Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman; Boa Hancock, the pirate empress; Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant; Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly Yaksha; and Gecko Moria. While they ostensibly came to assist, each had their own ulterior motives. On the surface, they appeared to have pledged their support to the Navy. But they were not foolish enough to unequivocally serve the Navy's interests. Their presence was merely a formality, as their opponent was none other than Whitebeard himself. Who would dare claim victory over him in a one-on-one confrontation? The thought of losing one's life due to the world government's summons was laughable. However, amidst the scheming hearts, one individual stood apart, disdainful of such treachery. Unlike the others, he was eager and ready to face Whitebeard. This individual was none other than Dracule Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman. In the first world of One Piece, Chapter 50, a great surprise upon transmigration. The aura surrounding Hawkeye became increasingly formidable, causing a stinging sensation on the skin of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who stood nearby. The sword intent of the world's foremost swordsman is not something everyone can withstand. Are you planning to make a move? Da Flamingo grinned menacingly. I merely wish to ascertain the distance between myself and the strongest man in this world, Mihawk replied, his expression unwavering as he unsheathed the pitch-black sword from behind him. Supreme Great Blade, 12 workings, Black Blade Knight. His actions stirred the hearts of all the Marines and pirates present, illustrating the immense power and status that Hawkeye Mihawk commanded. Any warrior who gazes into his eyes will find themselves trembling and immobilized. He truly lives up to the title of Hawkeye, remarked Boa Hancock. Another member of the 7 warlords of the sea, standing on the opposite side, offering high praise for Mihawk. With her striking figure and unparalleled beauty, she stood there, a sight that no other could compare to. Likewise, the 3 Marine admirals positioned near the execution platform were visibly moved. A change flickered across Akiji's face, his surprise accompanied by a slight frown as he remained silent. He had already revealed a portion of his strength and, if not necessary, preferred not to engage further. How rare this is, Kizaru remarked with mild astonishment, clearly eager for Mihawk's impending strike. That self-willed Hawkeye would choose to act at this moment, Akainu concurred. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mihawk made his move, wielding the Black Blade Knight, poised for action. The sweeping sword intent was palpable, and even Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick could distinctly feel it. Nevertheless, he remained calm and composed, maintaining his dignity as the captain. He was resolute and would not waver easily. Hawkeye was indeed a powerful swordsman, yet his son would not be lacking in strength either. As their gazes collided, Mihawk suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a cerulean slash capable of cleaving the sea itself in two. In that fleeting moment, all pirates and Marines held their breath. As if the world had fallen silent, the green slash surged forth, relentlessly approaching the Moby Dick. At that precise instant, a figure materialized before the Moby Dick. Unnoticed by anyone present, this individual was Su Ming, who had traversed from the Dragon Ball world. Congratulations, host, on successfully crossing into the world of One Piece. Calculating the time point. Ding. Calculation successful. Current date, July 12, 1520, in the Sea Circle calendar. The voice of the system echoed in his ears. But before he could fully comprehend it, Su Ming was startled by the colossal wave of slashing energy barreling toward him. Wow. Having just arrived in the world of pirates, I haven't even had time to contemplate my situation, and here comes such a grand surprise. The proximity was so close that the immediate instinct was not to evade, but rather to summon an ethereal barrier of breath, coalescing in the unseen. A muffled thud echoed through the air. With a swift motion, Su Ming raised his hand to block, then gently flicked, sending the devastating strike of the wave flying away. The sheer force caused the ice beneath him to tremble and crack. At that moment, Su Ming was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet all witnesses beheld a scene of extraordinary magnitude. The mighty wave, unleashed by the world's greatest swordsman, was effortlessly swatted aside. Who could believe such an event unless witnessed firsthand? In that instant, every naval officer in Marineford swallowed hard, stunned and awestruck. The three admirals, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Carp, were left speechless. Conversely, the pirates rallied their spirits. Although unaware of this individual's identity or the circumstances, the fact that he had shielded their father from that attack marked him as an ally. On the coastline, Mihawk's gaze was sharp, his brows furrowed, his piercing orange pupils glinting with a chilling light as he regarded the man who had deflected his strike with one hand, revealing an intense interest. It had been ages since anyone had so effortlessly withstood his sword intent. Remarkable. Your strike has been neutralized, Hawkeye. The combat prowess on Whitebeard's side is indeed formidable. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Doflamingo's voice carried a sinister, enchanting laughter filled with schemes. Who is that man? To withstand Hawkeye's strike. Hancock, though equally astonished, was more curious. After all, even she would have to avoid the sharpness of Mihawk's blade. She found herself intrigued by the sudden appearance of Su Ming, a name unknown, seemingly never before seen. It would be understandable if a captain from the Whitebeard pirates had intervened, yet here was someone entirely unfamiliar. The reformed pacifist Bartholomew Kuma, using his mechanical eyes, began to scour his vast database for information on Su Ming. However, even after cross-referencing every piece of data in his mind, he found no records pertaining to this individual. To block Hawkeye's strike, this fellow possesses remarkable strength. If only I could turn him into a zombie. Hehehe, thought Gecko Moria, his attention drawn to Su Ming's formidable power. To him, all powerful beings were targets. If he could convert them into zombies, his own strength would grow. Little did he realize just how foolish this decision would be. As Hawkeye's strike was thwarted, Akainu's face darkened, his voice low and grave. This was an opportunity to assert dominance, now rendered ineffective. Not even a captain from the Whitebeard pirates had intervened. What did this mean? They were the world's premier swordsmen. Yet their adversary was merely an unheralded pirate. How terrifying indeed. These pirates possess strength akin to that of monsters. Kizaru maintains a nonchalant demeanor. Yet beneath the surface lies a profound intellect. Another one of Whitebeard's newly adopted sons, is it? Judging by his displayed prowess, he should be on par with the captains of the divisions, Akiji coldly remarked. In contrast to Akainu and Kizaru, Akiji resembles an iceberg, as if he would strike at the slightest provocation. As the three admirals continued their discourse, on the other side, Sengoku and Garp were also murmuring quietly. From their perspective, it was a lamentable loss that such a promising talent had not been invited to join the Navy, but instead found himself amidst these filthy pirates. Meanwhile, Su Ming, having deflected Mihawk's strike, remained in a state of heightened tension. It was at this moment that a hulking figure, peculiar in appearance and somewhat lewd in demeanor, approached him. Impressive. I was supposed to intercept that strike from Mihawk for Dad, but it seems you beat me to it. Which division are you from? Interested in? The hulking figure's words were cut short as he attempted to throw an arm around Su Ming's shoulders, clearly taking him for a comrade. However, Su Ming was oblivious to his chatter, lost in thought as he recalled the vital information the system had mentioned earlier. Sensing someone encroaching upon him, and feeling the individual press close, he instinctively raised his hand and delivered a punch backward. With a tremendous crash, the casual blow sent the large man soaring into the air, landing hard on the deck of the Moby Dick 100 meters away. Thankfully, Whitebeard caught the foolish son, sparing him from further injury and preventing damage to the Moby Dick itself. This action astonished not only the Navy but also unsettled the pirates. What in the world is happening? Is this fellow not one of us? It dawned on Su Ming that he had traversed time to the pivotal moment of the Marineford War on July 12, 1520. After comprehending the situation, he began to survey his surroundings, the frozen seas and the familiar island of Marine headquarters. Once a fervent admirer of both Dragon Ball and pirates, he now found himself amidst the most memorable conflict of the pirate world. At this moment, Su Ming also began to understand the nature of the green slash he had just encountered. It was Mihawk's attack aimed at Whitebeard, and he had fortuitously arrived to intercept it. Then, with a mere swipe of his hand, he had sent the slash soaring into the heavens. Wait, could it be that the individual I just punched away, the one who greeted me, is Diamond Jozu? Su Ming pondered, turning to glance at the Moby Dick. At this moment, Jaws was crouched beside Whitebeard, weeping and wailing in agony, clearly injured by a powerful punch. How infuriating this man. Ja's face was ablaze with fury, evidently unwilling to accept defeat after being struck. He was Diamond Jaws, who had always believed his defense was unparalleled. Although he had failed to activate his fruit ability in time for protection, that blow had nearly rendered him unconscious. Jaws, do not act impulsively, Whitebeard admonished, his voice heavy with authority. Who was this individual capable of sending Jaws flying with such ease, evidently without exerting full force? Standing nearby was Marco, who, upon confirming that Jaws was not gravely injured, could not help but express his astonishment. You two step back. Jaws, remain still for now and assess the situation. Our only aim is to rescue Ace, Whitebeard instructed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Ming, his expression grave. As Whitebeard observed Su Ming was scrutinizing him in turn. The strongest man in the pirate world. Whitebeard suddenly felt the weight of age pressing upon him, for he sensed an overwhelming terror emanating from this young man. Had he known that Su Ming hailed from another realm, his entire worldview would surely shatter. As a being from the Dragon Ball universe with power exceeding 10,000, although Su Ming was merely a minor player during the Majin Buu Saga, in this world, he was undeniably a star-busting powerhouse. The disparity in world levels was immense, as was the difference in their power systems. Is this truly Whitebeard? Though he has entered his twilight years, judging by the intensity of his aura, his strength remains formidable. I had previously underestimated him. Wait, what does that old coot's gaze towards me imply? Surely, he does not wish to adopt me as his son? Su Ming felt a chill down his spine from Whitebeard's penetrating stare, recalling the old man's peculiar inclination. Whenever he encountered a young and exceptional individual, Whitebeard would invariably proclaim, "Be my son." Shifting his focus, Su Ming decided to divert his attention from Whitebeard, as he needed to continue his communication with the system. Whitebeard, too, withdrew his gaze, turning towards the naval headquarters. Despite the considerable distance, he and Sengoku locked eyes. Thus, war erupted at the behest of the two leaders. Although Su Ming's arrival had caused minor disruptions, as Whitebeard reiterated their purpose, all present surged toward the shore. The pirates mobilized en masse, armed and traversing the icy surface. The scene was indeed breathtaking to witness firsthand. Are they attempting a frontal assault? Such foolishness. Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, scoffed at the sight. He promptly issued commands through the Den Mushi to his subordinates overseeing the main cannons, artillery units, target the enemy ships, and all pirates. Open fire. I intend to ensure that no pirate returns. Upon the issuance of this command, Sengoku promptly conveyed numerous directives, except for the navy stationed along the coast. The remainder of the forces mobilized en masse to confront the pirates directly. The battle was fierce, with cannonballs soaring through the air in a near indiscriminate bombardment. Su Ming, however, remained unaffected. Having ascertained Whitebeard's strength, he had a rough understanding of his own power level within this world. To put it simply, he had been cautiously advancing in the Dragon Ball realm, either enhancing his strength or treading the path to greater power. Now, having arrived in the pirate world, was it not his to command? Regrettably, it was merely a 7-day excursion. Otherwise, is there no main quest after traversing to this new world? Must I rely on my own initiative to trigger events? Su Ming pondered while surveying the battlefield, his gaze fleetingly resting on familiar faces, particularly Boa Hancock, who truly embodied the title of Pirate Empress, her beauty surpassing even that of the animation. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Ace, who stood at the execution platform. In the original trajectory of fate, this fellow had been saved and could have lived, yet was provoked into fury by Akainu's words, ultimately sacrificing his life to save his brother. If he intervened, altering the course of this world's destiny, perhaps he could save Ace and trigger a hidden quest? Just as this thought blossomed in Su Ming's mind, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Main quest triggered. Save the spark of war, port gas D, Ace. Completion reward. 1 random ability from the nature fruit category. Note, this reward is not a devil fruit, limited to ability only, with no side effects upon use. Such a possibility? An ability without side effects left Su Ming pleasantly surprised. Could it be that if he were to defeat Whitebeard, the man bearing the title of the world's strongest, he might receive a reward as well? As this thought took root, the system's notification echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Main quest triggered. Defeat Whitebeard. Completion reward. 1 random ability from the Paramecia fruit category. Note, this reward is not a devil fruit, limited to ability only, with no side effects upon use. With this knowledge, Su Ming understood what he must do. His demeanor shifted, a smile graced his lips. A cryptic expression that only he comprehended. Chapter 52. With my battle power exceeding 10,000, how could they compare? Following the patterns he had discerned, Su Ming directed his gaze towards the Marine headquarters. If the pirates could trigger main quests, then the Navy surely could as well. The three admirals, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the hero, Garp. As this thought settled, a rapid succession of notifications rang in his ears. Ding. Main quest triggered. Defeat the three admirals. Akainu Sakazuki, Kazura Borsellino. Akiji Kazan. Completion reward. 3-color hockey. Observation hockey. Armament hockey. Conqueror's hockey. Ding. Triggering the main quest. Defeat Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. Completion reward. 1 junior combat power enhancement card. Note. It can randomly increase combat power by 1 point up to 1,000 points. Ding. Triggering the main quest. Defeat Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp. Completion reward. 6 forms, shave, iron block, paper drawing, moon step, storm leg, finger pistol. Here it comes. Everything I desire has arrived. Without delving into anything else, the 3-color hockey is undeniably enticing to Su Ming. Setting aside the Conqueror's hockey for the moment, he wonders what might be the extent of power attainable through the mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey by harnessing energy in its gaseous form. Armament hockey can significantly enhance one's defensive capabilities and combat prowess, while observation hockey allows one to anticipate danger and evade it. Su Ming recalls having learned that with sufficient mastery, observation hockey could even enable glimpses into the future. This journey may not yield substantial benefits, but it is not in vain. At the very least, these rewards are tangible, Su Ming muses. Upon finishing his thoughts, he begins to ponder the power structure and tiers of combat strength in this world. Observing the nearby pirates and navy, he gains a rough understanding. It must be said, the comparison to the Dragon Ball universe is stark. The power levels of these minions are indeed astonishingly low. Su Ming notices only 7 or 8 individuals with combat power exceeding 100, while the majority languish in double digits, with some even in single digits. Well, perhaps he had previously held an overly rigid belief that even the weakest pirate would possess at least a combat power in the 30s. In truth, there are many ordinary people among both pirates and navy. Simply put, cannon fodder. In summary, without relying on aura perception, merely utilizing the system's combat power detection function, Su Ming finds himself surrounded by characters of no remarkable merit. Just as Su Ming indulges in his musings, a sudden golden light illuminates the sky, dazzling in its intensity. Once the radiance dissipates, he looks up to see none other than Kizaru. Su Ming vividly remembers the details of the Marineford War. Thus he understands that Kizaru has come seeking confrontation, ostentatiously flaunting his prowess. Of course, to say he is merely showing off is to overlook the fact that he would rather not remain idle in his position as an admiral. By seeking out some action, or engaging in a skirmish, he appears to be taking the initiative against Whitebeard while subtly avoiding responsibility, ultimately leaving a mess for Akainu to handle. What did the online discourse in Su Ming's world say? Ah yes, Akiji and Kizaru were merely coasting through the events, while Akainu was the only one truly exerting himself. Although there is some distance, the system's combat power detection function is unable to gauge it. However, relying solely on aura perception, Su Ming can discern roughly the level of Kizaru's strength. In comparison, Kizaru does not stand on the same level. After all, Su Ming possesses a combat power exceeding 10,000. Entering this world equates to a dimensional strike. Just consider how Raditz and that other being wreaked havoc upon arrival. As Su Ming lifted his gaze to witness the yellow ape unleashing the skill 8-fingered Shiongoyu in an assault against Whitebeard, several Navy personnel, having approached unbeknownst to him, erupted into a fervent attack, exuding an aura of bloodlust. Upon a cursory glance, Su Ming observed that these 4 individuals possessed combat abilities barely reaching double digits, none exceeding 50 points. It is indeed remarkable how the denizens of the pirate world exhibit such brazen disregard for their lives, a testament to their audacity. Despite his earlier display of overwhelming strength, they dared to provoke him. Had a more formidable opponent approached, he would not have been surprised. Nevertheless, since they sought his demise, he felt no moral burden. It was an opportune moment to test himself and perhaps trigger some hidden rewards. With a whispered incantation, a terrifying aura erupted around him. not expanding in a grandiose manner, yet within the blink of an eye, it enveloped and subdued the 4 Navy men, crushing them against the icy surface. They foamed at the mouth, their eyes glazed over, as blood gushed from their bodies, their veins unable to withstand the sudden influx of pressure bursting forth. The absolute dominance of his power rendered the 4 lifeless beyond revival. Su Ming felt no remorse. After all, he had battled numerous opponents in the simulation space, where he had taken many lives. After a brief wait, the anticipated system prompt did not sound, leading Su Ming to conclude that eliminating lower-tier Navy members or pirates would likely not trigger any hidden rewards. Lost in thought, he observed that the battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch. The Yellow Ape's ability was intercepted by the immortal Marco, and after a series of exchanges, the Yellow Ape feigned weakness, only to be kicked back to the mainland by Marco. The Admiral clashed with the captain of the 1st Division, while the other division leaders of the Whitebeard pirates commenced a more frenzied assault with their crews. On the coastline, having finished his display, the Yellow Ape refrained from further engagement, calmly issuing commands to his subordinates. In essence, the water-treading mode had begun. For the Yellow Ape, any claim of acting to minimize troop losses was merely a pretext. The giant brigade was mobilized, and all cannons on the shore were aimed at the pirate vessels for destruction. The conflict intensified further. At this juncture, Su Ming ceased his reverie. Recognizing that slaying ordinary foes bore no fruit, he resolved to seek out heavyweight characters, aiming to trigger more primary quests. He lifted his gaze towards the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard resided. Let him come forth. It was time to confront this so-called strongest pirate and, in the process, fulfill the quest to defeat Whitebeard. How much would the fruit ability enhance his strength? Stepping forward, Su Ming executed the sky dance technique, gradually levitating into the air. Those who witnessed this spectacle were utterly astonished. However, the majority of pirates and Navy personnel were engrossed in their skirmishes, thus failing to notice. Naturally, those with considerable strength who were concealing their abilities became aware of the unfolding situation, especially those from the Navy. After all, Whitebeard has always been a focal point of attention, being exceedingly conspicuous. Su Ming soared into the air, hovering directly in front of Whitebeard, locking eyes with him. Observing this, Marco swiftly positioned himself in front of Su Ming, prepared for any eventuality. Jaws, who had been effortlessly sent flying earlier, now felt a sense of trepidation towards this man who could also fly, uncertain of the abilities he possessed. Chapter 53. Feeding Whitebeard the Spirit Beans? Old man, be cautious of this fellow. Jaws, who had previously been knocked aside by Su Ming's casual punch, rushed forward to shield Whitebeard. His body transformed into diamond, clearly having learned from his earlier misstep, and without hesitation this time. The atmosphere grew heavy once more, as Su Ming's sudden action of soaring into the sky drew the attention of the majority present. Despite the ongoing and intensifying conflict, everyone's hearts were still stirred. Gulalala. It's all right, Jaws, and Marco, you both step back. He bears no killing intent. Whitebeard faced Su Ming with calm assurance, as if he had come to a realization. Suddenly relaxing. Initially uncertain, he now understood. This individual was neither Navy nor pirate. If he truly intended to engage, he would have acted long ago, not waiting until now. From his elevated position, Su Ming gazed down at Whitebeard, not only perceiving his aura but also utilizing his combat power detection feature to ascertain Whitebeard's strength value, 1,000 points. This figure was indeed remarkably high, exceeding Su Ming's expectations. After all, Raditz had merely a combat power of 1,500 points. However, judging solely by perception, it seemed unlikely to reach such a level, at most around 800 or 900 points. Is it due to the differing power systems of the two worlds that there is a discrepancy between the combat power detection value and my aura perception? Su Ming pondered internally. A destructive force exceeding 1,000 in the Dragon Ball world is already rather absurd. Yet, according to the depiction in the pirate storyline, even with the full capabilities of the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard failed to topple the entirety of Marineford. Thus, the true extent of this 1,000-point combat power could only be ascertained through personal experience. Noticing Su Ming's silence and his scrutinizing gaze, Whitebeard seized the opportunity to sense the terrifying power within Su Ming more acutely. He became increasingly certain that Su Ming's existence was beyond his imagination. The intangible pressure he felt directly was something Whitebeard had never encountered before. It was as if he were an ordinary man standing before a colossal deity akin to a mountain. Hey, you are rather arrogant, aren't you? Who on earth are you? Marco's expression turned grave. Although he had retreated to Whitebeard's side, he remained vigilant, especially under Su Ming's intense scrutiny, feeling an overwhelming pressure. The situation was tense, with every second being of utmost importance. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming cast a glance at Marco. His avian fruit, the mythical phoenix form, indeed possessed remarkable qualities. Particularly, the beastly transformation into the legendary immortal bird of this realm, enveloped in azure flames, bore a resemblance to a natural-type constitution, capable of rendering an opponent's attacks utterly ineffective. One could only wonder how he would respond to Su Ming's assault. Or rather, could an attack imbued with rage transcend such an inefficacy? In a fleeting 3 seconds, devoid of any notification from the system, Su Ming discerned that although Marco was a unique character within the original narrative, his strength fell short of the threshold required to trigger a mission. Choosing to disregard him, Su Ming resolved not to stoop to his level. Turning to Whitebeard, he remarked, "You are somewhat stronger than I had anticipated, yet regrettably, in your current state. Your capabilities can only reach 50 to 70% of your prime." His words were unapologetically direct, revealing his candid assessment. As there was no deliberate effort to disseminate their conversation, only the three present could hear the exchange. Of course, aside from some exceptional entities capable of utilizing special means to eavesdrop. To dare to speak so boldly before my father, even so, he can still hold a grudge against you, Jaws. The words were uttered with venom, but before they could fully escape his lips, Whitebeard silenced him with a mere glance. Su Ming merely regarded him as an insignificant insect, unworthy of his ire. Whitebeard, with his weathered visage, inquired with utmost politeness, "Indeed, my condition is as you stated. Yet even at the cost of my life, I can still fight with fervor." His words were courteous, yet subtly hinted that should Su Ming decide to make a move against him or his sons, he would resist with unwavering resolve, regardless of the disparity in strength. Su Ming could sense a shift in Whitebeard's aura, his aged eyes sharpening with newfound intensity. Yet, he remained unperturbed by the elder's resolute demeanor and gradually approached him. Observing him closely, he noted Whitebeard's battered physique. One couldn't help but ponder whether the mystical beings would prove beneficial to him. Having watched the animations and read the novels in the past, such a question lingered. Though the beings were ineffective against ailments, they were indeed a miraculous remedy for injuries. Whitebeard's afflictions stemmed from the accumulation of hidden wounds exacerbated by age, leading to his current state. If his injuries were to heal completely, one might expect his ailments to gradually improve as well, barring those associated with old age. This notion flickered through his mind when, unexpectedly, the system's notification echoed in his consciousness. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Heal Whitebeard's wounds. Mission completion reward: 1 random devil fruit and 1 basic combat power enhancement card. This was not a main quest, but rather a hidden mission. Thus, upon encountering specific characters, there was a certain probability of triggering hidden tasks, as opposed to the main quest, which could only be activated prior to such interactions. Having roughly discerned the key factors triggering the system's tasks, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. Although the celestial beings were undeniably precious, he possessed 10 of them, allowing him to experiment by offering 1 to Whitebeard. While he had no need for the devil fruit and would not consume it, its existence within the system's storage space might prove advantageous in the future. Most importantly, he had obtained a basic combat enhancement card which, according to the system's guidance, could randomly augment his combat power by anywhere from 1 to 1,000 points. Defeating Admiral Sengoku merely rewarded him with another basic combat enhancement card. Having experienced such an enhancement, trading a celestial being for this free boost seemed a worthy exchange. With a resolution forming in his heart, Su Ming smiled mysteriously. First, he would incapacitate Whitebeard, then administer the celestial being, achieving both mainline and hidden objectives simultaneously. Otherwise, matters could become considerably more complicated. Ultimately, even if the celestial being could not heal Whitebeard's wounds, it could mitigate the damage he had inflicted, preventing a drastic shift in the tide of the Marineford War. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Whitebeard sensed the change, his expression filled with shock as his body trembled. He urgently shouted to his sons nearby, "Marco, Jozu, get back." With a sweep of his left hand, he forcefully pushed them aside. Under their terrified gaze, he raised his right hand, wielding the supreme great blade, kanji, to strike at Su Ming, imbued with the powers of the tremor fruit. Su Ming maintained a constant smile, fearing not Whitebeard's strike, but rather the absence of such an attack. Chapter 54. The instantaneous defeat of Whitebeard from a higher realm. In the face of the kanji slash. Infused with the tremor fruit's abilities, Su Ming enveloped his palm with energy, effortlessly intercepting the blow with his bare hand. The space quaked, pressure descended upon him, and the sudden effect felt akin to being ensnared by an overwhelming gravity. While there were distinctions, the sensation was remarkably similar. Is this merely the extent of it? Su Ming silently pondered. It was truly feeble. What appeared to be an overwhelmingly domineering assault inflicted negligible damage upon him. The power of the tremor fruit was indeed formidable, capable of striking at the very fabric of space to cause destruction. Regrettably, Whitebeard's strength was insufficient. This strike could not even break his skin. Unfazed, Su Ming absorbed the blow entirely, leaving Whitebeard dumbfounded. Marco and Jozu, having been pushed aside by the force, were rendered speechless. Almost simultaneously, countless onlookers were struck with astonishment. First, he had thwarted Mihawk's slash, and now he had barehandedly caught Whitebeard's strike. In this world, such feats could be counted on one hand. The pirates, greatly affected, found themselves momentarily stalled. This provided the Marines with an opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, seemingly intent on capturing every pirate present. In the bay, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, and all the vice-admirals were left astonished, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Especially in the face of the formidable Whitebeard, both Sengoku and Garp found themselves questioning their own perceptions. Who on earth is this individual? What kind of ability does he possess to block Whitebeard's strike with his bare hands? Sengoku shouted inwardly, incredulous. To take the initiative and withstand such a close-range attack without any effect from the tremor fruit, could it be that I have truly aged? That my strength has waned? Garp silently lamented. Meanwhile, the 7 warlords, who had been lingering at the bay without taking action, were equally astonished. Dracul Mihawk, with his eternally stoic expression, showed a hint of emotion as an inexplicable battle fervor ignited within him. Initially, he had considered this individual to be merely formidable. Now he realized that this unknown entity surpassed his expectations. Such a character was one he yearned to confront directly. Aboard the Moby Dick, Su Ming effortlessly grasped the blade known as Tsong Yun Xia, then swiftly released it, flicking a finger. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Whitebeard felt as though his hand, which gripped Tsong Yun Xia, was on the verge of splitting. Despite his immense strength, a blow that utilized nearly 90% of his power failed to inflict any damage upon his opponent. Instead, he struggled to maintain his grip on his weapon. His adversary had clearly dismissed him entirely. The disparity in strength was staggering. Even at his peak, he could not measure up to this individual's prowess. Just where did this monster emerge from? It feels as if he appeared out of thin air, Whitebeard thought, overwhelmed. Indeed, a monster. The fact that he could label this individual as such illustrated the terror he instilled. You have received my strike. Now, you shall endure one of mine, he declared. And in that instant, a palpable shift in atmosphere ensued. Whitebeard's aged eyes widened, a sensation of impending doom washing over him. At that moment, the panicked shouts of Marco and Jozu were rendered inaudible. Whitebeard gazed at Su Ming as he raised his hand, directing the tip of his sword toward his own chest with a mere gesture. As he did so, Su Ming's internal energy surged, an invisible force coalescing into a potent aura that gathered at his hand. In the blink of an eye, his fingertip transformed into a fist, and Su Ming unleashed a combined strike of energy. This invisible force surged forth like a shockwave, penetrating Whitebeard's chest. Although it appeared to be merely a single wave of energy, it concealed within it 3 additional hidden strikes. Whitebeard's eyes glazed over as excruciating pain coursed through him, his veins bulging, and blood spewed from his mouth. Even having activated his haki in a desperate attempt to bolster his defenses moments prior, he could not withstand the blow. Under Su Ming's unwavering gaze, Whitebeard staggered twice, but, through sheer willpower, managed to prop himself up with Tsong Yun Xia, refusing to succumb to the ground. This scene genuinely astonished Su Ming. After all, he had exerted considerable effort in that punch, at least 10% of his strength. That Whitebeard could endure it was a testament to his status as the strongest man of the bygone era. Ahaha. Heavy breaths escaped from Whitebeard's lips. His body pushed to its limits, causing his vision to blur. Old man, Marco exclaimed, ready to unleash his abilities, but was instantly stilled by a mere glance from Su Ming, who had anticipated the situation. Jaws also found himself immobilized. Su Ming had no desire to be disturbed during his mission, nor did he intend to take Whitebeard's life or truly engage them in battle. Despite their status as pirates, they were allies in this narrative. An opportunity arose: kill Whitebeard. Together they struck, aiming to sever the two giant vice admirals, previously occupied with other pirates, disregarded the potential disruption upon witnessing the unfolding events. Leveraging their size advantage, they swiftly closed the 100-meter gap. One wielded a massive axe while the other swung a cleaver with intent to strike. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and the hearts of the pirates raced in fear. Marco and Jaws wished to move, yet their bodies betrayed them. Within the attack radius, Su Ming raised his gaze, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the two giant vice admirals. Such large pests. Almost instantaneously, an unparalleled aura erupted from Su Ming's being. With a flick of his hand, a terrifying gale swept forth, expanding the atmospheric pressure and sending the two giants hurtling away. This aura, reminiscent of Conqueror's Haki, was utterly awe-inspiring, toppling a significant number of nearby Marines and pirates alike. Marco and Jaws held their breaths, their minds nearly blank. Whitebeard, however, regained a semblance of consciousness due to Su Ming's display. He struggled to maintain his physical form, striving to bolster his remaining strength in his own way. If this was to be the end, the plan to rescue Ace would be deemed a premature failure. Without him, how could the Whitebeard pirates withstand the formidable forces of the Marine headquarters? You have already lost, having endured my strike. You are deserving of the title the strongest in this world. After all, to me, your world is rather primitive. Facing Whitebeard, Su Ming offered a faint smile. Of course. If you wish to fight to the death, I can accommodate that. With that, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Whitebeard, taken aback, stared blankly at Su Ming. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly realized that Su Ming was merely testing his strength, and he discerned the identity of his opponent, hailing from a higher realm. Indeed, beyond their world, other worlds existed. Ha ha ha, I concede my defeat, esteemed warrior from another world. Were it not for our critical battle with the Marines at this moment, I would surely host you properly. Whitebeard acknowledged his defeat. Despite his reluctance, there was no denying the truth before him. It must be said that Whitebeard possessed a keen intellect. Though aging, every action he took was laden with profound significance. At this moment, surrendering seemed the only way to evade the formidable presence before him, perhaps even to receive assistance. Chapter 55. Since we're here, we should leave something behind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, defeat Whitebeard. Reward, random paramecia fruit ability, now stored in the system's inventory. Available for the host's use at any time. The system's notification echoed, prompting Su Ming to restrain his aura. Achieving victory in this manner was indeed a fulfillment of the system's primary mission to vanquish Whitebeard. Of course, he had genuinely struck down his opponent. Thus it could not be considered a mere trick. The nature of the random paramecia ability remained a mystery, and Su Ming, unhurried, chose not to draw it immediately, intending to reserve it for later use. He retrieved a mystical bean from the system's inventory and, with a mysterious smile directed at Whitebeard, commanded, "Open your mouth." Huh. Whitebeard was taken aback. On either side, Marco and Jozu, having been suppressed, finally regained their mobility. Their hearts were overwhelmed with shock, understanding that this was a being from another realm. If their father was no match for this individual, they stood no chance whatsoever. Still, anxiety gnawed at them, for they could not fathom the intentions of this newcomer. Just as Whitebeard's astonishment left his mouth slightly agape, Su Ming casually tossed the mystical bean into his mouth. Swallow it. This is a mystical bean, the sacred medicine of my world. Just one can heal any wound. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was incredulous. Feeling the bean within his mouth, he hesitated for a moment before decisively swallowing it. If the intent was to kill him, such a convoluted method was unnecessary. If it was to control him, there were far simpler means. Thus, this must truly be a healing remedy. Upon consuming the mystical bean, Whitebeard's body suddenly swelled. Not only were his injuries completely healed, but even his previously weary visage regained vitality, his eyes sparkling with newfound sharpness. This sensation, could it be? He was truly healed. Astonishment flooded him. In that fleeting moment, the single bean bestowed upon him the vigor of his youth. His strength had returned. and the lingering pain from hidden injuries that had plagued him for years dissipated instantaneously. Never before had his body felt so unburdened. I never imagined that one day I could return to such a state. It is indeed enchanting. The world from which the esteemed guest hailed possessed such miraculous healing elixirs. It must be an extraordinarily rare treasure. Should this war conclude, and I survive, even if I meet my unfortunate end, my sons shall undoubtedly express their gratitude on my behalf. The Whitebeard pirates will grant you anything you desire. Whitebeard expressed his gratitude to Su Ming, composed and seasoned. Even with his physical wounds genuinely healed, he did not succumb to excessive elation. In the midst of their conversation, a subtle temptation was cast towards Su Ming, aiming to draw him closer. Meanwhile, Mao Gao and Xiaozi were left utterly astonished, having initially urged against consumption. Now, witnessing the remarkable recovery of their father, they could unmistakably sense a transformation in his state. It had been years since they had seen him so invigorated. Emotions surged within them, moistening their eyes, particularly for Mao Gao, who, as the ship's doctor, had tirelessly sought remedies over the years to heal their father. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, healing Whitebeard's wounds. You have been rewarded with a random devil fruit and a basic power enhancement card, both stored in the system's inventory, available for your use at any time. With the completion of this hidden task, a heavy weight lifted from Su Ming's heart. The change in Whitebeard's aura had already led Su Ming to suspect that the celestial beings were indeed effective in his healing. Upon further scrutiny, Whitebeard's aura now approached an intensity of nearly 1,000 points. It became evident that he had merely appeared formidable, while internally he had been weakened. Now, however, he had regained some semblance of his former self. This shall be considered my sponsorship to you. Once the war concludes, I will indeed require certain items, and I shall not hesitate to request them, Su Ming remarked to Whitebeard. Although he did not elaborate, the implications were clear. Having reached this juncture, he would not shy away from seeking benefits. Even a modest sum of gold, diamonds, or gemstones would prove advantageous for his eventual return to the Dragon Ball world. Money may seem trivial, yet it remains an essential in daily life. Was it greed? No. Ultimately, the celestial beings were his contribution, despite the system's rewards for task completion. Whitebeard still owed him a debt of gratitude. As he turned to depart, Su Ming had no intention of lingering. The notion of directly rescuing Ace seemed rather mundane. The war atop the summit had only just commenced, and with his overwhelming strength, it would be a folly not to seek some amusement. He resolved to tackle other tasks or trigger additional missions, for to squander this opportunity of traversing worlds would be in vain. This was also a means of catharsis. Having endured such hardships in the Dragon Ball world, where even a power level exceeding 10,000 could not validate his existence, he now sought to carve out his presence in this realm, to leave behind a legacy, to ensure that many years hence, history would record the emergence of a figure so powerful that he could sweep aside all. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Conquer the pirate world, leaving behind your indomitable legend. Completion rewards: 1 random animal type fruit ability and an intermediate power enhancement card. Note: can randomly increase combat power by 1,000 to 100,000 points. Upon hearing that yet another hidden task had been activated, Su Ming paused in his tracks. The specifics of the task aside, the existence of an intermediate power enhancement card confirmed the presence of tiers beyond the basic level, from the initial rank of 1 to 1,000, and then from 1,000 to 100,000. The leap is indeed monumental. If the intermediate level is set at this degree, what then of the advanced level? What lies beyond? In the realm of Dragon Ball, such rewards had never been encountered before. Thus, one must trigger either the main storyline or hidden quests to obtain the power-up cards. Or perhaps, one must venture beyond the Dragon Ball universe to acquire such cards? The unfolding events took everyone by surprise. No one anticipated that the enigmatic Su Ming and Whitebeard would conclude their battle in such a manner. Most astonishingly, Whitebeard, who should have been injured, suddenly regained his peak condition, exuding an even more formidable and terrifying aura than before. The ordinary pirates and Navy personnel were still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, the higher-ups in the Navy were already aware. This mysterious figure, Su Ming, had employed some unknown means to heal Whitebeard, just as all the Navy and pirate forces were captivated by the spectacle between Su Ming and Whitebeard. A colossal figure emerged upon the icy surface of the sea outside Marineford. The pirates recognized him, and even Su Ming was aware of this individual. Known as Little Ors Jr., a descendant of the Demon Clan, he stood at an astounding height of 38 meters. While not entirely absurd within the pirate world, he was significantly more intimidating compared to the average giant, let alone an ordinary human. Regrettably, despite his immense size, his strength was rather mediocre. Within Su Ming's perception, Little Ors Jr.'s presence was indeed substantial, yet his power was likely far inferior to that of King Piccolo. Perhaps his sheer force was impressive, but the actual destruction he could cause was quite limited. A word of caution was warranted, otherwise he would meet his demise. Su Ming imparted this advice to Whitebeard before gracefully departing from the Moby Dick. Little Ors Jr. was, after all, one of the most tragically fated characters in the original narrative. Whitebeard, momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Little Ors Jr. He understood that Little Ors Jr. had come with a determination to face death. As a father, he should offer unwavering support, and he also needed Little Ors Jr. to carve a path into the inner bay. Regarding the establishment of the 1,000-point threshold, it was set in accordance with a descending order based on comparative characters. This 1,000-point scale differs from that of Dragon Ball. Anyone with suggestions or thoughts about the data is welcome to join the group for direct communication, which would facilitate better settings. Chapter 56. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The entrance of Little Ors Jr. undoubtedly ignited the fighting spirit of all the pirates, causing them to momentarily forget the earlier confrontation between Su Ming and Whitebeard. Particularly, upon his appearance, he effortlessly lifted a naval warship and cast it directly into the bay, not only crushing a multitude of vice-admirals, but also paving a path for the pirates. This scene was even more astonishing than that depicted in the original work. Su Ming merely observed without intervening. After all, he had said all that needed to be said, leaving everything to Whitebeard. Moreover, he had fully recovered from all his injuries. While the ailment still lingered, his strength was no longer comparable to what it once was. If Akainu dared to provoke him now, he would surely face the wrath of Whitebeard. Although the power hierarchy in the pirate world is indeed quite low, I should count my blessings, after all. Should I find myself in a world of higher caliber, I would be rendered inconsequential. Su Ming mused as he walked across the icy surface, advancing forward. The previous surge of energy had cleared this area of both pirates and navy. Whitebeard should be grateful to him. His outburst had effectively purified this region. However, while this area was calm, battles still raged elsewhere. The emergence of Little Ors Jr. had also stirred the higher echelons of the navy. Although they were initially struck with fear due to his enormous size, they did not actually cower. Akainu, seated in a position of authority, wore an expression of deep anger. In the original narrative, he was compelled to act when Jozu shattered the ice and hurled massive ice chunks. But now, due to Su Ming's influence, Jozu had refrained from acting, leaving Akainu stagnant. Truly, both of you should have vacated this place. Now, a path has been forged within the bay. The Navy's dignity was rapidly diminishing. Akainu lifted his head, his eyes seemingly ignited with flames. His imposing presence was indeed chilling, coupled with a tone that seemed to disdain everything around him. Just as he prepared to rise and eliminate the ancient giant, Little Ors Jr., akin to the original tale, provoked an undesired adversary. He had used the Navy's warships to carve a path for his comrades into the bay, and now sought to forge a second route with his own size and strength. However, just as he was about to advance, one of his legs was severed, causing him to collapse in agony. The location he chose to land upon was the coast where one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, resided. Under the slicing capabilities of the paramecia-type string fruit, Little Ors Jr.'s body could not withstand the assault. Having lost a leg, his mobility was compromised, and waves of naval attacks ensued, with cannonballs relentlessly bombarding him. His massive form had rendered him a prime target. At that moment, Bartholomew Kuma activated his pacifist program, beginning to harness the powers of the paramecia-type pawpaw fruit. A single pressure cannon blast incapacitated Little Ors Jr. completely. Though he did not perish, he was left in a state indistinguishable from death, utterly unconscious. The 7 warlords acted in succession, dramatically boosting the morale of the Navy, while the pirates, witnessing Little Ors Jr.'s downfall, began to waver in their resolve. However, the captains of the squads and the leaders of the crew were not to be underestimated. In summary, spurred on by certain individuals, the pirates ignited an even fiercer combat spirit, elevating the conflict to an unprecedented level. With a singular focus on rescuing Ace, everyone cast aside their own lives, disregarding the safety of their comrades. To them, it seemed inconsequential if they were to perish, for their companions would surely avenge them. Each individual yearned to seize their moment of glory in this war, with some even daring to confront the 7 warlords. Hancock, the Empress, and Gecko Moria became prime targets, forced into action under such dire circumstances. As for Dracul Mihawk, none dared to provoke him, perhaps due to the formidable reputation of the world's greatest swordsman. As Su Ming advanced, he observed the tumultuous battles unfolding around him. Ultimately, it was a spectacle of fruit abilities clashing. As the saying goes, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. In previous encounters with the anime and manga, he had found the various powers intriguing. Yet now, they appeared merely as a form of entertainment, lacking any truly striking abilities. It seemed that his own strength was insufficient, merely a paltry double-digit figure, navigating through the chaotic battlefield. He was suddenly confronted by a giant marine holding a massive cleaver, intent on avenging his fallen comrades, clearly unafraid of death. Without hesitation, Su Ming raised his hand and struck out. With a resounding bang, the giant's cleaver shattered, the remaining fragment flying several dozen meters before embedding itself into the ice below. What? A casual strike left the giant marine dumbfounded, his arm rendered useless. Retreating, fear consumed him. Regardless of his strength or the quality of his weapon, though not a divine artifact, it was a specially crafted high-strength blade. This was the 3rd ambush he had attempted. The Navy, it seemed, possessed little intelligence. Were Su Ming to truly engage, a mere island could be reduced to rubble with ease. Su Ming's indifferent words conveyed his prowess as he flicked his fingers, unleashing a brilliant golden light in an instant. With a piercing sound, the beam shot skyward, breaking through the clouds. The giant marine's body was pierced through, and with unparalleled force, he was propelled skyward. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, he soared 100 meters before crashing into the towering wall by the coast. Such a spectacle naturally astonished everyone nearby, compelling even the most formidable figures to reassess their views. From his appearance to his every action, Su Ming exuded an aura of strength that was both impressive and enigmatic. Thus, many powerful beings chose to observe rather than engage. As Mihawk's strike connected, he dominated Whitebeard in their confrontation, unleashing a wave of energy akin to Conqueror's haki that swept away adversaries. Now, he exhibited terrifying abilities associated with light. Indeed, what a veritable monster. And that peculiar light ability, what fruit could it possibly be? Within Doflamingo's sickly laughter lay an insatiable curiosity. Witnessing Su Ming effortlessly obliterate a giant vice admiral at close range was profoundly shocking. While he too could toy with and defeat a giant vice admiral, he could never achieve such a clean and decisive kill in a single blow. It was utterly unexpected. What was supposed to be a mere formality to enhance his reputation turned into an encounter with such a behemoth, one that imposed an even greater pressure than Whitebeard had. He would never choose to confront this being. He possessed self-awareness. Not far away, Moonlight Moria was also deeply unsettled by Su Ming's formidable abilities. Initially, he contemplated utilizing the powers of the Shadow Fruit to transform Su Ming into one of his zombies. But it was now evident that his opponent was at least of admiral caliber, far beyond his capacity to manipulate. Still poised on the coastline, Mihawk's eyes radiated a fierce determination. The instincts of a swordsman urged him to give his all against this individual. With a resolute decision in mind, Hawkeye leaped down and, wielding his black blade Yoru, advanced towards Su Ming. This scene did not escape Doflamingo's notice, who began to chuckle gleefully, relishing the unfolding drama. Oh my! Has the world's strongest swordsman finally lost his composure? Allow me to take this opportunity to analyze your abilities through his hands. Chapter 57. Hancock, do you have no thoughts of me? Seeking monthly votes. Inside the bay, Akiji stood before a contingent of Marines, a frown etched upon his brow. Kizaru materialized beside him, teasingly inquiring, "What's the matter? Are you considering testing the waters?" Akiji cast a sidelong glance at Kizaru and replied, "If you wish to take action, feel free. However, it's not yet time for me to intervene." Upon hearing this, Kizaru smiled faintly, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. This individual's power is indeed formidable. It seems our dear Akainu may be somewhat perturbed. With that, both turned their gazes toward Akainu, who stood with arms crossed, his expression inscrutable. The situation grew increasingly complex. Sengoku and Garp stood together, analyzing the implications of Su Ming's presence on the battle. They remained composed, As long as the situation remained manageable and their opponent refrained from excessive actions, they could afford to overlook him. After all, confronting someone capable of going toe-to-toe with Whitebeard and emerging victorious was hardly a prudent course of action. Furthermore, based on the information at hand, it was clear that the opponent had not taken the initiative. Rather, it was the Marines who had been relentlessly probing. Whether this figure was friend or foe remained uncertain. Although the battlefield had momentarily paused due to Su Ming's swift dispatching of the giant vice admiral, it soon erupted into chaos once more, with combatants resuming their fierce struggle. In a certain area, Boa Hancock was wreaking havoc indiscriminately, ruthlessly dispatching both Navy soldiers and pirates alike. Anyone who ventured into her attack range would fall victim to her fragrant legs without distinction. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of shattering stones echoed repeatedly. In mere seconds, dozens of pirates and Navy personnel were petrified by Hancock's fragrant legs, reduced to mere fragments. The unfortunate survivors among the Navy and pirates bore grievous injuries. Even if they felt no pain, such irreversible harm proved to be the most fatal. The Navy personnel were particularly distressed, their curses spilling forth. To them, the warlord of the sea was supposed to be an ally, yet here she was, unleashing her wrath upon them. Some of the more discerning Navy officers concluded, a pirate is a pirate, and their nature is inherently unchangeable. Hancock's response echoed that of the original story. In light of her unparalleled beauty, all transgressions could be forgiven and accepted. At that moment, Su Ming happened to witness this rather awkward scene. Though Hancock undeniably embodied the epitome of the pirate empress, with an exquisite figure and captivating beauty, she was also somewhat juvenile. No, excessively narcissistic. Her beauty was beyond question. Yet Su Ming vowed that his interest lay solely in Hancock's sweet fruitability, nothing more. After all, the power to petrify upon contact was truly remarkable. Would he himself be turned to stone? In terms of power levels, Hancock's strength was rather ordinary. Yet in this world, certain abilities seemed to possess an inherent rule. Just as Su Ming was observing, the pirate empress seemed to take notice of his scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes betrayed displeasure, and her slender brows furrowed slightly. Although she was aware of her beauty, such brazen scrutiny felt exceedingly rude. Hancock's mature voice reached his ears, causing the surrounding pirates and Navy personnel to momentarily freeze. They then turned to see Su Ming approaching. The atmosphere fell into an uncanny silence. None dared to utter a sound. After all, this individual had committed numerous outrageous acts. How could these ordinary pirates and Navy personnel possibly compare? What would transpire when this person faced the pirate empress? I wish to experience your petrification ability, Su Ming boldly declared as he approached within 10 meters. At his words, Hancock was momentarily taken aback, and soon a fierce anger surged within her. Feeling both belittled and teased, her expression grew exceedingly serious, and her aura shifted. Scoundrel! With a fierce reprimand, Hancock leaped several meters, her long, beautiful leg wielding the power to petrify, and her formidable destructive force aimed directly at Su Ming's neck. Feeling the power of the kick, Su Ming raised his hand with a smile. A crisp sound echoed through the air. Hancock's seemingly unstoppable kick was directly caught by Su Ming. He could sense a peculiar force invading his palm, infecting his body through the point of contact. To his astonishment, a small patch of skin on his hand had actually turned to stone. Though merely superficial, it was utterly astonishing. Seeing that her attack seemed to have worked, Hancock, disregarding the grip on her ankle, launched another kick towards Su Ming. A low blow. Su Ming's heart raced, his gaze suddenly sharpening. This kick was no trivial matter. With just a glance, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Ming. Hancock felt as if she had been struck by an air cannon, letting out a pained gasp as she was sent flying. Fortunately, her serpent Salome caught her. Otherwise, the fall would have been quite severe. As others deemed him a scoundrel for merely looking at her, it was she who was even more shameless in her assault. For this kick lacked any semblance of an empress's grace. As he spoke, Su Ming glanced at his petrified hand, clenched his fingers, and unleashed his energy, causing the stone portion to disintegrate into dust. The petrification was indeed effective. However, for him, it only coated his body with a layer of stone. His energy could automatically repel the petrifying force, preventing it from infiltrating his body. Such a daring attempt was rooted in Su Ming's absolute confidence. So the outcome did not surprise him. Damn, this filthy man not only dared to touch my body, but also had the audacity to tease me. I shall completely petrify you. Witnessing Su Ming effortlessly dispel the petrification of his hand, Hancock gritted her teeth and fully activated the powers of the sweet fruit. With her hands forming a heart shape before her chest, she unleashed a wave of pink light towards Su Ming. This maneuver was familiar to him. However, having tested that his energy could completely thwart it, he felt no threat. In an instant, Su Ming summoned his internal energy, enveloping himself in an invisible aura. This impenetrable barrier perfectly dissipated the power of the sweet wind. How could it be that you have not been petrified? Do you truly harbor no improper thoughts about me? Hancock was taken aback by the scene before her. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Ming, searching for something amiss. Su Ming was the second person capable of disregarding her petrification. While one could indeed resist her sweet wind using the power of armament hockey, the individual before her appeared to wield no such power. Hancock could not comprehend that Su Ming was employing the force of qi, as it was beyond the understanding of those in this world. Hancock's lips parted slightly. Her eyes filled with incredulity. Su Ming remained unfazed by her beauty. This scene had already astonished countless onlookers. Renowned far and wide, especially celebrated as the world's most beautiful woman, the powers of the Pirate Empress were known to all. What's the matter? Are you disappointed that I haven't turned you to stone, Pirate Empress? Su Ming teased, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Humph. Though you are unlike other men, your gaze is still tainted. I am not to be trifled with. Hancock retorted with a huff, her anxiety momentarily overshadowed as her expression hardened again. With a delicate touch of her right index finger upon her lips, the power of the sweet fruit was summoned once more, conjuring a pink heart that Hancock pulled back like a bowstring. This technique was her ultimate move, the captive arrow. If you possess any skill, then dispel this move as well. Regardless of your feelings for me, after this, you shall be petrified. As her words echoed, Hancock released her captive arrow. A flurry of heart-shaped projectiles raining down upon Su Ming like a torrential downpour. In the face of this onslaught of arrows, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Ming's eyes. This woman was undeniably self-absorbed, oblivious to the fact that he had shown her mercy from the very beginning. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of ferocious energy radiated from Su Ming, enveloping him in a blinding white aura. The sheer force of his explosive power sent tremors throughout the entirety of Marineford. A tempest of unparalleled ferocity tore through the icy surface, sweeping away everything in its path, mercilessly overwhelming those of lesser strength, who were flung aside with ease. This unparalleled tempest shattered Hancock's captive arrow in an instant, its terrifying pressure engulfing her entirely. What is this? Hancock strained to maintain her composure, but the storm's ferocity was beyond her imagination. In the blink of an eye, not only was she thrown back, but her serpent companion was also sent flying. Was that all? No. Though Su Ming had exercised restraint, his mere surge of energy obliterated a radius of 1,000 meters. Numerous pirates and Navy personnel caught within this range succumbed to unconsciousness, while those further away suffered significant injuries. This explosive display of power instilled terror in the hearts of all pirates and Navy alike. In that moment, no one could ascertain Su Ming's allegiance to the pirates. Initially witnessing him confront the Navy, they assumed him an ally. However, when he clashed with the old man, they perceived him as an enemy. Finally, when he faced off against the old man again, seemingly reaching an accord, they presumptively regarded him as a comrade once more. Now, confusion reigned supreme. Such behavior mirrored that of the Pirate Empress, leaving everyone bewildered, regardless of being Navy or pirate. All were within the range of his wrath. Within the confines of the Ark, the three admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Su Ming's display of power would be so formidable. In dire circumstances, they too would have to intervene. Before confronting Whitebeard, they needed to eliminate this unknown entity. This individual posed an immense threat. Was that tempest they had just witnessed the manifestation of a Logia-type wind fruit? On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, after careful contemplation, speculated. He had only seen records of the Logia wind fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and had never encountered its genuine abilities. He had believed that such a fruit lay hidden in some obscure corner of the sea, yet he was astonished to realize it already had a master. Sengoku could not fathom that Su Ming was not wielding a wind fruit at all, but was simply an embodiment of sheer strength. Which side does this person truly belong to? Wait, could he possibly be connected to that dragon fellow? Carp, upon sensing the overwhelming storm unleashed by Su Ming, fell into a deep reverie. His memories of wind abilities were particularly vivid. Positioned between the two, Ace knelt, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. Everything unfolding at this moment was instigated by him. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and Marco stood together, as Jozu had departed to assist Little Oars Jr. The father and son gazed distantly, lost in thought. Father, do you truly believe this person hails from another world? And this power, it is unfathomably potent, before him. We are like mere insects, Marco remarked, swallowing hard, hesitant to delve deeper. As Whitebeard's first mate, Marco was undeniably formidable, yet before this individual, he lacked the courage to even stand upright. Just a glance had instilled a sense of panic within him. Like ants, indeed, Whitebeard responded. Marco, do not be disheartened or overthink it. If this person truly desired, he could likely obliterate our world. The statement caused Marco's lips to twitch in disbelief. Is that really possible, father? Do not question my intuition. Our recent exchange made me feel as if I had plunged into an unfathomable abyss. To him, I was merely a slightly larger ant, and our world, just a bigger anthill. Is it truly so exaggerated, father? Is the disparity that vast? You are recognized as the strongest in our world. The title of the strongest is but a hollow accolade. We should consider ourselves fortunate that he has not unleashed his full wrath upon us, and that he treats this as mere amusement. Therefore, we must avoid provoking him. When that marine giant was sent flying by him, he uttered a phrase. A mere island could be reduced to rubble with a flick of his wrist. This is no idle boast. You possess the ability to fly, so go forth and inform everyone to avoid him as much as possible. I understand, father. I shall relay the message at once, Marco affirmed, and in the next moment, transformed into his phoenix form to convey Whitebeard's command. As he observed Margao spring into action, Whitebeard let out a long sigh. He had never experienced such a profound sense of helplessness. Even when his body was riddled with ailments, he faced the entirety of the Navy headquarters without fear. Yet now, confronted by a superlative entity from another realm, he found himself unable to look directly at it. It was as if one believed themselves to be the epitome of this world, only to glance upward and realize that a single hand could obliterate it. Sengoku, it seems our world is on the brink of a monumental upheaval. How would you respond if you were to learn of this news? Whitebeard gazed toward the execution platform in the distance. Sengoku, as if sensing something, met Whitebeard's gaze. On the ice, which had been leveled by the tempest of power, Ming slightly tilted his neck, a chilling smile gracing his face, though no murderous intent was apparent. Such an eruption of energy, even with a smile, no longer conveyed an aura of innocence. Ding. Host has defeated the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Triggering a hidden mission. Defeat a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Progress, 17. Mission completion reward. 1 random item draw from the pirate world. And 1 skill upgrade card. Note, upon use, it allows for the upgrade of any skill or technique. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Ming was momentarily surprised, not by the triggering of the mission, but by the emergence of 2 new rewards. The random item draw did not pique his interest, as the items from the pirate world held no allure for him. However, the skill upgrade card was a different matter. Did this imply that basic skills could be elevated to advanced ones, and advanced skills to elite levels? If he possessed enough skill upgrade cards, could he achieve divine mastery, or even surpass it? Unexpectedly, after a rather distasteful encounter with Hancock, he had stumbled upon this reward. To Ming, the skill upgrade card held greater value than the combat enhancement cards. After all, he had yet to master a single elite skill. Shaking off his thoughts, Ming enveloped the area with his aura, quickly identifying his target before advancing toward Boa Hancock. Despite her severe injuries, she remained conscious. Unlike the typical Navy officers or pirates who would succumb to unconsciousness. As he approached her, he lowered himself slightly, drawing near to her cheek amidst her terrified gaze. The trembling in her eyes betrayed her facade of composure. Fear, trepidation, and dread. Where was the arrogance of before? Where was her previous vanity? Before absolute power, regardless of one's identity, one must recognize their rightful place. To fail in this recognition is to court disaster. Indeed, during the era of Majin Buu in the Dragon Ball universe, Ming was akin to an ant. Thus, he understood his position. And even with the system at his disposal, he remained humble, continuously accumulating strength without engaging in any reckless actions. Boa Hancock is fortunate. Had it not been for Ming's initial reluctance to overexert himself, wishing instead to relax while savoring this most classic battle from the original narrative. All the while completing a task for rewards, she would have met her demise the moment she uttered her insults. She nearly allowed this foolish woman to breach her defenses. His intention was merely to witness her petrification abilities, yet she exhibited a rather presumptuous attitude, mistaking him for the vile man she imagined. And repeating her folly was utterly unwarranted. Furthermore, what right did she possess to assume that he would harbor such thoughts about her? As he spoke, Ming reached out, firmly grasping Hancock's chin. Feeling her struggle, he showed her no leniency. Although in his previous life he had fantasized about traversing realms just to claim the Pirate Empress. For who would not desire a taste of her allure? However, circumstances had changed. All fondness from his past existence had dissipated. The proximity of his teasing, especially from his piercing gaze, rendered Hancock unable to meet his eyes, forcing her to avert her gaze. A sense of helplessness enveloped her, akin to a return to her most vulnerable state. Everything she had once taken pride in lay shattered before him, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. "Do you still consider me filthy?" This question bore a profound weight. In that moment, the already silent surroundings grew even more hushed. Hancock dared not respond. Acutely aware of her own recklessness, she recognized the might of her opponent, who had even bested Whitebeard, yet she had retained unwarranted confidence in her petrification abilities. Her breath quickened, feeling Ming's grip tighten, the pain stimulating her nerves as she plummeted into despair. Was this the sensation of death? No. This suffocating, racing heartbeat, and overwhelming sense of dread were new depths of hopelessness she had never encountered, especially in such a public setting. Seeing Hancock rendered almost soulless, Ming released his grip, allowing her to collapse to the ground, gasping for air. What a pity, had she chosen her words wisely. She might have held a slight position of esteem in his eyes. Just as he intended to speak again, a sudden, fierce aura approached. An unexpected visitor had arrived in the area. Upon lifting his gaze, Ming beheld none other than Mihawk, renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. He had sensed Mihawk's approach earlier, yet he was surprised by the intensity of his presence, still daring to draw near. This was fortuitous. It spared him the effort of seeking out individual adversaries. Facing Mihawk, Ming felt a flicker of intrigue. He could sense the battle intent radiating from the swordsman's sharp eyes. Alas, he was too weak. Had he possessed the caliber of Whitebeard, Ming might have been somewhat interested. However, with mere hundreds of combat points, should a confrontation arise, he could easily dispatch him in a single breath. Just as he could with Boa Hancock. "My sword is quite intrigued by you. Please accept my challenge." Mihawk, wielding the black blade Yuru, directed his gaze at Ming and spoke earnestly. There was no hint of awkwardness in his words, as if it were the most natural thing to say. "Accepting my challenge will come at a cost, and that cost shall be steep. You should understand that I did not seek trouble after your previous strike. Now, you have chosen to provoke me." Ming smiled as he looked at Mihawk. "You are formidable, yet I believe I can bear that cost." Upon hearing this, Mihawk felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, his fervor for battle intensified. For others, Ming's earlier outburst would have been intimidating, but for a swordsman like Mihawk, it served as a catalyst, igniting his desire for combat. Observing this, Ming nodded slightly, and then raised his right hand, casually extending a single finger. Mihawk was taken aback at first, but then a cold glint flickered in his eyes. "You intend to confront me with just one finger?" "Indeed. Using a single finger is the utmost respect I can offer, for I need not take the likes of you so seriously." As Ming uttered these words, Mihawk's expression shifted dramatically, the flames of fury igniting within his sharp gaze. In the next instant, the long black blade radiated a chilling brilliance, the hockey enveloping it as Mihawk swung his arm, unleashing a devastating slash aimed at Ming. Unfazed, Ming perceived Mihawk's movements as sluggish, akin to the crawl of a snail. A layer of energy coiled around his finger, and he effortlessly blocked the black blade Yuru. The sound of a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The overwhelming force unleashed shattered the ice beneath Ming and Mihawk, sending shards flying. This spectacle left all who witnessed it aghast, their spines tingling with fear. The attack of the world's greatest swordsman had been thwarted by nothing more than a single finger. While the prior strike had been awe-inspiring, this visual shock of blocking the supreme blade with mere flesh was almost unfathomable. Even Mihawk found it hard to accept this reality. "Is that all there is?" Ming quipped, a smirk gracing his lips as he teased Mihawk. At the moment his words fell, Su Ming exerted force through his finger, and the instantaneous power it generated transformed Mihawk's expression, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. In mid-flight, Mihawk managed to stabilize himself, driving the black blade Yoru into the ice, gliding for several dozen meters before finally regaining his balance. Unyielding, he retaliated by unleashing several emerald green slashes through the air, aimed at Su Ming. Each strike possessed the might to cleave mountains and split the earth, demanding respect even from the most formidable beings in the pirate world. However, for Su Ming, such an assault was merely trifling. In the fleeting moments of the strikes closing in, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him like a torrential flood. This unyielding and ferocious force shattered all the incoming strikes in an ephemeral heartbeat. Was it merely the momentum that neutralized my attack? Who are you truly? What kind of fruit ability is this? Mihawk marveled in astonishment. Yet the fervor of his battle intent intensified. For the weak, the pressure emitted by Su Ming would cast an unforgettable shadow over their lives. Yet, for a swordsman of Mihawk's caliber, it only served to elevate his fighting spirit further. Allow me to correct you. This is not a fruit ability. Is your assault at an end? If so, then I shall make my move, Su Ming cautioned Mihawk. It is an honor to engage with a formidable opponent such as yourself, Mihawk replied, no longer concealing his intentions. In that moment, the world's greatest swordsman unleashed his full might. Crackle. Dark red lightning coiled around Mihawk's black sword, an unparalleled aura of power instilling terror in all present at Marineford. Observing Mihawk's unleashed might, Su Ming scrutinized the black blade enveloped in dark red electricity. With the haki wrapped around his weapon, there was also a peculiar force at play, releasing a formidable attack. This is becoming interesting. Come forth. Su Ming beckoned to Hawk Eyes with a gesture, inviting him to attack. Please, enlighten me. With that, Mihawk lunged forward in an instant, akin to a thunderclap, closing the distance to Su Ming. His sword, Yoru, cloaked in haki, unleashed dozens of strikes within a second. The onslaught was fierce and lethal, each strike imbued with a deadly intent capable of cleaving the earth asunder. The aftermath rippled through the air, sending shivers down spines and causing beads of sweat to pour down. The astonishment was not solely due to Hawkeye's might, but rather a profound fear of Su Ming's power, particularly for Hancock, who stood not far behind Su Ming, her mouth agape and her eyes wide with shock. Mihawk's fullest efforts were thwarted by a mere fingertip from Su Ming. All of your attacks are rendered ineffective. Mihawk's mind was in turmoil. He had always believed his sword intent could cleave through anything. Now, even the defense of a single finger remained unbroken. Reluctance fueled Mihawk's ultimate release. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he channeled all his strength into a singular, powerful strike. Boom! An earth-shattering roar echoed. The air surged with haki, causing tremors within a 100-meter radius, as though the icy layers might shatter at any moment. A thick mist of frost enveloped both Su Ming and Mihawk, and all observers felt their heart rates quicken, fully engrossed in the unfolding spectacle, until the aftershocks dissipated. The scene that met their eyes once more drew an involuntary gasp from the crowd. Mihawk's utmost strike was unexpectedly halted by a mere finger of Su Ming, not even leaving a scratch, let alone advancing an inch. How could this be? Even a sword that transcended limits could not pierce Su Ming's fingertip, dealing a devastating blow to Mihawk's pride. He now felt that the title of the world's greatest swordsman was utterly ironic, almost laughable. This sword may be commendable in your world, but alas, it remains too feeble for me. With a subtle exertion of force, Su Ming flicked away Mihawk's black blade, Yoru. In an instant, Su Ming's gaze shifted dramatically. Before Mihawk could react, a terrifying invisible force erupted, akin to a cannon blast, sending Mihawk flying and carving a trench several meters wide and dozens of meters long into the ice. Mihawk fell. Task Progress 27. The battle concluded, and silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed on Su Ming as he advanced step by step, none daring to intervene or act. This war had seemingly transformed into Su Ming's exclusive showcase. This was only natural. While the earlier display had indeed been shocking, it was merely a distant spectacle, lacking the visceral experience. Now, witnessing both the Pirate Empress and Mihawk being effortlessly dispatched, the vast disparity was unmistakable. If I were to truly engage, I would sweep away everyone in my path. However, it is inevitable. I must complete my task first. Su Ming mused inwardly. Since this game had commenced, it must continue. Just as Su Ming locked onto a new target, a sudden explosion echoed across the sky. This disrupted the previously tranquil battlefield and stirred chaos anew. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Luffy arriving with the pirates from Impel Down. This scene, reminiscent of the original narrative, heralded a new chapter in the war centered around Luffy. How fortuitous, though I wonder what will transpire with Luffy. Will it trigger a task? Contemplating this, Su Ming observed the ship descending from the sky, shattering the ice and causing considerable upheaval. The pirates clad in prison garb descended onto the battlefield, further complicating the situation. Su Ming also took note of several key figures, lingering particularly on Luffy. Unfortunately, this time, the system notification did not sound. Thus, even for the protagonist, triggering a task was not guaranteed. Losing interest in Luffy, Su Ming redirected his focus toward Crocodile and Jinbei. The warlords of the sea should also be included, right? If not, it would be rather disheartening. According to the information from the original narrative, during the Marineford War, the active members of the warlords of the sea were incomplete. Including the current serving Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, there were merely 6. Chapter 61, The Protagonist's Halo? A Proactive Strike. As the arrival of Luffy and his crew at Impel Down unfolded, events seemed to be forcibly drawn back onto the trajectory of the original narrative. It must be said that there appears to be an invisible force compelling occurrences to transpire as anticipated. Were it not for Su Ming's first-hand experience, he might have doubted whether this was merely an illusion. Logically, under the current circumstances, even if Luffy and his companions attracted some attention, it should not have captured everyone's focus to the extent of rendering him nearly invisible, be it among ordinary pirates or the formidable leaders among the Marines. Intriguingly, this prompted Su Ming to ponder how things might unfold should he push further. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a classic scene from the original story played out before him. Under Su Ming's watchful gaze, Crocodile harnessed the powers of the Sand fruit to traverse several hundred meters, positioning himself behind the Moby Dick, the ship of Whitebeard. Had Marco and Jozu still been present, Crocodile would likely have faced a severe beating, but at that moment, Marco had departed following Whitebeard's orders. It is important to note that the current Whitebeard was not the same as the one depicted in the original tale. As Crocodile prepared to strike, Luffy activated Gear Second, launching his counterattack with explosive force to repel Crocodile's assault. Thus, an initial encounter between Luffy and Whitebeard occurred. Frankly speaking, Luffy's strength was rather unimpressive, yet the velocity of his Gear Second transformation certainly caught Su Ming's attention. Could the protagonist not be assessed through ordinary means? Su Ming thought to himself. Crocodile, momentarily thwarted, retreated to pursue other endeavors, which afforded Su Ming the opportunity to observe whether defeating this adversary would refresh his task progress. As for Luffy's boisterous proclamations, Su Ming paid them no mind. Luffy was free to pursue his own agenda, as long as he did not obstruct Su Ming's path. Otherwise, he would not show any mercy simply because Luffy was the protagonist. Turning his gaze to another part of the battlefield, Su Ming noted the confrontation between Jinbei and the current warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. The two were indeed arch-nemeses, having shared considerable screen time in the original narrative. It was particularly fascinating to witness Jinbei's formidable strength, which far surpassed that of Moria. No wonder, then, that in the original story, Jinbei dispatched Moria with a single punch. Su Ming found himself more intrigued by Jinbei, as his fishman karate represented a unique capability within the power structure of this world. With a swift motion, Su Ming appeared between Jinbei and Moria, who were verbally sparring. The suddenness of Su Ming's appearance caused Jinbei to furrow his brow in confusion, while Moria broke into a cold sweat, his resolve wavering. The surrounding Marines and pirates, with the exception of those who had escaped from Impel Down, instinctively swallowed hard in response to the unfolding drama. Suddenly, everyone's attention was diverted by the unexpected incident. Now, with Su Ming appearing before them, the earlier fear surged back. Su Ming glanced at Moria and then at Jinbei. Having experienced the prowess of both the Pirate Empress and the First Swordsman, he wondered if they might surprise him. What a delightful encounter, Su Ming remarked with a smile. Jinbei furrowed his brow, perplexed and somewhat irked. Though I am unaware of your identity, such provocation is exceedingly arrogant. Unfazed by Jinbei's words, Su Ming observed Moria, whose eyes darted as a cunning plan formed in his mind. Moria spoke, "With your remarkable strength, I, Moonlight Moria, am truly outmatched. Jinbei, why not give it a try? His words cleverly redirected Su Ming's focus towards Jinbei, hoping to eliminate him while taking a step back. However, Su Ming chose not to expose Moria's scheme, barely glancing in his direction. He raised his hand, and in an instant, his energy-infused punch surged forth. The force of the strike sent Moria flying, blood spewing from his mouth, until he crashed to the ground, unconscious. You, Jinbei exclaimed, retreating several meters to maintain a safe distance from Su Ming. He had initially presumed that Su Ming was merely a braggart, but to his astonishment, Moria was dispatched in a single blow. Although Jinbei believed he could defeat Moria, it would require all his strength. Do not underestimate others. Your conspiracy is written all over your face, Su Ming jested, observing the progress of his mission change to 37 before turning his gaze to Jinbei. Their eyes met, and Jinbei's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat trickling down his face. We bear no enmity between us, he began, but Su Ming interrupted him. No need for further words. Indeed, we have no grudge. I merely wish to experience your fishman karate. Remember, you have but one chance. With that, a sense of foreboding filled Jinbei's heart. Yet there was no turning back. All around them, people held their breath, many discreetly retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire. So be it as you wish. Jinbei steadied his energy, taking several deep breaths before an impressive aura erupted from him. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. This presence held substance and hinted at a unique mastery of energy. However, it still fell short of transcending the power system of this world. Fishman karate, shark wave punch. Jinbei's formidable fist came hurtling towards Su Ming, who harbored no intention of evading. He allowed the massive fist to collide with his chest. Feeling the raw power of the strike, and a slight grin crept upon Su Ming's lips. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The visceral experience proved far more exhilarating than any ability or swordsmanship. The remarkable buildup of power and the proficiency in martial arts were undeniable. However, alas, your strength remains insufficient. Su Ming chuckled lightly and continued, I have felt your punch. Now, allow me to reciprocate. For this strike, I shall exert merely half of my strength. With a swift motion, his fist struck forth, sending Jinbei's formidable frame hurtling backward in an instant. Initially, the onlookers contemplated that Jinbei's blow might have been effective, but witnessing this scene only solidified their belief that Su Ming was an invincible super being. Meanwhile, Crocodile, engaged in a conflict with Don Quixote da Flamingo, could hardly believe his eyes. Hey, is this for real? Who on earth is this kid? Da Flamingo chuckled. Is that all it takes to intimidate you? This individual is no mere child. Moments ago, he not only vanquished Whitebeard, but seemingly employed some peculiar power to heal him as well. Observe the other two, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock and the swordsman Mihawk. They were both rendered utterly powerless by a single blow. Chapter 62, The Onslaught continues. Akainu takes action having knocked Jinbei to the ground. Su Ming remained oblivious to the fact that he had firmly etched himself into Luffy's memory. Jinbei had already been regarded as a comrade, having endured trials together. Under normal circumstances, Luffy would rush to assist him. Yet, at this moment, he was overwhelmed with the singular desire to save Ace before he could extend his help to Jinbei. Su Ming paid no heed to Luffy, whose mission progress had now reached 47. Thus, defeating the members stripped of their warlord titles also bore significance. Otherwise, completing this task would prove rather cumbersome. Next, he merely needed to eliminate the remaining 3 to acquire a skill upgrade card. Suddenly, Su Ming perceived 2 piercing gazes directed at him. Raising his eyes, he found himself under the scrutiny of Doflamingo and Crocodile. The 2 adversaries, having clashed, had halted their skirmish to seriously appraise him. Now that he had triumphed over Moria and Jinbei, conveniently, they were his next targets. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Su Ming's smile sent shivers down Doflamingo's spine. If it had been in the past, he might not have thought much of it. Yet now, it appeared as a terrifying grin akin to that of a demon. That monster has taken notice of us. Doflamingo inhaled deeply. A chill enveloped him, and the notion of fleeing this area began to take root in his mind. However, it was too late. Their status as warlords rendered them conspicuous, easily located. With a swift whoosh, Su Ming unleashed unparalleled speed, moving with such rapidity that it was as though he had teleported, leaving no trace behind. Both Doflamingo and Crocodile gasped in astonishment. After a brief silence, the venerable Crocodile was the first to speak. What are you up to? As he finished his words, he assumed a vigilant stance, seemingly ready for battle. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Ming remained silent and launched an attack. With a mere flick of his fingers, a golden beam of light shot forth from his fingertips. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Crocodile's eyes trembled violently, even with his timely elemental transformation. He could not evade severe injury, spitting blood as his body was hurled to the edge of the battlefield. It was yet another unambiguous instant kill. Even the elemental transformation could not shield him from Su Ming's assault. Witnessing this, Su Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With Crocodile defeated, the task progress advanced to 57, and Su Ming's gaze swiftly shifted to Doflamingo. A casual glance was enough to send Doflamingo trembling, cold sweat pouring from him. As he instinctively took a step back, "We seem to have no grievances between us," Doflamingo stammered, forcing himself to suppress the fear within, adopting what he believed to be his most amiable tone. "Indeed, there were no grievances. I am merely executing a task I must fulfill, and regrettably, you have become one of the names on my list." With that, Su Ming had no desire for further conversation, raising his hand to unleash his attack. Although Doflamingo anticipated Su Ming's strike through his observation haki, the overwhelming disparity in power left him with no opportunity to evade. In his mind, he could only conceive that Su Ming's target was the 7 warlords, and in the next instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, Doflamingo too was annihilated in a single blow. Only one remained. After dispatching Doflamingo, the progress advanced to 67, and Su Ming's gaze turned to the right, 100 meters away. There, Bartholomew Kuma was already gathering energy, preparing to launch an assault against him. Having anticipated this encounter, there was no evasion possible, thus he took the initiative. Transformed into a pacifist, Kuma harbored no fear. Su Ming had been designated as the target for elimination. One could not help but feel pity for him, willingly undergoing the modifications by Vegapunk, resulting in his current inhuman form. At this moment, Kuma had maximized the capabilities of the pawpaw fruit, compressing his power over a wide area, manifesting into an invisible bear paw that surged towards Su Ming. Observing this, Su Ming looked on with interest at the colossal bear paw, raised his right hand, and unleashed a beam of light from his fingertips, not only shattering the immense bear paw, but also striking directly at Kuma. A resounding explosion echoed. The beam erupted, sending searing flames skyward, and in tandem, a notification chimed in Su Ming's mind. "Ding! Host has completed the hidden task. Defeat a member of the 7 warlords. Progress 77. Upon the completion of the task, a reward was granted, a random item from the pirate world and a skill upgrade card. Note, upon use, it allows for 1 upgrade of any skill. This has been securely stored within the system's inventory and can be accessed by the host at any moment. The task has been fulfilled, and the reward is secured." At the execution platform, the expression of Fleet Admiral Sengoku darkened to an inky black, reflecting his profound displeasure. The appearance of Su Ming not only vanquished one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also thoroughly disrupted the original plans, dampening the morale of the Navy and plunging the entire situation into a state of passivity. In light of these developments, despite the presence of numerous naval warriors engaged in combat with the pirates, Sengoku no longer hesitated. He promptly ordered the activation of the encirclement wall, instructing all Navy personnel to retreat beneath the barrier. Upon his command, the Navy subordinates controlling the encirclement mechanism initiated the apparatus. In a fleeting moment, towering walls, rising several dozen meters, ascended along the coast, completely obstructing the pirates' advance. Most critically, mounted upon these walls were cannons radiating a chilling light, aimed squarely at the pirates. The intention was to eradicate every last one of them without leaving any future threats. "Akainu, it is time to take action." With Sengoku's renewed command, Akainu finally moved. Rising from his position among the 3 admirals, he strode forward, channeling the powers of the magma fruit, his hands flowing like molten lava. It was about time to unleash this meteor volcano. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic magma assault erupted from Akainu's hands, soaring skyward and coalescing into a dense volcanic cloud, from which countless magma fists rained down. This widespread attack shattered the icy surface, melting it, and even causing the seawater to boil. Countless pirates met their demise instantly, and those fortunate enough to survive faced the grim fate of being unable to save themselves due to the consumption of devil fruits, ultimately perishing in the depths of the ocean. This had been the Navy's original plan, albeit executed prematurely. Fear gripped the faces of all pirates. As the admiral's strike turned the tide of what once seemed a favorable situation. Standing upon the ice, Su Ming approached the massive barrier step by step, until the magma fists of the meteor volcano rained down upon his position. Indeed, it was a spectacular sight, yet its power was hardly worth mentioning. With no pressure at all, Su Ming merely gathered a layer of energy around his arm and then swung it with conviction. Boom, boom, boom. The countless magma fists, coalesced from the meteor volcano, erupted in response. This spectacle once again astonished countless onlookers, not only the Navy but also the pirates, who seemed to find a glimmer of hope and began to move towards Su Ming's location. At this moment, survival took precedence, despite their fear of Su Ming. They had no choice but to follow this path. At least Su Ming had consistently opposed the naval forces, while the 7 warlords, though pirates, were still under the Navy's command. Chapter 63. The Admiral's Resolve and the Tricolor Hockey. Let me witness whether the so-called Marine Admiral can withstand this energy blast of mine, albeit with merely 10% of my power. As Su Ming spoke, he firmly clenched his right hand. Energy converged into his palm, rapidly coalescing into a golden energy sphere. Locking onto his target, he raised his hand and hurled it forth. The golden orb shot out violently, piercing through the formidable surrounding barrier and hurtling towards Akainu. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped Akainu, his countenance shifting dramatically as he hastily invoked elemental transformation to evade the strike. The resounding explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, the area that Akainu occupied was engulfed by the blast, its terrifying force sending countless Marines flying, shaking the very foundations of Marineford. Su Ming observed the system interface, noting the task progress for defeating the 3 Marine Admirals now indicated 13, and he shook his head in mild disappointment. Without a doubt, the Marine Admiral Akainu had been vanquished in an instant. At the center of the explosion, as the flames and smoke gradually dissipated, Akainu lay incapacitated in a deep crater, his life hanging by a thread, teetering on the brink of death. Had he not swiftly utilized elemental transformation at the critical moment to mitigate some of the damage, he would have surely been obliterated by Su Ming's attack. The instantaneous defeat of Akainu, one of the 3 Marine Admirals, dealt an immeasurable blow to the morale of the Marines. This turn of events instilled a profound sense of dread in Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The existence of Su Ming had grown so formidable that it defied all conventional understanding. Kizaru Akiji, what are you doing? This is not the time for you to be mere spectators. Act now. Sengoku swiftly issued orders to Kizaru and Akiji via the Den Den Mushi. Upon receiving the command, both Kizaru and Akiji's expressions shifted, realizing they could no longer afford to linger idly. The honor of the Marines was at stake. If Akainu could handle the situation, they would not need to intervene. Now, with Akainu on the brink of death from a single blow, should they fail to act, the entire Marine force could face utter upheaval. Despite their own trepidation, they were admirals, the very face of the Marines. Kizaru took the initiative, activating the Pika Pika no Mi, his hand aglow with golden radiance as he transformed into the Amatsukami sword, his form instantly morphing into a streak of golden light racing towards Su Ming. Armed with the Amatsukami sword, Kizaru unleashed a flurry of rapid assaults upon Su Ming, the speed of his attacks akin to flashes of light cleaving through the air. Having witnessed Su Ming's terrifying might firsthand, Kizaru dared not hold back, otherwise his fate would be no better than Akainu's. Yet, despite this barrage, such assaults were trivial to Su Ming. What an indisputable monster. Where on earth did he come from? Kizaru couldn't help but curse inwardly. Such a monstrous entity simply cannot triumph. His light slashes, each strike should have landed flawlessly. Yet he was incapable of even breaking the surface of his opponent's skin or shaking them in the slightest. Is this truly the extent of an admiral's might? It is indeed somewhat disheartening. As these words fell, Su Ming precisely honed in on the aura of Kizaru, coiling his left hand into a fist, unleashing a formidable energy that surged forth. In motion, Kizaru's complexion turned pale, as if ensnared by a demon's gaze. It seemed that no matter how he maneuvered, he would be struck. Activating his elemental transformation, Kizaru, akin to Akainu, sought to evade Su Ming's assault. However, he, like Akainu, failed to grasp the critical point. Su Ming's chi-based attacks could bypass elemental defenses. With a resounding boom, a single punch reverberated through the air, struck with tremendous force. Kizaru flew back like a severed kite, ultimately crashing violently against the surrounding wall, which shattered upon impact. At that moment, Akiji, who had been watching from the shadows, believed he had discerned Su Ming's flaw and launched a full-scale assault. Akiji's right hand transformed elementally, entwined with a formidable layer of haki, as he dashed towards Su Ming, delivering a powerful strike with all his might. Su Ming, having already sensed his presence, raised his hand nonchalantly to block. Akiji's valiant strike was effortlessly neutralized by Su Ming. Even his ultimate technique, a perfect fusion of the ice fruit and haki, failed to disturb Su Ming in the slightest. The disparity was absurdly vast. Before Su Ming, they appeared as mere ants, their collective strength rendered utterly ineffective. Indeed, the attack was commendable, and the opportunity was well seized. Alas, the power was simply too feeble. Su Ming grinned widely, and in an instant, vanished from his position. In that fleeting moment, Akiji's observation haki sensed the impending crisis, and he hastily activated his elemental transformation. But it was too late. An unparalleled force enveloped Akiji's entire being as Su Ming materialized behind him, delivering a casual knife hand strike that sent him flying. Elemental transformation may disregard melee attacks, but when imbued with a layer of chi, it could directly affect the body. The three admirals of the Navy, utterly defeated. The entire confrontation transpired in a mere 2 or 3 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Defeat the Navy's 3 admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. Quest reward: 3 forms of haki, observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki, have been stored in the system's storage space. Available for the host's immediate use. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Su Ming eagerly opened the storage space, locating the 3 forms of haki. Use. In but a fleeting moment, Su Ming sensed a transformation within his body, accompanied by the emergence of knowledge regarding the application of the 3 types of haki, along with the proficiency granted by the system. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he clenched his fists tightly. With a mere thought, a layer of pitch-black substance, reminiscent of metal, enveloped his arms, significantly enhancing both his defensive and offensive capabilities. So this is it, he mused. Realizing that by harnessing the energy of his spirit to manifest armament haki, he could indeed amplify his strength to a considerable degree. Although his combat power had not increased, his practical fighting ability had undeniably improved. It could be said that the potency of haki is contingent upon the wielder's own strength. The stronger he becomes, the more formidable his armament haki will be, not to mention the disparity in realms. Next, there was observation haki, which greatly heightened his 5 senses. With an augmented perception of aura, he could even momentarily glimpse into the future. Such a technique could be decisive in a life-and-death struggle against an equally matched opponent. As for the conqueror's haki, its specific effects remained to be tested. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and a crimson glimmer flashed within his pupils. Chapter 64. The Dread of Conqueror's Haki. Unrestrained in an instant, an earth-shattering, terrifying aura erupted from Su Ming, rapidly expanding outward. The entirety of Marineford became enveloped in this exaggerated, absolute pressure, overwhelming the minds and bodies of all present with an extreme shock. Not only ordinary folk, but even those formidable beings at the pinnacle of this world found themselves on the brink of losing their capacity for thought. Moreover, the destructive force of the conqueror's haki was equally terrifying. The towering walls, dozens of meters high, crumbled and shattered under the impact of Su Ming's haki. In that moment, it felt as though the very fabric of Marineford was about to be torn asunder. This was merely the initial, casual manifestation of Su Ming's conqueror's haki. Such is the power of conqueror's haki. While it may not be as direct as the explosive force of spirit, its deterrent effect is immense. And the destruction it can wreak is not to be underestimated. When combined with a burst of spirit, its might could increase several-fold. After a careful assessment, Su Ming offered his thoughts aloud. Though these words were only meant for his own ears, had others overheard, they would likely have been left in a state of shock. At this moment, the battlefield fell into a profound silence, void of sound. The number of those able to maintain their composure was alarmingly few. At the periphery of the battlefield, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock appeared pale, gasping for breath as she struggled to regain her composure. The conqueror's haki unleashed by Su Ming struck deeply at her body and soul, obliterating all disordered thoughts from her mind. Just as she had begun to recover some strength, Her body now felt even weaker, rendering her powerless. What a terrifying manifestation of Conqueror's haki. Moreover, this haki was completely distinct from her own. He is indeed one of the born kings. He sought to suppress the tumult within him, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled something. From within her corset, she extracted the now broken sea prism stone key. She had previously promised Luffy that she would assist him in rescuing Ace. This key had been kept close to her, awaiting the opportune moment to be handed to Luffy, yet now, it lay shattered in her grasp. The destruction of the key left Hancock in a state of inner turmoil. She ought to feel anger, for it was of utmost importance to Luffy. However, the emergence of Su Ming had disrupted everything. For a fleeting moment, Hancock experienced an absurd sensation, one of being forcibly controlled. At this very moment, within the Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard himself, only a few captains remained conscious. The Conqueror's haki unleashed by Su Ming was utterly terrifying. Whitebeard, positioned at the bow of the Moby Dick, was drenched in beads of cold sweat. This was the first time in his life he had felt such an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki. Even Roger paled in comparison to Su Ming. He hails from another world, yet has so swiftly mastered the powers of ours. What manner of being is he? Could he truly be a god? Whitebeard pondered, his gaze drifting into the distance, growing increasingly concerned for Ace's safety. The enigmatic presence of Su Ming rendered his intentions inscrutable, leaving Whitebeard bewildered. Of course, that was not the crux of his worries. He feared that Sengoku, disturbed by Su Ming's interference, might directly target Ace. After all, the events unfolding at the naval headquarters were being broadcast live from the execution platform. The fleet Admiral Sengoku, struck by the impact of Su Ming's Conqueror's haki, was momentarily paralyzed. In all his years as fleet admiral, he had never encountered a Conqueror's haki of such hellish intensity. Even Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, who had refined his haki to extraordinary heights, could not reach this level. That fellow is approaching. Could it be that his target is Ace? Carp, upon seeing Su Ming advance towards the execution platform, swiftly regained his composure and entered a battle-ready state. If this individual was not coming for Ace, he would not have sided with Whitebeard. The 7 warlords had been crushed. The 3 admirals dispatched in an instant, and the remaining vice-admirals were utterly ineffective. Carp knew he had to intervene, even at the risk of defeat. Should he fall, reliance would fall solely upon Sengoku. After wrestling with his thoughts for a prolonged period, Carp gritted his teeth and leapt from the execution platform. Suspended in midair, he unleashed his full might, showcasing his formidable prowess. Carp! Sengoku exclaimed, witnessing his friend's bold move. He understood well the strength of this old comrade. Yet he also realized that Carp could not withstand Su Ming. It was akin to courting death. This being was beyond their comprehension. Kneeling nearby, Ace's eyes were filled with turmoil. He yearned to speak. Yet, given his current identity, what right did he possess to do so? On the shore, Su Ming, having completed his mastery of the Conqueror's haki, finally emerged onto the coastline. The Navy personnel retreated in fear, none daring to approach. It was only when Garp unleashed his fury that a commotion ensued. Oh! Su Ming noticed Garp suspended in midair and felt a flicker of alertness. After all, Garp was a legendary figure in the world of pirates. At that moment, Garp fully unleashed his armament haki, enveloping himself in a formidable aura, demonstrating a power that transcended all limits in the face of Su Ming. Without the enhancement of Conqueror's haki, merely the pressure emanating from his armament haki was sufficient to render the surrounding atmosphere suffocating. The dignity of the Navy is not to be trampled upon. I do not know who you are, but since you have chosen to confront the entire Navy, I, a former hero, cannot remain indifferent. Garp's right fist shimmered with brilliant light, channeling all his strength as he dove towards Su Ming. This was his prideful finishing move, the impact fist. The momentum and pressure generated by this attack surpassed that of the previous 3 admirals. It was enough to intimidate not just ordinary individuals, but even those of considerable strength. To Su Ming, Garp's punch could shatter the naval headquarters, and even the formidable Whitebeard, wielding the tremor fruit, would find it no easy feat to contend with. However, for Su Ming, it was merely a commendable strike. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he concentrated his breath into a single, devastating blow that erupted forth. Boom! The immense pressure of the punch shattered everything in its path, not only deflecting Garp's attack, but also overshadowing his formidable presence. Blood sprayed from Garp's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, propelled out of Marineford, skidding for 2 or 3 miles before crashing into the sea. Garp! Sengoku shouted in disbelief as he witnessed this scene unfold. Even Garp had been defeated in a single move, leaving Sengoku devoid of hope for victory. It was utterly impossible to win. In that moment, Sengoku recalled the glance shared with Whitebeard earlier. Although they were separated by a great distance, the senses of beings such as themselves far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. So, you remained motionless all along because of this person? Damn it! Why, at this critical juncture? Do you still possess such fortune, Whitebeard? Sengoku ground his teeth in silent anger. Chapter 65. Everything you are is insignificant before me, Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. Defeat the Navy Hero Monkey D. Garp. Mission reward. The 6 styles of the Navy, Saru, Tekai, Shave, Jeppo, Renkyaku, Shirgan, have been stored in the system's storage space and can be accessed at any time by the host. With Garp's defeat, Su Ming immediately opened the system's storage space. The 6 styles of the Navy were now his to learn. His mind flooded with not only the methods of using them, but also the foundational proficiency required. It must be said that the reality starkly contrasts with Su Ming's imagination. It cannot be deemed entirely useless. Rather, given his prowess, these so-called skills appear to be trivialities easily conjured at will. Even the initially deemed valuable skills, iron block, paper drawing, and gale foot, have left Su Ming profoundly disappointed. The only skill of some utility is paper drawing, a defensive technique that allows for the manipulation of one's physical form to dissipate all strength, akin to the art of painting on paper. When adeptly employed in combat, it can adapt to various unforeseen circumstances. However, while it may prove effective in lower-tier confrontations, can paper drawing truly hold its ground in high-tier battles? Shaking his head, Su Ming lifted his gaze towards the execution platform. Now, only 2 simple tasks remained to be accomplished. With a leap, he utilized the dance of the sky technique to ascend above the execution platform. No one intervened, nor did anyone dare to step forward. Sengoku watched Su Ming, who was so close at hand, with an expression of utter dismay. Ace, bound by the specially crafted sea stone chains, exhibited a reaction not dissimilar to Sengoku's. The primary concern was Su Ming's unclear intentions. No one could fathom what he aimed to achieve. Additionally, there was the matter of Su Ming having sent his grandfather, Garp, flying with a single punch, his fate now uncertain. What are you planning to do? Sengoku took several deep breaths before gritting his teeth and raising his voice to question. What am I planning to do? Is it not glaringly obvious? The Marine Admiral. Su Ming chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was certain of Su Ming's objective. This fellow had come to rescue Ace. For the sake of justice, I cannot allow you to take him. To save Ace, you must first step over my corpse. With a thunderous roar, Sengoku activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into a resplendent golden Buddha. Justice? Such a grandiloquent term. Not to mention, since my arrival, your navy has made several attempts against me. Are you permitted to act against me while I am forbidden to retaliate? To my knowledge, your navy is but the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, devoid of any true justice. Su Ming's words struck deeply at Sengoku's heart. The atrocities of the celestial dragons were known to him as the Marine Admiral. Yet he felt powerless to resist or prevent them, for his superior was indeed a member of the celestial dragons. The justice of the navy is not something you can blaspheme against. Regardless of who you are, you shall pay the price. Sengoku, as the golden Buddha, unleashed a powerful palm strike. A flash of disdain crossed Su Ming's eyes, and in the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the entire execution platform to collapse. Ace, shackled by the sea stone, plummeted to the ground. Su Ming stood unwavering in the sky, while Sengoku, transformed into the golden Buddha, was sent flying as if severed from his strings. Unsurprisingly, the Marine Admiral Sengoku was similarly dispatched by Su Ming with effortless ease. Even now, failing to recognize the dire situation, all your efforts are but feeble against me, Su Ming admonished Sengoku. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, defeating Admiral Sengoku. The reward for this achievement, a basic power enhancement card, has been securely stored within the system's inventory, available for the host's use at any time. Having vanquished the final admiral, Su Ming gradually descended to the ground. At that moment, all the Navy personnel stood frozen in place, having lost their pillar of strength. Despite the presence of other leaders, numerous vice-admirals, and even hidden figures whose powers rivaled that of admirals, the situation had been irrevocably altered. The pirates refrained from further assault, left in stunned disbelief at Su Ming's actions. Who could have anticipated that this pivotal battle, which would determine the future course of events, would be so thoroughly disrupted? Had the Whitebeard pirates triumphed? No, they had neither won nor lost. Su Ming gazed down from his elevated position upon Ace, bound by specially crafted sea stone. Ace, bewildered, looked up at Su Ming, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over him. He had never imagined that the situation would unfold in such a manner. Unperturbed by Ace's thoughts, Su Ming raised his finger and unleashed a beam of light towards the sea stone that bound him. The sea stone shackles shattered instantly, losing their ability to contain his power. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, successfully rescuing Port Gas D, Ace. The reward for this accomplishment: a random natural type fruit ability. Note, this reward is not a devil fruit, limited to the fruit's ability, and carries no side effects upon use. Has been securely stored within the system's inventory, available for the host's use at any time. With the shackles removed, Ace stood up, still in a state of confusion. Why are you saving me? He questioned, utterly perplexed. Su Ming, an individual he did not recognize and whose identity remained a mystery, appeared to have come to his aid on a mere whim. Su Ming casually remarked, as if performing a trivial act. Upon hearing this, Ace was momentarily stunned into silence, unable to respond. After a brief interval, as he saw Su Ming turn to depart, Ace suddenly heard Luffy's shout, which jolted him back to reality. He respectfully bowed to Su Ming, expressing, "I shall never forget this life-saving grace. Should you ever require my assistance, I will devote my utmost effort." In response, Su Ming smiled but remained silent. What could he possibly assist him with? He merely hoped Ace would not repeat the tragic mistakes of the original narrative, failing everyone in the process. Meanwhile, within the World Conference Room located in Mary Geos, the representatives of the world government, the five elders, wore expressions as dark as ink. The battle at Marineford was being observed by the entire world, and they were no exception. As the Navy faced a complete rout and Fire Fist Ace was rescued, they lost not only the Navy's dignity and prestige, but also the face of their world government. This had always been a battle where success was the only option, and failure was not to be tolerated. Even if they could not slay Whitebeard, they absolutely could not allow Ace to leave Marineford alive. The situation in Marineford has spiraled beyond control. Decisive measures must be taken. An uncontrollable, unknown force has emerged in this world, seemingly not a fruit-derived ability, and it must be eradicated within Marineford. Is it necessary to consult Lord Im? Such matters do not require his guidance. Contact Saint Greenbow, the long-dormant king. For it is time he took action. But can he manage it alone? After all, this individual's prowess is formidable. Let him attempt it. If he fails, we shall. Very well. I shall issue the orders to utilize the Dordor Fruit's powers to transport him to Marineford. After a brief deliberation, the five elders reached a consensus. Saint Greenbow, a trump card among the celestial dragons, once reigned in Goddess Valley and now serves as the commander of the God Knights. They are reluctant to trouble this celestial dragon, unless absolutely necessary. With Ace's rescue, this battle seemed to draw to a close. Yet, as Ace journeyed back to the Moby Dick, an ominous and sinister laughter suddenly echoed across the battlefield, which had appeared to be settled. Ha ha ha. The battle is even more intense than I anticipated, but what surprises me is how swiftly the Navy has collapsed. Truly pathetic. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ace, Whitebeard, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt their emotions surge. The speaker was none other than the instigator of this summit war, Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard, along with his hastily assembled crew from Impel Down. Teach, encountering Blackbeard once more ignited a fire of rage within Ace, intense murderous intent blazing from his eyes. This traitor dares to show his face here. Malgo, Whitebeard's right-hand man, was unable to restrain himself upon seeing Teach. Just as he was about to unleash his phoenix form to strike, Whitebeard intervened. Allow me to personally end this traitor. The fury within Whitebeard erupted uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Su Ming, contemplating his next steps to fulfill his hidden mission and conquer the pirate world, thereby leaving behind an invincible legacy, found this scene piquing his interest. Does Blackbeard truly have the audacity to appear again? His confidence in his own strength is quite peculiar. In the original narrative, Whitebeard, despite being gravely injured from his battle with the Navy, managed to make Teach beg for mercy, nearly delivering him a fatal blow. Now, with his physical abilities restored to their peak, Blackbeard would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. Chapter 66, Planet Destruction Bomb, Overthrowing the Pirates. Seeking initial subscriptions. Further updates to come tonight. Faced with Teach, Whitebeard chose to confront him alone. Even when confronted not only by Teach himself, but also by the members of the pirate crew he summoned, Whitebeard remained utterly unperturbed. In his eyes, this motley group combined was still no match for him. Faced with the vigorous and spirited Whitebeard, the battle at Marineford concluded with a resounding defeat for the Navy. The world government lay in ruins, and any further actions would be futile, particularly when contending with beings from a realm of superior existence. As the other party had noted, should they desire, they could easily crush him as if he were but clay. Accompanied by Gohan, Ming ventured to a nearby food plaza, having inquired about Gohan's preferences. He decided to treat him to some barbecued delicacies. Nostalgia washed over Ming. Despite the delightful fare of the pirate world, nothing could quite compare to the culinary delights of modern society in the Dragon Ball universe. Amidst the chatter of his classmates, an elderly teacher with a shock of white hair entered the room. With a mere cough, the chaotic din transformed into an immediate silence, as all present dared not utter a sound. This was not merely due to the teacher's high standing within the school, but also his esteemed reputation in the academic world. The climactic showdown between Ming and Goku was about to commence, with each transforming into streaks of crimson light, soaring through the sky at an imperceptible speed, weaving and colliding in a breathtaking display. The duel was a testament to the clash of bodies, a contest of speed and strength, and the thrill of battle. After bidding farewell to Gohan, Ming stood in his yard, gazing into the distance for a considerable time before employing the sky dance technique to propel himself towards the opposite end of Satan City. Naturally, he also utilized the transformation technique, for unlike Gohan, he did not possess a complete disguise to conceal his identity. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after the school bell rang, Ming found himself waiting in vain for Biddy. Instead, Gohan was the first to approach him after classes, and they engaged in a lengthy conversation. Notably, despite the brevity of their encounter, Gohan's trust and fondness for him had visibly deepened. Emerging from the training room, Ming had mastered the control of his power and aura, ensuring minimal fluctuations. Having only completed 2 challenging trials and gauged his strength against Vegeta, he returned to the living room, where Biddy had already mingled comfortably with Anna and others, engaged in lively conversation. As time raced forward, it soon approached the late hours of the night, nearing 11 o'clock. After guiding Biddy on how to sense energy and assisting her in channeling it, Ming commenced his own meditation practice. The foundational instruction was complete. Biddy needed to master it through her own efforts, rather than relying on external help. With his thoughts redirected, Ming refrained from utilizing the primary power enhancement card. Even an increase of 1,000 points held no allure for him. It was wiser to conserve it for potential future needs. After waiting for a moment and confirming that the system notification would not sound again in the immediate future, Ming settled himself. Upon returning from the challenge space, Ming promptly opened his spatial backpack. Fortunately, the fruit of the spirit tree remained intact, with no unexpected occurrences. He laid the spirit fruits on the ground, counting them meticulously. There were precisely 55, not counting the immature ones he had spared. Having conversed with Sun Wufan for quite some time, Ming extended an invitation for him to stay for dinner. Initially, Sun Wufan declined, but Ming's earnest entreaties persuaded him to remain. This opportunity allowed Ming to engage in deeper communication, gaining insight into Sun Wufan's life circumstances. After regaining his composure, Sun Wufan took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. His regard for Ming had evolved beyond mere respect to profound gratitude. If it were not for Ming, he would not have been privy to such a wealth of information in advance. Acquiring all of Sun Wufan's previous battle experiences, Ming truly grasped the meaning of being a frog at the bottom of a well. Although he had achieved considerable prowess at his current level, he realized he still fell short when compared to the multitude of battles Sun Wufan had endured. Reflecting on the conflict from 7 years ago with Cell brought this realization to light. This battle was nearing its conclusion. Locking onto Sun Wukong's position, Ming positioned his hands at his waist, swiftly gathering energy. In mere seconds, the Kamehameha wave was complete, unleashing a powerful energy that rippled through the space. Come in. Su Ming called out to the person outside, remaining seated. His energy perception indicated it was Anna. He held a higher degree of trust in her, especially since he had permitted her entry into the training room the previous night. Young master, some visitors have arrived at the estate. She informed him as they proceeded toward the villa, having closed the estate's gates behind them. Su Ming chose to disregard the situation outside, trusting that Satan would handle it adequately. It was merely a matter of time, as those individuals needed to awaken, which would take at least half an hour to an hour. All were mere mortals. Chapter 83. 3 days later, the heavenly temple time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On April 4th, 774 of the AG era, a Sunday. Over the course of these 3 days, Su Ming underwent a remarkable transformation. From a combat power of nearly 5 million just 3 days prior, he now boasted a staggering combat power of 20,050,000. Chapter 84. A sudden voice from Sun Wukong, an unexpected reward in the netherworld. The king of the universe completed his daily training, and with a playful grin, Sun Wukong once again sought out the North King. My lord, is there any news from Lord Yin Wang regarding my previous request to return to the human realm for a day? Sun Wukong eagerly inquired of the North King. Chapter 85. Vegeta, it's been 7 years, Kakarot. Su Ming entered the training room to commence his practice. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, discussions grew more profound. Old son, there now exists a possibility of foreseeing future events. Are you certain you still wish to return during the World Martial Arts Tournament? Piccolo posed the question. Chapter 86. A grand opportunity. The time machine acquired after departing from Turtle Island, Son Gohan followed his instincts and subsequently found Yamcha, as well as Tien and Kaiatsu, who were hidden in the mountains. After sharing the general circumstances with them, Son Gohan received their affirmative responses, although it was uncertain whether they would participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 87. A surge of power, unleashing potential within the training room. Su Ming appeared out of thin air, one hand grasping a blue jacket while the other held a box of universal capsules. He was so close. Thankfully, he had brought it along. However, it remained uncertain whether the time machine lay within that box. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming acted swiftly. Chapter 88. The Cosmic Sovereign's Might. A reward exceeding 100 million. A tremendous rumble echoed, as if a cosmic explosion had erupted within him, and in an instant, Su Ming underwent a complete metamorphosis. His combat power surpassed 100 million, reaching beyond 500 million. This instantaneous enhancement was unimaginable for Su Ming, whose combat power had only been in the tens of millions. Chapter 89. Spitting out Android 18? Can she be taken out? In the blink of an eye, Su Ming completed the challenging task of defeating Sun Wukong. His training multiplier surged to 527 times. Upon resetting, he encountered an unexpected adversary, the metallic cooler with a combat power of 1 billion. Recalling the events from the movie. Chapter 90. A glitch occurred. Android 18 awakens incredibly. He had indeed brought her out. Moreover, she was alive. Su Ming gasped in astonishment. Her breathing was faint, yet he could still sense her heartbeat. This marks the inaugural occasion of extracting individuals from the realm of system challenges. Despite the fact that Android 18 is a synthetic being, she has undeniably shattered Su Ming's original expectations. Should the Namekian be able to transform into his orange form earlier, Master Gohan would soon arrive. Under Anna's prompt, Su Ming ultimately concluded his dialogue with Android 18, engrossed as he was in their exchange, entirely oblivious to Gohan's approach. One wonders what expression Gohan might wear upon encountering Android 18. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the Namekian's face registered surprise. Astonished that Su Ming would initiate a challenge against him, Gohan, Dandy, and Bobo shared similar sentiments of disbelief. While it may not seem entirely outlandish, it has indeed been many years since such an occurrence transpired. For Gohan, it became evident that if he did not recommence his training, he would indeed risk being surpassed. Meanwhile, Dandy and Bobo stood by, their expressions dazed and vacant. Reflecting on the past, they recalled the last time they witnessed such an intense battle. It had been 7 years since Goku's confrontation against his formidable foe. Amidst the Namekian's drifting thoughts, a voice filled with arrogant mockery rang out. I had assumed that the one engaging with you in back-and-forth banter would be an extraterrestrial. Yet it turns out to be a mere earthling. It seems your abilities require enhancement, Namekian. Su Ming and the Namekian shifted their gazes toward the source of the voice. In response to the inquiry regarding the Tournament of Strength, Su Ming replied bluntly, "In the future I have witnessed, you were slain by that demon." A collective gasp echoed among those present, a chill sweeping through them from their feet to the crown of their heads. Although some had entertained the notion that Goku had not exerted his full strength when bested by Vegeta, the implications were nonetheless disconcerting. Years later, as Gohan confronted Android 18, he found himself bewildered by the prospect of competing for survival against other universes. What is the meaning of this? Why do I suddenly feel so disoriented? In that moment, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha were left utterly flabbergasted, grappling with the limited scope of their imaginations while affirming the veracity of Su Ming's claims. Android 18, have I desecrated your ancestors' graves? Am I the one who has harmed others? According to your reasoning, I should not exist in this world. On what grounds do you assert such a thing? Allow me to clarify. Neither Android 17 nor I have ever contemplated annihilating this world. We find your arrogance quite irksome. Prepare to face Master Gohan. Vegeta was left in astonishment. This is the full power state of a Super Saiyan at the first level. I look forward to your guidance. Master Su. Gohan's demeanor and tone had undergone a significant transformation, exuding an air of confidence stemming from a remarkable surge in strength. Witnessing the current state of Son Gohan. Su Ming Chapter 99, One Punch to Annihilation. Babidi and Dabura. At the edge of the Divine Temple, watching the battle, were Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and Kairatsu. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they genuinely sensed the immense power emanating from Su Ming. The force he unleashed now was worlds apart from the one he exhibited 3 days prior during his combat with Piccolo. Chapter 100, The Two Maidens in Peril. Presenting Piccolo with the petrifying Dragon Ball. Bao Mountain. After concluding the battle, Su Ming and Son Gohan engaged in a post-fight discussion in a secluded area. This confrontation allowed Son Gohan to gain a clearer understanding of his shortcomings, making him realize the necessity to exert himself further. He could no longer afford to remain complacent. In the past, Chapter 101, The Legendary Super Saiyan. After bidding farewell to Piccolo, Su Ming officially commenced a more advanced phase of training. Unbeknownst to him, a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Today marks April 15th, 774 in the age of AI, a Friday with clear skies and no clouds. After a week of reflection, the current Su Ming had undergone substantial growth. Chapter 102, Defeating Broly. Battling Majin Buu. I will kill you. Broly's voice was saturated with a murderous intent. In the next moment, he hurled a minuscule energy particle from his palm. In an instant, this particle, no larger than a grain of rice, expanded exponentially, resembling a small asteroid, bearing down upon Su Ming. Chapter 103, A Week of Transformation, Vegeta's Outburst. In the span of 7 days, many events unfolded, enough to instigate significant changes. Take Android 18, for instance. She initially planned to depart alone in search of her purpose and to explore the outside world, yet she returned home after just 1 day away. Since then, Android 18. Chapter 104. Android 18 consumes the devil fruit, preparations before departure. After granting the 4 women the devil fruit, Su Ming watched with satisfaction as they awakened their abilities one by one, a smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, he gained insight into their powers. Just as he had envisioned. Within the world of pirates, the devil fruits appeared to be fixed, only allowing for the awakening of specific abilities. Chapter 105, Vegeta what? There's also Super Saiyan 4. Accompanied by 2 figures descending from the heavens, Su Ming regarded the newcomers with a smile. First, he observed Vegeta, then scrutinized Trunks with a serious demeanor. He had to admit, this young lad astonished him. He had not anticipated that Trunks would surpass Son Goten by such a margin, just looking at the original work. Chapter 106, The Target, the year 749 in the age of AI. The following morning, Su Ming awoke from his slumber, feeling the warmth of soft jade in his embrace, stirring a wave of excitement within him. Fortunately, his self-restraint was remarkable. He subdued his inner desires, rose to freshen up, and subsequently left the room. To be honest, Su Ming never expected that he would be able to exercise little Wukong's talents so effectively. Wow, that's incredible. Big brother, what kind of martial arts is this? Son Wukong was utterly astonished by the techniques displayed by Su Ming, his youthful face reflecting sheer disbelief. Encountering something beyond his comprehension ignited a deep curiosity and yearning within him, though he couldn't quite grasp what it was. Chapter 108, The first encounter with Bulma. The Earth God from another world, according to the readings from the Dragon Radar. The Dragon Ball should be nearby. Huh. This place still has inhabitants, including children, and oh, a handsome guy. Bulma emerged from her small vehicle, first checking the radar status before following its guidance to a distant hillside. Chapter 109. Who dares claim Bulma is only 16. The journey to find the Dragon Balls commenced. With Su Ming's involvement, the situation diverged somewhat from the original narrative. Su Ming had been well prepared, thus there was no need for Bulma to produce her usual mode of transportation. Instead, she revealed a luxurious RV from over 20 years into the future. Chapter 110. A worldview turned upside down. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. During these hours, Su Ming had been guiding little Wukong in his training. The pressure from the sea made the training much more effective than usual. For the current little Wukong, this was a completely new form of refinement. Chapter 111. Harvesting the Cat Sage. Thunderous methods to extinguish flames utilizing materials brought from the future and exchanging the fish obtained from blowing up the lake at Baozi Mountain. Su Ming traded with the Cat Sage for 10 jars of magical beans. Do not underestimate the mere 10 jars. Each jar contained no fewer than 1,000 to 2,000 beans. According to the Cat Sage, these were among the finest available in recent centuries. Chapter 112. My wish is to obtain 3 wishes finally. The question was posed. I had been wondering when you would be unable to resist asking, Bulma. In response to her inquiry, Su Ming playfully teased. As their eyes met, Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her curiosity palpable. Chapter 113. The Might of Divine Power. Standing above 100 floors. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days had elapsed since the day of the dragon's wish. The journey to summon the Dragon Balls and make wishes had concluded, and at Bulma's enthusiastic invitation, Su Ming and his companions visited West City, taking residence in Bulma's home. In truth, Bulma merely wished to invite Su Ming. Chapter 114. A fortnight later, breakthroughs in battle time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Half a month is neither long nor short. After all, it had only been 2 months since Su Ming traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. In the realm of the past, Su Ming, harnessing the divine strength acquired, has elevated his prowess to extraordinary heights. As he valiantly withstands the relentless onslaught of Vegeta's Super Gallic Gun, the divine barrier appears on the verge of collapse. This immense pressure is a sensation Su Ming has not experienced in quite some time. In truth, had he so desired, Su Ming could effortlessly counter Vegeta's Gallic Gun with a tenfold, unharmed Kaioken. In the midst of recollections, he recalls the tumultuous battle against Kid Buu, where he was mercilessly toyed with and ultimately defeated. Times have changed, Kid Buu. This time, it shall be you who endures my wrath. Su Ming's malevolent grin widens. After observing the clash between Yamcha and Son Goku, Su Ming, harboring a plan, discreetly departed to seek out Bulma. Over the past fortnight, the energy for the time machine has accumulated significantly, and rather than merely filling it to capacity, they aim to produce even more. In the private estate of the Capsule Corporation, 2 months have elapsed silently. Within the training grounds where Su Ming resides, he has deepened his comprehension and mastery of divine power whilst mentoring Son Goku and Yamcha. Feel free to unleash any techniques you possess. I shall accept them all, Su Ming declared, clapping his hands with unabashed confidence. Yet, in this moment, none of the others made a move. Indeed, it should be noted that one inconspicuous figure stealthily approached Su Ming. Returning to a pivotal moment in time, on April 26, 774 AD, in Satan City. The weather was clear. Within the 10th building of the Water Sky Manor, Su Ming's abode stood. Anna, Vivian, Lilith, Salia, and Natalie were present. In the Temple of the Gods, the warriors continued their training as usual. Unbeknownst to them, the meditating Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes, his expression transforming dramatically. Uncertain of the cause, he felt an inexplicable sensation within, as if it were whispering to him that their location was being gathered. After registering, Su Ming and Android 18 strolled around the vicinity of the venue. Soon, they encountered Anna and her companions, exploring the grand spectacle of the World Martial Arts Tournament. To his astonishment, Su Ming had not anticipated such a multitude of attendees. Due to the overwhelming crowd, they merely took a brief tour, purchasing a few items from the golden-haired referee, who shattered the punching machine with a single blow as they made their way to the interior of the venue. The group engaged in lively conversation, with Su Ming occasionally exchanging a few words with Gohan and Videl, but primarily conversing with Android 18. The presence of Android 18 left everyone, aside from those who had already met her, in a state of shock. In the first round of combat, the two young fighters appeared evenly matched, yet in truth, Trunks possessed significantly greater strength. Being a year older than Goten, coupled with Vegeta's rigorous training regimen, Trunks' physical prowess, strength, and endurance far surpassed those of Goten. After a brief delay, Satan bravely ascended the stage of the martial arts tournament to confront Trunks. Although outwardly calm, he internally grappled with near-fainting anxiety, genuinely fearing that a single punch from Trunks could spell his doom, jeopardizing his entire existence. Under Goku's inquiry, all the warriors turned their eager gazes towards Su Ming, yearning for the truth. Clearly taken aback by Goku's sudden question, Su Ming realized there was no longer anything to conceal. After all, this timeline had transformed significantly due to his influence. Following the conclusion of the group drawing, the first elimination match commenced. Contestants Yamcha and Android 18 stepped onto the official stage as the initial competitors. At that moment, Yamcha appeared outwardly unfazed, yet internally, his mind was in complete disarray. Humph. Then let her go. Spobovich snorted, begrudgingly retreating, recognizing that they had more pressing tasks at hand. Having underestimated Satan's daughter due to his own hubris, let us continue our search for those with formidable energy. Meanwhile, the Demon King Dabura observed as Babidi began to employ magic, fully aware of what was to unfold. Under the incantations of dark sorcery, an invisible force enveloped the entirety of the martial arts arena situated on Papaya Island. It could be said that Babidi, through his malevolent magic, had ensnared the very space of the martial arts tournament. On the stage, the fierce clash between Krillin and Son Goku intensified. Krillin unleashed the full extent of the Turtle School martial arts he had honed over the years, particularly following a recent breakthrough, along with the rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber, which led to a significant elevation in his combat techniques, transcending the mere teachings of the Turtle School. As Krillin was ejected from the arena and eliminated, the golden-haired referee promptly declared Son Goku as the victor of this elimination match. Despite his triumph, Son Goku did not revel in excessive joy. He hastily approached the wall-mounted scoreboard. With Tien's power surging dramatically, the atmosphere became turbulent, and the earth trembled. A continuous stream of energy converged upon Tien's hands. This energy belonged to the very essence of nature itself. Additionally, a familiar term came to mind: life force. In the waiting area, confronted by the relentless onslaught of Son Gohan's powerful strikes, Piccolo could not help but internally commend his growth. Although this young warrior had squandered 7 years of potential, his return to training had not only rekindled his skills within the hyperbolic time chamber, but had also led to remarkable progress. As the explosive energy blast marked the commencement of aerial combat, a terrifying confrontation unfolded, with battle powers reaching staggering heights. The swiftness and force of their engagement surpassed the realms of ordinary conflict. In the face of Piccolo, Son Gohan unleashed every technique he had mastered during his training. The fourth match of the semifinals, a highly anticipated battle, was set to commence between Son Goku and Vegeta. All eyes were riveted upon this momentous clash. Vegeta, the primary participant, stepped towards the entrance of the waiting area, but paused to glance back at that very instant. The peak confrontation between Super Saiyan forms was underway. As the fierce battle between Son Goku and Vegeta elevated the level of combat to unprecedented heights, ordinary spectators could scarcely comprehend the magnitude of their struggle. To them, it was nothing short of awe-inspiring, as their worldview expanded into realms previously unimagined. This heralded a new era of power, where the stakes had reached astronomical proportions. The battle between Super Saiyan 3rd grade Goku and Super Saiyan 3rd grade Vegeta grows increasingly intense. In their 3rd grade form, each strike they unleash carries the potential to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Listening to the warriors beneath him, King Kai finds himself devoid of the inclination to speak. At this moment, he is preoccupied with calculating energy expenditure, and he is truly experiencing for the first time such overwhelming power emanating from both Goku and Vegeta. As he stands before the golden giant ape Vegeta, Goku, with a sense of resignation, declines Vegeta's proposal, pondering the uncertain consequences of transforming into a giant ape himself. Even if he could maintain his sanity in that form, Achieving the golden great ape status immediately seems implausible. In the midst of the uproar, Goku and Piccolo position themselves on opposite sides of the arena. The hastily repaired stage remains uneven, merely patched in places. With a signal from the golden-haired referee, the match commences. Unexpectedly, Piccolo remarks, "I didn't think I had concealed myself so well, yet you sensed me. Truly impressive, old friend." With that, Piccolo resolves to abandon his hidden state, realizing that there is little purpose in maintaining the ruse. The atmosphere in the waiting area grows somewhat somber. In this moment, Ming steps forward to address the assembly, stating, "Majin Buu is indeed formidable, even surpassing my expectations. However, he is not so terrifying that we cannot contend with him. So there is no need for excessive concern." Upon hearing the introduction and explanation from East Kaishin, the warriors express disbelief. Krillin, Tien, and Yamchu are genuinely astonished, as they have never encountered such a bizarre petrification ability. Others, however, regard the revelation with skepticism. While the concept of petrification is indeed startling, it does not instill fear. The gaze falls upon the Z fighters perched upon the cliff. Yet, Babbidi's focus is solely on East Kaishin, viewing him as a sworn enemy with a deeply rooted animosity. "So you have come after all? Unfortunately, you are late, Kaishin. My Majin Buu. Battle? No, this is merely a game. Indeed, at present, I am quite weak in your eyes, unworthy of your attention. This holds true not only for you, but also for my father, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Piccolo. I am weak before them as well. Nevertheless, I still wish to engage in battle with you." As Gohan's words echoed, a resounding laugh followed. Chapter 147, Leaving a Good Impression? Babidi is dead. At this moment, Majin Buu no longer bore that innocent smile. Gohan caught but a glimpse of him before being struck fiercely by a punch. The sound of impact resonated ominously. Pain surged through him, and Gohan was sent flying. Majin Buu did not relent. Chapter 148, Majin Buu's Contempt, Vegeta's Fury. Following Babbidi's demise, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Despite the lingering chaos from the explosion, the atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Ming exchanged glances with Majin Buu, maintaining his smile, while Buu stared blankly at him. Chapter 149, A Prince's Mockery, Majin Buu Awakens. On Earth, at the battlefield's epicenter, as Vegeta's aura surged, a terrifying presence materialized as an endless wave of energy rippled through the air, causing the flesh on Majin Buu's face to quiver like the surface of disturbed water. Fat Buu fixated his gaze upon Vegeta, momentarily transfixed. Chapter 150, Pure Malice, the Devouring Entity, Majin Buu emerges. The Ultimate Flash, a lethal technique, gathered at lightning speed, transformed into a golden beam of light. Boom! A dull thud resounded as two forces collided, rather than erupting immediately. The clash held firm under Vegeta's ultimate flash against Majin Buu's colossal energy sphere. Chapter 151, Majin Buu's Machinations, Gohan Buu. The true battle was on the brink of commencing. Vegeta's golden aura surged with increasing ferocity, intertwined with crackling lightning, his power reaching beyond 5 million. Under the pressure of Vegeta's aura, the cruel expression on Majin Buu's face grew increasingly blatant. Chapter 152, Continuous Devouring. The existence that terrifies Buu. With Vegeta's current strength, he should still be able to suppress Gohan Buu, right? What would happen if Gohan Buu were to absorb and devour Vegeta? A bold thought blossomed in Ming's mind. Initially, he had not pondered such matters, but now, curiosity had taken hold. Chapter 153. Ming, are you afraid of me? Danger. Vegeta is in trouble. The situation shifted rapidly. Goku sensed the anomaly instantly and shouted, his aura spiking to its utmost limits as he transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 3rd level. Old man, Piccolo was also prepared. But at that moment, Chapter 154, Divine Power, Divine Aura. Is that so? If you are unafraid of me, then why do you instinctively retreat? I sense your avoidance. Whether intentional or not. Ming paid no heed to the justifications of Vegeta and Buu, continuing his playful banter. Vegeta and Buu, upon hearing this, were filled with an anger that could scarcely be contained. At this moment, he found himself enveloped in the radiant aura of divine power, illuminating the entirety of the cosmos and transforming the world itself. When Ming re-emerged within the gaze of all, his form had undergone a remarkable transformation. The god of super earthlings. In his divine state, Su Ming appeared somewhat leaner, yet he embodied perfection. As Su Ming regained his composure, he gradually lowered himself to match Vegeta and Buu in height. Facing the snarl of Vegeta and Buu, there was an undeniable sense of recklessness in their challenge. It would be remiss of him not to respond. Truly lacking in foresight, allow me to guide you through this experience. As Buu reverted to his original form, he once more confronted the visceral sensation of death. Though he had not truly perished, the repeated humiliation intensified his fear of Su Ming, rendering it ever more palpable. I perceive your journey has reached its conclusion. Henceforth, I shall proceed with unrelenting resolve. What has transpired? Where has your previous arrogance vanished? Continue your boastfulness. Persist in your hubris. The battle raged on, with relentless blows raining upon Su Ming, and Vegeta and Buu's advantage grew, solidifying their belief in their overwhelming power. At this very moment, within the confines of Majin Buu's body, after enduring countless trials, Goku and Piccolo finally arrived at their destination, where they discovered their comrades, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, swallowed by Majin Buu. As Goku and Piccolo exchanged words, they remained oblivious to the fact that Vegeta and Buu were already aware of their scheme. Having absorbed Gohan and Vegeta, Buu understood the implications of reaching Super Saiyan Level 4. Yet he remained unfazed, for within his being lay the essence of formidable power. With the progression of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Piccolo, they returned to the site where Majin Buu had consumed their allies. During this time, Vegeta and Buu made several attempts at ambush, yet each was ruthlessly vanquished by Super Saiyan 4 Goku. This instilled fear in Vegeta and Buu, who had never anticipated such a turn of events. The crowd was left in astonishment. The expectations of Sun Wukong, it appears that my expectations were perhaps overly ambitious. Although your malevolent powers have become increasingly pure since returning to your primal form, they are significantly inferior compared to the various incarnations of Majin Buu that preceded you. After assessing the strength of Kid Buu, Sun Wukong grasped Kid Buu's fist with a swift motion, effortlessly redirecting it. Chapter 163, Tenfold Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's Challenge. In response to Sun Wukong's lengthy discourse, Kid Buu seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his expression increasingly marked by fear. He had been thoroughly intimidated by the oppressive aura of Super Saiyan 4th stage, rendering him unable to resist, let alone move. Tenfold Kamehameha Chapter 164, Draw the Sword. Unleashing. The retort of the old Kai Humph. Kakarot, do not presume that by remaining in the Kai realm to train, you will perpetually surpass me. Just wait. I shall soon break through to Super Saiyan 4th stage, and then I will be able to defeat you. Vegeta suddenly interjected, his defiance unmistakably characteristic of him. Chapter 165, The Eternal Dragon's Wish. Sun Wukong versus Su Ming. Indeed, the potential development of the old Kai is distinctly different from that of ordinary potential enhancement. For instance, the techniques employed by the Namekians and the Dragon's methodology of potential development are vastly dissimilar. If one were to delve deeper, the old Kai's method of potential enhancement bears resemblance to harnessing divine power to execute miraculous feats. Chapter 166, Breakthrough of the Mind. The realm of the gods reappears. It is futile to adopt such a foolish combat strategy when one is acutely aware of the opponent's strength. Vegeta, it is prudent not to harbor excessively high hopes. In my estimation, even the current Wukong may still find it impossible to defeat Su Ming. This fellow had better not underestimate the Super Saiyan. Chapter 167, Divine Form versus Super 4. Vegeta awakens under the extreme eruption of Sun Wukong's power. His state achieved yet another breakthrough. Once more reaching the primal state of Super 4. One cannot deny the remarkable strength that even incited Su Ming, in his divine form, to feel the thrill of battle. This provoked an intense indignation within Vegeta, pushing him to his limits. Chapter 168, Breaking through Super 4. A different Super 4. As Vegeta's words echoed, he raised his hand and cast the artificial moon into the sky. Under Vegeta's control, the previously basketball-sized orb exploded into a dazzling sphere of light. Suspended above the Kai realm, the radiance of the artificial moon illuminated the land below. Chapter 169, The Dignity of a Prince. Collision of supreme skills. A desperate roar resonated from the heavens. Vegeta, with formidable strength, burst through the flames of the explosion, descending directly before Su Ming. Su Ming could sense the overwhelming and cataclysmic power enveloping Vegeta. Chapter 170. Fusion and Combination. Overwhelming the two super fours, damn it. How could this be? I was actually blocked. High above the ground, Vegeta gritted his teeth as his power surged to its utmost limit. The pressure in his hands not only remained unchanged but intensified, leaving him feeling somewhat exhausted. Even in his fourth stage of Super Saiyan, he found himself struggling. With a resounding shout, it was Goku who took the lead this time. As his voice echoed, the Saiyan energy enveloping him expanded rapidly, the golden aura radiating like a tangible force, enabling Goku to exhibit power that transcended all limits. After the fierce battle, Su Ming, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo instantaneously returned to the gathering place. Undoubtedly, Su Ming emerged almost unscathed, having incurred minimal exhaustion. In stark contrast, Goku and Vegeta were battered and in disarray. However, Su Ming, having reached this pinnacle, possessed his own pride and had established an undeniably formidable status. Even when facing Vegeta, he was determined to give his all, refusing to be overshadowed. He had long sought ways to ascend to this level. In the skies, Su Ming and Vegeta continued their intense struggle, constantly shifting positions. As their understanding of each other's power deepened, the confrontation evolved into a game for both parties. Initially entertaining, the dynamics of the fight shifted as time wore on. The overwhelming Saiyan energy invoked the purest bloodline power, enveloping Vegeta in an unimaginable aura of might, creating an invisible field that filled the space around them. The golden light burst forth, resembling a tangible energy sphere, completely encasing Vegeta. The climactic clash between the thunderous roar and the ultimate Kamehameha reached an unprecedented level of ferocity. Both sides unleashed their full strength, resulting in a cataclysmic upheaval within the realm of the Kais, an extraordinarily terrifying spectacle. The battle concluded with the fusion of Vegeta and Goku falling to Su Ming's prowess. This outcome left everyone astounded, for throughout the conflict, all had believed that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta had reached unimaginable heights, making victory for Su Ming seem impossible. As Su Ming utilized his battle power detection feature, he observed a staggering value of 50 trillion. The heights achieved under mysterious circumstances surpassed those in the original work by more than tenfold. This is perhaps attributed to the remarkable transformation of Gohan, whose strength has significantly outstripped that in the original narrative. Chapter 179. Mysterious vs. Super Saiyan 4. The pinnacle father-son battle at this juncture, Super Saiyan 3rd level, has become a relic of the past. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 has fallen out of favor in this era. Even with its enhanced capabilities, it proves largely ineffectual. Only the Super Saiyan 4 can meet the most basic combat demands. Remarkable, it is truly astonishing. Chapter 180. After the battle, new plans with the conflict concluded and all dust settled. The group returned to Earth. However, prior to their return, Goku made a brief visit to the Grand Kai's planet via instant transmission to seek out North Kai. Although he is now among the living, Goku enjoys certain privileges, allowing him to traverse the realm of the deceased at will. Chapter 181. The Old Kai's Concerns. Potential development using divine training methods as bait to entice Goku and his companions may indeed prove effective. However, the ultimate outcome hinges on the Old Kai's persuasive skills. Previously, Su Ming believed that if Vegeta were to become a god of destruction, it would indeed be a fine choice for Goku to ascend as a Supreme Kai. Chapter 182. The Arrival of Krillin and the Trio. Bestowing Training Techniques, Learning. Notification. Successfully learned the Divine Level Technique, Supreme God Power Training Method. Notification. Successfully learned the Divine Level Technique, Potential Meditation Method. With a mere thought, the system's voice resonated, and Su Ming felt the chaotic data within his mind seamlessly integrate. Chapter 183. Half a year later, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. Notably, the martial arts fervor sparked by the World Martial Arts Tournament dissipated rapidly. 4 ordinary earthlings, lacking connections and methods. Even if a desire to grow stronger and practice martial arts burgeoned within their hearts. Chapter 184. Goku. This time, I shall utilize Super Saiyan God. In comparison, the Z fighters seem considerably weaker. Even though Goku and Vegeta's base forms approach the trillion level, they are still but a fraction of Su Ming's power. In truth, Su Ming's strength has surged too rapidly and too impressively, thanks to the system's influence. His base combat power has reached an astounding 5 quintillion, had he accessed divine power. Chapter 185, Super Saiyan God vs. Super Saiyan 4. Aya. With Goku's frantic roar erupting, a powerful divine aura surged forth, cascading continuously from within him. In mere moments, the entire sky was awash in a brilliant crimson divine light, rendering it extraordinarily vibrant. Chapter 186, Who Prevails? The Emergence of Super Blue. In the night sky, the explosive aftermath soon dissipated, and as the dust settled, Goku and Vegeta's figures reappeared before each other's eyes. At this moment, the two individuals maintained the formidable powers of the Super Saiyan God and the Super Saiyan 4th level. It was evident that they were engaged in a fierce struggle, striving to surpass their limits. Are you jesting? Do you expect me to concede superiority to you? Your confidence is rather misplaced. As the laughter subsided, a defiant glint flickered in Vegeta's eyes. At this juncture, he had little left to conceal. The power of his bloodline erupted from within him, a terrifying force unleashed. Meanwhile, Vegeta floated in the vastness of space, appearing to teeter on the brink of consciousness, as though he had succumbed to death itself. Struck by Goku's Kamehameha wave, he was propelled into the cosmos. Were it not for the fact that his bodily functions still resonated with the essence of a Super Saiyan, he might have succumbed entirely. Alas, if only we possessed the Patera earrings, perhaps Vegeta and I could merge once more, Goku mused, suddenly halting as he glanced at his son Goten and Trunks. How could I have forgotten the fusion technique? With it, we could unite our strengths. The intensity of Gogeta's attacks escalated dramatically. Bolstered by Saiyan energy, his power surged, reaching an overwhelming crescendo, yet he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Acknowledging that remaining in his current form rendered him inferior to Su Ming, Gogeta decisively withdrew to create distance. The celestial battle commenced in earnest. However, despite Gogeta's power soaring to 5,000 quintillion units, Su Ming's combat prowess had ascended to an unfathomable 2 quintillion 5,000 units, bolstered by his divine form. The disparity was insurmountable, a chasm between quintillion and the higher order. Cheating? Su Ming murmured to himself. In a sense, this truly felt like an unfair advantage. Destruction could penetrate to the very essence of any entity, rendering it irreparable, even beyond the reach of the dragon's wishes. This is the world of the super gods. At this moment, in a dimly lit alley in the bustling metropolis of Giant Canyon City, 3 unsavory characters, garishly dressed, were assaulting an ordinary-looking university student, no older than 20. The leader of the trio seized a brick and brought it down upon the student. In 2014, within China, the peculiarities of a smartphone were becoming a challenge to adapt to, yet there remained a certain nostalgia for the iPhone 5S model, as its functionalities were quite similar. While toying with the iPhone 5S in his hand, Su Ming strolled down the street, downloading various apps. One must inevitably grasp certain aspects of this world. Thus, in Chapter 195, Under Surveillance, taking the initiative, it appears I must journey to Tianhe City to behold the splendor of the angels, the epicenter of global finance. Is this not akin to Shanghai? Whispering to himself, Su Ming consulted his mobile map to discern the location of Tianhe City. Thankfully, he recalled the plot of the original work vividly. In Chapter 196, in the face of absolute power, all machinations are futile, the arduous words escaped Du Kao's lips. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat under Su Ming's relentless pressure, his inner garments soaked through, and he was prostrate on the ground. Nonetheless, as a war fanatic, he remained steadfast even in such dire circumstances. Chapter 197, The Known Universe, The Unknown Void, is set at number 665, Airport Road, Filiu District, Giant Gorge City, Villa No. 8 of Denua Manor. Surprisingly, after weighing the pros and cons, Du Kao genuinely considered courting his favor, although merely a villa, according to the original narrative's miserly nature. No one else was afforded such treatment. Upon entering the villa, the interior was indeed splendid. In Chapter 198, First Encounter with the Angel, A Show of Strength, one gazes up at the sky, exclaiming, "Look, a fireball. What is that? A meteor? No, it's a meteorite. Why is there no news coverage of the meteorite's descent? Run. Quick, flee." As the sky darkened. Chapter 199, Triggering the Mission, Teaching Lu Chuang a Lesson, having witnessed the angel Yan. Su Ming also made a formidable impression on her before hastily returning to Giant Gorge City. In truth, there was little to explore in Tianhe City. It bore a striking resemblance to Shanghai from his world and was destined for invasion by the Taotai, leading to its ultimate destruction. In Chapter 200, an unexpected encounter with Zhao Xian, rescuing Qi Lin. After leaving the police station, Su Ming continued to meander through Giant Gorge City. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon slipped away. At noon, he casually dined at a nearby restaurant before strolling to the seaside to enjoy the scenery. The beauty of the South China Sea was indeed refreshing, especially. In Chapter 201, Taotai, you are only worthy to smell the farts of my divine Carl? Su Ming offered no response to Qi Lin's astonishment. Some truths require a process for full acceptance. Moreover, further discourse from Su Ming held little significance at this juncture, as they would have ample time for conversation later. Had he finally noticed my presence? His reaction was rather slow. In Chapter 202, Wukong arrives, a doppelganger from another world, as night deepened. After rescuing Qi Lin and saving the soldiers and police destined for demise, Su Ming returned to the villa. He resumed sipping from the wine glass previously placed on the railing, indulging in the nocturnal scenery. Regarding the events that transpired after his departure, Su Ming need not witness them to be aware. Chapter 203, the establishment of the heroic company and Qi Lin's visit as Reina elucidated the matter at hand. An enveloping silence fell over the conference room. Ultimately, it was Duke Ao who first regained his composure. Casting a glance at the leader Huang beside him, he inquired, "What are your thoughts, leader? We require your guidance for our forthcoming actions." With that, Duke Ao's expression turned somber. Chapter 204, the Devil Fruit and Power Enhancement Card. Lightning Speed Sniper. The first path. By consuming this fruit of ability, you may awaken a specific power, subsequently developing various corresponding skills, thus becoming a master of extraordinary might. As he spoke, Su Ming retrieved a devil fruit from his storage space, presenting it before Qilin and Li Wan. Chapter 205, Instruction. 2 days hence, following a series of trials, Su Ming attained a profound understanding of Qilin and Li Wen's current strength. In summary, they were amongst the weakest in this realm. Had they been in other worlds, such as that of Dragon Ball, their prowess would barely surpass that of early Earth, yet would falter in the grand cosmos. Chapter 206, Explosive Star. Crocodile God Sotan. So many buns times swiftly passed, and 2 days elapsed. During this period, an event unfolded. Leveraging Qilin and Li Wen's connections, Su Ming met with the police officer Shin Sheng'an, whose leg had been broken by Lu Chuang. With few suitable individuals to consider, Su Ming sought to engage with this character from the early narrative. Chapter 207, Sotan's Defiance. A punch sends him off Earth. What conditions must be met to elicit affection, prompts, and rewards? At present, Su Ming cannot ascertain fully, yet through his rough estimations, he surmised it might relate to the individual's capacity to significantly influence the future trajectory of this world. This notion aligns with the triggering of system quests. Chapter 208, War God Sotan. Settling down, returning from Linhai City to Juxiao City, was but a fleeting moment for Su Ming. With their departure, chaos erupted in Linhai City. Countless videos circulated, compounded by various discourses, rendering the entire Huaxiao aware of the unfolding events. Chapter 209, A Clash of Titans. Shin Sheng'an's fury. With a flurry of decisive maneuvers, under Reina's intimidation, a multitude capitulated. This spectacle was witnessed by Su Ming and his companions, marking a sudden shift in dynamics. Two factions, led by Reina and Su Ming, faced off in a direct confrontation. Who could have anticipated such a turn? Chapter 210, A fortnight later, Morgana's arrival having taken Zhao Xian, Su Ming also issued a warning to Reina. After all, she was a walking stellar energy controller, capable of unleashing nuclear level or even star exploding power at will. Although the original character, Reina, did not behave in this manner, the plot has now undergone alterations, and who knows what the future may hold. It is worth noting that since Chapter 211, the difficulty has escalated tremendously with the departure of the angelic conqueror, Su Ming. His inexplicable appearance and subsequent vanishing without a trace left an indelible mark. Feeling the pressure dissipate swiftly, the sword demon, Aatrox, disregarded his labored breaths and rose to his feet. As the foremost super warrior of the Demon Legion, he had never experienced such disarray, even when confronting King Kaisa of the Angels. Chapter 212 presents an assessment from Sun Wukong. Without strength, one lacks the right to choose. This is the harsh reality of the original narrative, a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. In a realm dedicated to martial cultivation, conditions might be somewhat improved. However, in this world devoid of genetic advantages, one is relegated to the status of an ant, merely an ordinary individual. Chapter 213 raises the issue of moral coercion and the contemplation of time travel. Observing Sun Wukong's admonishment of Lu Chuang, Su Ming found it amusing, not in mockery, but rather as a source of lightheartedness. To be genuinely moved by Lu Chuang's present demeanor would be sheer folly. One must not easily forget the past, nor should one place blind faith in others due to a fleeting exchange of words. Chapter 214 delves into the destructive power and the true essence of Liangbing. At this moment, Morgana's mindset had completely unraveled, her mind akin to a muddled paste. Su Ming's sudden arrival in her lair was nothing short of extraordinary. The location of Demon Number 1, even Kaiso would struggle to locate, yet this individual entered as if returning home. Chapter 215 poses the question of interest in time travel, returning to the past. The initial reaction from Liangbing seemed dismissive, as she thought, what is this all about? It's merely time travel. Clearly, she did not take it to heart. Her immediate response was rooted in her identity as Morgana, the Demon Queen, asserting her formidable presence within this realm. Chapter 216 marks the formation of a 10-person team for the Heavenly River campaign. Time swiftly elapsed, and nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this month, Earth remained remarkably tranquil, with few occurrences transpiring. Su Ming balanced the nurturing of his disciples while awaiting Liangbing's breakthrough in temporal technology. Notably, during this period, he finally welcomed 2 additional disciples into his fold.